TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Hold to it. Get a life! Get a life!
Actually, a couple weeks ago, I lost my tripod.
Oh, don't worry, I got your tripod. Right here.
Death to ECW. Long live TNA.
Oh, what do you want, you stupid stooge?
See that, Joe? That's a vein. Something you don't have, you little fat bastard.
That's Osama bin Laden. I didn't even know he's Al Qaeda.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 50. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we're talking about the month that is July 2006 up to Victory Road 2006. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by Liam Jones.
Hello, welcome to this very special post-Australia episode.
We did, at one point, promise that this episode would be in person.
And then I started to, cough up the swamp thing.
Yeah, Liam got too prolonged proximity to me, and then was like, no, I can't speak.
And my body started rejecting it.
We have done an in-person podcast. You're gonna have to give us $10 for it.
Good.
This is actually a ploy all along. If you'd like to see the photo of me and Liam together, or listen to our watch-along of Victory Road 2006, which we did record in person, you will have to go to patreon.com/kiddingme.
And it's the best content we've ever made.
It actually flew by more than most watch-alongs do.
Oh, 100 million%.
I realized that as we were getting toward the main event. It's usually I check the time an hour and a half into those, and I'm going, oh no, we're halfway there. And we got to the main event of that one. I'm like, oh, that actually went by really, really fast.
Yeah, it's way easier.
We should do it in person every time.
Yeah, just move here.
If the time zones weren't monstrous for my job, I might think about it. Cause
you'll get used to it. You stay up all night anyway.
That's true, but it would have to be all night.
Yeah, you're working the night shift.
Just jumping on Zoom calls at fucking 3 a.m.
Yeah. I don't see a problem with it. Alright, Garrett, break down your trip day by day. That's what the people here want. They want to know how your trip was.
I flew to Australia.
Boom.
Very long flight, but mostly fine until you hit the one period in the set, because it was a 7.5-hour flight into a 13.5-hour flight with a 2-hour layover. So it was quite a long time on a plane. And first flight went by fine, second flight, half of which went by fine, and then you hit the stir crazy mode where it's oh my god, I've been on a plane so long, I want to die. And then it's how have I been on this plane for 6 hours and there's still 7.5 hours left? And you get to the other side of Australia and you're I can see Australia. It must be... No! It's really, really big! No. So it takes so long to fly over even just Australia. So there's not even comfort being I'm over Australia. I will be there soon. You won't. Then you land and it's fine. Except they fucking border patrolled me.
Yeah, you deserved it, to be fair.
I've watched a lot of Border Patrol as well. And what is it? Nothing to Declare is the other one. Is both of them, I think, are based in Australia. And I was one of them might be English. But either way, I joked with brother Ken, that I was gonna get border patrolled, and then I got border patrolled. I was fuck.
Just like Chris Hero.
Yeah, I saw all the jokes about that from when they announced the show. That's funny.
Yeah.
Everyone's Chris Hero, border patrol. It's yeah, but I lived it. And then they called you and you didn't answer, and he was that's fine, that's okay. It doesn't sound like it's fine. I think you're gonna kick me out.
And I couldn't call back either because they called me from a private number, so I couldn't even be sorry, I missed it. I was just standing out there ooh, what if I send them back?
You'll just be waiting there for 7 hours. You'll have huge
I was I
charges.
assume they'll call more than once.
I think that once they were reassured I was not working. And apparently there's record emigration from Ireland to Australia, or at least it's the highest it's been in a decade. So they're oh, the fucking Irish are trying to sneak in here. Yeah,
they always do.
Yeah, we are a plague. We are a scourge on society and humanity and everything decent.
Snakes in the fucking grass.
Yes. So yeah, they did let me in, and then there you were in a nice Pokemon jumper. So very nice.
Thank you. I was looking dapper.
You were. We drove a drive that I usually accompany you on audially. but actually in person for once. It was amazing.
It was like an in-person Skype call, which I guess is what a conversation is.
Yeah, because we did it again last night. Did it feel weird last night or this morning, I guess, for you to be like, oh, he's not next to me anymore. He's back in the box.
No, it felt right.
Oh.
Felt back where it should be, you know?
Yeah, put me in a box. I deserve it. Live in a box. I'm a man in a box. I'm Tommy Dreamer. I have thoughts about Paul Heyman at WrestleMania.
You have plans for what you want to do to Paul Heyman at WrestleMania.
And then we had a weekend, well, not longer than a weekend, like 9 days in Australia. We went to an AFL game, which was absolutely amazing.
My first AFL game too.
It was a good first game to go to.
It was fucking awesome. It was great. I'm never gonna go. I'm never gonna watch it on TV again. But if I get the opportunity to go and see it in person, I will.
Because I was looking at like the score of the Essendon game, which we went to see Essendon against Suncoast. What was the name of that team?
They were the Gold Coast Suns.
That's the one. I knew Sun and Coast were in there, but I didn't remember the rest of the words or the order. But I looked at like the Essendon score for the next game, and they lost by like 40 points. I'm like, that would have been a bummer of a game to go to.
Now we lucked out on that one.
Big back and forth game. Last minute winner disallowed. Last minute winner for the opposing team. So Liam's.
A truly devastating manner too.
Yeah, it was a heartbreaker because they should have had many more points. But that is the nature of sport.
Essendon did win the next game after that against West Coast. Then they lost to Geelong. And then win, loss, win, loss. Lost to the Gold Coast Suns again, god damn it.
How often do they play?
Sorry, that was our loss.
Oh, okay.
No, I take it back. I was going too far back. It's been 2 losses since.
Yeah, because I watched some AFL on TV, and I was always like, yeah,
I don't get it.
yeah, I was just like, I'm not hooked by it. And then that game was unbelievable.
Yeah.
You also took me to a video game museum. Well, more of a multimedia museum that also had video games.
It had a big video game section in the middle of it. You saw the Cuphead thing.
Yeah, which is really fancy.
It's like a what would you describe that as?
It's like
a shadow puppet thing.
Yeah, it's like a like shadow puppet carousel where like it turns into 3D motion through movement, even though it is a flat 2D surface.
Yeah.
We also met many animals.
Yes, we went to the sanctuary.
You had a moment with an owl.
Not zoo. Yes. A spiritual connection with an owl.
You had like a full arc because you were initially reluctant to meet the owl. Then you met the owl and had a
fuck with
spiritual
birds.
connection. You don't.
But then I looked into that owl's eyes, into the sparkling abyss, and it welcomed me. It enveloped me in its wings, and it told me it was going to be okay.
You saw Chris Park in his eyes and found comfort.
Yeah, I did.
You looked in his eyes and you're
And
like,
you saw all the animals you wanted to see.
Yeah, saw koalas, saw dingoes, saw kangaroos. Kangaroos are so gentle.
Yeah, the domesticated ones.
Yeah, I assume the ones in the wild are not so gentle, but they're so nice about it.
I imagine I think kangaroos are like if you're fucking with them, they'll fuck with you. If you're not fucking with them, they won't fuck with you kind of animal.
Yeah, but they very politely just walk up to you and like lay their hand on your hand for balance, and then nibble out of your hand to eat the food you're giving them. It's like,
yeah,
oh.
so you did get to feed the kangaroos.
Then the ducks ran over and like, nah.
Yeah.
We watched some G1.
We watched a lot of G1.
We did.
More G1 than would have been watched otherwise.
Probably. We watched some Naruto.
A lot of Naruto.
You introduced me to the halal snack pack.
Yeah, the HSP, which was enough to like make you not need to eat until the next day.
Yeah, like a full day without eating, because like it's so much food. And I actually looked to see, can you get one here, and you can't. It really hasn't like translated across continents. It is truly Australian culture.
Talk about the food. How did we feel all in all?
You are right. You have no culinary things. It's
true.
You just have other people's food.
We are a very new nation.
You haven't like invented dishes. I'm sure you have. You did give me Vegemite.
Yeah.
And I am the Vegemite centrist.
Like, we have like things that we've turned into our own. But it's like, and I'm sure we like have our own, but like mostly like I think like our food that we're known for is like seafood and steak that like exists elsewhere, but it's just different because it's here.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's not like it's hard to like make new things out of nothing.
Because like you have like an Irish stew. That's an Irish dish. But like other countries also have.
But like stew is fucking everywhere. You know, it's like you know, I could have made a fucking stew and been like, oh, it's an Australian stew. Like, fucking
Used Vegemite as the sauce for the stew. It's an Australian stew.
people do that.
That sounds disgusting.
that.
That would be way too salty.
Well, no, it's because like yeah, you use it as a salt substitute. So you put it in like broths and stuff. I would never. My grandparents do though.
You can smell it on that road.
What?
The Vegemite smell on the road.
Oh yes, because we drove past the Vegemite factory.
In which you can smell it through the car window. There's just a Vegemite smell on the road.
We didn't get the golden Vegemite ticket, unfortunately.
Oh, I would have been shoved in a tube and made to turn into Vegemite.
Yes.
That's how that works in that.
And it would have been the
right?
perfect ending.
That's what you wanted all along?
Yeah.
And most importantly, Liam, I got to spend 9 days with my friend.
Yay!
Which I assume you share
My
the
cats.
same sentiment. Yeah, your cats.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I had a wonderful time.
Aww.
I had a wonderful time with my wonderful friend. Got to go do a lot of things. We explored. I did a lot of things that I haven't done because I moved to this area recently, so I haven't had a lot of chance to explore. So it gave me an excuse to explore.
That is the thing. You're never like a tourist in your own city. So you're not like, you don't do the touristy things in your own city. So you're like, what the fuck do tourists do when they come here?
Exactly. So, you know, it was fun. We had a lot of beach time.
Yeah.
A lot of nature.
I have multiple beaches. You have a lot of beaches.
I do live right next to.
Some might say you're girt by sea.
Motherfuckers do be saying that.
I now know what that means.
My house was broken into the day before you came.
Did they get the car back?
They got the car back.
Do you have it now?
Yeah, in our possession.
Do you want to tell that story?
Someone walked into my house, took the keys, and left with the car.
I think the more interesting part is when they found the car.
Oh, yeah, they found the car. The police called us, said we found the car. Then they went to go get the car, and the car was gone again.
It got restolen.
Because they didn't take the car when they found it. They just said, hey, we found it.
They just left it there.
Yeah, so it's been a process.
But it is now home.
The car is home.
Is it in okay shape?
It's fine. it's just like dirty. There was a full Powerade in the back though, so.
Did you drink it?
Score? No.
You should.
I should have. It was unopened. I could have.
Just left it there.
Yes.
So that was my little Australian excursion. As I said, patreon.com/kiddingme if you would like to hear the full watch along in person in Liam's home theater. Which was fun to try and set up for a watch along.
It was fun. I think it worked well though.
It did. I think it went well. So you can listen to that, patreon.com/kiddingme, or you can also see us at an AFL game. There's a photo there that you can see. See our faces together in the same place.
Wow. What a selling point.
Woo! Before we get into the news, anything else you want to talk about?
I watched a movie.
What movie?
I watched 2 movies back to back, and it was the combination of Kiki's Delivery Service into Alien Romulus.
Those go together, I think.
Yes, it was a beautiful one too.
I also saw Alien Romulus, and Alien.
I gave them both 4 stars.
Which is better?
Kiki's Delivery Service. They're both really impressive, and like in a way, like because they are both like from the ground up, just made with people making things. Like Alien Romulus is something like 80% practical effects, and obviously Kiki's Delivery Service is hand drawn. Yeah. So it is cool to just see like the innovation of humanity in making art.
Yeah, because I watched Alien in preparation for Alien Romulus, and I've never seen Alien. I've only ever seen Prometheus from that series of all the movies to have watched. And like watching Alien, you are just like, holy shit, look at all that stuff in this movie. Like that movie is aged so well because of how like practical it is.
That's the thing like I love about watching like Alien or Blade Runner or the first Star Wars, where I'm just like, look at these things that people made.
It's an actual world they had to make, and you
in real environments that they had to go out and film, and they had to deal with like sun, and they had to like like just fun, like everything's CG, and like I think that's like a perfect hybrid that you can use when making a movie of like CG to make the practical stuff look better, but it's like it ages like fucking fine wine.
Yeah, because like
and like you look at it, I was watching Star Wars 1 and it's just like, that's just a bin with wheels on it, but look at it, it's a fucking droid.
Yeah, it's an actual thing. It's a physical, tangible thing. The actors are looking at a thing, they're interacting with a thing. Somebody is inside that bin with wheels operating it.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's something about that stuff is amazing. But yeah, Alien Romulus good.
You watch like Alien or like Jaws is the same thing, where like the monster is not on screen very long.
Yeah.
And you would argue, oh, that's a really good filmmaking choice. And realistically, it was just a technology choice. It's like...
Yeah. Well, there was a lot more of the xenomorph in Alien Romulus, you know?
There sure is, and a lot more xenomorphs in Alien Romulus.
Well, like, part of that is, like, you know, what is it, like, 40 years later? Like, they've done it a lot. There's been a lot of different xenomorphs over the years.
But like it's one of those things where you're like, oh, like constraints make for better art a lot of the time. Where it's like they chose not to show the alien a bunch in Alien because it would look bad, so they had to like work around how that looks, and it looks really good because they work around how that looks. Same thing with Jaws. It's like, oh, they didn't show the shark. It really adds to the suspense. They didn't show the shark because it would have looked really bad. So they work around that and make the film better because of it. And now you can just do whatever the fuck you want with magic computers, and that makes everything bad.
When AEW had a small roster and they had to use everyone to their...
Now that they have everybody,
and then they have this giant roster, and it makes everything bad.
When there was that period of Dynamite where it's just like Cody segment, into Jericho segment, into Mox segment, into the Bucks segment, into Kenny segment. It was like, oh, holy shit, this show is cooking.
Yeah.
Now half those people, if they had segments on the show, one, it would be remarkable because one's WWE champion, but like the Bucks and Jericho are like the most bad vibes wrestlers in the world at the moment.
Both which I think would be solved with like 6 months of not being on TV.
Yeah, boys got to disappear for a while.
And coming back fresh. Just doing like a big 5v5 elite lose, they disband thing.
Oh, another Australian thing. Morning Dynamite.
Yeah.
I'm kind of into it.
Yeah, it's amazing. All wrestling should be ingested in the morning. People don't know like how good they got it.
10 a.m. AEW Dynamite currently airs. A little move, I think, for daylight savings as we hit toward the winter. But 10 a.m. in the summer for AEW Dynamite.
10 a.m. Dynamite into a 5 p.m. G1.
It's perfect. You have
it don't
great
get
times.
better. We do. And that's why I was like, the one time I ever get to whine is All In. And I'm like, ugh, it's 2 a.m.
Now you know how we feel all the fucking time.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you were born in the wrong times.
It's really bad because everything airs at night. New Japan's alright. New Japan will be a morning thing, so you can have New Japan for breakfast. But everything else is nighttime, like late night. It's just 1 a.m. Like, my sleeping pattern is fucked. People are always like, why is your sleeping pattern like that? It's like, I'm a wrestling fan in Europe. Like, the average time I've fallen asleep in my life is like 4 a.m., which is kind of crazy. But
yeah. But overall, very fun. I had fun. I hope you had fun. I was a host.
You were a tremendous host. The best host there's ever been. A host so good an alien would sit in your chest and be like, yeah, I'm gonna born myself in this thing.
I'm not even gonna get out of here.
I'm just gonna stay.
That's how much I love being in this host.
This guy's cool. Alright, that brings us to the month that is July 2006. Before we get into it, Patreon. That's how we make money. You can go to patreon.com/.
That's how Garrett can afford these lavish vacations.
We are thinking about Grand Slamming in February, so if you'd like to fund
please.
us going to wrestling in Australia in Liam's hated town of Brisbane.
Fuck Brisbane.
You can give us money. Patreon.com/gettingmetnachat.com, where you can get watch-along show notes. You can get ad-free episodes. So if you don't like these ads at $1 a month, you can get ad-free episodes, and the episode actually.
Well, this ad will stay in.
This ad for the ad-free episodes is still there. Yes. Also, the episodes go up slightly early on Patreon. You might get them a few hours before you get them in the main feed as well. So
that's worth it. You can have finished the episode by the time people are getting out of the news.
Yeah, other people are like, "What the hell, man?"
And you can spoil them on our great bits.
You can tell them who won the Road to Victory 4-way before anybody else. This is the only way you can find out.
This is live as it's happening.
That's how the watch along works. We actually travel back in time to when the show first aired.
That's how we can change it.
Can we?
We can change the course of everyone's lives.
We can fix TNA?
No one can do that.
But yes, you can also get Rain Takers. You can also get our Pro Wrestling Guerrilla show, our PW, that's what I just said, our Lucha Underground show, our Gift of the Pod. Why do I keep going back to the same shows? What else do we do? Monday Night Wars show.
Because they're your favorites.
Global Force Wrestling show, Wrestling Society X show, Ring Ka King show. Like 150 pieces of exclusive audio are sitting there right now on Patreon.
PWG.
Lucha Underground and PWG, did I say those?
Sure.
Yeah, patreon.com/gettingmetnachat.com. You can get all of that and more. You can get a lot of content into your ears, way more us than you already have for free. Patreon, money.
We will live in you like a xenomorph. preparing to burst from your brain with your takes.
My brain went to the Lion King when you said that. He lives in you. That's us in your head.
Okay.
When they play that song in the Mufasa movie, which they didn't play it in the Lion King movie, they should have moved it into the Lion King movie in the place of the Beyonce song, but fuck them. The remake. But if they don't play it in Mufasa, what a waste of a great song. That's like a top tier song, and it's in fucking Lion King 2.
I didn't remember it.
But yes, Patreon. That brings us to the news, starting with Liam, your favorite thing, ratings talk.
Whoa, I'm gonna go like bounce for half an hour.
The June 22nd Impact drew a 1.1 rating. It's the first Thursday without a first-run edition of The Ultimate Fighter as its lead-in. It drew a 1.1. A rerun of the previous episode of Tough aired beforehand, so there was still an Ultimate Fighter episode before, but not a new one. Then June 29th, the first episode with no Ultimate Fighter at all. 1.1 rating, 1.4 million viewers, setting another high watermark for the show. So there was this whole thing, week after week, where they're like, oh, what's it going to do without an Ultimate Fighter lead-in? And even without it, it's
the
doing
exact same.
Even better, frankly. Because there was that thing where every week PW Torch would be like, oh, they only held so-and-so percent of the Ultimate Fighter lead-in. And you'd be like, different audiences, what the fuck you talking about? And now that it's gone, different audiences, what the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. Or like a lot of the same audiences just staying. Like it's the ones that they got early on.
It drew a 1.3 rating among men 18 to 49, 1.4 among 18 to 34. The replay on Saturday drew a 0.5 rating, meaning 2 million people watched Impact that week, which is kind of crazy in 2006.
I mean, it's insane, but, a different television environment than now, where people would literally kill someone live on TV for 2 million.
Yeah, even WWE for Raw would kill somebody live on TV for 2 million, never mind AEW. Multi-channel news reported that TNA Impact averaged slightly above a 1.0 rating for its first run on Thursday nights. Dixie quote.
Wrestling has never been... I'm getting extra, inconceivably something. Wrestling has never been on at this time of night.
TNA president Dixie Carter said, which seems untrue.
We're in kind of uncharted territory.
Nathan Drake's here.
But we're having a lot of success. I haven't done it in so long, I don't know how to do the accent anymore.
You've forgotten Dixie?
Yeah.
Damn, you've lost touch with your roots, man.
I know.
The 1.03 average is 223% above Spike's average in that time slot last year. The Ultimate Fighter will return as Impact's lead-in starting on August 17th, but in the meantime, TNA's Thursday night lead-in will be an extreme stunt comedy from Finland called The Dudesons.
I fucking love the Dudesons.
And an unscripted comedy series starting a backwoods family titled Raising the Roof, which we talked about in the last episode. We didn't talk about the Dudesons, though.
Are you familiar with the Dudesons?
No, is that like Finland Jackass?
That is exactly what it is.
Okay. I think I've heard of
but
the Dudesons,
you don't
never
need
watched
anything
the
more than
Dudesons.
that. It is Finland Jackass.
Is it better than Jackass?
They're crazier. They do stupider shit, but obviously not to the success of a Jackass.
Do you think they're still making Dudesons content?
I think they are.
They're still churning it out?
I'm onto their YouTube now, and I'm searching. Their last video was 5 years ago.
Oh, what was it?
Hide in the Frame Challenge Dudeson Xmas Special.
Did the pandemic kill the Dudesons? Not literally, metaphorically. Not actually.
I mean, I could find it. Maybe they probably,
Not did they actually die of COVID? Maybe they did. Oh no.
I'm gonna go to their Twitter. They're on X, the Everything app.
Boo.
I love the Everything app. I go to the Everything app and I ask Gronk what I should eat for breakfast.
What does it tell you?
To be a Nazi?
Oh, well, you have to follow the AI.
Is that what you did? Boom!
What?
Classic old bit. Bringing it back. I'm calling you a Nazi again because that was an old bit that we used to do.
Yeah, Harris Brothers are long gone.
Their last tweet was in 2019.
What happened to the Dudesons in 2019?
Their last vlog was 5 years ago.
Yeah, they just stopped in 2019.
What? Did they get cancelled? I'm gonna go to the Dudesons Wikipedia page.
Oh no. I'm worried what happened to the Dudesons in 2019.
International career. I don't know, it kind of just seems like they fucked off.
Alright, if you are the Dudesons, or you know the Dudesons, or you know what the fuck happened to the Dudesons, please inform us, because it appears like they just dropped off of the face of the earth in 2019.
I'm gonna go to their individual Wikipedia pages.
Try and find what the hell any of these individuals are doing. Please name the Dudesons for me.
I cannot do it in their language.
You can't speak Finnish?
No.
Damn.
And I wouldn't even pretend to do it. Well, one of them is doing another show where he does like a Bear Grylls gimmick.
Yeah.
The other one just had a kid.
Good for them.
Another kid has 5 children.
Churning them out.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like they do just a bit of. It seems like they still are involved in TV, just not the Dudesons TV. They just pop up doing other things.
Did they break up though? Was it acrimonious? Did they just go their separate ways?
It doesn't say anything about them ending.
They just took a break. They're like, I'm sick of doing shit.
Like it doesn't say anything about them stopping.
Yeah, it's really weird that like there should be like usually a note like the Dudesons decided to go on a hiatus or the Dudesons blah 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 blah. It's just like nothing. They just stopped in 2019.
Oh, okay. I finally found it. I found something, I guess. Filming the show, The Dudesons in America, was an exhausting experience for the Dudesons, and they wanted to take the group in a new direction after it. They created the show, some fucking Finnish words, in which they helped families with their problems.
Aw, they became wholesome.
Yeah, seems like that. It does seem like that. That is listed as 2023.
Okay.
So, but like the TV show, I think was 2018. So I think again they're just involved in TV, if not doing stuff as a group.
Okay. I hope the Dudesons are doing well.
The Dudesons retrospective.
Because, like, we found out that dude from Raising the Roof was dead. So, I hope the Dudesons aren't dead. TNA Impact held strong the first week without Ultimate Fighter as its lead-in on Thursday night, drawing a 1.0 rating, the same fucking rating it does every week. It shows TNA has a loyal audience that isn't reliant on the carryover from UFC. So, there you go. After all, again, the hand-wringing, which is how I read all news stories. It's the same. It's the classic fucking gif of TNA always doing a 1.0 to 1.2 no matter fucking what. I guess until they didn't.
Yeah, I love that. Like every time we talk about TV ratings, that's just what like that image just plays in my head the entire time.
Just that rolling gif. It's like Shane McMahon buys TNA, Shane McMahon sells TNA, whatever it is.
What is that from?
I think someone just made it because I think the joke was just TNA always does a 1.0 to 1.2 no matter fucking what. Even on like holidays, they'd still do it.
You know the funniest thing about that is?
What?
Soon we can have Shane McMahon debuts in AEW, 600,000 people.
Shane McMahon forms the Entitledmen's Combat Club or whatever. The Mean Street Combat Club. The Mean Street Combat Club was so good.
Oh, God.
Yes, get Joey Abs in there with John Moxley.
By the way, that group is going to be, like, dumb.
Yeah?
Like, if they do get Lashley and MVP involved, kind of dope. I can't. But if it's like Josh Barnett, Shane McMahon,
That's so funny.
what the fuck are we doing?
The idea.
I mean, I'm kind of into the idea that like Shane McMahon is leading an invasion of real fighters. And he's like, these are my real fighters that I'm bringing to AEW Dynamite.
The shoot puncher is taking out AEW.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been like a Shane guy growing up. I'm exceedingly nervous about like his involvement in the McMahon sex trials. So probably not the best time to bring him in.
But it would be funny.
But it will be funny. He is like the black sheep of that family. So I guess, you know, it does make sense in that aspect. But it'll be interesting to see, it'll be interesting TV.
Yeah.
If I'm more excited about Big Bob, the boss.
The TNA legend.
The Beatdown Clan.
It is basically the BDC. They should get the song.
And Josh Barnett.
I guess you have to add Joe.
Yeah, get Key back.
I'm still mad AEW has never booked Low-Key. Fucking cowards.
Yeah. But, you know, it's gonna be weird, and, like, you know, I'm up for some weirdness. Like, the Mox stuff on Dynamite felt weird, but I'm up for some weirdness, so let's go.
Within TNA, there is the belief that the show will, sooner than you think, be expanded to 2 hours. It still takes over a year from here, but it's clearly on the table.
I mean, that's probably still sooner than a lot of people would have thought. It's pretty early to go, like, add another hour.
Spike officials, when contacted, denied there was anything in the works aside from a potential 2-hour special. If TNA can maintain its ratings the next few weeks without a UFC lead-in, that would be a major feather in their cap because it would show it could run on a night without UFC, which it would have to if it goes 2 hours. CSI runs until 9 p.m. on weeknights, and Ultimate Fighter and Unleashed are a synergistic pairing that shouldn't be broken up. If TNA goes 2 hours, it would have to be moved to a new night. At this point, there are no plans in place, but it is something being talked about, although it is probably a few months away at the earliest. Interestingly, it stays on the same night, but does become 2 hours. So I think the UFC move.
It's so, again, like, I guess we're seeing it now, right? But, like, the doom and gloom surrounding this fucking show for them to then like just do like amazing numbers that everyone's really happy with.
Yeah, they're talking about moving the show to 2 hours. They've moved it to Thursdays. They're moving it to prime time. Like they've had like the most success you could possibly have in 6 months on television. Well, longer now, 8 months on television.
It's exactly what we see now. It's like AEW doom and gloom, company's dead, and then like in 2 months they'll announce $280 million a year for the next 4 years.
Or like they just put over 50,000 people in Wembley Stadium.
They're about to do a show in the Tokyo Dome, 50,000 seat stadium in Australia, 40,000 seats in Texas, like, right? And like the biggest like doom and glooming of it all, like right before they're about to do like what is their most ambitious year ever.
Like assuming they get the TV deal, next year will be the most profitable year in AEW history.
It'll be like the first profitable year in AEW
Well,
history,
yes,
probably.
the least loss-making year in AEW history, but still.
But like we said, money's never been the problem.
It's a mark company. Just accept, there's people. The idea of analyzing AEW as a real business is so funny to me.
The only thing I think you can analyze it about is like if like is profitability like a factor in Tony Khan wanting to keep doing it?
Yeah.
Or is it just like love of the game as a sicko?
Like, is his dad gonna be like, dude, stop losing my money? Or can he just lose his money and do his sicko shit because he wants to run a wrestling company? And if it's the latter, all power to him.
Yeah, and then like, you know, God forbid his fucking dad dies at some point, you have no goddamn worries. He could buy every company in the world.
The original Spike TV TNA deal was for 1 year and everyone is happy and there is no fear at this point of it not being renewed. On Saturdays, TNA was projected to do the 0.48 average that Velocity was doing and they averaged closer to a 0.8. When it moved to Thursday, Spike's projections were 0.8 and it ended up beating it by 20%. So TNA running away with it, and for some reason they're going to replace the booker in 2 months.
That's always been their big thing, is like trying to fix the problems that aren't there.
Yeah, they want more, they want bigger, they want endless growth.
But, you know, regardless of all this, the company's in a fine spot for now. It'll be like 4 years before shit starts getting really fucked.
Even then, like the Hogan Bischoff era is successful. There's no threat of the company being in like dire straits until 2014.
2022.
Well, the mood in the locker room is really positive right now, as wrestlers do see a sense of permanence and stability with TNA now that wasn't there a year ago when there was a constant concern about its future. Also, AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels, as veterans of TNA without WWE experience, are content and pleased with their pushes lately, which rubs off on the lesser experienced X Division guys. The wrestlers with the most tainted locker room reps aren't around anymore.
That's good. Wow. Rotating people out who make the locker room shit?
No, you should keep them around until they ruin everything very publicly.
You know, okay, there's something to say about that.
Go.
So, like, the Ricky Starks thing came out, right?
Yeah.
About how, like, you know, like, they feel like he doesn't want to be there, so, like, and he's turning down ideas that have been pitched to him. So it's like, well, you know, whatever, we're not going to pitch ideas because we don't think he wants to be here. And people are like, ugh, how ridiculous of a thing to... It's like, that makes sense. They're still paying the guy. He's still getting a paycheck. Like, all they can do is send him ideas, and if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to do it because they're a company that, you know, allows that instead of just telling people what to do. I
don't know. I would be like, fucking come to work. That would be my stance, honestly.
That would be me too, but it's like, I don't know. I don't see the, like, that's not an AEW, like, negativity from, like, a worker's standpoint, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they're pitching ideas, the dude doesn't want to do the ideas.
Very funny if that's how all workplaces worked. It's like, Liam, we want to pitch you on this idea of you doing this during your shift. And it's like, that doesn't work for me, brother.
Doesn't work for me. Actually, I'm going to stay home, but please pay me still.
Nonetheless.
But it's like, good. I'm glad they're still getting paid, but it's like, I don't know, man. It feels like that seems like a perfectly reasonable response to be like, we don't know if you want to be here. We're not going to keep putting you on TV. Especially if, like, you don't want to come to TV and job.
Come to do...
Which I'm not saying is the Ricky scenario, I don't know. But it's like, you know, the Miro thing that came out a few months ago when it was like, hey, we want to give you, like, this month push, and then you put someone over at the end. And it's like, he just says no. Like, that's crazy to me. Then, like, the idea of just, like, stopping pitching things to people who don't want to do things. It's like call a guy up and say, get on the fucking plane.
Yeah.
Get in the ring. Do the story that I want you to do. Why else do I hire people?
So you can ask them, do they want to do the story? And they say no, and you continue to pay them.
Like that would be probably better for the locker room morale if they had, like, a leader who was willing to put his foot down and say, no, do the shit that I'm paying you to do.
We talked about this, I think, on one of our last episodes, but I think wrestlers are willing to fall in line more than you'd expect if you're hard with them.
Yeah, well, I think that's most people.
Yeah. Oh, actually, speaking of, before you get onto that thought, I meant to do this at the start of the show. You made a very full-throated endorsement of Brett Ratner in the last episode. Would you like to retract that?
Did I?
Yeah.
What'd I say?
Because you were doing like Bryan Singer is terrible, and you were like, unlike my unproblematic king Brett Ratner, and then we didn't visit Brett Ratner's Wikipedia page that day, and maybe should have.
What did he do? Numerous women in... Okay, immigrated to Israel in 2020.
Hey Liam, how do you feel about Brett Ratner?
Brother still makes a hell of an X-Men movie, what can I say?
Sure. Anyway, back to your thought.
No, bury him in the dirt. What do you want from me? I didn't know. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It just gets worse the more you read.
It was one of those where it's like, maybe you want to at least say he sucks publicly. So, like, because I always think about people, because, like, if you go back and listen to War Games, there's a lot of, like, oh, Marty Scurll should show up in AEW. Wouldn't that be great? And, like, people understand that one at least now, whereas this is post Brett Ratner and be like, oh, Brett Ratner's good. A lot of people are listening. It's like, that guy really loves Brett Ratner.
Did I say he was like a great guy?
No, but you were expressly being like, Bryan Singer, fuck him. Brett Ratner, though.
Well, I had heard the Bryan Singer stuff.
Yeah.
Fuck him. Fucking kill him. I don't know. What do you want from me? Murder him. I'm calling for his murder. Socially murder him. I don't know. Yeah, bad guy. The guy who made Red Dragon, huh?
I'll give you a reason.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm gonna say Brett Ratner, piece of shit. Not a good guy. I retract all positive statements about Brett Ratner.
Dixie Carter, again, was not at this week's TNA TV tapings as she remains on maternity leave. She is expected back soon. The locker room atmosphere has been just fine without her, which is kind of mean. Said to be positive as it's been in a while.
I don't know. Why would everything be not?
But, like, you should feel poor Dixie's absence. Everyone should be like, you know what? Everyone's kind of sad without her.
I don't know.
It says one TNA wrestler, the AJ and Daniels elevation in the tag division really has helped morale. So did Scotty putting over Joe. Everyone is laid back. It's a good place to be. See how long that lasts.
We have a story breaking from Mick Foley.
What's Mick Foley saying?
Mick Foley says that that he met with MJF about being his final opponent and doing 6 great weeks of TV.
In AEW?
Yeah.
I see why he would look at Max to do it.
Yeah.
It would be so heartbreaking for me for that to be Mick Foley's like last match. Why not fucking Mox? He's right there.
I don't know. But apparently he had a secret meeting with MJF where before he called off his final match, that it looked like it was going to be MJF.
That's such classic wrestler brain of being like, I can do one more, and then doctors being like, no, you fucking can't.
Yeah. I mean, like, it would have been cool to have a Foley run on AEW.
Yeah.
Just to, like, see him in that, like, 'cause, you know, he did the TNA stuff. Then he would have kind of hit all the big four, like a Stinger, you know?
Like a Jeff Jarrett.
Like a Jeff Jarrett, like a Sting, like a Tony Schiavone.
Like a Juventud Guerrera.
Like, who else?
Who else has been in all 4?
Shane Helm?
DDP.
No, he isn't
DDP has.
Yeah, DDP. But yeah, you know, would have been fun.
During a media conference call on June 22nd, Bill Goldberg has said he has no plans to work for TNA. He said he wants a 1-year, 6-figure deal similar to Sting's 2006 contract, and TNA hasn't been willing to put that on the table. Goldberg said he isn't impressed with TNA because of the low-budget, late-night time slot, lackluster production value, and weak talent roster.
I think he would have been fine with all that stuff if they gave you 6 figures.
Yeah, he would have showed up. He would have...
I probably would have done it.
For 6 figures?
Yeah.
I don't know. Wrestlers get so, like, up their own arse about this shit. Just go fucking wrestle.
I mean, like, if I'm
Joe.
TNA, I would have brought Goldberg in for 6 figures for 1 year.
Well, I guess, like, TNA don't have unlimited budget.
Yeah, but, like, you know, wasn't the idea at the time they were, like, sort of pitching Spike to be a part of that too?
Yeah, I wonder if they didn't sign Sting, would there be part, like, if you were to put Goldberg or Sting on the table for them, which would you take?
I would take Sting.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know, like, they would I could have seen the value of, like, hey, Spike, let's split this, and you can use him as, like, for Spike TV stuff too, because I feel like he'd be good in that role as well.
You can host the video game awards.
Like, you could totally see, like, Goldberg's like an MMA dork, isn't he?
You can put him on an episode of The Dudesons.
Yeah, he'd be awesome on The Dudesons.
You would.
But I don't know. I feel like if you could have justified the money, you should have found a way.
But I think the money is an issue. Like for, I think they're kind of like, obviously they're not as flush with cash as AEW are, but they are like in the spot right now where they're like, like I guess I'm not sure what Bob Carter's wealth is relative to Shad Khan's. Maybe it's less, but I think the willingness to spend it is quite different.
Well, like, where was a Bob Carter ranked in the richest men in the world list?
Like, I'm fairly sure he was a billionaire.
Okay, well then yeah. But again, it's not his vanity project.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, I'm really passionate about this. And like, fair enough, it is his daughter's vanity project in the same it's Shad's son's, but it's less like it's like Tony's childhood dream and Dixie's, I kind of stumbled across this thing I like.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much they could afford to drop another $500,000 or whatever it is on Goldberg, but I probably would have tried to swing it too. I'd imagine they did, and the corporate side just said no. That's probably what happened. Dixie's like, we have Goldberg. Can we get Goldberg? And they were like, how much? And it's like $500,000. It's like, aren't we paying that for Sting? And like, yeah, but we can do it again. And it's like, no. Roderick Strong is no longer on TNA's roster. He would briefly return to TV 2 months ago after serving a 30-day suspension, but he was not brought back afterwards, which is the last we'll ever see of Roddy. Well, actually, he does a dark match, but
he had cool TV matches.
He did have cool TV matches. Like that first few months of the X Division on Spike was really good because you had Aries and Strong and like the TV tags.
Yeah.
Austin Aries is expected to re-sign with TNA after having an on-again, off-again negotiating relationship with TNA following his February suspension. Before traveling to Japan to work a 5-day tour with Dragon Gate, Aries wrote on his website, I'm happy to report after a couple of months of negotiating, I'm set to re-sign and return with TNA. I'm looking forward to coming back and expect to make quite an impact upon my arrival. Aries has been nursing several leg injuries for the last 7 months. He's said to have torn an ACL in his right knee and sprained an ACL in his left knee. Interesting that like and the Observer frames it differently. The Observer frames it as Strong deciding not to re-sign as opposed to being let go. So who knows what it actually was. But it's interesting how they seem to see more value in Aries than Strong.
I mean, he's a talker.
That's true. He's a better television performer, at least at this point. It's going to be...
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Aries works out for them, so...
Yeah, he becomes a very strong TNA guy. It's going to be very interesting in the next few months what happens as far as the decision by Sting, TNA, and Spike regarding a second year. He seems happy from all accounts and was trying to recruit Goldberg, not very successfully, but trying to join him. At $500,000 a year, they're not going to make that back in ratings or pay-per-view money due to him, but loss will be a negative perception issue because no matter how much they push Joe, Sting is still, to the average person, a TV viewer, the biggest star in the show. It is like interesting to think about, like, from a TNA perspective. You've got Sting, you had your year of Sting. Do you keep Sting?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's necessarily been like strong enough on the show that you need to justify it. Like, I think you could totally justify not having him on the show anymore. I don't know if, like, he adds much, like, drawing-wise, necessarily.
There is, like, an interesting historical note that Sting's last episode in 2014, there was never an episode watched by more people again.
There you go. I don't think it would have made as big of a difference here, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, also, like, Sting became, like, one of the TNA guys. Like, the three most pushed people in TNA history are Sting, Kurt Angle, and AJ Styles. So, like, and the fact that they lost Sting and AJ within a week of each other. AJ's last show was like the week before. So the idea that two of the three most featured acts in the history of the company left within the same month really kind of like took a blow to what TNA even felt like anymore.
Yeah. Well, like, again, right, that's identity. Similar to, like, if AEW had lost all of the Elite.
Or, like, even if you know, Mox left. Like, Sting's not the homegrown TNA guy in the way that AJ is. So even if you take out the homegrown AEW guys, quote-unquote, like the Elite, like, Mox is, like, one of the AEW identity guys. And if Mox were to leave, it would sting quite a lot. Pardon the pun.
Haha. Yeah.
Team 3D's contracts are expiring in the next few months in October.
They can go.
It's not 100% how it's going to play out. They do have leverage in that they would be a major acquisition for WWE right now, but their sure on the surface seems to be bad blood in that direction. So, not a fan of Team 3D so far?
I just don't think they've been good. Like, they're fine. I just don't care one way or the other. I wouldn't feel like I've lost anything from them leaving. their best thing that they've given to this company was a segment they weren't in.
They were in those caskets.
So, you know.
Yeah, they do much better work later into their TNA run, but I think the first year or two is a bit rough.
I mean, they obviously get there. Bully becomes like a really great main event guy for a while there. So, but I don't care if they go.
And I don't think it helps that like them and AMW, who weren't a particularly good combo.
Yeah.
Like those matches were just kind of nothing. So.
Well, I think it's because like they just don't work to the speed of everyone else.
Which is funny because like their best matches in TNA as a team were probably against the Guns.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
I don't know. They're an interesting case. They haven't particularly made it an impact, you know?
Ah. Jim Cornette was the featured guest on TNA's monthly conference call July 11th. When asked about how would he consider being part of the creative process, Jim Cornette said there should be a label attached to his name to read, "Doesn't play well with others." He said he doesn't do committees, and he wasn't brought to TNA to be part of one. Cornette said TNA contacted him to be an on-air authority figure, to be the liaison between the fans and the wrestlers. He said he will consult with management if need be, and identify who he thinks are money and can draw ratings, sell pay-per-views, and have good matches. Cornette said the lack of desire to be on the road on a full-time schedule led him to TNA. He said he was about to leave the wrestling business altogether after his experiences in OVW. God damn it, TNA, you dragged him back in. He was nearly gone. But TNA offered him a chance to be part of the company. He said he likes the talent on the roster and was drawn to TNA because, according to Cornette, they allow wrestlers to be themselves on TV and in the ring.
He doesn't like that when they're not, when they're being themselves, and it makes him money.
When he can be mad about the idea of them being themselves instead of being some fancy imaginary version he'd like them to be. He's very good at that, isn't he? Money.
Yeah.
Grift.
Grift.
We don't have any update on pay-per-view numbers other than all indications are that they are remaining at a stable level, but well below the number for Final Resolution for Sting's debut or return. The company got good news that their first pay-per-view back in Australia in years did 5,000 buys, which is a strong number because they don't even have television there right now.
They should run a stadium.
During the weekly pay-per-view era, they would get one show per month in Australia, and the numbers started out well there but didn't hold up. The current product is entirely different from that product. TNA never actually run Australia until, obviously, 2023 in Wagga Wagga. But they did have a tour set in, I think it was 2010, but it was cancelled.
Would I have even known about that? Probably not. No, probably, yeah. I don't think I would have. I probably was paying attention to TNA at that time, but not, like, enough.
Yeah, it was right around the time that you were, like, peak childhood TNA watching.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be around that time that, like, I had my, like, 2 months away from wrestling where it looked like I was going to not watch anymore.
Yeah, we all have it. Mine was the middle of 2005.
And then TNA put the title on Jeff. And I was like, well, I'm back.
Love my another me. Conan's hip is shockingly nearly without pain. He was about to get a hip replacement surgery, which would have cost them more than $20,000 after seeing the San Diego Chargers doctor and the doctor in Mexico, who had a new method of trying to regrow tissue that saved the careers of 2 Olympic skiers and getting no... Dave's fucking sentences. He was talking this way last week to Super Astro, who was in tremendous... and he was thinking he had to retire and get a knee replacement when he took his daughter to Mil Mascaras' doctor. That means something in Mexico because, like him or not, and most don't, everyone knows Mil Mascaras has the best of everything. I like the idea that, like, we hate Mil, but fucking he has a lot of money and he gets the best of everything. So his doctor, yeah.
Yeah. It's a good rep to have.
Who specializes in biomechanics, and the doctor saw Astro limping. He fixed his knee. He was raving to Conan about it, and Conan went to see him this weekend. He went through all of Conan's ailments, which included the hip being bone on bone, an inflamed sciatic nerve, and knee problems stemming from the residual effect of walking all wrong to compensate from the hip pain. He realigned his hip, and Conan, who has been in terrible pain the past 18 months, people in TNA would tell me it hurt them just to see how much pain he's been in, left the office with almost no pain. The doctor told him he'd have to relearn how to walk properly because his overcompensation walk limp he used has been making things worse, all for a visit that cost $40.
So he went to a chiropractor and they went bang bang boom.
Yeah, I think he discovered the art of chiropractic, which is I think an art more than a science, but
yeah, that shit worked for me too, so I can't knock it.
Yeah, but like all art, it can be effective and it can't, depending who you see.
I think the problem with chiropractic, like, for the most part, is just a lot of people who aren't trained in it properly can get degrees in it.
And then you're just like, oh.
It's like if you get someone who's actually trained in it well, they're very good at what they do.
So Conan, and the idea that he's still been wrestling through all this is crazy.
I mean, that's wrestlers, man.
I guess he hasn't been wrestling. Like, it's not like he's had matches that are real matches. He's had, like, tags and 6-mans in which he does nothing. But, like, just the idea that he's doing, like, the Rolling Thunder clothesline or anything when he can't really walk. The controversial July July 7th, TNA Impact presents Night of Champions show that TNA had disavowed wanting to be involved with, but ended up sending some talent to. Drew about 900 fans in Lowell, Massachusetts at the Paul Songas Arena. So this is a fun one, where there is a clause in TNA's NWA contract that says an NWA affiliate can like advertise a TNA event. Basically, you can be like TNA presents because it's in the, but no one ever did that because it seemed like really bad form because it's not a TNA event. And TNA were sending some talent there, and then they were like, "This is a TNA event," and they're like, "No, it's not. Stop saying it's a TNA event." And they're like, "No, we will continue to say it's a TNA event."
That's funny.
So Naturals beat the Heartthrobs. There's a bunch of stuff in this show. Jarrett and Christian was your main event. So yeah, the story was like the advertisers TNA Wrestling, a Night of Champions, and the marquee said TNA Wrestling, a Night of Champions, and it was advertised during WWE programming as a TNA event. And they're like, "No, it's not. Stop saying this."
That's funny though.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
It's a good bit. Well done.
What a weird business.
That people even try this, never mind get away with it.
Yeah.
The first monthly pay-per-view to be held outside Orlando may be the October 22nd Bound for Glory pay-per-view in Detroit, which that does turn out to be the case. And if
Good. Let's get this shit on the road.
a funny Shelley note is the new Alex Shelley t-shirt that he hates is now one of the company's best-selling pieces of merchandise.
I wonder why he hates the Paparazzi Productions.
Maybe he just doesn't like the color orange.
I mean, maybe it is quite garish. But I think it suits it. The idea of like a paparazzi wearing like the most blatantly obvious shirt ever, it's very funny.
Yeah, and also like I was at All In, and nothing makes you want wrestling shirts that aren't the color black than attending a wrestling stadium show and seeing everybody wearing wrestling shirts that are the color black. So
Yeah.
seeing a nice colorful orange shirt is quite nice.
I don't know, it's like I feel like I'm so like black shirt pilled though. I don't like, unless there's like something really cool on white, I don't know if I ever would go with other colors either.
I do believe every shirt you wore while we were in Australia was black.
The Pokemon thing was mint.
That's true. But that was, yeah, okay.
That wasn't a shirt.
No.
Like as far as t-shirts though, they're pretty much all black.
Like the New Zealand rugby team.
Yeah, that's me.
You love New Zealand.
I love them.
All right, that's the news. That brings us to broad topics. We're not going to start with wrestling, Liam. We're going to start with the video that aired on the first Impact of the month, the Knockouts photo shoot.
Of course, I know that you were waiting with bated breath.
I was sitting there. Christy Hemme was like, "You're not going to believe it. We have these amazing photos."
Yeah, my favorite, like, it was the, like, how complex her poses got with each individual, like, coming up soon. And, like, there was one where she was bent in, like a question mark.
Yeah.
She was, like, standing like a question mark with her leg in the... And I was like, I tried to do it. I tried to, like, reenact it. And I was like, that seems very uncomfortable.
You're not flexible enough to do the Christy Hemme?
Not for the... maybe. I won't write myself off, you know.
I appreciate that commitment from Christy, where she's like, "We're filming 4 coming up tonight videos, and we got to make them interesting."
And it's like, yeah, she really went, like, above and beyond.
Fair play to her.
She's definitely, like, she's what do they call maximizing your minutes.
Yeah, it's like, I've got 45 seconds of total screen time. This is all I'm doing in this company right now.
Let me contort myself in the manner of an equation.
Becoming the precursor to an NWA character.
Becoming a literal mouse cursor. Just a big floating arrow with my body.
She was promoting that photo shoot for the entire show. These amazing Knockouts photos that you have to see to believe. Did you love them when you saw them, Liam?
It seemed cool. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, and that's all that I care about.
It was very funny that Jackie was there.
Yeah, I mean, they did them a minute ago, you know?
Yeah, so it was Gail, Tracy, Val, Christy, and Jackie. 2 of whom aren't really on TV, because Tracy's isn't on TV either at the moment, because Matt Bentley seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth. And Jackie, who is pregnant and also gone. This is, I think, the last TV appearance of Jackie. I think we already did the Remember When, but there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense still.
So yeah, those are your Knockouts photos. That's your women's... Actually, no, there's women on the pay-per-view. I was going to say that's your women's content for the month, but there are women wrestling on the pay-per-view.
This is a women-respecting promotion now.
Yeah.
How do you think the pay structure of a photo shoot works? Do you think they get paid like the same as like a booking date?
I would imagine because they filmed them at TV, nearly certainly.
Okay, so they're like, while we're filming TV, go off with the photographer and take your photos for the perverts.
Yeah, I would imagine they're not flying them in just for the photo shoot. I would imagine while they have them in for TV, they are like, all right, you're going to do
Well,
a
they might
photo
be
shoot
flying. Might be flying some of them in just for the photo shoot.
Well, yeah, Tracy's not doing anything else. Tracy is probably being flown in just for the photo shoot.
But yeah, okay. And then like, I think they get a commission or a percentage on each calendar. Was it for a calendar or was it just photos?
I think it was just photos. I'm sure they put a gallery up on the website or something. Or maybe it was just for this video package. Maybe it was actually not technically a photo shoot. It was a video shoot.
Oh my god, it's too confusing. Someone hit the Wayback Machine.
Where's the sexy men photo shoot?
Every other minute of the television show.
Where's Abyss giving me some poses?
When he goes to the ring and he goes, and crosses his arms.
Where's my sultry photos of Monty Brown?
Every time he walks out the goddamn entrance tunnel, what are you thinking?
You're not going to believe these photos of AJ Styles.
And it's just him doing the, like, pose with the arms.
yeah.
It's him doing the shooting star into the pool with Vince Russo in the background.
Yeah, they took some great photos of that. It's a TNA classic photo series. It's that. It's Trio LK sitting in front of a screen. It's all the things you love from TNA history.
Specifically the Asylum era.
It is funny that this is the first month. I think this is the first women's match of the year this month. The first time women wrestle in 2006 is Victory Road.
Hey, it's only like 8 months.
And I don't think women have really wrestled. No, there was the Tracy Trinity mixed tag. So I think it's the first women's match since like May 2005.
Sick.
It's a good company.
I mean, and just because Gail can bully them into doing it.
Yeah, she desperately, violently wants to wrestle. You can tell, like, every time that she has to do anything physical on the show, she's, like, so up for doing it.
Speaking of maximizing your minutes.
Yeah, it's the only time she gets to do anything remotely resembling wrestling. So if she gets to hit, like, a Rana in a match, or if she has to take a bump, she is like, yes, I'm doing it.
And she'll make it look better than, like, 80% of the people on the roster.
So there's your women update. Actually, no, we will actually talk about the match. So I guess we'll have a second women update later on.
My god, we're breaking barriers.
Yeah, never mind Trinity versus Tracy or Alexis Lurie versus Trinity. We have two things. Well, actually, yeah, that's two things with women to talk about instead of just one usually, or none.
Look at us. Jumping bomb audio coming for you.
Yeah, we're gonna be a women's podcast by the end of this.
Yeah, this is a Joshi podcast now.
We are going to respect women.
I've always done that, but it's a new leaf for you.
Yeah, it's a long-term arc of the podcast where over the course of it took me 50 episodes to finally come to respect women, because like I've been watching TNA obviously, which has no respect for women, and that is where I learned my women respecting or lack thereof. And I'm finally like, wait a minute, women wrestling?
It's true, they do it.
And it just took me seeing Gail Kim, all-time great.
Can you be blamed?
So if you remember, at the end of Slammiversary, Jeff Jarrett regained the NWA World title in controversial fashion.
Boy, do I remember it.
There was a whole deal where Earl Hebner knocked over a ladder and Larry Zbyszko cost Christian and Sting the match, and then Jarrett won the match. But then Jim Cornette came out and took the belt off Jarrett, and that was your Slammiversary cliffhanger.
And we were left wondering, what the heck's gonna happen next,
So we opened the June 22nd Impact with Jim Cornette. He kicks off the show after Slammiversary's ending. He's going to bring order and accountability back to TNA after Larry Z has run amok. Him and TNA management have been hunkered down, and he's sick of Jeremy Borash hovering around outside his office door being like, hey, Jim, give me an idea what's going on.
Gotta give me the scoop. He's a 1920s reporter now.
He does kind of sound like that.
Yeah, it's like if you like injected like a healthy dose of millennial in there.
They should put him in a little hat.
This is the weird combo.
They should give him a hat.
Should be. He's a very 2006 man.
He is. Fair play to him.
Like on the other side of the spectrum of Alex Shelley being the most 2006 man. Like if there was a tier list of who was the most 2006 on the roster, like your S tier rankings would be Alex Shelley and Jeremy Borash.
And they're very kind of different kinds of 2006.
Yeah. But still 2006 at its core. That's the important thing.
Yeah, like Shelley is the kind of 2006 that people now aspire to go back to.
Yeah, like Shelley is the kind of 2006 that would have been hosting a G4 show. I'm not sure G4 was around in 2006, but, you know, that's my reference.
And JB is the kind of 2006 that would be hosting an MTV show.
Yeah, and he'd be, like, leering at the women.
Yes, he sure would. He'd be on, like, TRL or some shit.
G4 started in 2002.
Was it already gone by 06?
No, it went until 2014.
Did it last that long?
Yeah, 22 years.
Really?
And then the relaunch only lasted 2.
Oh, that was always doomed to fail, though.
I was like right on the money with like the era for like in my head though. Wait, I got a fun G4 note for you.
Please tell me.
It was reported that the UFC and NWA were in separate talks to buy G4 in 2011. The UFC eventually partnered with Fox while WWE launched its own network on February 24, 2014.
So G4 being the underpinning to the network was like an idea they had?
Yeah.
I guess like one of the original ideas for the WWE network that they were thinking of before they went with streaming was that it would just be like a linear channel that would be like 24/7.
Yeah, which is what we had in Australia. I don't know if that was other places, I assume it was, but we had like a WWE channel basically.
Yeah, I know they had like WWE Classics on Demand and stuff like that. That was like a channel on TV at some point.
Yeah, we had that. And now that we have that again, actually.
That's what your WWE network is now, yeah.
No, we have WWE network proper. Like, well, not proper, but you know what I mean? Like, it is
built into another
all
app.
on demand. Yeah, all on demand on the Binge app. But it also has part of that deal, because Binge is like all the sort of Fox channels on paid TV here. Part of that was there is a WWE channel on paid TV now, and a live feed in the app that play the pay-per-views, as well as like, you know, just your weekly TVs and your C shows, and then some classic content.
That's fun.
I never use it. I should just like use it as a thing to put on in the background at times. But I guess I'm not bereft of background content.
Yeah, and the problem is they probably like lean too much heavily on like modern stuff. So
I'm gonna go to the what it is right now, and just for like shits and giggles. Might take a while with my amazing internet.
Nah, I'll just cut it out.
Cool. WWE. It is the first channel on the app. Fun fact.
Oh.
Oh, I can't play it on mobile data.
Ah, well,
Considering that is the only data that I have available to me right now.
we will never know.
How much more do how much do I have left? Check that out.
Enough to get through this podcast.
I have 180 gigs a month.
Oh, you're fine.
I did get my 50% warning a while ago.
Okay.
And you may be like, oh, that's because your internet doesn't work and no, that's just how much I used.
Also toward the end of the month, so.
It is. I have used 120.
So you use 60, you're fine.
And 11 days to my renewal. But hopefully my internet will be back up.
You can hide from your phone.
That's an update to all the listeners on my current internet situation.
So Jim Cornette addresses LAX, who he was meant to have an appointment with, but they no-showed it. He's going to fire somebody next week, in which a "Fire Jarrett" chant breaks out.
And Cornette was like,
It's a good idea. It is actually interesting, like the crowd were kind of booing him here.
I mean, he's a heel. Like, he's not a nice person. Whenever he's in the ring, he's a dick to everybody. Like, in like a way that's like, if I was there, I'd be like, yeah, fuck you too, man.
I think they worked out by like the next week's big promo that he's meant to be a babyface, but they were like, "Are you an asshole? Are we meant to be not liking you?"
I mean, yeah, he's like racist to LAX. That's once again proving LAX's entire gimmick correct. And he did the like Christian thing.
What Christian thing?
Where the patriarchy, where he hit Jarrett with she's already dead, which got boos.
Yeah.
So it's like, you are racist? You're a racist to LAX, and then you told someone that their grandma's dead. Of course you were getting booed.
And she's ashamed of you, yeah. So Corny says he says the things that happen with Jarrett make him embarrassed to be associated with professional wrestling. Next week he'll make an announcement about who the world champion is, as well as what's going to happen at Victory Road. He knew and loved Jeff Jarrett's grandmother, and she'd be as ashamed of Jeff as he is if she wasn't already dead, as he said. He'll see Jarrett next week, and Jarrett appears and shouts at him.
I mean, like, these segments are kind of like boring or whatever, but I think it's a good American TV angle start to the show thing. Like, it's better than just like, all right, I don't want to say Diamonds in the Rough because they're in the next match, but
but we won't be talking about that next match for like 20 minutes, so you're fine.
Yeah, okay, sure. It's like Diamonds in the Rough opened the show in a tag that no one gives a fuck or shit about. Neither a fuck nor a shit. So it's like, you know, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's like an angle show. It runs through this show as well. We'll talk about that. There's backstage segments. It sets up the main angle for next week. It sets up Jeff Jarrett's favorite story, which is there's a thing he wants to know about, so he can shout at people about whether or not they can tell him about the thing he wants to know about.
And guess what?
What?
He'll find out his answer at the pay-per-view.
It is. You mentioned that in the last episode that like Jeff Jarrett does this story all the goddamn time. That there is just a thing he needs to know, and all he does for the entire month is shout at somebody about that thing. And like they are doing it again. God damn it.
I have a feeling it won't be the last time we get this story.
So a bunch of people are waiting for meetings with Jim Cornette. Eric Young is paranoid that because Jim Cornette says somebody's going to lose his job, it's going to be him.
Thus we get the beginning of Don't Fire Eric.
Jarrett charges in and demands, he's like, Eric, I don't give a shit about what you're talking about, and demands to talk to Jim Cornette.
That's a good sign for Eric, I'd say. Because, like, Jarrett's taking the heat.
Yeah, you want the guy to come in and shout at the dude, so he's like, never mind, I was going to fire Eric, but I'm going to fire you instead, because you're annoying.
Exactly. I like how Paul Eric, very low self-esteem guy, that he's like, I've done nothing wrong, and yet I still think I'm going to be one that goes.
He's paranoid. He's gotten in his head. We are back from break with the same crew outside the door. Lethal and Sabin were there for the last segment as well. Lethal wants to know why EY is so paranoid, and EY is like, do you know what it's like to be me?
God, he's so good. Oh, I didn't realize he would find so much of this already. I thought like this was going to be a thing like we got in 2 years. But like he's already there.
Yeah. Jarrett comes out of the office. EY wants to know about if he's being fired. And Jarrett's like, shut the hell up. I have to wait 7 days to find out about my title.
I like that Jarrett is very mean to him because he's like, I like tolerated you during Planet Jarrett. And now I don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, it's just like, because like the whole thing with the Sting thing was like that the only person that believed Eric was Jarrett. He couldn't let it go, but now he's like, shut the fuck up.
And like, Eric is kind of taken aback. He's like, we were cool.
We used to be buddies, and now you want to fire me too, Jeff, don't you? You hate me too.
And if it could, he probably would. But like, I wonder if this has to be like a little meta thing, right? With like them like thinking about canning him as many months ago.
Yeah, because that was back at the start of 2005 when Dusty wanted to let him go, and then he had that really good pay-per-view match.
And like all the boys like going around so that Eric doesn't get fired. Like, it seems like it's a thing they turned into a thing.
So like the paranoia backstage might have been like a thing that permeated enough for people to go, that's actually a fun gimmick.
Yeah. Or like even like, you know, something he pitched or like just, you know, something. Like it feels like that came from a real place.
Yeah. So later in the show, JB is still outside Cornette's office. Christian walks up. JB wants to know what Christian wants. Christian says if Cornette is here to do the right thing, he'll give him his title back. Then Christian reemerges later in the show. Christian will also have to wait a week. Sting walks up. Christian doesn't think this Cornette guy is going to work out. He's like, you know, this guy, let's go back to Larry Z.
Everything about it was like Christian walked in there with such confidence. He's like, I don't have to wait. I don't need a meeting. I'm the guy around here. Walked in, then walked out. I was like, I have to wait till next week like everyone else.
You got to get that Cornette guy out of here.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I'm a Larry Z defender as well, Christian.
Sting has something to say to Corny. Christian is like, Sting, buddy, we're pals. What are you going to say to him? What are you going to say? And Sting says Christian will be the first to find out, but not right now, apparently.
Which is incorrect, because Jim Cornette will be the first to find out.
That's true. And JB will be the second to find out. Christian is like third.
Maybe Christian's right about this Sting guy not being trustworthy.
Main event. X Division titles on the line. Senshi and Sanjay Dutt challenge Samoa Joe.
You ever seen a match more specifically designed to not have someone lose?
Yeah, very much. Especially because like it does make a degree of sense because Senshi and Dutt were the last two in the X Division rankings match, so they didn't pluck them out of nowhere. But also Senshi won that match. Why is Sanjay getting a shot?
Because Joe's not going to get pinned or submitted.
That's it. So EY is in the crowd with the Don't Fire Eric sign, and that is the beginning. The crowd chants along. That's the beginning of Don't Fire Eric.
It's so good.
Steiner brains Joe at ringside with a chair to take him out. This opens it up for Senshi to hit Dutt with the Warriors Way and win the X Division title, as TNA very much reinforces Samoa Joe was not pinned.
We did everything here to make sure Joe was protected.
Yeah, nice to see the X Division get a TV main, but also it was fine.
Yeah, Senshi, it's crazy because like Key is as good as these other guys. But it's like, I mean, he's still kind of in that building stage, but like Joe was having killer like build up matches, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like even I feel like Key's first run was even stronger, you know?
Yeah, like he has yet to have like a standout performance here. I think the squash he did last month was fun just because it was like a Warrior's Way and that's a cool move. But like the 6-man at the pay-per-view, the last one wasn't very good. This was fine, and the Frankie match was fine that we're going to talk about in a minute. Spoilers, Frankie's back. But yeah, not a great like first couple of months for Senshi. Not like, oh my god, thank God Loki's here again.
Do you think Key is slightly overrated in ring?
I think he's not a sure thing.
Like a lot of other guys were.
Yeah, like if you put Bryan Danielson in there or Samoa Joe in there, he is a sure thing. And there's oftentimes you get Senshi or Loki, fucking. There's oftentimes you get Loki and you don't know what Loki you're going to get. But if you get Loki, it's the fucking best thing in the world.
Also, like maybe sneakily a tag guy.
Might be, because like his thing is like big explosive offense, so that kind of works better in a tag setting where he doesn't have to do like the full psychology of the match. He can work that into like the psychology of tag psychology, which I think works a little better.
But because like even in like the New Japan, in the Raintakers stuff I've been watching, Raintakers go buy Patreon, give me money. Even in then, like I feel like he wasn't delivering to the level of a Devitt or an Ibushi. Again, maybe unfair. They are like a decade younger than him or whatever.
Yeah, and he is an aura guy. So if he's not booked in a way that makes them like project that aura, it takes something away from him.
He's an interesting case.
That on so many levels, which is what makes him a great wrestler, I think.
Or at least like an interesting note, like in 20 years when a lot of people have forgotten about him, and it's like, let's reanalyze this Key career, you know?
Because that is the thing. He will be forgotten. And it's kind of sad to say. Like, he will be fundamentally forgotten.
I mean, like, we've been having this conversation lately about Hansen.
Yeah, like, if fucking Stan Hansen isn't remembered by, like, the average young wrestling fan because there's nowhere that will, like, evangelize. That's what you need. You need, like, an institution like WWE or now AEW or even, like, a New Japan to, like, evangelize the history of you. And no one's going to do that for Loki.
Yeah. And like, I guess your best bet there is like an AEW, which does acknowledge outside promotions and history.
And obviously owns the Ring of Honor library.
Owns the ROH library. But it's like, again, they can't do it for fucking everyone.
And they're going to do it for the people like Samoa Joe or Bryan Danielson that they employ.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, like, Eddie Guerrero is an all-time great, but the reason, like, so many people say Eddie Guerrero is their favorite wrestler is because we have now had nearly 20 years since he died of, like, WWE constantly evangelize Eddie Guerrero. You know, they're constantly talking about how good Eddie was. They show highlights of how, like, DVDs. It's like everyone talks about Eddie. So that's the reason that, like, permeates into fan culture, that because Eddie has been, propped up is the wrong word to use, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, he has been like he's been used as like a token idea of like an all-time great.
Yeah, and that's been reinforced and pushed over and over again to the extent that every WWE Performance Center wrestler now says their favorite wrestler is Eddie Guerrero, and that's where that comes from.
I wonder if part of that like idea will die with the fact that we don't have DVD releases anymore.
That's because it's really weird to me that like we have more wrestling easily accessible than ever before, and somehow less of it is getting through. You can find like 50 of the best Stan Hansen matches right now on YouTube or Dailymotion for free. You can type Stan Hansen match into YouTube and you will get 10 great Stan Hansen matches. But nobody's doing that.
I have one on my second monitor right now.
It's my big frustration with, I think, modern wrestling criticism and modern wrestling coverage is we spend so much time, I know, but we spend so much time giving out about like whatever the talking point of the week is that we spend far less time than we used to diving into historical stuff and trying to actually dig this stuff up.
People don't analyze anything anymore. And people don't care about history, and like people who like have become voices on
wrestling.
This topic. Yeah, I was trying to avoid it. People who have become voices in wrestling journalism and wrestling historians are like they're not actual like historians. Like they know nothing. Like out of all like the biggest voices in pro wrestling right now, and I don't mean to be like gatekeepy guy or whatever,
gatekeep,
but it's like
gatekeep is good.
But like but like they don't know a Stan Hansen match, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, and that's insane because like that's what you're it's almost like a responsibility to be like at least somewhat knowledgeable of the history of pro wrestling. And it's even more egregious when you get people talking about specific companies and they don't know the history of the company. Like, you'll get modern reviewers of promotions of companies that have been around for 20 years and they haven't even seen shit. So like, they're just talking about it from the perspective of like what they've seen in the last 4 or 5 years, and that's insane. I mean, everyone has to start somewhere, but it's when you're already put on like a pedestal with a following, like it's like almost the duty or a responsibility to at least be somewhat knowledgeable, because otherwise it's like you're screaming into nothing about nothing with no backup or context. We could have just jumped into a TNA review podcast, you know, like that would have been easy. But it's like this is what more people, I don't mean to be like more people should be like us, but like retrospectives should be a bigger thing.
There should be multiple for every company, frankly.
There's not even like WWE ones.
Well, there is, but we just do the Attitude Era over and over and over.
Yeah, that's the thing. They do WCW versus WWE.
That's the only thing we do retrospectives on. Like I know there's some that like dive into like Ruthless Aggression era, and I understand why no one wants to dive into like 2010 WWE. We did it for the Patreon show. It was unbearable to just do like 5 months of it. But like that's what we need more of. We need more of people diving. Like the Bryan Danielson Shield stuff is 10 years old now. Like I was thinking like, when is the right time you can start doing AEW history stuff? And I was like, we're coming up on 5 years since they launched Dynamite. So like, when do we start talking about that stuff in like a historical context? I don't know, but like, as I said, all we ever do is Monday Night War. It's all we ever do.
And like, I understand that everyone's gonna have blind spots. This is a gigantic industry that has been around for a long ass time, but it's like, you gotta at least own it if you don't know it.
Yeah, that's my big thing. My big thing is the confidence with which they make broad declarations that is not backed up by knowledge.
Oh, this is the best angle ever. This is the hottest storyline ever. This is the biggest draw ever. And you're like, shut up. It's not even the biggest draw or the best storyline, like whatever, of the company you're talking about.
And it's like my big frustration when I wrote about that wrestling Twitter thing I wrote like 4 months ago was that the people who do know this stuff, the people who do know better, keep getting dragged into the mud with these other people. We keep letting those people define how we talk about this stuff. Like those brainless people who have only seen 2 years of wrestling, who is like, this match is the best that has ever existed. And then next week they're like, this match is the best that has ever. And fair, like Dave Meltzer does that too, I guess. Dave Meltzer has this new match of the year of the week every week. But
match of the life.
Yeah, every match is the new best match of all time to Dave, which I guess is a fun way to exist when you're in your 60s. Usually people go the other way, but anyway.
Yeah, but like, and also I don't think that like if you are someone new that like it doesn't disqualify you from talking about wrestling either. Like, that's really fun to watch someone who hasn't seen anything see things for the first time.
And they can bring a new perspective on it. Like, they can have a new take, seeing old stuff with modern eyes, being like, this is different in a good way or bad way from the stuff we watch right now.
But again, acknowledge that, like, well, that's what they'll be talking about. But, like, acknowledge that there is the gaps there. That, like, and, like, yeah, go out and explore it. It's fun. Like, that's what I did from, like, 15 to now. You know, it's like, I if there was things I didn't know about, like, that was the fun thing. It was, like, finding as much things from a time period that you can, and digging in and finding new favorites, finding people that, like, you never would have seen otherwise. You're like, wow, this is, like, someone that I love now and think is a really, like, great talent. And now you unlock things like that, you know?
Especially for people for whom their entire career is done. Like, you can see the entire span of Terry Funk or Dusty Rhodes or Ric Flair or Misawa or Curryman or anybody, you know? If you want silly, if you want fun, if you want main event, if you want undercard, if you want wrestling, if you want storytelling, it is all there if you're curious.
But, like, I mean, I get that part of it probably is that, like, when there's 20 hours of mainstream American television pro wrestling to watch a week, it probably does make it difficult. But, like, I don't know, make some time. Doesn't have to be a lot, just make some time. Find some things that, like, you wouldn't see otherwise.
And you do need help. That's what, like, that, again, to go back to my frustration with a lot of people who should know better aren't helping people. Like, you should have, here's how you approach Stan Hansen's career. You know, here's how you should like dive in. Here's where you can start from. Here are 10 matches to start with and expand from. And we should be talking about that all the time for wrestlers. We only ever do it when they die. We wait for somebody to die, and then we're like, oh, well, it wasn't like Terry Funk really great. Here's how you should watch Terry Funk. No, we should be doing that all the time for every wrestler. Like, not just us going through TNA being like, well, we have our spreadsheet now, like, that you can go and you can see, you can 2 points of view about what the best matches from 2002 to 2006 are. We have that little curation thing there for patrons if you want it. Like, that should be there for everybody. For AJ, for Misawa, for Stan Hansen, for Hulk Hogan. Like, we should be curating that and celebrating it and talking about it, as opposed to what's the dopey wrestling Twitter talking point of the week. Do we need to send tweets about the WWE thing about, oh, you know, AEW are overpaying for talent? Do we need to even talk about that? No, we don't. It's a WPR bullshit thing. Nobody needs to say a word about it. It doesn't inform anybody. It doesn't make conversation better. It's reactionary bullshit. Let's celebrate pro wrestling.
Just, I don't know. It's fun to explore. And even if you think it's not going to be fun and there's not something there for you, there's always going to be something there for you.
So Loki is new X Division champion.
Yeah.
Sting emerges from Cornette's office after going in earlier. Cornette is going to work out just fine, says Sting. So he got what he wants. He got everything he wanted.
He's already fighting against exactly what Christian said.
Yeah, and he didn't tell Christian. He is appearing on the show to undermine Christian. June 29th Impact. Christian opens the show, and he talks about how there'll be a company meeting with Jim Cornette later tonight, but he wants none of those politics. He just wants to talk to Sting. Christian knows that Cornette is going to give him back his title tonight. He says if Sting wants a title shot, he just has to ask, but have the balls to say it to his face.
I like this segment. We're getting a little more like heelish stuff from Christian, and it works way better.
Yeah, because Sting calls Christian Jeff Jarrett, and Christian's like, am I wearing white pants and look like an ass? I think it is a tacit admission, and it is like the truth of Christian's career that the man has always been a better heel than he's been a babyface. And I wouldn't call him a flop as a babyface here in his first, what are we at, like 7 or 8 months, but he is much better as a heel. So,
but it's like, also, you really don't want your biggest star in the company to be a heel if you can avoid it.
Yeah, and like the idea is he's coming in as this guy that WWE didn't treat properly, so you want to be like, he's the hero here, as opposed to being like, WWE didn't treat him properly and he's really bitter about it, which he is, but
like, there's a reason that like Moxley was a babyface for the first 3 years of AEW.
Or even like Hogan to WCW,
like,
same thing.
Yeah, like, it's just, that's what it should be. Like, that's how you should bring someone in.
Though maybe turning them within the first year is kind of a mission of failure, but
yeah, but you know, I guess we'll see. But also, again, like, American pro wrestling TV is very like shotgun blast, like reactionary, go bang bang boom. Not so much like, you're not slow burning it as much.
I do think it does become a bit of a trend. Like, Christian comes in as a babyface, turns heel within the first year. Angle comes in as a babyface, turns heel within the first year. Booker comes in as a babyface, turns heel within the first year. Mick Foley comes in as a babyface, turns heel within the first year. Hulk Hogan comes in as a babyface, turns heel within the first year. Jeff Hardy comes in as a babyface, turns heel within the first year. So it's like, all of them, you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, because I think they immediately treat them like they're the furniture, you know, that they've been there the whole time.
And there is the universal truth: wrestling bookers are bad at booking baby faces.
It's harder than booking a heel.
It is, and they're bad at it, so they just turn people heel because that's easier. Sting says right now you do look like Jeff Jarrett. Sting has been where Christian is, but Christian's cracking under the pressure and second guessing people. He talked to Cornette last week, not about getting a title shot or anything like that. He just wanted a tag team match. Now, why he couldn't tell Christian last week that he was just asking for a tag team match, who knows?
Perhaps he is just testing him.
And Christian is failing comprehensively. But also, he has reason to be paranoid.
Like, it's hard to trust Sting, man. That guy's a shifty individual.
Yeah, when Sting is like, oh, you'll find out with the rest. He's just asking, like, he asked for Christian and Sting versus Steiner and Jarrett on TV. And of course, Cornette would book the match with stars on television. Why would he not book that? So why is Sting being so coy about it? Christian cuts Sting off, then it's like, next week, it's showtime. So they appear to be on the same page once again.
The same page.
Just gonna let it sit in silence. Awkward silence.
I love when jokes deliver.
JB has Jarrett and Steiner. Steiner says they're not big and strong enough to win. He's disgusted that he picked a partner from Ethiopia because apparently they have better muscle tone in Ethiopia than Christian, is what he was going for.
Yeah, because he's saying that Christian is malnourished.
Jarrett says Cornette's only possible choice is to affirm the Slammiversary results, stop the vote, and give Jarrett the title belt. Steiner asks if Joe has learned his lesson. So still Steiner-Joe stuff.
I did like the immediate cut to Jarrett and Steiner. Get their reaction on what has transpired. And also, neither of them being cowards about it either. They're just like, yeah, let's fucking go, we'll throw hands.
So the main event segment of this show is one we'll come back to a lot for the various stories this month.
It's like a goddamn woke liberal rainbow in the...
It is.
in the written format.
Yeah, in our notes we color code the stories now to make it easier to track like the segments for each, and this is the most trans-coded segment of the notes there has ever been.
Ironic it's in the Cornette segment.
Sure is. So Cornette holds a public meeting where he addresses the various characters and stories of TNA, so that's the reason we'll be coming back to this like 5 times. But for the purposes of the main event story, he calls Earl, Jarrett, and Larry into the ring. Steiner joins them. Cornette then fires Earl Hebner.
I like that when Steiner gets in the ring, Cornette's like, well, I didn't call you in, but you get your big ass in here too.
And Eric Young celebrates the firing of Earl Hebner like he has won the Super Bowl, because it is not him.
Yeah. We should have been to the bit like Cornette goes, I haven't decided on you yet.
Cornette says the words, I'm sick of hearing about Montreal and I'm not letting it go any further. Well, Jim, I have bad news for you. TNA do at least 2 more big Montreal-based segments before we're done. At least 2 that I can remember.
Well, Cornette might not have been there for those, so he has plausible deniability.
So then he circles back later to the NWA World Title situation because he is holding the title in abeyance. Technically not vacated. I think they just affirmed the results. So there's no vacated. It's not a second Jarrett reign, you'll be pleased to know, over this period. Cornette doesn't like handing people titles like some people do with their son-in-law.
Good shot.
Sting and Christian were neck and neck, so he can't award the title to either one of them because the other one will be mad. So he books a number 1 contenders match for Victory Road. It will be Steiner versus Sting versus Christian versus Samoa Joe. Joe gets a big reaction. And then the winner will face the still world champion, Jeff Jarrett, at Hard Justice in August. Cornette is sweating here.
I like them giving the title back to Jeff here because like it does feel like something that like sports manager man Jim Cornette would do, because he would be like, I don't want to have another like vacation on the like title history. I would rather just set up a strong contender to face Jarrett.
Yeah, it does make sense that, like, Jarrett, you have the belt, but it will not be for long because we have the 4 biggest killers in TNA in this number 1 contenders match, and the winner's going to be coming for you. That kind of thing.
It's good. I think it feels very, like, real.
I do like that Jarrett does not give a shit about the number 1 contenders match. He's just ecstatic that he got his belt back.
Because he's just like, in his mind, he's like 80% sure he's not going to get to keep that belt.
Some fans start throwing trash, so Steiner shouts at them. Jarrett and Steiner brawl with Christian and Sting to close the show to set up the tag match next week, and then Joe chokes out Steiner as we go off the air. Jim Cornette was in hospital the day before leaving for Orlando because he has so little range of motion in his knee. The spot at Slammiversary where he threw the cane away wasn't planned. It was actually almost a panic situation. He was swinging the cane, and with the heat, he was sweating heavily, and the cane flew out of his hands and into the crowd. At that point, he basically had no choice than to somehow move very slowly on the ramp without the cane. It was described that on the first night with that building filled with hardcore fans, he got a face reaction. The first interview on the second night with the crowd filled with a lot of park goers who only knew him from the old days, he was booed at first.
I would attest. I would attest. They didn't know him so much from the old days as they did not know him, and he was acting like a cunt.
I do like that Dave likes the idea that, like, oh, you know, the random Universal Studios park goer, of course, knew
these 8-year-olds who were at Universal Park tapings.
They were watching their 1980s NWA, and of course they remembered Jim Cornette as a heel manager, so they booed him.
Yeah, they love the new Midnights versus the old Midnights.
The second interview on the second night, the crowd was with him until he gave the title back to Jarrett, at which point people started throwing bottles. Cornette wasn't on the tapings for the second half of the month, and he's missing the Victory Road pay-per-view because of an ROH pay-per-view commitment, and the Hard Justice pay-per-view because he has a wrestling convention in Washington that weekend. The deal is, if he's needed, he'll come to Nashville and tape interviews to be inserted into the TV show.
It seems like a good deal for Jim Cornette.
Yeah, it's doing pretty okay there, isn't he?
It's like, I feel like a lot of other people wouldn't be getting away with, oh, I want to work ROH instead, and I want to do a convention.
Or signing a deal and not showing up to like the first half of the dates afterward.
Yeah, they fired Roderick for something similar.
And they didn't even like no-show TNA. They were like, we just want to do the Ring of Honor date before TNA.
Yeah.
August 6th Impact, JB is with Sting outside his locker room looking for comments about the biggest match in Impact history, the main event, Sting and Christian versus Jarrett and Steiner. Christian walks up and wonders, does JB have a crush on him? Because he appears to appear wherever Christian is.
And maybe.
Sting and he are partners tonight, but opponents at Victory Road.
Can they coexist, some would ask.
It's a time-old question. An ageless question, some might say. Or an aged question. JB has Steiner and Jarrett. They're going to start taking people out tonight, starting with Christian and Sting. Then Steiner will take out Joe. And then JB is like, if you take out Christian and Sting, then you beat Joe, you're number one contender. And Jarrett's like, don't you start driving a wedge between us. But Steiner is deep in thought.
He's like,
NWA world title, you say?
Well, the thing about Steiner is, like, it's been very adamant, like, his whole reason that he's here is because Jarrett is his mate.
He's been paid to take out Sting, and he is wanting to take out Sting.
And he doesn't like Joe.
JB has Joe. Joe says Scott Steiner can't beat him. You can make all the plans, but the minute you step into the ring with him, it all changes. Runs down his 3 opponents at the pay-per-view. It's not about beating Steiner anymore. It's about hurting him. And then our big main event, Christian Cage and Sting defeat Scott Steiner and Jeff Jarrett in the biggest match in Impact history. Do you think this is the biggest match in Impact history?
No, there's always the biggest match in fucking Impact history. It's a big match that feels like a good TV main event.
Yeah, stars in the main event is fun.
That is what I will give it.
Chene says the words we hate more than any other are Jeff Jarrett, NWA World Champion. You're damn right, Mike.
Blah.
Sting places Steiner's chainmail on his head and punches him, which is a funny bit.
That's so Sting. It's like the most Sting spot ever.
Christian goes up top, and Jarrett pushes Christian off the top of the floor. And he takes a flip bump off the top to the floor for a crash to break. And it's the stupidest spot I've ever seen anybody take for that.
And it's an extra quarter star on the match.
It really is. It's one of those bumps that you're like, holy shit, what are you doing? I don't think he meant to do it. I think he meant to just like go off the top into the rail, but realized he fell wrong, so just took the bump to the floor. But good God.
Oh, and what was going through Christian Cage's head in that moment?
I'd imagine there's a little bit of, oh my God, I'm going to die. You know?
Fuck.
Like, anytime you probably take a bump that you didn't plan to take, your brain is literally just like, this is it. I'm going to die. This is the end of my life and career. Heat on Christian, hot tag to Sting. Christian pulls the referee out when Jarrett hits Sting with the stroke. Sting hits the death drop on Jarrett, and Christian falls with a frog splash for the win. Didn't steal the pin. It looked like they were going to set it up to steal the pin, but he didn't steal it. He just won with the frog splash. Sting and Christian embrace and celebrate. Steiner jumps them after the match. Joe makes the save and goes after Steiner as Christian stands alone holding the NWA world title.
He wants to be the champion again. That's his belt.
It felt like this probably should have been like the Go Home Show main event, because the actual Go Home Show, they kind of had nothing. So July 13th, there was features on everybody in the Road to Victory 4-way. One on Sting, one on Steiner, in which he said Christian is a filthy Canadian, Showtime will end and Samoa Joe is fat. One on Christian, where he gives out about Cornette firing the referee but upholding the decision. He's like, how can you do that? How can you say the referee was culpable but then uphold the decision of the referee? Which is actually a fair point.
That is a valid point, Christian Cage.
One with Joe, and then, of course, one on Jarrett. It's like, I had nothing to do with Larry and Earl, and I'm willing to take a lie detector test to prove it. Remember that one for next month. Takes us to Victory Road. There's a video package that opens the show where Jeff Jarrett hacks the pay-per-view.
Yeah, Solomon Crow, Jeff Jarrett here.
The original hacker gimmick, Jeff Jarrett. He hacks the feed and does his ha, including the I brought TNA to Hulk Hogan line, which I do appreciate them getting in all the goddamn time.
I mean, it's a good line. You can't take it from the boy.
It's been 3 years since that happened, and he's still, every video package and every promo, it's like, Hulk Hogan tried to come to TNA, I brought TNA to Hulk Hogan.
How many people watching do you think actually remember that?
Because they're on Spike now, so it's probably nobody.
Yeah.
Oh dear. They probably only remember it from seeing it in the video package a million times.
Exactly.
JB has Christian. He says the old Christian took a little sabbatical, but now he's back. Steiner lacks heart. Joe wants to be the man, but he is the man. And Sting is a carton of milk. Good for you until it expires like Sting has.
Sick.
He's a good guy. He's a nice guy. Nothing's gonna happen. JB has Steiner. Joe is fat. He will follow a trap line of donuts. That was his thing. He's like, I'm gonna lure Joe away from the match by dropping donuts all the way, and then he will eat the donuts and he'll be gone.
That's cool.
Christian is a Canadian. Eat a steak, stick man, and go to Mexico North. Is what he says to him. In the middle of the LAX angle, by the way. And he's going to take out Sting like he was brought in to do.
I do appreciate that has been his one major goal this whole time. He's had his distractions with the Samoa Joe, but he's still here to kill Sting.
JB has Joe. This is the only shot Joe is going to need. He's going to kill them and become number one contender. And then we have our main event. Sting, Christian Cage, Samoa Joe, and Scott Steiner to become number one contender. Main event of the pay-per-view. Sting wins in a match they needlessly overbooked.
I mean, did you expect it not to be like a giant overbooked mess?
Well, like, the problem was Jeff Jarrett was not on the pay-per-view, and of course Jeff Jarrett has to find a way to make himself annoyingly present on the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Because I think the work was really good, and if they just did a four-way that Sting won, it would have been really good. Except Jeff Jarrett had to show up, and he had to throw gasoline in Sting's eyes. He had to fake him being a cameraman, and it was like, oh my god, it's Jeff Jarrett. And then we had to do the most annoying angle in the world, where Sting is taken to the back, but he comes back and wins. It's like, guys, just do the match.
And like, despite the sting of it all, I thought it was still pretty good though. A lot of stuff happened.
Yeah, because what you got it down to Steiner, Joe, and Christian, and they just had a really good match.
Didn't we also get the famous, like, Christian Cage, Scott Steiner botch?
Yes, this is the famous Christian Phantom throw into the apron, where Steiner is trying to slam his head in the apron, but his fingers slip off. But Christian still does the bash his head off the apron, and it looks very bad. And you can hear Steiner shout, "Oh shit," after he does it. It's very funny. I never heard the "oh shit" before until I went back to do the notes for this, and I laughed my ass off.
That's when I knew wrestling was fake.
That exposed the business for you?
Yeah, it did. Because that was the clip. That was the clip everyone uses.
Was it actually, like, legitimately?
Yeah.
I thought you were doing a bit. Oh my god. This is the moment that exposed the business?
That's the clip. That's the one I couldn't deny it anymore.
You're like, well, yeah, he does just slam his own head off the apron.
Yeah, I was still defending it at a brisk 8 years old.
You see, I don't think I ever had that, because, like, obviously, when I was 8, it would have been 2000, where we didn't have access to clips of people botching shit on the internet. Thanks, Matthew. It's all your fault. But, so, like, it would have had to become a more organic realization for me to be like, of course this is fake. But I didn't have, like, that one thing where it's like, undeniable clip proves wrestling fake.
Yeah. It's right up there with, like, Rey Mysterio wrestling without mask.
There was a lot of it. It's called WCW.
Yeah, but I didn't know that.
All the mystery was gone.
All the Mysterio.
Should have just called him King.
Just called him late to dinner.
See, that's a joke so bad that it circles back to being good.
Finally, I've reached my spot.
Steiner elbow drops Joe off the apron through a table on the floor, which looked really good. Steiner hits a terrifying top rope suplex on Christian where he nearly dropped him, which looked less good, but also great, I guess, in the same way. Sting reemerges, has a face down to Christian, but Steiner dumps Joe and Christian out to the floor. Sting then pins Steiner with a Scorpion Death Drop as Christian is mad that Sting won, but does shake his hand.
Again, Steiner not afraid to take pinfalls.
He's been losing left, right, and center. Lost to Joe, took a pin to Sting on TV, or did that go to a DQ? That might have went to a DQ. But he took the pin in the tag as well, didn't he?
Pretty sure.
As I have to scroll back up to confirm that he did take the pin in the tag. Where is that? Oh no, they pinned Jarrett, I think, on TV. Never mind. But still.
But the fact that I wouldn't have been surprised, you know?
But like the thing is, he hasn't like won a match. He's arguably lost too much. That like the only person he really beat was like Andy Douglas, and was that a real match or did he just beat him up? I don't even remember.
I think he just killed him.
Yeah, so like they brought Steiner in, had him pin nobody, and he's only put over Samoa Joe and Sting. So like thumbs up. That's exactly what you'd want.
Like you kind of expect Scott Steiner to be more of a prick. But he's been cool.
Certainly harder to work with. Speaking of him not being cool, though, Joe wasn't happy at TV. He showed up with a large welt under his eye when Steiner potatoed him at the pay-per-view. He ended up in an argument with D'Amore in front of the wrestlers. D'Amore was on him about something, and Joe yelled at him, and D'Amore eventually apologized in the end. So whatever happened, they made it good, but Joe wasn't happy because Steiner was working too snug.
I mean, like, I appreciate that, like, Joe has never been someone who has been afraid to, like, bring up if he feels like he's been wronged, you know?
Especially this era of Joe.
Yeah, like it's someone who's like he isn't a vet like by American TV standards, you know.
Yeah, and I think there's like a level-headedness to like later career Joe that comes from kind of this like passionate, kind of hot-headedness.
He had his
to Joe.
rebellious stage.
Because like there's this
Yeah.
one, there's obviously the Hall promo, there's the one in like 2010 2011 where he wrestled RVD to a time limit draw and he got really mad that they announced the time cues and he got suspended for that one too. Like there's a few incidents over his TNA career where he got like really hot and passionate about things, and like if you listen to an interview with him now, he's like very much go with the flow, level-headed, and I do think it's literally like maturity. It's literal maturity over time. It's like, yeah, I probably didn't need to lose my shit about stuff like that.
Well, I think part of it is probably he like is a vet now. He is someone that the locker room looks up to. But like he also knows, and he knows when to pick and choose his spots to like be that guy who needs to like be an intimidating presence, because like we saw it at All In, right, with the Punk stuff where he's like, get the fuck out there, don't take this from me, I'm having my match in front of 80,000 people.
Yeah.
So it's like he still has that streak in him. I think he just knows when to use it now.
And I guess, as you mentioned, he's not the vet locker room leader here, whereas he is now. So if Samoa Joe is chewing you out for something, he can do that with a lot more authority than he can do with Scott Steiner.
Yeah.
So yes, Hard Justice, main event, Sting versus Jeff Jarrett. That's what you have to look forward to next month.
Okay. I'm sure that won't be a match that gets drilled into my fucking brain a million times.
They don't do it that much. I can think of 3 Sting and Jarrett matches. I'm sure there's one on TV that I'm not remembering, but there's only 3 that I can think of.
Okay, well that is less than I expect. Yet more than I had hoped.
Let's go over to the most important heavyweight story of the month. Raven and Larry Zbyszko.
What a joy. We are finally back to the days. We're back to the days of Eric Watts and Don Callis.
With old men
Real
wrestling when they
pro
shouldn't.
wrestling.
We go back to the Jim Cornette company meeting. He addresses Larry Zbyszko. He's like, I can't fire you, Larry, without having to pay out your contract, and I don't want to do that. But if you breach your contract in any way, you can be fired. And I looked over your contract, and your contract allows me to book you in wrestling matches.
I could have told you that because of the AJ Styles stuff.
Yeah, you've seen Larry's wrestling matches. You remember that weird Jarrett and Elite Guard and Shamrock versus Larry Zbyszko and 3 Live Crew and Dusty guitar on a pole match. Everyone remembers that. Everyone loved that.
Of course I do.
So Jim understands that Larry's been having some issues with Raven. And Larry is sensitive about his hair. Because for months and months, they've been doing shots at Larry's hair because he's getting his hair redone. So every time Bald Man Slick Johnson walks into the room, he's like, Larry, you're looking a little short up top.
It's funny because like now in pro wrestling and with how like prevalent like hair like replacement surgery is now, like everywhere. It's like, I feel like it's not even a thing people are like embarrassed about anymore.
Because you would think, I think, like, didn't Kyle take a shot at MJF on it on Twitter? But I don't think anybody has mentioned, like, MJF's hair restoration on TV.
Yeah. Which, like, A, is that, like, insecurities? Or is that, like, B, like, it's just everyone does it now?
We've accepted vanity as part of the culture as opposed to here where we're like, how dare you be vain enough to cling to your hair?
It's like, you know, $3,000, trip to Turkey and you bing bang boom, you're back.
Yeah. Back in the glory days, baby.
It's crazy.
So he books hair versus hair, Raven versus Larry at the pay-per-view.
Yeah, like, I'll leave my thoughts until the actual match, I feel, because it's about the whole thing.
Raven was scheduled to do an angle at Slammiversary, but he was hospitalized that day and couldn't attend. He recovered enough to be at TV the next day, though. August 6th Impact, Larry Z shouts at Slick Johnson. Slick tells Larry he'll look great bald. In fact, he is going to do some mock-ups to show Larry. So he comes out later in the show and hands out photoshops of Larry bald. Eric Young is like, I need help, I'm going to be fired. And Slick is like, if you hand these out, I'll help you because I'm in with Jim Cornette. And he was like, oh, Jim Cornette, he's powerful. Team Canada comes out like, what the hell, why are you helping this dude? That's stupid.
I mean, and some just amazing photoshopping done here.
Truly, like, cutting edge, top of the line 2006 Photoshop going on.
Yeah, this is what you want.
I wondered, like, did they think that looked good, or did they deliberately like to be like, let's make it a little shit because it's funnier that way?
I think they thought it looked good.
That's like the best 2006 technology could do in TNA's hands, at least.
That's the best Jeremy Borash could bust out. On 0 hours sleep.
Yeah. July 13th Impact, we had a feature on Larry versus Raven and hair versus hair. They called back, of course, the Raven scalping at the hands of James Mitchell. This is not his first hair match in TNA.
It went really well for him last time.
Yeah, he won. Well, I was gonna say he has a tougher opponent, but last time it was Shane Douglas. So it does. I think he might have a tougher opponent this time as opposed to last time.
Yeah.
Larry starts chasing Slick around, tearing up the photos as he hands them out. As we go to the pay-per-view, JB has Larry. Larry tells JB to shut up. He's in the best condition of his life, and Raven is finally going to have to pay the piper for all he has done to Larry Zbyszko. Slick Johnson then walks up, and Larry says the sensational quote, "Oh, what do you want, you stupid stooge?" I love Larry. I'll miss Larry.
I like that, like, the whole feud has been built around being, like, afraid of Raven, and now he's like, I'm ready to fight it. You've been running from me this whole time. You're finally gonna have to fight me.
Yeah, Larry. He's so good. I love him. Slick will be the referee for the match, and he will call it right down the middle, and then there's a pose where he, like, shaves his head down the middle.
Yeah, it's insinuating that perhaps he won't call it right down the middle.
Raven defeats Larry Zbyszko in hair versus hair.
So, like, this feud has been going on for fucking ever.
Literal year.
A literal year. Like, on and off, because, like, Raven isn't allowed to show up for more than one TV in a pay-per-view cycle for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely fucking dead in the water. This feud is, by the time they get to the blow-off. Not a single person in this crowd gives a fuck or a shit about this.
I wonder if the crowd is a little bit like us and actually kind of likes Larry.
I think that might be part of it. Part of it is Raven's never around and also isn't hot anymore. And, like, I think part of it is just, like, half of them probably have forgotten this shit happened. Let's be real. It is, like, so start and stop, hot and cold. Like, you would have thought they could have... Like, I would forgive anyone who thought that they already did the blow-off to this.
Because you would think, as you said, like, the match isn't hot, but that's fine. It's a Raven Larry Zbyszko match. I don't expect it to be hot. But you would at least expect the crowd to be into somebody having their head shaved. And they give that enough time that they expected the crowd to be into it. It's not like a few quick whizzes through with the razor and they cut to the back. They stay on the head shave for like 10 minutes. So, like, they expected that to be this real, like, cathartic moment where the crowd are into Larry getting his comeuppance, and they're not. They just kind of sit there. They're not into it at all. And, like, the announcers are laughing, and Slick Johnson is laughing, and it's like the crowd are just there. They don't care. They don't care about Larry getting his head shaved, and it's really weird. I guess it's not weird, as you said. It makes a lot of sense.
It's not weird. It's completely understandable. It's just, like, it's disappointing, I guess. And, like, the match was still fun. They grappled.
They had a wrestling match, which is really funny.
They didn't even really, like, brawl that much. They just sort of wrestled.
Yeah, Larry once again does the TNA kick. The innovator. The man behind it. The man that Chris Sabin and Alex Shelley and all those people that used it a lot more learned. We learned that in the AJ matches. The innovator of the TNA kick, and he does it again. I popped huge for it. You can go back and listen to the watch along. He does the TNA kick. I'm very happy.
The X Division icon, Larry Zbyszko.
Yeah. So, like, TNA ties this back to controversy in Canada, but it actually goes back further than that. If you remember, like, the build-up to Slammiversary where Raven won the belt, he's being, like, held out of that match until Jarrett does some bullshit. And Jarrett's that weekend, and the Raven gets in and wins. So, like, this match goes all the way back to Slammiversary last year. That's where we started doing, like, the Raven and Larry stuff. And somehow, here we are, over a year later, 13 months later, and no one gives a fuck about the blow-off. So they spent a year trying to tell this story, and they did not stick the landing or the middle or arguably the start.
But it certainly happened, and we can give them that forever.
Sure did. So Slick gets bumped. Larry hits a low blow, but Raven kicks out. Larry goes after Slick. Actually, the match starts with Slick tripping Larry, which is rude. How can Jim Cornette stand for that, by the way? The referee is blatantly partial to one of the competitors.
Yeah, Slick should get fired next.
This honestly, something so egregious didn't happen under Larry Zbyszko's stewardship.
Exactly.
So yeah, Raven back for the win. Larry tries to run, but security brings him back out. Raven duct tapes Larry to the chair. Raven chafes his head. Larry fires security as Raven chafes his chest. Larry be like, "You're fired. You're fired." It's very funny. Don gets in on the action, doing a little bit of shaving. Slick then shows Larry his reflection in the mirror, but Larry kicks him in the balls. Which the announcers totally missed, by the way. They missed that Larry kicked him on the balls while he went to show him his reflection in the mirror. So they're like, why the fuck is Slick Johnson on the floor? The announcers have no idea why Slick Johnson is like writhing in pain.
That just proves that he's really good at what he does.
He does get back up to do some shaving himself. Even before losing the hair match, the medical hair restoration company was advertising Larry Zbyszko as one of its clients. Larry is getting hair plugs put in shortly. The same group treated Wade Boggs, a baseball superstar who is friends with many Florida-based wrestlers, as well as Jimmy Hart more than 6 months ago. Why does he... Okay. Oh, that's when he got his hair done, I assume, as opposed to the time period in which he was friends with Wade Boggs, as the sentence seems to suggest. And is soon to be doing similar surgeries for Chavo Guerrero Sr. and Jr. So Larry is a poster boy for this new hair restoration clinic.
How is Chavo's hair holding up?
I think he's bald now, so...
I'm gonna go to his AEW look. I'm gonna give him some credit. Like a year or two ago now. Bald as a motherfucker.
The hair restoration did not go as well as he'd hoped.
What does Chavo Guerrero think about AEW? I'm gonna read this article real quick.
I hope it's a very practical, pragmatic approach and not the usual old man wrestler thing.
Chavo Guerrero Jr. thinks AEW needs more micromanagement.
No, it doesn't! It has way too much!
In WWE, the producers, the agents, they get really involved in your managers. In AEW, they kind of let you do your own thing.
Alright. I guess a man who does producing would probably say wrestling needs more producers, to be fair. Wrestling needs to give me a job more, is effectively what Chavo Guerrero is saying right there.
Yeah. What a weird, brief run. We'll see you in a few years, Chavo.
And frickin' 4 different companies that we cover. Though I think he's done with Lucha Underground. We might be free of him there.
Yeah.
That brings us over to the final heavyweight feud of the month, which is Monty Brown and Rhino. July 22nd Impact. Monty Brown squashes Chase and Rance.
I have nothing to say about anyone involved.
You hate Monty?
I don't love Monty.
He's... Because if you go back and watch like a 2005 Monty squash, particularly the first ones when they were on Spike, they were so satisfying. And like the sign that Monty is like checked out and no one gives a fuck about him and I don't give a fuck about him is even Monty squashes now are like, you know?
It's like, yeah, okay, he does the same thing he's been doing.
But he doesn't even have like the same energy behind them. You can see it. You can see he's out the door. Like you can feel it in him.
Yeah.
Slick Johnson is wearing shorts and he has a soccer jersey here, which he pairs back to just the shorts. But Tenay is like, is that to do with the World Cup?
Sure.
Pounce, period. Rance kind of kicks out on 3. Fuck you.
What a piece of shit.
For so many reasons. Conan gets on the mic. We'll talk about this more, but we'll talk about the Monty period here, I guess. And invites him to join LAX. He's like, you have a great physique. You have sick microphone skills, fly clothes. You're college educated, and they hold you back. And you're like, you're dead right. Says Monty's lack of title shots is by design, but don't be a minority and complain in this country because they don't seek dialogue. Reiterates his offer to join LAX. Monty politely declines, and Conan says he can stand alone like Ron Killings and Sanjay Dutt. We'll circle back to that because it becomes a 3LK family drama angle. It's back for one more month.
Oh, wow. One final dramatic entry.
Following week, June 29th, Monty squashes Norman Smiley. Pounce, period.
Indeed.
Norman did hit a couple of nice snug uppercuts before he got pounced and perioded.
Indeed.
The August 6th Impact, we had a feature on Rhino, because if you remember, there was some up in the airness last month about whether or not Rhino would stay. They were trying to poach him for ECW. So there was a feature here from the ECW arena, I think, saying his heart is in TNA and he signed a new deal. TNA don't give you lines. They tell you to shoot, brother. And he's shooting on WWE, firing him right now. It's like, when you break a few pots in a hotel, this company stands by you. They don't fire you. Yeah, it is very funny that not only is he shooting pew pew, but every time he curses, they do a big like sound effect to cover the curse. It's very funny.
I mean, the Rhino stuff this month has been good.
We'll get to the best part of it, yeah, but like he's fired up. He's just passionate and fired up, and it rocks. Same show, Monty squashed Kenny King. Kenny gets some punches in, but pounce, period, for the win. Monty grabs the mic afterwards and said he doesn't pad his record with tiny gazelles like Samoa Joe did. He beats killers like Kenny King and Norman Smiley and Chase and Rance. He's coming for the big hunt like Rhino and Christian and Scott Steiner and Sting, and they shall all fall to the pounce.
Period.
And then, opening of the July 13th Impact. Rhino's in the ring with a bag.
This is awesome. This is so sick. This is so cool.
If this happened in 2024, people would be so unbearable about it.
Oh, God. No, they would... if AEW did it, they'd be like, company's dead. Look at the tactics they're resorting to. WWE did it. They'd be like, this is an epic win. Papa H has pwned them again.
So Rhino's in the ring with his bag, and he's like, Vince offered me a job, and Rhino told him to kiss his ass because he is TNA. Goes off about Vince wanting to revive ECW. How can you do that when you don't even have their last ever TV and world champion, both of whom were Rhino? He has the ECW title in the bag, and he'd take it out to show us if the lawyers wouldn't come and get him for it. They sent him a bunch of legal letters to get it back, and then it's like, I wonder why. I was thinking about this while watching this. Like, did they just try to sign him just to get the belt back? I do wonder, is like, we would like those belts back, but asking Rhino nicely will probably result in maybe him cutting a promo on the other company's television show about us being bullshit. So what if we offered him a contract in which he will still cut a promo about us being bullshit on another person's television show?
I think they were just looking for any ECW names.
True. And he's still like a guy in his prime who can go, so.
I mean, they signed like Bowles Mahoney, you know?
Yeah. He's gonna do something he should have done 5 years ago. So he leaves the ring, he goes backstage to a barrel, and he says ECW is dead, and the heart and soul of it is in TNA. He then drops the belt into a barrel, and he's like, you think that's it? You think that's all I'm gonna do? I'm gonna set it on fire so Vince can't profit off our blood, sweat, and tears. Death to ECW, long live TNA, and throws out an open challenge to anybody.
Death to ECW, Long Live TNA is going to be in the intro this month.
Yeah, it has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And we're going to include it again in August 2010 when they do the ECW reunion show.
Hell fuck yeah. I like this. And I was, a while ago, I was watching the Briscoes versus Steen and Generico feud in ROH.
Yep.
And, like, I was watching their, like, Chicago street fight. And I was like, this kind of, like, this is what, like, if they were serious about an ECW revival,
Yeah.
this is what it should have been.
And honestly, if you do think about over time what ECW would have turned into, it would have become probably a more prevalent version of Ring of Honor.
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
It's just very interesting. It was like, I was like watching that match and I was like, the Briscoes existed and they weren't like ECW, you know?
Like, the one thing you would have to give Paul is that I think the first thing he would have recognized as you move from like 1999 to 2002 is like the cultural moment that made ECW so prominent had moved on, and he would have absolutely pivoted.
Also, being the rebellious company doesn't work when you're actually WWE.
When you're secretly being bankrolled by WWE the whole time.
Not secretly.
Well, it was meant to be.
Blatantly.
I guess they did appear on WWE's television programming.
Yeah, like, I don't know, it just feels like... Well, I think like, Heyman's, like, fully admitted that. Is that, like, it would have ended up being, like, an ROH, like, with a focus more on, like, the in-ring and the UFC stylings.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing. How far, like, because obviously Ring of Honor did try to go, like, all in on MMA adjacent stuff in, like, the Kyle O'Reilly era. How far would Paul have went on that? Because I think he would have looked at it. He would have been like, this is the relevant thing of our time, so this is the thing we should emulate. But
that's what Angle's gimmick was going to be.
Yeah, I guess it was, on actual ECW. You're right.
Yeah, like, Angle's... And, like, that's why he had Angle and he had Benoit.
He wanted, like, the wrestling machine people to be, like, straight-laced fighters.
Which would have been cool, and, like, obviously would have made it stand out thoroughly to, like, 2006 WWE.
Yeah. The ECW kind of weirdly found its identity as, like, a really good C show in the end.
Yeah, we should cover some the ECW stuff eventually. I guess it would be appropriate for us to do it now, considering it's the same time period. But we've got to kill Lucha Underground first.
It did just launch, yeah.
So either make us $500 more a month on Patreon, or you can wait until Lucha Underground's dead and then we'll do ECW.
I believe it's announced at some point in the Go Home show. I don't remember when. After Rhino throws out the challenge, that'll be Rhino and Monty at the pay-per-view, because the idea they're both kind of throwing out challenges, so they'll be paired off as opposed to wrestling somebody cool. Which does take us to the pay-per-view. Monty Brown versus Rhino. It's not a match. It ends in a no contest. Andrew Thomas gets pounced nearly immediately as they brawl at ringside. He then also gets gored, so tough night for Andrew Thomas.
I'm gonna admit a salacious sin.
What?
I'm ready for Monty to fuck off.
Yeah, like, as I said, you feel it's gone. It's just gone.
Every time he comes out, I go, Monty.
Because, like, he's so thoroughly done nothing, honestly, since the Jarrett match. since January 2005. Like, he had that weird tag team with Kip James. Then he went into, like, back into the Jarrett orbit where he had to team with him for the Sting match. He had the Christian main event, which wasn't very good, then disappeared for a while, and now he's just back, kind of just milling about, doing nothing.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough, man. He should have been the biggest babyface in the world, and now he's this.
It's a shame.
Yeah. They brawl until the match is thrown out and security separate them, so we will come back to this, actually with a fucking awesome match next month.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll all be like, wow, well, Monty, stay forever. We love you.
Because next month is Monty versus Rhino versus Joe in a Falls Count Anywhere match, and it fucking rocks. That brings us over to the X Division, in which there's not a ton this month. As we mentioned, Low Key wins the X Division title from Joe in the first Impact of the month. Then Low Key doesn't really do anything. So...
Excuse you. He kills Jarrell Clark.
Yeah, he has one match. He beats Jarrell Clark, Warriors Way, replays the finish because they're trying to get over the Warriors Way.
You know what it is? It's
What?
like AJ's gone, X Division title suffers. Joe comes in, brings irrelevancy. Joe, they're like, well, time for you to be on the real show. X Division title disappears.
Yeah, and like, it's not a talent issue, I don't think. Because obviously when you look at the layer below Styles, Daniels, Joe, who are main event guys, like Styles and Daniels are off in the tag division, Joe is off in the heavyweight stuff now. You still have like Lethal and Shelley and Sanjay and PD
I
and
think
Loki.
it's star perception.
Yeah, it's like they don't see these guys on the same level as they saw Styles, Daniels, Joe, which is funny because they got Styles, Daniels, Joe to that level by treating them as like headlined acts, which they don't do with these like next generation guys.
Well, because remember, like, Joe still had to prove himself to these people.
And it's a shame because I do think like if they just committed to the group of guys below Styles, Daniels, Joe the same way they did with Styles, Daniels, and Joe.
Yeah, they would have had. I mean, like, what are we? 2006. It takes 8 years almost for Saban to get to that level.
Yeah, which is a shame. But like, especially if you still had Aries and Strong in the mix, you would have a really good base there. But as you said, they very clearly did not see these guys as proper guys. They were firm, like they saw Styles, Daniels, Joe potentially as like future main event guys, I think very clearly. Whereas they see this next generation as quote unquote just X Division wrestlers, I think.
Right. And it doesn't help when like there's a big X Division feud currently going on where there's a guy going, I'm mocking the X Division.
So I'll talk about that in a sec. But the X Division title match at Victory Road was meant to be a three-way double surprise. So there was meant to be two surprise opponents. Frankie was always meant to be one. The other was meant to be the return of Incognito, who's in the Super
Oh
X
my
Cup.
god. Incognito cage match.
Somehow Incognito's phone or email or something wasn't working, and he didn't know about the ticket they sent. So
That's crazy.
literal incognito.
When was his last match?
You sure you have the right one? Because I think there's another wrestler called Incognito.
Oh, this is like Incognito who became Sin Cara, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. He's wrestled 5 times this year.
He's over like 50 now, right?
44.
Okay.
Mostly for his own promotion, which is based. Seems to be having a feud with a Bobby Lee Jr.,
Who the fuck is that?
who is a 52-year-old.
Good for him.
They are competing repeatedly for the IOCW title. Which he beat Andrade. Oh my god, what a match!
What?
Okay, so the match is for the aforementioned title. And it is Cinta de Oro defeating Andrade El Idolo, DMNT Azul, and Penta El Zero M.
He's getting good guys in his company.
Yeah, so I want to watch some Cinta de Oro. I gotta admit, I was kind of like amped for this man when he left.
When he left WWE?
Yeah.
He hasn't really done much though, has he?
No, I mean, he probably has a lot of money. He was there for a long time. I kind of like, I mean, I like Sin Cara. Don't you?
I was in the building for Sin Cara's debut match.
Well, not the first Sin Cara.
No, I like that Sin Cara most.
No, I don't fuck with Sin Cara 1.
It's my hot take that I think Mystico is good. But I bought the Sin Cara t-shirt that night too.
I have a different take.
What?
I think that the second Sin Cara is better.
You think he should get the Mystico post in CMLL now?
Yep. They should bring him in to feud with Mystico and CMLL.
They probably should. That would be a good idea.
I don't know, like, the what do you call it? The logistics of it all.
The politics.
They probably, the politics, yeah. I want to find me some. I can only find a match from 2 years ago.
Gotta reach out to Lucha Blog to get
Garrett,
access.
I need to send you this match because you need to look at this venue.
Okay.
It fucking rocks. Sorry, my internet's really slow. Rayo versus Cinta de Oro for the IOCW. Look at this sweet ass venue. English
So if
commentary?
our friends at home would like to see this, just search Rayo versus Cintadel, or you should find it.
Just search Cinta de Oro and it's the only match that shows up.
Oh, that is awesome. It's like out in the street.
Yeah.
I love cool wrestling venues. I hate like the same buildings and arenas. Fuck them. Do like weird.
Oh no,
street
he's with
wrestling.
Alberto.
I'm not watching. Closing the video.
Don't they like? I thought they didn't like each other.
Well, the friends are made of politics change, eh?
Well, I guess like he is too maybe AAA adjacent to get a CMLL deal. Or maybe also people wouldn't give a single shit. Like maybe that's just it. Maybe we are completely talking out of our Western ass with our fucking American shit, you know?
The idea that the CMLL audience would care about Mystico and fake Mystico and their WWE characters.
What was he was like when he was like the Black Sin Cara comes in as like Black Mystico. They do it beat for beat.
So yeah, he was meant to be one of the surprise opponents. So it was just reduced to a single surprise opponent, which was the return of Frankie Kazarian after he got fired from WWE for not cutting his hair and then cut his hair.
That is like the most based Frankie Kazarian has ever been. It's just to be like, fuck off. I'm not cutting my hair. I'm gonna leave. I'm cutting my hair.
So
like,
before
that's dope.
Yeah. So before the match, JB has Senshi. He came to TNA to become new X Division champion and achieved that, and he dares his mystery opponent to take his belt. And then him and Frankie have a perfectly fine match. Frankie gets a nice little reaction. It's the first time we've seen him since February 2005. People are like, Frankie! But the match isn't great.
It is nice to see him. It's some much needed like name value back in the X Division.
Yep.
The match wasn't like whatever. Like not great. Like clearly needed incognito.
Frankie does a sling blade in this match, which is obviously not the first time it's happened in TNA because Hiroshi Tanahashi has done a sling blade in TNA. But I think Frankie is the first person to steal it.
As they should.
Because a lot of people stole this sling blade in like 2012, 2013.
Yeah, there's politics about it in 2024.
Senshi wins with the Warriors way. Neither Monty Brown nor Senshi have signed a new contract. In the case of Monty Brown, Dave doesn't know if it's considered a big issue. It is, he's gone. With Senshi, there was something in the deal he wouldn't agree with and was also unhappy with at TV. He was mad his pay-per-view match was never advertised and was telling people nobody from the company even called him to tell him about this match. He found out about it on the internet. He wasn't booked at TV and was only working an Explosion tag where Dutt pinned him, which he also wasn't happy about. This may be to set up the pay-per-view or maybe to give Dutt a big TV win in India, where he's the company's most popular wrestler. Also, it's fucking Explosion.
You know, the best part about this is that Dave writes Senshi with a space between Sen and Shi.
Yeah, his name is Sen space Shi.
Senshi.
Warrior.
I wonder if that means something different.
It might. Yeah, Dave might be like problematic.
Google Translate. Nope, doesn't mean shit.
Damn. I was hoping we could finally cancel Dave.
Yeah. Senshi could be written as combatant.
Oh, combatant.
Or soldier.
Soldier. Alright, that takes us over to the other X Division thing. It's Kevin Nash time.
The other X Division thing.
Mm-hmm.
An appropriate name.
First impact of the month. Remember, Sabin and Lethal were outside Jim Cornette's office. Eric Young, once again mad because they jumped in front of him in line. And it's like, they always save the worst news for last, and if I'm last, I'm going to get fired. EY begs JB. JB suggests EY tell the world.
Did EY ever get a meeting?
No.
Damn.
Sabin and Lethal come out saying they're very happy. Nash is going to love the decision that was made. It turns out that decision is a tag team match at the pay-per-view. Sabin and Lethal versus Kevin Nash and Alex Shelley. But EY asks JB, because JB's like, you should tell the world about what's going on here, and they should rally behind you. And EY's like, don't tell anybody about our secret plan.
Their secret plan that is being broadcasted to 1 million+ people.
Close to 2. June 29th Impact. Team Canada defeated Chris Sabin and Jay Lethal. Scott D'Amore is wearing a neck brace after his match against Rhino at Slammiversary.
You just gotta be sad about what's gonna end up happening.
A1 tries to interfere, but Eric Young stops him because he doesn't want to get fired. So that's the story of the month, where he also stops PD from doing his "Oh Canada" crotch stomp because he's like, "Stop it! Stop cheating! We're gonna get fired."
It's a good story.
D'Amore tries to throw a punch at Sabin. Young stops him. PD puts his foot in the buckle, and EY just tags it. He does the thing where, like, you know, you put the foot in the buckle so that you can slam the head off the the foot. He just tags the foot instead, which is very good.
This is Eric Young making like a TV tag match like bearable and fun.
Alex Shelley shows up with Johnny Devine as a cameraman. Devine already jumped the Team Canada ship.
Do they even acknowledge that?
They kind of don't. He's just no longer with Team Canada. I guess he was only like a periphery member of Team Canada for a lot of its run anyway. But yeah, he's just like, fuck that.
They should have put him in the angle. He should have been in the ring filming the goodbye.
Yeah, it's like, you're already out of here, so fine. D'Amore pushes Lethal off the ropes, allowing PD to hit the Destroyer for the win, for the final Team Canada win, for now, in TNA history. But we'll get to that in a moment.
Well, not the other win. That's a few years down the track.
Yeah. Impact, August 6th. Kevin Nash has a plan. We go to...
He certainly does.
Paparazzi Productions presents It's in the Bag. Kevin Nash wants to use humiliation to control his opponents with the old body bag, the old trusty corpse in a bag of plastic on the canvas with a guy in it symbolizing the death of his career and humiliation that ensues upon it.
That's a classic.
And he's like, it's only been 2 weeks since we've done it.
Which is crazy because like the body bag isn't really a commonly used thing anymore. I say like weeks after Jack Perry and Darby, but like before that, not really a commonly used thing.
Yeah, they did it for mini Chris Sabin, and now they want to do it for regular Chris Sabin.
That old chestnut.
After he introduces it, Shelley and Devine, the slow clap, this great strategy.
Johnny Devine immediately becoming like perfect for this crew.
He really fits in, doesn't he?
Goddamn fuck you, Austin Aries, you bitch.
You stay away from my Paparazzi Productions.
Stay away from Paparazzi Productions. We have the guy.
So Nash comes out immediately after the break with a man in a body bag in his shopping cart, like one of the minis from 2 weeks ago. So there's like, oh, have they done it again? The bag is squirming. Nash claims to have caught Osama bin Laden and plans to split the award 3 ways. The 20 million award, 6 million for Devine, 6 million for Shelley, and Nash gets the rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have caught and compromised Osama bin Laden to a permanent end.
It turns out it's Chris Sabin, and Nash says, "That's Osama bin Sabin. I didn't even know he was Al Qaeda." Just such a good line.
Oh, Nash, just why can't you just transfer your charisma into anyone else?
Lethal makes the save. It'll be Sabin and Lethal versus Nash and Shelley at the pay-per-view. A very silly segment. Tremendous fun.
Perfect.
Takes us to the pay-per-view. Before the match, JB has Paparazzi Productions. Victory is very important tonight in a new era of the division, because even Nash is like, Joe, gone. Styles, gone. Daniels, gone. This is my moment. Nash is very high energy here. Like weirdly high energy. Some would say
Very
twitchy
high energy.
Yeah. He's going to show them why they're the best there is.
I just remembered the next.
And then Nash shoves his breasts in JB's face and says, they're spectacular.
They're spectacular.
As Alex Shelley corpses.
Because, like, how can you blame him? like 2 hours before this, Kevin Nash is probably sitting him down like, alright, man, this is how you become a star. And then he gets in the fucking camera and he's just motorboating JB's face with his massive tits.
There we have a match. It's Chris Sabin and Jay Lethal defeating Alex Shelley and Kevin Nash. Nash does an arm drag that draws a "This is awesome" chant.
Smoky ass crowd.
Yeah, they're like super into it. They're having fun with it. Nash does the Nash knees and elbows, and then Shelley does the Nash knees and elbows.
It's like because if you had to watch along, we're like begging for it to happen, and then Shelley does it, and we pop huge.
Yes. Sabin grabs Shelley with a super leverage flash pin for the win. Paparazzi attack after the match, but Jerry Lynn makes the save, throwing down his staff badge, being like, I am back as a competitor.
So yeah, Sabin gets the comeuppance on Shelley here. He'll get that Nash victory any month now.
It's definitely coming. I have firm belief that Kevin Nash will do business the right way.
Much like a Scott Steiner, he's gonna do business the right way. I can only imagine.
All right, that takes us over to the tag team division, in which we have 5 things to talk about.
It's true. But they're all, like, not big things. Like...
Yeah, it's like the biggest criticism of this pay-per-view month in particular, I think, is that it is so much a holdover from Slammiversary.
Yeah.
Like, same multi-man that you would have, like, it's a remix of King of the Mountain. You have another Styles and Daniels match. You have another James Gang Team 3D match. You have another Nash and X Division match. You know, it's very much just like the top 5 programs are just carryovers from Slammiversary. It's very much we're kind of punting this month. I actually didn't hate the pay-per-view, but...
Well, we are not notorious B pay-per-view defenders. contenders.
We are. There's very much a let's just do some stuff this month and get through it.
Because I think, like, I mean, not the case here so much, but like B pay-per-views like breed fun things that you wouldn't get elsewhere.
Because usually, like, they don't do a world title match this month. They actually do a fun one on TV because they set it up. We'll talk about it when we get to Team Canada. But they set up Lethal doing a challenge. The next episode of Impact has Lethal versus Jared on it, which actually I kind of would have liked as a fun B pay-per-view match.
Yeah.
But I get why they felt Jay Lethal couldn't main event a pay-per-view in 2006. Not yet.
Well, he doesn't need to main event, you know. You could main event with the four-way still.
The X Division.
No.
But let's wrap up Styles and Daniels and AMW. We're finally ending this feud, you'll be pleased to know.
Fucking finally. Holy shit, goddamn.
June 22nd Impact. AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels defend the NWA World Tag Team titles against the Diamonds in the Rough. I do appreciate that they at least paid off the idea of why Diamonds in the Rough beat them by giving them a title match.
Yeah.
It wasn't just for nothing.
I mean, it was, but like then like someone realized, holy shit, what the fuck are we doing?
We should at least have them beat them. So yeah, this is based off them beating Styles and Daniels on TV 3 weeks ago. Daniels counters the skipper rope walk Rana and hits an STO. Simon Diamond tries to interfere, but Serralda takes him out. BME frog splash on Young for the win. Gail Kim comes out to brawl with Serralda. Serralda turns it around, and then AMW bail with Gail.
I like that no one seems to give a fuck about Serralda. Like AJ and Daniels like barely acknowledge her existence, and it's really funny.
Every time she comes out, they like go to the nearest corner and just stand there, expressionless, while Serralda does her thing.
Like they're not into her help at all.
They're not like high-fiving her. They're not like, hell yeah, you go, Serralda. They're just like, we're going to step back while Serralda does a thing, and then we will continue our match.
They truly don't even acknowledge her existence.
They're like, where do we get this woman
It feels so disconnected.
Jim Cornette's weird ass thing, that's what I call his town hall, his weird ass thing. There he booked AMW and Gale versus Serralda, Styles and Daniels in a 6-person tag team match, but with the titles on the line at Victory Road.
Normally I would hate this, but I don't care enough to hate it.
You were like, I am thoroughly indifferent, not because I have a strong stance, but because I have simply been beaten down.
Yeah, I would, hate the idea normally, but who could possibly give a shit?
Yeah, I'm not like staunchly against. I'm like, if you find the right circumstances, you can do it.
Well, then are you okay with like with a tag match deciding a singles title?
Again, I'm not like, I don't take like hard stances against stuff like that, you know?
You're insane. You're an insane man.
I am a little bit, but I am like, I kind of like leaving yourself flexibility that if there is a circumstance in which you would like to do a particular thing for a particular reason and you can do it well, I'm not against you doing it, but I do agree that if you're doing it for no reason just to do it, you're dumb. July 13th Impact, we had a feature on Styles and Daniels recapping their issues with AMW. Styles and Daniels suggests that Serralda has some history with Gale. It's like, you want to know about Serralda? Ask Gale. But this will be AMW's last chance.
Serralda is is it a tag title match?
Yeah, she should win the tag titles.
Technically, she should be a tag champion.
She should get a 3rd belt just for that match.
I hope she, like, you know how, like, belts will get, like, wrestlers will get the mark versions of their belts for, like, their offices? I hope Serralda has an NWA tag team title in her office.
From the biggest match of her career.
And if not, we should go fund it.
We should send it to her.
Yeah.
Well, what would you think would be her reaction if, unprompted, without context even, she just got an NWA World Tag Team title belt in the mail?
I think she would be concerned that someone found her address, so we probably have to contact her first.
Yeah, that's a little unsettling to get mail from strangers. You're not wrong.
Would you like to know... Wow, she's had some names in her career.
Yeah.
First name, of course, being Butch. Not Pete.
Oh.
And Klondike. Would you like to guess how that's spelt?
I don't.
Crazy that, like, TNA didn't do the worst name.
But did you see the note at the end of this? I actually didn't put this together until Dave mentioned it, but...
Oh. Yeah, that's stupid, though.
Yeah, the inside, she's called Serralda because you would call her Sir for short.
That's stupid.
It's all stupid.
She was wrestling until 2017.
Good for her.
She feuded with Mercedes Martinez for the WXW Hardcore Champion.
Those matches are probably pretty good.
Yeah. She's been to Japan.
Because she's not, like, terrible here. She is clearly very, very green. Like, she is clearly very inexperienced, but she's not, like, irredeemably bad.
She has fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine.
Later on this show, AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels face Paparazzi Productions. Before the match, Shelly is backstage. He's like, you may know me from the Sting videos, stalking Denise. But tonight, me and Johnny Devine will face Styles and Daniels, and they're going to make Kevin Nash proud.
Yeah, they will.
This is where Cornette booked Monty versus Rhino for the pay-per-view. They cut to the Spanish announcers and point out Homicide and Hernandez aren't there because of Jim Cornette, so they're like, oh, they're backstage again. They're not just out there protesting. Shelly grabs his tripod and struggles to get it in the ring because Sorella slightly missed her cue. She was a little late, so Shelly had to like stumble in the ropes trying to like hold the tripod. She stops Shelly. Styles and Daniels win with the Styles Clash on Divine. AMW and Gale attack after the match. Security separate the women, but they don't separate the men.
I don't appreciate that.
Sexism.
I don't
right
allow
here.
that. Not in my TNA. This is a Joshi show. God damn it.
Daniels gets handcuffed to the ropes and Styles gets dropped with a super kick. I don't know why they bothered the handcuff to the ropes bit, given they just super kicked AJ. It's not like usually when you do that, you're like, oh, you bloody him so that Daniels has to watch. It's like, no, they just kind of did a little attack.
They did it because that's their thing.
I guess. And that does bring us to the pay-per-view, in which AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels and Sorelda defeat Gail Kim, AMW, to retain the NWA World Tag Team titles. Before the match, AMW is with JB. They're 6-time champions, and they're like, we only need one chance to win the titles because we proved we can lose them and win them back, which is fair. JB asks Gail about Sorelda, and James Storm is like, shut up, Gail, I have to talk. They're over their communication problems.
Fucked up.
Harris says, leave the bottle
And then
here.
he blames the other two for their communication issues. He's this Chris Harris, real son of a bitch.
Harris says, leave the bottle here because it gave him 16 stitches in his head. Storm then grabs the bottle from JB and he's like, he got those stitches out a week ago. He'll be fine.
James rules.
He's very good.
Harris rules. I'm gonna go on record as saying it.
You want a Braden Walker, am I right?
Yeah, knock knock. Who's there?
Gail Kim's there making her in-ring debut.
That's a perfect.
Thank you. I'm a professional. Gail!
Yes.
It's really nice just to see Gail wrestle. There was like a moment where her and AJ were about to lock up.
It was so funny us watching it because we're like, holy shit, Gail's gonna wrestle, and she did like a little thing, and we're like, wow, and it immediately went into the intergender sexualization spots, and we're like, no.
Especially because like she was facing off with AJ, and you're like, fucking Gail Kim and AJ Styles, two of the best to ever do it, and the very first thing they do is like a tilt-a-whirl into a spank, and you're like, fuck off.
And I don't know what the reverse of a pop is, but whatever noises we made in that moment was so funny because we both were like, ah.
TNHR.com, patreon.com/kidding me. You can listen to our in-person watch-along together in a room.
Garrett's gonna fly back for every watch along because it was better content.
It did work better in person. I can't lie. Gail does lock AJ in the octopus submission, which is nice. AMW go for a death sentence, but Styles cuts off Harris. But then Gail hits the leg drop part instead. It's fucking so awesome.
Yeah. Gail gets to actually do some real wrestling in here between all the bullshit.
Yeah. Sorelda chokeslams Gail, but then Sorelda eats a Storm super kick. Storm goes for a beer bottle shot, but Styles ducks and Storm nearly hits Harris. Harris accidentally hits Storm with a chair, allowing AJ to get a roll-up pinward. Storm's shoulder is very obviously up, but he does pin him.
Yeah.
This match is only novel for getting to see Gail Kim wrestle, and she does enough of it that I'm like, I am pleased.
I think it's worth watching just for that. The quicker we can get to a knockouts division, the better, though.
Hey, we got Gail and Sorelda in a singles next month.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
Well, like, Gail doing it is, like, gonna be cool at least.
The monster we all wanted for Gail Kim, not Awesome Kong, it's Sorelda.
Yeah. Awesome Sorelda. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Another continuation from Slammiversary, June 22nd Impact. The James Gang and Team 3D are backstage. Instead of fighting, they're doing your mama jokes.
But then it gets personal.
Yeah, most of the jokes surround moms being fat or poor. My favorite part is BG says a line, and then Chris Sabin in the background is just like, incineration! Incineration!
I like to think it's Sabin mocking it.
I think it is. It can't be anything else. Bully then pivots to mocking BG's daddy and then calls the Armstrongs a bunch of losers. That's what makes it personal. They brawl out into the building. Brother Run comes out and turns the tide in favor of 3D. Then Team 3D are like, we give you 7 days to find a partner. We'll do a 6-man tag at Victory Road. We got our 3. You have your dad, maybe? Your dad? You could pick your dad. And Tanae's like, oh, yeah, they could pick his dad. That should be the 6th man.
Yeah, I think they're going to pick their dad. Their dad. He's also Billy's dad.
Yeah, that's canon. June 29th Impact, Team 3D faced America's Most Wanted in a no disqualification match. AMW hid at the top of the ramp and covered their ears so they could not be deafened by the pyro, so they could ambush Team 3D. Bully waffles Harris with a keyboard, which Harris got color for on this TV match. Runt hits a golf club into a trash can on Gale. Harris and Storm argued over whether to use a trash can or a beer bottle, and I really think it should have been the handcuffs or the beer bottle. That would have made much more sense, but anyway. Opening the door for 3D to pin Harris with a 3D after Harris accidentally hits Storm with a can.
It would have made more sense too, because like those are two different strategies.
Yeah.
It's like, if we go for the handcuffs, we have one idea of how to beat them. If we go for the bottle, it's like another one. With the two weapons, it's just, which one are we going to hit them with?
Yeah, because the handcuffs, it's like, oh, we can take Bully out and isolate Devon, as opposed to just one shot with the bottle and hope we win.
It also goes better to their characters, because like James is a little dumber and goes for like the kill shot. Harris is like, oh, I have a strategy. Let's go for the strategy.
Yeah. The Harris was pinned after he accidentally hit Storm with the trash can and hit a 3D. James Gang came out. They have their better song now, by the way. The dun 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 dun. Actually, no, sorry, that's the VKM song. It's the Nobody Moves, Nobody Gets Hurt song.
Yeah, but it's not the Help Me, They're in My House.
Which is the better one again, but this one is much better than the older James Gang song. So we take steps there.
Yeah. We're gonna get there eventually.
Says, you have your family, I have mine. This is a family affair now. So our partner's Abyss.
Yeah, they're a family. Abyss James. James Mitchell. Oh my god.
It all adds up.
He is a member of the James Gang.
He threw Runt ass first. Storm should join too. Threw a table on the floor as BG does an obnoxious Jim Ross
They
impression.
should have done a segment where they went to all the Jameses.
In TNA history, Mickey shows up from the future. July 13th, Abyss faces Norman Smiley. Before the match, Mitchell explains that for the right price, he'd have Abyss split his grandmother's skull open with a steel pipe.
That's awesome.
And Abyss and James Gang will do way more than that at Victory Road. Black Hole Slam for the win. James Gang come out. BG asks if Mitchell promises that Abyss will fight by their side, which feels like a thing they should have confirmed before they picked him as their partner. But Mitchell shakes BG's hand and they've made a deal with the devil, and Abyss aggressively fist bumps BG.
And also, we gotta remember, James Mitchell never breaks a promise.
Yeah, you make a deal with the devil, it always goes well.
Yeah, but he said before, he never breaks a promise. That's his thing.
JB at Victory Road has Team 3D. They promise violence. They made a deal with the devil to get Abyss, but they'll fail tonight. They didn't, because the James Gang and Abyss won. So
Yeah, exactly.
the highlight of all of this is the beginning of Abyss and Runt.
Yeah, this is what I want.
They're perfect. I don't remember them having like a great match, but they do a bunch of stupid shit. So
Abyss, that's his name.
the highlight of this being Abyss press slams Brother Runt into the crowd.
Yeah. Do the spot.
The famous crowd surfing spot, which is fine, except the crowd fucking dump Brother Runt out onto the top of his goddamn head.
They hit him with like straight up like Dr. Death Steve Williams in the middle of the World Tag League finals. Just fucking dumping him straight on his fucking head with like the press slab.
I really wonder what was going through that poor man's head the second that happened. Because it's just like, oh, guys, who are you, the fucking Miz?
Well, it's worse because they caught him. They chose to kill him.
Yeah, they caught him, they surfed him for a while, and then just dumped him. They just dumped him out. Oh.
It's so much worse than anything Abyss could have done to him in that moment.
It really is. The ass first through the table was much more pleasant than that. Bully staples an ECW Fears TNA sign to Abyss.
Twice. He gets them the second time.
Yeah, it didn't really work the first. Runt hits a double stomp off the ramp onto Abyss. They do some floor brawling before Abyss hits a black hole slam onto Runt onto a table that doesn't break, and Abyss just keeps like pushing downward until the table falls over.
It's like he had so much like time to like just lift him and put him through it again, but he just chose to muscle him into the ground.
Just keep pushing and that table will collapse. And it did. He was right. Abyss pins Runt. So that's our feud coming out of this. Regarding James Mitchell in WWE, he said he's under contract with TNA until May and is very happy with his position as manager of Abyss. He said he never contacted WWE management about coming in, nor did they contact him. There were WWE wrestlers talking about it regarding talks Mitchell had with some of the wrestlers. There were some wrestlers talking about it in WWE, including the idea of him managing Sabu, but it was more in the guise of people who wanted him in ECW more than him trying to pitch it himself. In the end, obviously, under contract till May, he's not going anywhere.
It's like crazy how perfect of like an ECW revival roster there was out at the time.
And all of them signed to TNA.
Yeah, or they like stayed in ROH.
Yeah.
It's like wild.
And then they were stuck with like Stevie Richards and Balls Mahoney, as you said.
Hey, don't talk shit about Dr. Stevie, okay?
I guess they got like Sandman back, and they got Sabu back.
Sabu.
So it wasn't nothing.
They
but
got
it was.
they got Punk. So they got like a handful of like everyone cool that you'd want.
But yeah, and WWE weren't willing to sign the good wrestlers at that point either. Like Punk was even then an unusual signing for them.
Yeah. Begrudgingly, they decided to sign the guy who would be like the biggest star of the 2010s for 5 years.
That's always the way it is, isn't it? Everything good WWE does, they have to be dragged into kicking and screaming.
Yeah,
So next up, Team Canada.
of course.
It's a rough month for Team Canada because it is
Let's
the
cry.
last month.
Let's get ready to cry.
Yeah. So
Tell me a lie that you won't go. No more yesterdays. No more yesterdays. Do you remember that song?
No, I don't even know what song that is.
It's the song that they played over Shawn Michaels' retirement video. Like the first time he retired.
Oh, in like the 90s?
Yeah.
Mm.
Let's sing it together, Garrett.
Well, you already sang it to me.
No, I need to hit it perfectly.
You always hit it perfectly.
But I need to find the lyric.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's such a banger. I used to listen to it all the time.
It's on one of
And
their
just, like,
albums, I assume.
Revel in the fact that he was gone.
Celebrating?
Yeah, I was like, fuck yeah, Sean's gone. No, it was like, here's like one for the old heads. Sorry, I'm finding the lyrics. Colt Cabana on the Art of Wrestling used to have like wrestling related music open the show, and one of them was Tell Me a Lie. I
Yeah.
used to listen to it all the time because of that. Tell me a lie, say that you won't go. Wait, shit, I gotta get to the actual part of the song. Sorry, guys. Take two. You have to walk away. No more yesterday. Okay, now it's just a breakdown, to be honest. Can you just like put the song in
No,
at this point?
absolutely not.
Why not?
I'll see can I rain take. I'll see can I find an instrumental and I'll try to put it together with rain taker style.
Okay, wait. Okay, after we're done, I'll give you my best rendition so you can put it like over, but then put it under this part of the talk of me singing the song.
So you'll have a version of you singing the song underneath this version of you singing the song.
Yeah, I want you to put it like under this whole segment.
Okay.
Like I'll do the full 3 minutes.
Oh my god.
And then you can like put it slightly like quieter under the whole Team Canada section.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
It's so much work.
Okay. And now the funniest part of the bit will be I won't do that, and it will just be us talking about it.
Yeah, Liam's gonna get too self-conscious when it comes to singing the whole song.
I know. I need to do it in the moment. Otherwise it won't happen. But now it's even funnier when I do it and it's currently playing.
We go back to the Jim Cornette company meeting. His big thing, he looked at the Team Canada contracts and realized those boys are under individual contracts with TNA Wrestling, not as a group. Therefore,
That's bullshit.
spur of the moment, they're disbanded.
They don't even get to fight for their right.
It is quite rude to just be like, you're done.
Yeah.
So rude that the next week they recap the angle. They cut the Team Canada shouting at Cornette, and he promises to give them one more chance to stay together.
And now he gets to fight for the right.
EY is paranoid that this will be what gets him fired somehow.
Yeah.
So TNA later informs us that there will be an all or nothing tag. It will be Team Canada versus Team 3D, Jay Lethal, and Rhino. If Team Canada loses, they disband. But also, to incentivize the other side, the winner gets a title shot of their choosing. Either side, if it's a member of Team Canada or a member of the other team, they get a title shot of their choosing. EY comes down to the desk and he's like, Mike, Don, help me. And TNA is like, this could be a big win for you. You could get a title shot. And Eric Young is just like, I never win.
Yeah, we start watching Dragon Gate. It's crazy.
Like loser disbands title shot for stipulations. It's weird that this isn't a pay-per-view match.
Yeah, but it should be. But I guess like they wanted like some of the people that have feuded with Team Canada and they're doing other stuff at the same time.
Yeah, but I still would have prioritized the team. Like this is one of the longest standing stables in the company on a B show where you don't got a lot else going on. I would have done the team disbands match on the pay-per-view.
Known you all my life. At least that's how it seems. Never knew another way. Living out a dream. But now I know you're leaving me, and I'll never understand. Before I let you walk away, I have one last demand. Tell me a lie. Say that you won't go. Clap, Garrett. Look in my eyes and hold me, even though I realize you have to walk away. No more yesterday. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
So now that's just gonna be there. You can't now put it in underneath you also singing it.
Yeah, you can. This is your journey, not mine.
God damn it. Yeah, Impact on July 13th. Main event, Rhino, Jay Lethal and Team 3D defeat Team Canada in a losing team disbands match, and Jay Lethal gets the pin, giving him a title shot. Before the match, JB has Team Canada. Great teams are made with defining moments. Lose and disband forever, win and they're right back in the thick of things. Everybody is a winner except Eric Young. They hate Eric.
That's bullshit.
3D reverse the Destroyer into the 3D. Everybody hits their move until Lethal gets a close near fall and a roll up on A1. Demore hits Lethal with the hockey stick. Brother Runt makes the save and wipes out Team Canada with a dive. Rhino gores A1. Lethal falls with the headbutt for the win, disbanding Team Canada and earning Lethal a title match next week. As in a Renaissance painting, Eric Young clings to the leg of Don West, screaming as Don West squirms as he was help me, as they go off the air. It's very funny.
It's actually sad to see them go.
Yeah, they've been such a backbone of the TV show in particular. The TV show era of Impact has really been not carried, because that's not really the right way, but the spine of that show has been Team Canada. TNA has been considering different ideas for each member of Team Canada once they are split apart. Eric Young has found his niche as the zany halfwit and will continue to play that role. The creative team is reportedly considering many new ideas for Bobby Roode. One of the more recent changes to Roode's character was adding a Rick Rude style sequin robe. You should say Terry Taylor style robe, because it is literally Terry Taylor's robe.
Yeah, exactly.
Which Rude came up with and the creative team thought was a good idea. Former Team Canada member Johnny Devine has already been paired with Kevin Nash and Alex Shelley, and Petey Williams will remain an integral part of the X Division and could feud with Senshi in the near future. I don't see a mention of A1.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. You were my angel, flying high above, always looking out for me, the angel that I loved. But now my dreams are fading like age-old photographs. It hurts so much to look at them, reminders of our past. Tell me a lie, say that you won't go. Look in my eyes, hold me even though I realize you have to walk away. No more yesterday.
Beautiful. Victory Road! Scott Demore comes out with Team Canada.
Together.
There is a Super Eric sign in the crowd. And I was I forgot that was a crowd thing before it was an actual TNA character thing.
Tell me a lie.
Scott starts going down the line. He's like, Bobby, you were selfless. You were the glue that held the group together. But now it's your turn. You're the hottest free agent in wrestling, and thousands of people are looking to get your to manage you. Rude hugs A1 and PD before giving Eric Young a non-committal high five, but an acknowledgement nonetheless.
It's really nice to be acknowledged because they were the actual tag team.
Yeah, because the whole thing is PD ignores him, A1 ignores him, then we get to the Scott bit. But Bobby's the only one that gives him something because they were a team together. He actually has fond memories of EY.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big deal.
The crowd chants for EY, which makes them more mad.
Recovering.
He's willing to call PD his son and couldn't be prouder, but now it's time for PD to show true dominance in the X Division, and he loves him. The funny thing is, the crowd are actually kind of into this.
Yeah.
The crowd are kind of into they're actually emotional about the idea of Team Canada ending, which makes it all the stranger that Mike and Don are oh, this is stupid. How dare they?
Yeah. Because they've been here forever. They're a part of the fabric of this show. It is genuinely upsetting to see them go.
Yeah. PD blanks EY. D'Amore reminisces about the time he found A1 in a strip club as the crowd chants "You can't wrestle," which I think actually makes
So
Scott mad.
rude.
I think Scott is actually mad.
Well, because Scott's like, this is my actual moment to try and get these guys over before they leave.
Because Scott's off TV after this, yeah. So this is like Scott's last hurrah to kind of pitch these guys one last time.
Yeah.
A1 also blanks EY. That just leaves Eric. Scott chastises Eric and blames him for the demise of Team Canada, even though it was A1 who got pinned, not Eric. He literally dresses him down as he forces EY to return his Team Canada tracksuit. The crowd chants Super Eric. Scott says nobody can ever save EY from being fired now that Team Canada is over. The crowd chants, "We will save you" at him.
It's so sweet.
EY is dejected, but the crowd is behind him, so he forms a secret plan to work with the crowd to get not fired as they chant, "Don't fire Eric. Don't fire Eric. Don't fire Eric."
It's an amazing segment.
It's really good.
Tell me a lie.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do with all that.
Well, I can't put you singing under you singing, even though that would be very funny.
Feel free to cut all the bits of me singing out and I can do it from the top, or you can keep it the way it is. It's up to you.
No, because I covered it over you, I'm going to leave it as it is. That's the way it is now.
But can you add the music below it at least?
I'll see if I can find an instrumental I can, but if I can't, it's just you, baby.
I think I kind of killed that shit.
I think you nailed it. Well done.
Like, unironically, I think I killed that shit. When I was, like, fading it out as you were going into it, too, at the last bits. Ugh.
Yeah.
That's cinema.
Art.
There is no podcast like this.
There isn't. I don't think that, like, I think that is the most true statement there has ever been. There is no podcast like this.
Is it good?
Yes.
Maybe not. Oh, well, okay. But like, it's definitely the most unique one going.
One of the last tag team things on this tag team month is the Naturals.
I actually cried.
About the Naturals?
Yes, having to see them again.
Franchise is training the Naturals very aggressively. They're being very aggressive with each other, being made to run up steps.
This would be a really good, like, vignette series for, like, people that were worth a damn.
For literally any other tag team.
Yeah.
Like, and the thing is, it would be one thing if you're like, we have not had definitive proof that the Naturals are not the guys. It's like, oh, you know, it's this is a reboot so that they can find themselves. It's like, no, we've had definitive proof. Like, they've been given a fair chance, and they're just too boring. They're just too boring. They're not bad. They're functional. Chase Stevens will occasionally throw himself off things, but they're just too bland. They cannot overcome their blandness, no matter what. Yeah, he's shouting at them. He's mad at them. There's one the next week. He continues to shout as they train. He calls them useless failures who squandered every bit of talent they had. I would argue they actually probably overachieved relative to the talent they have.
Yeah, they've definitely, like, they've succeeded.
Another incident backstage involved Andy Douglas of the Naturals.
Oh, great. How does he keep getting involved in, like, issues? Like, brother, just take a step back.
The Naturals were going to be repackaged with Shane Douglas as their manager, and one of the changes was to be short hair. Andy Douglas put up a fuss about it, and at least as of the day of the taping, was refusing to let them cut his hair. There was talk before the show of abandoning the entire Naturals push, which was supposed to go all the way. To the live crowd, there was no evidence of them on either show, because they were just doing vignettes, so I think they were probably always going to just do vignettes anyway. I do know at least one, if not more, vignettes of Shane Douglas training was supposed to air. It's possible they simply didn't air, but they weren't showing it for the live fans, like the taped Jim Cornette segment that took place on hour 1. If no vignettes air the next 2 weeks, then it's safe to say the plan for the big push is out the window. So they do stick to the push, and they do, like, trim the hair.
It's very like Young Bucks when they become Gen Me.
It actually is, and like, because it's the blonde one and the black-haired one as well. It's so Young Bucks.
But like, I don't know, man. Just cut your hair. Give it a shot. I mean, maybe he knows that's gonna mean nothing, and he's like, "Fucking, just let me have my hair."
Yeah, he's like, you're gonna drop this. I know you're going to drop this, so fuck off getting me to cut my hair for it.
Yeah.
Next week, another feature. He had no idea how hard it would be to make them good. Talks about how he stroked their chest, reached and pulled out their heart or something. The newly franchised Naturals faced Diamonds in the Rough at the pay-per-view. Shane Douglas comes out and does a promo. He lost the franchise and gained a Dick Flair. I don't know what he's doing.
I gained my dick.
Flair. Still mad about that. Promised to his dad and Chris Candido that he'd take the Naturals back to the top, and that starts tonight. He doesn't stay at ringside for their match. He leaves. They trim their hair. David Young hits a big springboard moonsault to the floor, which is the best part of the match, which isn't ideal.
The best part is that, like, the Diamonds in the Rough eat them up.
Yeah, when the Diamonds in the fucking Rough are overshadowing you on your big, like, reboot match, you know it's over.
Yeah.
You know what the bigger problem was? Maybe not the bigger problem, but another problem I had. So, the thing I will always give the Naturals, the thing you can't take away from them, they have a cool finisher.
Yeah, and they dropped the fucking natural disaster.
Yeah, the natural disaster is a cool finish. And now they're just doing like a missile dropkick powerbomb. It's like the one thing they actually had, you took away from them. What are you doing? Franchise comes back out and berates them after the match, even though they won. Probably because they got eaten up by the Diamonds in the Rough.
He's just shoot pissed.
There is a lot of heat among wrestlers when Andy Douglas got away with not cutting his hair.
Oh, okay, first of all, like, Andy's a big dumb idiot bitch, right? Like, for not doing it, but everyone else is a big dumb idiot bitch for caring.
The story was that Bob Ryder, who Dave says doesn't have much respect these days, stepped in and convinced Jeff Jarrett they didn't need to cut their hair. The booking committee wanted to give them a new push with a complete new look. Chase Stevens has a little shorter hair that looks the same. They cut a very little bit of Andy Douglas's hair as a concession, but it's still long, but now styled slightly differently.
It feels like, this is like the same time that, like, WWE were doing Eminem.
Yeah.
Feels like they're going for a similar thing. Like a serious, like, pretty boy team to be, like, against, like, the just absurd pretty boy team that was Eminem.
They should do Shane Douglas doing the splits on the apron.
That would get over.
That would get over. That would change the tide. And we end the show, Liam, as we always do, for the last time, with 3 Live Crew family drama.
This mother is a bad girl.
Beware.
Well, we say that, but then they always end up popping the fuck back up, don't they?
I do believe this actually there's James Gang LAX stuff in like 2007, isn't there? No, does that count? Does that count? I think that counts.
Of course that counts.
I don't think this is technically the last 3LK family drama.
I don't have to sing the song again?
This Mother is a bad jam. It'll be added in post.
Not that one.
On the first segment of the month, we talked about that Monty Brown Chase and Rance match, after which Conan invited Monty into LAX. Monty declined, maybe because he's not Latin, but afterwards, because he took a shot at Ron, and he's like, you can stand alone like Ron Killings and Sanjay, because Ron comes back out, and Ron's like, what the hell, man? Why are you throwing shade at me?
Keep your name out my mouth. Out your mouth, rather.
So Homicide and Hernandez are like, should we jump him? And Conan is like, nope, he's family. And Conan gives Ron the same pitch that he just gave to Monty. He's like, you've been held back. They don't look at talent. They look at race. He offers Ron a spot in LAX. Ron hugs Conan.
It looks like Ron's gonna say yes.
Yeah, what I will say, like, Ron looks skeptical, but not, like, angry.
And not like he was like an immediate no. Like, it looked like he was considering the offer.
So yeah, as they hugged, as they embraced, LAX pounced and beat the shit out of him, and Hernandez dumped Ron over the rail.
It was crazy. It kind of broke my heart a little bit, because Conan and Ron, they were always cool.
Yeah, they were the boys. It was always BG causing all the problems with Kip.
Yeah, so I'm sad now.
Like, Conan always hated Kip, and Ron was just like, I want nothing to do with this. Leave me alone.
Like, sort your shit out.
Company meeting, Jim Cornette addresses LAX, and he's like, enemy of the worker, hater of the worker. He ends their work stoppage, and it's like, if you don't go to work, you'll get fired.
It's crazy.
They're protesting discrimination, and he's like, get back to work, or I will fire you.
This is Joe Biden's America.
They do get this is George Bush's America, so it does make a lot of sense. The August 6th Impact, Homicide, in his first singles match on Impact, faces Sanjay Dutt. It's nice to have Homicide wrestle on television.
It is. It is nice to have Homicide wrestle on television, even if it's like just some weird shit. Like, it's just DQ. I guess the DQ like ending is like putting over the whole angle more than anything.
Yeah, it's to set them up as violent, I think, rather than like to protect Sanjay.
We're talking about how like Homicide's like a top ROH guy, and like all the top ROH guys come in with like a certain level of respect, and it's like Homicide isn't quite treated to that level, but is still kind of treated well. It's like a weird little hybrid.
Yeah, because like as you said, Joe came in main eventer. I guess like Aries didn't, and Lethal is kind of getting more as the year goes on. But yeah, Homicide kind of sits in the middle between like a Joe and a Lethal.
Yeah, it's weird, but like I don't know, it's just nice to see him.
They have the full LAX intro with Moody Jack introing them coming from like the side of the arena through their like border wall.
It's so cool, and like it does feel very like WWE ECW.
They're actually, yeah, that entranceway is like the exact same as the ECW one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like they are instantly like the coolest act on the show. Conan is like back to being like the best promo on the show because he's cutting actual promos and not just being like, I hate you, Kip James.
Yeah.
He's just calling everybody racist, which I think is ideal.
Which is Conan's like best shit.
Homicide goes for a topic on Hilo, but Sanjay moves and Homicide connects with Hernandez. Sanjay wipes them both out with a dive, hits a standing slice bread, and Hernandez interferes and hits the Cracker Jack on Dot, which is the best move. I love the Cracker Jack so much.
Yeah.
Especially when he's doing it on like small X Division dudes and he just fucking yeets them across the ring. Homicide pins them. Slick Johnson comes out and tells Andrew Thomas what happened and they restart the match. Alex just jumped Dot for the DQ then before Truth makes the save.
I like that they said, fuck this.
We don't respect your
They're
authority.
just like, no, we're just going to beat the shit. Like, you want us to wrestle, you don't have to tell us how to wrestle it.
It was the first chance for Homicide to really show his stuff, and he looked really good, although Dave would have to temper that. It looked good on television, but apparently it was a bad match live. And the version that made TV was the ECW editing job, in reference to how Paul Heyman would edit matches on television to make them look great when they weren't so great live, which is how it should always work, by the way. The idea that that is like a novel idea is so stupid. It's like, if you were doing a taped show, you should always edit your matches to make them look as good as possible.
Yeah.
For the people who saw it live, it was not a feather in Homicide's cap. Dot was still working on a bad shoulder, even if he did do a topic on Hilo. So, Homicide's first singles match, and people are like, he kind of shit the bed, and we had to edit the shit out of it.
Yeah. But, like, yeah, you're right. Like, always edit that shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like, you're taping this stuff. You can make it look any way you want.
This is the reason you have it.
Yeah. This should be how it always works with every match forever. So all of this is to set up a tag match on the pay-per-view. It is LAX versus Ron Killings and Sanjay Dutt, or I have coined them Ron J. Dutt.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something better. There isn't.
That's good. Ron J. Dutt is good.
Yeah, it is.
Before the match, JB has LAX. Cornette says soon they'll be working at Jiffy Lube, but he's got something he can lube in a jiffy. That's good about Cornette, by the way. LAX are taking over just like all the immigrants, and soon everyone's going to be speaking Spanish as the main language.
For the record, Cornette doesn't say that.
What?
Like, that's an LAX line, isn't it?
Which?
The all the immigrants are going to take over and Spanish will be the main language.
Oh, did I say Cornette?
Yeah. I think you didn't say either, and it just because the way it ran off with the Cornette sentence.
No, I daved it.
Yeah, but yeah, they say it, and it's an awesome line. And I think it gets like a little like positive reaction too, which is like very funny.
Because like it is George Bush's America, as we mentioned. It is really interesting to do this and we have not evolved whatsoever in 18 years. Like you could do this exact gimmick, and you could do. Sadly, it would still be a heel gimmick. It would still be like, oh, the immigrants are coming for you to scare the white Americans. That's what the point of the gimmick is.
Well, yeah, because like it's arguably even like crazy now because it's the one thing Trump has that he always says. And
like I always think a lot about like wrestling's capacity to tell broader stories, and usually I'm on the side of they can't. They're really bad at it.
Well, I think we've had the things like wrestling can tell controversial things as long as the good guy wins.
Yeah.
But the problem is, in a case like this, it's like, I mean, you're saying they're the bad guy.
Like, the character here is that Conan is so fed up of racism that he's like, fuck it, we are gonna take over, fuck you. Like, that's what the character is.
And he's the bad guy.
He is the bad guy.
Yeah.
We had a cool feature as well before the match.
We did. I mean, just everything about LAX's presentation, they do kind of kill.
Yeah, like this is the month where LAX like actually arrive. You know, we've had a couple of soft launches, a couple of like weird James Gang feuds, the thing where they're just standing in the crowd for the month. But like everything they did with LAX this month, all of Conan's promos, all of like the entrances, even the match against Sanjay and Killings is really good. It's like, this is LAX. LAX is here in the month of July 2006.
Yeah. And it's thank God, because we're about to lose fucking AMW. And we just lost Team Canada. Tell me a lie that you won't
stop it. The tag division has like 5 stories at the same time it's falling apart. It's kind of funny.
It is weird. I guess like it's going to feel fresher at least.
Yeah, so LAX are giving their full intro again, introing them in Spanish with Moody Jack coming through the side entrance. They start with a big dive
sequence.
sequence.
TNA theme ever, by the way.
It's really up there. It might not be my favorite, but it's definitely top 5. Hernandez kills Dutt with a shoulder breaker, and they get the heat. Tag to Ron. Ron hits a big rolling thunder clothesline on Hernandez as a shout out to Conan. And my favorite part is like he leaves like a brief pause. Like he does the rolling thunder roll and then stops and hits a fucking sick ass lariat. It's almost better than Conan's, which is no surprise really, I guess. But Ron stops Homicide from using a chair with a corkscrew plancha, but then Conan hits Dutt with the slapjack and border toss. Again, all-timer move, especially doing it on someone like Sanjay, where he again just fucking yeets him, just throws him all the way across the ring.
The border toss is so good. It's like the most like video game move ever.
Because like you had the Razor's Edge where Scott Hall tried to be as safe as you could to do that move.
Yeah.
And then Hernandez is like, what if I just threw him? Never mind you're holding the dude all the way down so that you don't hurt him too bad. Hernandez is just like...
No, just gonna fucking yeet him.
Yeah, I just want to throw him. I just want to throw people and they die. It's so good. So LAX win. They beat Sanjay and Dutt. Probably the best match on the pay-per-view, honestly. Really good match.
God, the LAX like aesthetic is so good too. Everything from like the way they come out to the ring, like just the music, the production, the like special entrance. It's just like it doesn't get much better as like a way, like a presentation of a new character or gimmick.
Yeah, they nailed it. Especially, as I said, because like they've been dicking about with this act since the start of the year, since they had Machete in it. Never mind when they had Apollo in it, and like they've been kind of like fumbling around, and now like they've got it. They've just got it, you know. And it is like a testament to like a lesser company might have given up on this earlier, because like after the James Gang feud, you might have been like, this isn't working. This is kind of dead. Whereas like they left it a few months and they found it. Like they truly found it. It wasn't like on arrival. They had to take some time.
Yeah, but they got there. And it's crazy thing is like they will be trying with Hernandez for the next decade.
Yep. Not just them. We're watching Lucha Underground where he just arrived. A lot of people are trying with Hernandez for a very long time.
But Homicide, like, yeah, you get the one shot and then World Elite.
It's a shame. Should put Homicide in Hernandez's body. Then perfect wrestler.
Yeah. you give Hernandez like the charisma of Homicide. Yeah.
Shout out to Dutt and Killings as well. They don't team after this, and I was thinking, it's like, actually, they were like a really fun tag team. I kind of wish they stuck around as a team.
They're just like super babyface.
And do flips and dives and cool shit.
Yeah.
So that is the month. That is July 2006. If you would like to listen to our in-person watch-along, you can go to patreon.com/kiddingme, and you can listen to us talk about this show in person, in a room, together.
It'll be like you're there, in my house.
Yeah, I was there in his house. You can get show notes, you can get the ad-free episode. Again, photo of us in Australia, pay us.
Wow, that's the big bucks.
It only costs you one buck, a whole buck, to see our
big
faces.
Buck.
And people were like, I like the comment that like we both simultaneously looked exactly like they expected and nothing like they expected.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Tell
Should
us
I be
what that
offended?
means. I think I should. But yeah, all that's there, as well as the Rain Takers, Lucha Underground, PWG, Wrestling Society X, Ring Cat King. I should write these down.
Ghost Ship.
Ghost Ship is there. We should do another movie. We decided on the movie you were doing. It was that Spy Kid one. That's not Spy Kids.
What the fuck was it?
I have the name in my phone. Let me get it.
No, let me. It was the go-kart racing.
Yeah. Catch that kid.
Catch that kid. Motherfucker.
That's our next Patreon movie. If I can find it. I actually haven't looked for it, but I assume you can find it somewhere. You can find most movies somewhere.
Yeah.
That's our next Patreon movie watch along whenever we do it.
When we buy the DVD.
Yeah, when me and Ken were doing Magic by Design, or Disney show, you couldn't get one of the Hercules straight to video movies online. So I bought the VHS and then we ended the podcast before we watched it. So for no reason, I bought a VHS of a Hercules straight to video movie.
But you know what? You have that piece of history now.
I do. I'll sell it for $1 million in like 10 years. I'm sure that'll be in thorough
when the
demand.
market comes around.
Yeah. So patreon.com/kiddingme. We'll be back with probably an episode of Rain Takers next, which will be the Wrestling's on Taku one, the AJ Okada match. So that should be our next episode of Rain Takers, hitting Patreon after that, and the next episode of Gift of the Pods before we hit the August 2006 episode of You Got to Be Kidding Me. You can follow us on Twitter at Garrett and Liam at The Delete Muta, the podcast at TNA History Pod, subscribe us on YouTube at You Got to Be Kidding Me, or follow us at TikTok at TNA. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do damn thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Hold to. Get a life! Get a life!
Shut the front door!
Death to ECW. Long live TNA.
Oh, what do you want, you stupid stooge?
See that, Joe? That's a vein. Something you don't have, you little fat bastard.
That's Osama bin Laden! I didn't even know he was Al-Qaeda!
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 51. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are talking about the month that is August 2006, leading up to Hard Justice 2006. I'm Garrett Kidney, and I am joined by enemy of Cultaholic, Liam Jones.
That's me. Enemy of the British.
every time you go to England, they chase you in the streets, being like, "You blocked me on Twitter, mate."
I've never been to England for that reason. I am fearful for my safety due to my blocking habits. We have done 51 episodes.
Yeah.
Which means we are nearly at an episode per week. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can listen to an episode a week and then listen to our full podcast.
For a year? For a year?
Yeah.
There's 52 weeks in a year?
Yeah.
I got confused because then I started thinking of 53 weeks.
That's on a leap year. It's
And I
fine.
was like, wait, am I getting it mixed up with the Eric Bischoff thing? I don't want to say 52 weeks in a year and then have it not be the case.
Well, it's 83 weeks for Bischoff, but yes, it's 52 weeks in a year.
Fuck. Too many weeks.
Yeah, you could listen to an episode a week a year. And what does this have to do with your beef with Cultaholic?
It doesn't. That's the thing I wanted to start with. I don't want to go straight into beef.
You could have started with the beef and then leaned softly into the fact that Jack the Jobber could listen to an episode a week.
He still can listen. I can't stop him from that.
We were alerted today by one of our fair listeners in Discord that Jack the Jobber of Cultaholic on the Cultaholic podcast outlined that a podcast he wanted to listen to, which he eventually remembered was a TNA history podcast. He was like, he found
It's in the name, goddammit. Sorry.
he found us on Twitter. I assume one of our tweets crossed his timeline, and he was looking at us, and he wanted.
We're very popular. We do numbers. Hashtag.
We do pretty solid numbers. I've moved nearly all of like the content tweets onto the podcast Twitter now that it's good enough to do numbers by itself.
Yeah. You don't dedicate it any to your own. It used to be like a 70-30 split.
You see, now it's post to the main account or the podcast account, quote tweet from my own. That's our digital strategy. But yeah, he found our Twitter and he was like, "Oh, this seems like a good podcast." And then he went to click on the hosts and found that one of them, a certain Liam Jones, had blocked him on Twitter.
Oh boy. And like, I thought it was gonna be funny. I was like, oh, watch the clip, you know. And then like, he just seemed kind of sad about it, and now I feel bad.
So we tried already to start a beef with Brian Alvarez.
Yeah. Well, he gave up, so we won.
We won comprehensively. That little baby Brian Alvarez watched like 4 NWA-TNAs and quit like a coward. We drove him out of the market. We drove him out of the territory too fast. We were too successful.
We never got to have podcast beef.
No, now Jack the Jobber blindsided us. He didn't name us on the podcast, but we will.
He refused to.
He did not buzz market us to Cultaholic's extensive listenership.
That is legitimately my favorite bit, is that he's like, I'm not gonna name them, and I was like, you know what, fair.
Yeah, we don't get the publicity, so we need to extract it forcefully.
I assume that Matthew follows you.
Me and Matthew are mutuals. We talk every so often.
Yeah, you can be our bridge into making this into a legitimate fight.
Yeah, Matthew needs to mediate our deep hatred of each other. Matthew, who, by the way, should be a millionaire, should be the most successful person in the history of wrestling content, and also everyone who aped his style is like the most humorless, horrible person on earth.
I disagree. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
I think I should be the biggest millionaire content man. Have you ever considered that?
Well, people can go to patreon.com/kiddingme, which is, you see, this is what we do.
Make me one.
This is how you do it. You do the beef. You're like, Jack the Jobber.
Oh, quick! T-shirts! Quick.
Then you pivot and you're like, well, Jack the Jobber wouldn't want you to go to patreon.com/kiddingme and subscribe, or go to the link in our bio or whatever you're listening to this in description, where you can get our new t-shirts and our posters. You can do that. Jack the Jobber is like, I don't want them to do that, bruv. And I'm like, oh, you should do that. You should stick it to Jack the Jobber by going and subscribing to Patreon and buying our t-shirts.
Yeah, I can't think of any other content creators
Not a single one.
that do wrestling.
The Deadlock Podcast.
Yeah, I'm a deadlock boy.
John Blood, who has been on this show.
F off. How about you mother effing F off? Yeah, I'm about to crash out, as the kids say. I'm about to crash out on JTJ. All right. How about you tweet better and I wouldn't block you. Yeah. What up?
Do you have a specific memory of the moment you blocked him?
No clue. Zero clue. I'm sure it was just like, I managed to get 2 tweets in my feed that I like mildly disagreed with. And I was like, F this mother effer.
Done. Get out of here.
Out. You're done. You're in the block mines with Trump and Elon, baby.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry, Jack the Jobber. We didn't mean to do this to you.
Well, I guess I technically did. I did do it.
I hope he's like, you know what? I'll circle back. I'll give these guys a second chance. I was unreasonable. I shouldn't have called them out on my highly successful podcast. I'm going to go back and I'm going to listen to their most recent episode, which I'm sure will be a delightful, fun time with no beefs and no call-outs and will not make me feel bad whatsoever.
No, for the record, don't actually care.
No.
No one should really care about this. This is dumb. We are doing. Oh, unblock him today. I don't give a shit about anything.
No, we need to mediate though. We need to fly you to the Cultaholic headquarters on Cultaholic's dime, and we need to mediate this situation. And you need to unblock him in person. You can talk out your differences, and when they plug our podcast and then get all of their subscribers to go subscribe to our Patreon, you know the normal things you do in mediation. Then we can settle this and like decent, reasonable people, and call Jack the Jobber a nice man and wish him well in his life.
Well, like, wait, let me think about this. I got this. Wait, let me think about this. Shut up. Let me think.
Doesn't help that his name is already Jack the Jobber.
No. Damn it. That's a compliment.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna be like, more like Coulter Brolic, but Brolic just means jacked, so.
No!
Fuck.
Culta Nullic? Like null?
Oh, I have one, but it might be too harsh.
Well, what are you gonna go for?
More like cunter.
Listen,
Wait a minute, that sounds like a different thing. That sounds like
I think if you looked for Cultaholic, you would find something very, very, very different.
that sounds like a different thing entirely. That doesn't sound like an insult. That doesn't sound like an insult. That sounds like a Jericho parody shirt.
Oh dear. I hope they're all doing well. This has gone exactly as well as I hoped it would.
I'm crashing out, baby.
This is how you beef. This is what Brian Alvarez took from us.
Yeah, I mean, more like crying Brian Alvarez the way he couldn't finish a TNA pay-per-view.
Got his ass. Alright, what's going on with you?
Oh, what? I can't do that now.
You can't just go to, well, I went to see the Joker.
I did see the Joker.
I was gonna go see the Joker, and then I saw Interstellar was out for its 10th anniversary, and I was like, fuck it, I'm seeing Interstellar again instead.
You should have seen the Joker.
I had very weird, because like the core of Interstellar, like the idea. Have you seen Interstellar?
No spoilers. I've never seen Interstellar.
Okay, I won't spoil it, but like the way Interstellar plays, it has a core message about love versus like rationality that plays very differently now than it did then. Because like back then it's like the idea that like love being this overwhelming force over rationality is like this positive for society, and now like 10 years later, like the idea of like emotion being this overwhelming force over rationality has been so thoroughly a negative for society for the decades since this movie came out that I'm like, oh, this movie is still phenomenal, but that idea hits really different 10 years later.
Yeah, we in 2014 we were a more hopeful people, and then like it's just, you know, nosedived.
It really did all go to shit really fast.
Well, I wonder what world-changing event caused that. Anyway, like the main thing I think is we are a jaded people now.
Yeah.
In a way that like was always somewhat prevalent, but I felt like it didn't dominate our lives. And now I think it dominates like every waking moment of existence. Is this like pervasive feeling of anguish, anxiety, despair.
And there's a lot to like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'd like to see you cover this topic, Jack the Jobber. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, we need to bring people down before we talk about TNA in 2006.
Oh, they come to your podcast for laughs and goofs and good times, huh? They come to this one to really like get existential about how terrible life is.
Because like 10 years ago, like the forces of the internet were such that I think people were just working out how you can abuse it. in order to make you see all the bad things all the time. And over the 10 years since, people have relentlessly abused it so that the loudest, most annoying people are the people you see all the time. And then like that kind of escalates and spirals so that society just lurches toward the worst things at any given moment. And then you're just like, war in the Middle East, climate disaster, financial turmoil. You can't rent because rental prices are through the fucking roof. Inflation. Everything is bad. Have you thought about everything is bad? No. Retreat to your TNA and hide. Hide from the world watching Eric Young skits.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Is the Joker about that too?
The Joker's world might be more hopeful.
Oh no.
There might legitimately be a more like glowing feeling of hope and possibility in Gotham. In Joker Folle.
They're at least singing. That does at least increase the mood a little bit.
They are making a mountain out of a hill.
Is that a song in the movie?
That is the song.
I would have known if I didn't bail out on it for a 10-year-old movie instead.
I don't know. Okay, so my broad thoughts on Joker Folle is that it's good. I don't know. What do you want from me?
Your French is
It's a pretty good movie. Thank you. Oui. French? Français?
This is a trap to see how racist your French accent will go.
It will get very racist.
A character from Ratatouille all of a sudden.
Oui.
The rat, actually.
Oui. Oui.
Anything else?
I'm probably gonna see Transformer 1.
You much a Transformers guy?
Nah, not really.
I feel like Transformers is such a strongly American thing. It's like that and like G.I. Joe together. Obviously G.I. Joe is very much an American thing, but I feel like Transformers sits in the same bucket as like, it's like obviously the Michael Bay movies were if financially successful internationally.
I mean, that's where I kind of know them mostly from.
But like the idea of like, I don't think the like Transformers cartoons from like the 80s or whatever were as pervasive here. Of course, I wasn't born, so they might have been. I might just be too old or too young.
Which means I was way too young.
You reminded me of my ancient age.
How old is Jack the Jobber?
I think he's probably a little older than us. He's probably around my age, if not maybe a small bit older.
I Google. Then I go to What Culture Wrestling Wikia.
There's no Cultaholic Wikia? They should be salty about that.
Personal life.
What year were you born, Jack the Jobber?
I never want to have a Wikia.
The You've Got to Be Kidding Me Wikia? Or would we just be folded into the TNA one?
Yeah, I don't know, depends who buys us out eventually. Well, it says here 23, but that's old. So that must have been during his coming up era.
When What Culture was still, well, when he was still part of What Culture, I guess. What Culture is still a thing.
Yes. Well, one of them bought our shirt, so I know which side I'm on.
Oh, he did! Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
It says 1992.
Oh, so he is the same age as me, fuck.
So, I don't know, it feels like we're gathering information on an enemy.
Yeah, we'll move on. We'll move on.
And where does he live? And what hours is he in public?
It was meant to be like a light-hearted jive, just be like fake a beef, and now we're like, what is Jack the Jobber's agent location?
Who is his family and his weaknesses?
We need to learn everything about his patterns. I wonder how weird he'll find this if he listens to it.
It's gone. See, it was fine.
Yep.
And then like it reached like a level of obsession, and now I'm hoping that by addressing it, we're going full circle back to fine.
Yep.
It was just comedy.
We can't be trusted with beefs. I'm so sorry, Jack the Jobber. You were right. You were right not to listen.
You should block me.
Your assessment of us was spot
I'll unblock
on.
you and you can block me. I'm sorry.
Well, he can still block you. You can mutually block.
No, like I feel like I need to just be the one.
To take the block?
Yeah.
So we
Don't say it like that. That sounded so crude.
That's up there with cuntaholic.
Okay, well, that was an accident. I forgot I did that. I had already moved on
You can head to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com where you can subscribe and you can get bonus shows. No bonus beefs, just bonus shows. Maybe. We can start beefs. It can be a new tier. $15 tier, we'll start a beef with you. Give us $15 and we'll be mad at you in a way that's weird, but hopefully comes back around to okay.
And we'll find out your age and where you live.
You can listen to our Raid Takers New Japan show, our Lucha Underground show, our Global Force Wrestling show, our Wrestling Society X show, our Pro Wrestling Guerrilla show, our 2010 Monday Night Wars show, our drafts, our end of year awards, our we have watch-alongs, our show notes. Also, if you are a subscriber on our Patreon, you get 10% off merchandise.
10% off what?
10% off the You've Got to Be Kidding merchandise. The Kevin Nash Graph t-shirt, the Styles Daniels Joe t-shirt, a selection of posters. You save 10%. There's a post down on Patreon.
That's so many percents, I couldn't even count up to it.
If you can't find the post, just DM us on Patreon and we will send you the code to save 10%. Also, little pro tip. If you are thinking of buying a t-shirt,
I'm thinking of it right now.
If you go to Patreon and subscribe on the $1 tier, you will get access to a promo code that saves you more than $1 on the t-shirt. So you will actually make yourself money if you subscribe on Patreon, get that code and buy a t-shirt. So really...
Garrett, don't tell them. Don't let them know.
I'm giving away all of the secrets.
Wow. Big You've Got to Be Kidding Me doesn't want you to know.
So you can head to the link in our description or bio or whatever the hell you're listening to us. So you'll find it somewhere where you can check out the merchandise or check out the Patreon. The shirts are good. That one guy from What Culture posted it and he got lots of compliments in his replies.
Yeah.
Like, that's not me doing a bit. He did get lots of compliments in his replies.
And that's why new series coming to the Patreon, What Culture Pro Wrestling from the beginning.
It is, well, maybe not entirely from the beginning, but we did talk about it. It fits in the mold of the stuff we have covered.
Yeah, listen, I'm just like, we have one show where we cover good wrestling. Mm-hmm. And it's not this one.
Wait a minute.
So
yeah, patreon.com, tnachat.com.
Infer what you will.
Or check out the merch. That brings us to the news, starting, Liam, with the fire.
The roof. The roof is on fire. Should I light my roof on fire in, like, support and unity?
No, because then you'll burn and die.
Yeah, I'm not 30 yet.
That's a watch-along reference, which you will get if you give us $10.
I want to bring that up, but we're out of the wacky portion. We got to get to the actual TNA.
Two Florida newspapers detailed the fire incident at the Hard Justice pay-per-view on August 13th. The Orlando Sentinel briefly wrote, a worker at Universal Studios in Orlando was taken to hospital Sunday night for treatment of smoke inhalation after extinguishing a small fire on a catwalk above a soundstage. Wrestling matches were occurring at the time. The worker, whose name was not released, used a dry chemical extinguisher. No one else was injured, and the wrestling matches resumed after the firefighters cleared the smoke and chemicals from the area. The Miami Herald provided more details in its August 14th newspaper, saying a small fire interrupted the opening match on the TNA Hard Justice pay-per-view on August 13th from Universal Studios. While Eric Young and Johnny Devine battled in the ring, a flame appeared on the padding of a pillar above the ring of Soundstage 21. The sparks from the pyro to open the show was the probable cause of the minor blaze. After a 15, closer to 30, minute delay,
Damn it.
fans were allowed...
You said blaze!
Oh, you want...
I was gonna do the thing.
Which is also a watch-along.
There's a watch-along bit.
We're creating watch-along canon. We don't usually do that.
This is too much. It must have been a good watch-along.
After a 15-minute delay, fans were allowed to return and the show continued. When the fire marshals decided to evacuate the building, there was a mini panic as TNA executives tried to organize and decide what to do. Soon, though, they met with fire officials and were cooperative and calm, soon believing that sooner than later fans would be let back in. The main concern of the fire officials was that the fire extinguisher used was chemical-based and could potentially be a health risk for fans and the performers. So the main reason they evacuated was ultimately not because of the actual fire, but because of concerns about the fire extinguisher that was used and whether or not that might actually cause some health effects for the fans.
Fun note is that we actually had listeners who were there. Allegedly, they could be lying, it is the internet. But that is really funny to me, that like some people were there that we were talking about it, including IVP Video.
Yeah, when we posted this to Twitter, there was a couple people. I did ask somebody for memories, but I don't think they replied on time. So I would have included that person's memories.
You're blocked!
Yeah, Liam is ruthless now. Eric Young, who was on Wrestling Observer Live, I believe, like, as it was happening.
Yeah, someone mentioned that too, which is, like, crazy. Like, you imagine how much heat someone would get for that now?
Going on, like a dirt sheet radio show as a fire was breaking out backstage.
Tony would fire them.
Eric said it tasted like a big bag of salt and vinegar chips, presumably talking about,
That's
like, the fire
awesome.
extinguisher.
I take it back. Maybe they should all say that. And just, like, sucked up the chemicals. What's your favorite chip?
As in crisp. I like a waffle. I like a ranchero. I like a skip.
Wait, are these flavors or brands?
Brands.
I want flavors.
Well, the waffle is like a...
I can't relate to your European brands.
Specifically Irish brands, because, like, Ireland is the mecca of crisps, because the Tato brand...
I have tried Tato.
But, like, the regular Tato is, like, it's just cheese and onion, but the broader Tato portfolio will give you, like, chickadees, and banshee bones, and monster munch, and mighty munch, and meanies. Oh, meanies.
Why are they called these things?
Snacks, chipsticks, so many crisps.
Okay.
If you ever come here, I will just lay them all out in front of you so that you can witness the wonders. Because, like, listen, Jumpies are fine. I enjoyed Jumpies. They were good.
Well, you're coming on this pod. This is not an anti-Jumpy podcast.
I had a good time with Jumpies, and then bizarrely saw them in Austria. I'm not sure where they confused that Austria has enough of the letters of Australia.
They were different.
They were.
Not the same Jumpy.
And I didn't buy them, so I didn't know that they taste the same. But, like, Jumpies are good, but, like, you come to Ireland and you look at, like, the crisp selection, and you're like, holy shit, there's so many more crisps. It's not just the regular shaped potato chip with different salted flavor on it. You can get all sorts of shit here.
Okay. Are your chips also, like, ungodly expensive?
It depends. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not.
They're damn near $10 for a bag here.
All right, they're not that bad.
Yeah, well, you know, we're price gouging, so shit's crazy right now.
I didn't know, like, listen, everything in Australia feels more expensive because of the currency.
Yes.
So to me, everything feels more expensive. But even in my head, when I started, like, doing currency conversions, I was like, even that's still a little steep.
Everything is, it's really bad.
We'll break format slightly here, and we might as well talk about the actual, like, match and then the response to the fire right now, as opposed to doing it during the actual broad topics. So as mentioned, the match that was happening in the ring as this happened was Eric Young and Johnny Devine. Like,
I thought it was snowing.
Yeah, because you just saw, like, little flecks of what ultimately was the fire extinguisher coming down.
I was like, are we doing Sting's WWE debut? Or I guess AEW debut?
He does like snow. So yeah, the fire extinguisher started drifting down. Like, Johnny Devine hit a very nice float over DDT.
He did, despite it all.
Yeah, and then that started trickling down, and, like, the entire arena, because, like, it wasn't a particularly big fire. It did look to be, like, just one...
They did seem to be missing it repeatedly with the fire extinguisher.
Listen, it's very hard in the rafters to hit the small target with the fire extinguisher. So yeah, these two guys are wrestling, and suddenly, like, the arena is covered in fog, or, like, it is the fire extinguisher foam? What's the word for that?
I think it depends on the fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
I just twisted my neck in a way that shot pain all the way down my back.
But do you feel better now?
No.
Aw.
It just hurt. It didn't crack. I just, like, gave myself whiplash.
So, like, the fire extinguisher mist covers the entire building. The crowd start chanting, the roof is on fire.
Great bit. Like, if I'm gonna die in a burning blaze, that's what I want to be chanting.
Later in the show, when they're stalling for time, Mike Tenay's like, you know what? Great job to the fans who did not leave when the building caught fire.
Insane take.
He's like, really good of them to stay and watch Eric Young and Johnny Devine finish their match, and they didn't go straight to a finish. Like, they had a little, like what the fuck is going on, and then they wrestled for, like, 3 more minutes before eventually EY won with a wheelbarrow neckbreaker. The crowd also did "You Can't See Us" while doing the John Cena taunt. Very good. So yeah, EY just wins. They continue their match, because, like, EY gets a roll up like 30 seconds after the fog covers the arena, and I was like, oh, they're just going to a finish. It's like, nope, Johnny Devine kicks out, and they still do, like, 2 more minutes of wrestling.
Which, again, is, like, impressive, if not stupid.
There's an angle here that we will talk about. Who gives a fuck about Earl Hebner? But we'll talk about that in a minute. So now they need to stall for time, because the building is on fire. So they play a feature for the match that was meant to be up next, which was AMW versus the Naturals versus the James Gang versus Shazarian. That match ultimately gets cut for time, so there's a feature for a match that doesn't happen. There's a bunch of features on Sting that were in the Go Home show that they play to fill, like, a full block of 5 minutes. So, like, Match happens, fire happens, match finishes, we go to Mike and Don a little bit, I think they run down the card, then we get another like 7 minutes or so of features, and we come backstage to Mike, Danae, and JB, who are backstage like with microphones, with like firemen buzzing around, fire trucks buzzing around, as they tell us that the fire marshal has evacuated so that they can do a test. As we learned, the test is on the fire extinguisher contents. And then we need to stall for time.
Yeah, so we just we do the best thing, which is just let wrestlers improv.
Mike Tenay, first and foremost, is upset that his tuxedo is now disheveled. It has all the fire extinguisher stuff on it. They show a replay of the fire, just in case you missed it.
I like how they did cut to the fire mid-match.
They did, because you had to. Like, what the fuck is happening? Why is the building no longer visible? Don West comes up. He informs us that they've cleared the building and fans are being let in. The show will resume momentarily. This is where Tenay is like, it's really good that they stuck around for the match, you know? Big true fans watching this Johnny Devine, Eric Young match at the fear of burning to death.
I mean, I would stay for it.
Then Eric Young comes up and he's like, I need everybody to know that the fire was not my fault.
Don't fire me for the fire.
Jim Cornette, I didn't start the fire.
It was always burning since the world was turning.
Damn it, I was going to make a Billy Joel reference. But then, more importantly, Monty Brown strolls up.
And they just let him vibe.
And he talks for, I believe, 4 minutes. And he does a full Monty Brown promo, talking about how he would like to blaze everybody.
Weed noise.
Thank you. He runs down Rhino and Joe. Tenay's like, you can't call him Fat Joe. To which Monty Brown responds by singing, hey Joe, why you running round with that cheeseburger in your hand?
I assume that's a reference.
It probably is. This is the one, like that Nash Happy Birthday song that everyone told us what it was.
Yeah.
He keeps going, and it's the perfect combination of bad and amusing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fun to watch Monty Brown go off.
There's like a few notes, I didn't include them, but there's a few notes about how TNA were hot at Monty Brown, pardon the pun, because he had, like, they were sick of his promo style. Like, they wanted him to do more serious promos. And I'm like, you guys did not know what you had with this man. He calls Joe a hippofant, Rhino a herbivore. Then he looks at a hippofant as a combination of hippo and elephant, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, I think people got that one.
He looks at Mike Tenay and is like, you don't know what that means, herbivore. And it's like, but it means plant eater.
Ugh.
Then pounds period, he's going to win the false count anyway.
Just said... No, I guess he said that Joe had the cheeseburger, so he is consistent, if nothing else.
And you might think that's the most unhinged promo in this segment. Shane Douglas walks up.
I feel like that's an age-old sentiment.
He's up there with the Naturals, the newly franchised Naturals, and he says, George Bush is a great president because he had a war of terrorism thrown in his lap and rose to the occasion.
Okay.
And tonight, the Naturals have to be like George Bush. This is an instance of insecurity, and they have to rise to the occasion. And their match got cut, so they didn't.
I'm sure we'll run it back on Impact Wrestling.
And like George Bush, they will be adaptable and flexible and do no war crimes.
Well, there's already chemical warfare on this night, so...
One of the reasons the Monty Brown promo went so long was because they were thinking, like, if they got the fans in the building on time, that the way they would go back to live action is that, like, Joe and Rhino would attack Monty during the interview, and you'd start the Falls Count Anywhere match back right there, and then come back to the building. But
that's fun.
But they decided not to do that mid-promo, and the reason Monty talked so long was that, like...
They didn't tell him.
They didn't tell him. They were like, we're not sure if we're going to do this, but if we are, you'll get jumped by Rhino. If not, just keep talking, I guess.
I like that Rhino was just like off camera listening to this Monty Brown promo.
He would have loved it. Yeah, but ultimately they went back to a JB pre-tape and continued the show with Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin, which is a match that was not supposed to take place either, but we'll get to that in a minute. There was the WrestleMania we were talking about in the watch-along, where like the weather delayed the event. And it became like one of those like social media moments. And I feel like if a building caught fire on live pay-per-view, it would probably end up being like a lot. I think this is like more of a forgotten moment than like an iconic one. Like this pay-per-view was delayed by 30 minutes because the building caught fire.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fun footnote, but like ultimately nothing really happened, so.
And it was a modest fire.
Yeah.
I like the way Mike and Don were like, we'll never forget this night.
It is like sort of remarkable that these things do not happen more. As they let off giant amounts of pyrotechnics in enclosed buildings.
The amount, yeah, you set off pyro and fireworks and have literal flames shoot up often. And the only thing I can think of is the Undertaker thing, right?
Yeah.
Where he accidentally got set on fire. And like the rest, like the Jeff Hardy one was obviously a worked thing. And Goldberg and Christian would walk through pyro. But yeah, one of those real fun, wacky things in TNA history. It's what our poster is based on, this one as well.
We have to make light of a tragic situation.
And no one died.
That one guy got unwell.
One man went to hospital, and I hope he's fine.
Yeah, well, there you go. You don't know, do you?
His name was not released. I don't know.
Hope you're doing okay, guy.
Samoa Joe has found himself in a tough position in TNA. A wrestler who is ready to break out as a main event star, but without a political ally fighting for him on the booking committee. Which I would somewhat disagree with, because the booking committee is clearly positioning him as a star. Like, it's not like Joe is still stuck doing X Division stuff. Like, they clearly like, oh god, Samoa Joe's really breaking out, we have to do something. But we still have like Jarrett and Sting and Steiner and Christian that we're too busy doing other things with. Like, that's the balance. It's not like they're not booking him in main event spots.
He does feel like a major part of the show. And like probably like Rhino level.
Yeah.
Above Monty, but like Rhino level for sure. But I think like the broader sentiment here is like he doesn't have Jeff Jarrett going, Samoa Joe should beat me.
Yeah, there's not like the runway here at the moment for Joe to become champion in the way there probably should be. Frustration with how he has been utilized lately has boiled over into a public confrontation with booking committee member Scott D'Amore at last week's TV tapings, which I think we mentioned briefly last month, but there's more details on here. His concern has been building for weeks, if not months, and gained steam when he was put in the Ultimate X match 3 months ago without concern for protecting him in the match, which I think is still bullshit. Like, the whole thing was he was protected in the match, but listen. The way the match was booked, he was made to look like a less agile X Division wrestler and more of an overweight wrestler unable to climb the cable above the ring, which I don't agree with that. I just don't agree with that being like how...
I don't agree with it because the sentiment of the match was like, this guy is a dominant force who will kill you, but he's in a circumstance in which it is not advantageous to be that dominant force that kills people.
And frankly, the only way in which we can level the playing field. Otherwise, he'll kill us.
Yeah, so like, if anything, it makes him feel more imposing.
The trend continued on the last pay-per-view where his role in the 4-way main event contenders match was lowest on the priority list. Sting was protected since he is treated as the top star by bookers. Christian was protected by D'Amore, who sees Christian as one of his guys. I love the idea that Christian needs a political reason to be protected rather than being one of the top stars.
And not just the fact that it's Christian, second biggest star in the company.
Scott Steiner is Jeff Jarrett's longtime friend, and since he's physically more fragile than Joe, the tendency is to work hard to protect him. Joe was left to fend for himself in the booking of the match. He didn't win the match, which led to him coining himself the undefeated wrestler who never wins big matches. It upset a number of wrestlers, including perhaps Joe, that the leader of the promotion, Jeff Jarrett, seemed primarily concerned with getting in his spots when he interfered, without regard for how it affected everyone else, which I do agree with. That interference spot in that Road to Victory 4-way was egregiously unnecessary. It literally only existed to get Jarrett on the show because he didn't have anything else to do on the show. He's a big mark for himself, says one wrestler. Everybody is catching on to it now because Jarrett isn't even trying to hide it. It didn't help matters that before the match, Sting and Steiner asked Joe not to potato him since Joe has a rep, some say unfair, of being overly stiff in the ring, not just tight with his offense. However, during the match, Steiner DDT'd Joe on the apron, which led to a welt under his eye, which you can see on TV. He also ended up with a black eye on the other side of his face. Steiner did apologize after. Joe remains tight with his fellow ROH and indie standouts, AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels. Daniels is said to be the analyzer or overanalyzer, says one colleague of the group, who sees the picture and presents the political obstacles to Joe. Styles is known as being more emotionally reactionary, a hothead, or even a, excuse my 2006 language here, spaz, says one colleague. They use that term multiple times this month in the PW Torch to describe AJ. So he takes the case Daniels built and works up Joe emotionally. I like the idea that Joe is like, Styles and Daniels are his hype guys, getting him mad about his booking.
I think everyone has those guys in wrestling.
It's like, oh, you should be main eventing, dude. How are you not world champion? And Joe's like, oh.
Some of them are in the media.
And so Joe's like, oh, it's a patient game. I'm just getting my main event. But that's like, no, you should be winning the belt. Joe, who is also emotional, doesn't play politics and speaks out what he sees as an injustice, as we illustrated when we talked about Rob Feinstein, ends up wearing his emotions on his sleeve, which is actually very different from the Joe of 2024.
Well, like, I think there's a point that Joe reached where he's like, this is just what I'm doing now.
Yeah, you can see it. I think it happens kind of post TNA because I think we talked about before, like the Rob Van Dam time limit thing in 2011 or whenever that was, where he got suspended for that too, where he lost his shit because they did a time call and he didn't like that. And like obviously the Nash Scott Hall thing in 2007. Like there are multiple incidents of Joe being like really passionate, sometimes to a fault, sometimes he's in the right, maybe displaying it in the wrong sometimes, but yeah, whereas now he is the level-headed, easy as it comes, like what happens and I will just do my role kind of guy.
Yeah, and I think that's just like maturing too, I guess.
Yeah, he's like a dude in his mid-20s here. He's passionate and everything's the end of the world and you die on every hill.
And like, you know, someone who is well regarded and hyped up too.
Like, yeah, everyone's like, you should be the guy.
Yeah, when like everyone's telling you you're the coolest and you're 25, you're like, hell yeah, I'm the fucking coolest. I should be the best.
Why aren't these old men near in their 40s making me the coolest?
Yeah.
Some see him as being whiny as a result, although his defenders say anyone in his position should be worked up about the political obstacles he faces when it's clear he is an afterthought at times. I agree with the at times there. I don't agree really with the afterthought in general. To other wrestlers with WWE and WCW TV exposure, but less popularity, in-ring skills upside, and current popularity with the TNA fan base. Rhino has gotten a lot of TV time lately and it's paying off strong with strong pops from the Orlando fans. That TV time Rhino gets is in part because he's tight with Booker D'Amore. It all boiled over into a confrontation with D'Amore in the locker room between D'Amore and Joe in front of everybody at the TV tapings. He shouldn't have said what he said, says one wrestler present. He was right in what he said, but wrong in how he said it. Both seem to realize it shortly into the argument. Joe and D'Amore exchanged heated words in the middle of the locker room, then realized it was the wrong place to have such an argument, so they stepped around the corner and had a heated discussion that everyone was still able to hear.
Yeah, again, this doesn't seem like anything major. It just seems like wrestlers getting worked up about booking, which is like every day.
And like the Steiner bit is part of it. Like Steiner like fucked him up a little bit. And when you look at TV, it is a big ass knot in his head. So he's probably like coming back emotional. And by all accounts, the next week they did a mock public argument to be like, joking around, so everything was fine. TNA and TV industry sources both indicate that a tentative agreement has been reached between TNA and Spike TV to expand Impact to 2 hours, either in October or January or October 2007, as it turns out. Details are being worked out, but TNA management has been pushing for it lately, and Spike TV officials have agreed it is a move worth making. TV sources say Spike sees TNA as a late-night show, meaning it could remain in its current time slot with a second hour tacked on. There has also been talk of the second TNA hour airing on a separate night rather than as part of a 2 hour block, likely another 11 to 12 time slot, but on a Monday after Raw. The argument for that is that the Raw's overrun draws the largest wrestling audience of the week every week, so TNA could benefit from a carryover of that viewership if they knew about the show and switched channels after Raw. It is the AEW Rampage strategy, as we like to call it.
Works well for them.
It has gone really well, I think. They did beat them in the ratings that time.
Shout out to Bunny.
Dixie Carter is back to being a regular presence backstage at TNA tapings. She was in good spirits at this week's tapings, but both she and Jeff Jarrett talked to each other and others backstage about the dropping TNA Impact ratings. She's back from, she just had a baby, in case you were wondering if you forgot from one of the last episodes. Jarrett was downplaying it as a result of a weaker lead-in with the comedy show Spike TV put in place of the Ultimate Fighter series. The Ultimate Fighter returns later this month to Thursday nights, at which point TNA is expected to return to 1.0 ratings. There is, of course, a lot more about this in all of the wrestling publications, but we have covered it to death. But basically it dropped to a 0.8 again and they went crazy again, and Russo's coming in 2 months, so fuck off.
Cool. The show's gonna get good in 2 months.
Jake the Snake Roberts may be at an upcoming TV taping to have an on-air role after pitching himself and Canadian wrestler Sin to also have an on-air role. Sin provides the transportation for Roberts to be at the event. TNA management is rightfully leery of investing in Roberts due to his past drug use and reputation for no-showing events, but they value Roberts' name value and promo ability.
We'll see.
They should have a managed Team Mexico.
That'd be sweet.
Monty Brown's contract expires in September. He is negotiating a renewal, but it's not a slam dunk that they will agree to all terms. Brown could end up in WWE this fall if TNA renegotiating decisions don't go well.
Oh my god, this is the Daniel Garcia.
It is, and as the month goes on, there are indications that negotiations are difficult at this stage. Brown is a huge wrestling fan and would love to go to WWE if that were an option. TNA management, though, seems to have a different idea of what Brown is worth. Some wonder if Brown would fit in with the regimented lifestyle of WWE. He marches to the beat of his own drummer, says one friend of his. He's different, which makes him interesting, but also tougher to predict.
I'd say that's accurate.
Yeah, he's a weird freak. Like all the best wrestlers, he's a weird freak.
Yeah, but like if he's not a weird freak coming from like WCW, you know?
They're like, he's difficult to work with all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Bill Goldberg has been signed to a retainer contract with Spike TV.
Yeah, close enough.
Goldberg is telling friends he can't get into details, but one thing is clear, it does not require him in any way to work for TNA or make any appearances.
Just really want to emphasize that fact that he will not be a TNA.
Even though he does an interview with Alex Marvez. Alex scoops himself at one point this month where he's like, maybe I should check out that TNA Hard Justice pay-per-view. So he is sending mixed messages.
He's negging TNA.
I think he is. We've been doing this for like 6 months now, and he's like, oh, you know, maybe. No, oh, they're shit. They're terrible. Production values and money isn't good enough. But what about if I did? TNA management have talked about the prospects of using Goldberg on their Big Bound for Glory pay-per-view. He has expressed an openness to working a few matches for TNA. He didn't want to be part of a late-night second-rate wrestling show, but TNA has established itself enough that he sounds open to it, but the money he wants is more than TNA is willing to pay at this point. But such is how negotiations go.
Fair.
Bret Hart, meanwhile, told Between the Ropes Radio he would like to work for TNA, but he's not sure it's worth his time. I certainly would like to help him, and I think they know that, he said. But the truth is, I'm happy with my time off. If I was going to do that, I would have to leave one day before to get there, and then you have to have whatever you do that day for the show, and then it takes a whole day to get home. That's 3 days of my week, and obviously, I don't need it that bad. I don't have 3 days a week for anybody.
That's kind of awesome. I like a man that just respects his time.
It's like, it's a whole deal that I have to go there and come back, and then they make me do something while I'm there. It's just, couldn't be bothered. TNA's employment philosophy is shifting towards signing wrestlers to long-term contracts with weekly set pay rather than bringing wrestlers to TV on short-term per-appearance deals with typically 10 dates guaranteed. The standard long-term contract is a 3-year deal with 1 year guaranteed, and TNA having the option to pick up the last 2. TNA is handling independent bookings for wrestlers, and the more bookings they take, the more they would receive as a bonus at the end of each quarter. Austin Aries has signed a long-term deal with TNA to return to the company in the fall. Aries wrote on his website last month that he was close to returning to the company. TNA will air a series of vignettes promoting his return while he's on an extended tour of the United Kingdom for Ring of Honor and 1PW over the rest of the summer. And there's also a note he will be renamed Austin Starr, of course.
Because
TNA got the WWE notions that now they're on television, they need to own everybody's names, so they can't just call them Austin Aries like they called them on Austin Aries when they were on television in fucking October.
For like 6 months.
It's so like, you become what you hate over time. You can't help it, can you?
Hologram. No, that's based though.
Senshi's push may be tempered because he is proving his reputation correct as being grumpy and moody and difficult to work with. He turned off management by telling them they have to deal with his agent on several matters. They were trying to get him on one of these new contracts where they would have control over his indie dates, even though he had just signed a deal to come back. So there was like conflict there, and obviously deal with my agent. Which it's so funny that wrestling like that gets heat in wrestling. And it's not just like commonplace for wrestlers to have agents representing their best interests.
I think that's more of a thing now, but it's mostly just used for negotiations, I feel. Once they're in the company, they just kind of let it flow and be pissy.
He also won't work with certain indie promoters that TNA wants to send him to work for. He's always in a bad mood, says one colleague. He's always creating drama. If it's not one thing, it's another. He's too intense, too passionate, but he signed a 3-year contract, so he's going nowhere.
Fair enough. But like, I guess it's a 1-year contract technically.
Current X Division champion Senshi says the X Division isn't as strong today as it has been in the past.
It's true.
So if you read this interview, we'll read some of it. I do think he is talking in character.
Yeah.
But
with a little sprinkle of truth.
I think it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B. But like there's enough in character that like, is he talking in character? But also he's just kind of burying people. So it's like, oh, did you really need to do this? I don't know. But Senshi says, I'm probably going to get some feedback on this, but I think it's weak, he said in an interview with the Wrestling Crossfire audio show this week. I love how we read shows names like Between the Ropes, and it's like, we really haven't come up with new show names at all.
Yeah.
Think of it this way. I just came into the company a few months ago, and I'm already the champion. What does that say about their wrestlers?
I mean, that's in character.
These guys, they're very gifted athletes, and I think there's certain aspects about them that they really need to work on to become a champion. I take pride in what I do as a profession, as a career. I dedicate my life to doing this, learning and trying to get better and such. I think that some of the wrestlers have become complacent in their current roles in being part of the X Division, and I don't think it's necessarily to become a better wrestler, to become a better athlete. I just think it's okay, I'm comfortable at this level, let me stay here. I've just never been that way. I think I've proven over the years by the matches that I've done and being a part of that that way I fight against every competitor. He also isn't crazy about the Nash stuff where he's like, eh, good or bad. Like this stuff, like it's in character, but also it's like you're already getting heat, buddy. You don't need to go in the media and say everyone's shit.
I mean, it's on the TNA show.
No, this isn't a TNA podcast.
Was it not?
No.
Oh, well then.
There's a whole other bunch of stuff that he says, but it's mostly like Warrior.
Warrior, Japan, Warrior.
TNA recently completed filming for the upcoming project Sting, Return of an Icon DVD. The DVD is due on store shelves on October 10th. Producer Bill Banks and Simon Edwards spent time with Sting in California to interview him and film footage of Sting's memorabilia for the DVD.
Isn't it funny how that's just like not really a thing anymore?
Especially in an era where like that's like prime digital content.
Yeah.
But like you can't really make the case for a return on investment on it, on digital content. You can be like, we can send a camera crew to Sting's house and film this stuff for a DVD that we'll sell 10,000 units of and make X money. Whereas now it's like, we can post a video on YouTube and it'll make, I don't know, $200.
Yeah.
So like I think about that a lot, in that we destroyed so many systems that kind of worked and replaced them with ones that kind of don't.
But like, I guess the value that you can do is like, you could make it like a internet pay-per-view thing, you know? Or like, you know, you have a streaming service that's content. Like, there is a value to just having content.
There is, and it certainly adds value to the streaming service. You would hope that the subscribers you have and maybe the ones you add would be happier because you have content like that.
And also, for like the actual like thing of it too, it's like, you know, what does it cost? $5,000 to send someone down there?
Probably less.
Yeah, to like just go film some shit and then like post that onto your YouTube. Like, I don't know, if you're an AW with this fucking crazy renewal deal, like, just do shit like that. I don't know, it's not costing you anything, it's just giving people things to do.
And it's like, it is the thing WWE does so well, it immortalizes your canon. Like, it is like, these are the important moments. This is like the DX in the tank, DX in the tank, DX in the tank, and we'll hit you over the head with it over and over again on documentaries and DVDs until it is accepted that is a meaningful, important moment in wrestling history, when at the time nobody cared. Like, that's what you can do with this stuff. You can really drive home narratives.
Well, like, New Japan still does this, you know? They'll just, like, have a video crew hang out with Goto for a week.
Yeah.
And then make something out of it. They film the backstage stuff on Wrestle Kingdom and have a Wrestle Kingdom doc every year.
As you said, some of that stuff they do as, like, standalone paid stuff.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's value to it.
And I really like the one they did for the G1 this year, because those fans are the most charming people on earth.
Yeah. Everyone loves evil.
It is fun to see, like, oh yeah, like those are the diehards, you know, like they will live and die with everything evil does. That's really nice.
Yeah, I just think it just has value outside of monetary gain, I guess.
When you saw like the multi-generational thing in that doc, where it's like a grandmother being like, here is my daughter who loves wrestling and my granddaughter coming to her first show, it's like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
From the TNA press release, Sting gave his candid comments on a wide variety of subjects, including his early years in the sport, the rise and fall of WCW, religion in his life, his family, coming to TNA, the future of the business, and so much more. Sting offers candid comments on names such as Ric Flair, Eric Bischoff, Hulk Hogan, Lex Luger, Kevin Nash, Bret Hart, and many more personalities he's worked with. TNA's Best of the X Division Part 2 DVD is due out in October, a very canonically important DVD to me, and TNA's 50 Greatest Moments is set to release in November.
A very canonically important DVD to me.
There you go. TNA has strongly considered the idea of matching Joe against an MMA star on a pay-per-view, but haven't been able to come up with the right name. There is either fear of a bad match, or people who they think might be able to do a decent match but aren't big enough names to help the buy rate. The idea behind it is to be building a match with a well-known MMA star to try and draw the MMA audience, presumably the ones that are watching UFC right before Impact, and that will be watching the show over the next few months. Plus with Sylvester Terkay starting on SmackDown, Annie using a shoot fighter almost looks like they are copying WWE booking.
Okay. Oh, you know, not Sylvester Terkay. Don't want to make them think you're doing that.
What 2006 MMA fighter would you bring in for Joe?
Rampage.
Sure. Future Main Event Mafia tag team partners.
But like, I don't know, it just feels like that would be like the thing that would actually probably do numbers.
Not like a Ken Shamrock if you could get him.
He's too wrestling coded.
It's not a novelty then. It is just Ken Shamrock doing a match. You are right.
Yeah.
I guess the guy who exists in the TNA verse the most is Tito.
But like the thing is, again, you also have to have them lose. So I'm sure that's a sticking point.
And MMA fighters famously don't take themselves seriously.
No, I don't watch GLEAT.
Don West is said to be well-liked and gregarious backstage. Everybody likes Don, says one TNA wrestler. He's loud and he's fun.
That seems about right.
Which is the perfect note to end the news on.
Yeah, just a very sweet note to end it on after, like, not even depressing news, just like, I don't know, grating of just like everyone just being like, rum, 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 rum.
Yeah, Loki is angry and Joe is angry and Goldberg doesn't want to go to TNA and Dixie Carter's back, but she's mad about the ratings.
And Sting has a DVD.
But Don West, everyone's like, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, they like him.
All right, that's the news.
The news.
That brings us to broad topics, starting with the NWA World Heavyweight Championship match between Jeff Jarrett and the Icon, Sting.
It is Sting.
On the July 20th Impact, we open. JB is outside Sting's locker room. He reminds us it'll be Sting versus Jarrett at Hard Justice. Jay Lethal walks out. If you remember, Jay Lethal got the pinfall in the Team Canada Disbands match back last month. So Jay Lethal will get a title shot of his choosing. JB is like, hey buddy, you got an X Division title match tonight. And Jay Lethal's like, I was just talking to the Sting guy. And he was like, I should risk it all and challenge Jeff Jarrett tonight. So I'm going to do that.
I like that. And I like that Jimmy's like, he doesn't know about that shit.
Yeah, I have to go straight to Jarrett and tell him. Mike and Don recap Sting coming back from the lighter gasoline in the eyes in the Victory Road 4-way. Jarrett is doing his favorite thing. He's shouting at Mike and Don, being like, what the hell, guys? That's a conspiracy against me. Sting has conned Lethal out of an X Division title match in order to get Lethal to challenge me so that we can get the title off Jeff Jarrett. It's more screwy stuff. Sting is going to come out of the rafters and screw me because he's afraid of me at Hard Justice.
It's a classic, how can we get Jeff Jarrett on the show? Have him go out and yell at Mike and Don.
Even though he is in the main event in the world title match.
I know.
We can't just be like, he'll be here later.
This is just his favorite segment.
We do get more than one this month. And then main event, Jeff Jarrett defeats Jay Lethal to retain the NWA World title.
It's a fun little match, little TV effort.
Because, like, it is 6 minutes, and that is, like, a fairly broad critique you could have of TNA TV this month in particular. The wrestling has never meant less to this show.
Well, maybe.
I don't know. I don't think there's an era where, like there's some shows, I can't remember which Impact it is exactly, but, like, there is, like, a 2-minute squash, a 2-minute tag, and then, like, a 4-minute main event, and that is all the wrestling you get in the hour of TV.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not like deluded about the amount of wrestling that should be on these shows. It's an hour show with a lot of mouths to feed. I expect matches to be 4 to 8 minutes tops, but like them being like 2 to 4 minutes tops is kind of a bummer.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I've just kind of come to expect it, though. I don't expect, like, 10-minute affairs from this show.
You've been beaten into submission.
I don't know if I'd want much longer matches, to be honest. Like, I appreciate the expediency of everything and fitting, like, so much stuff into these shows, because, like, there's a lot you can say about TNA TV. You can't call it boring, though.
Which is the weirdest thing, that you're like, we're gonna bring in Russo. The idea that, like, this TV needs to be transformed into Russo is like, it's already, like, it's not, it will get worse and it will get more chaotic. You like watch these shows being like, there's a lot happening in very short matches, and then you watch a Russo show and you're like, how did you make it even shorter matches and even more happening? How did you do that? It's crazy. But like, it's not like this is like ideologically super opposed to the way Vince Russo views wrestling, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a better version of his kind of show, which is all about stories and angles, and then the wrestling is kind of secondary.
But the angles aren't, like, insane enough.
Yeah. So, like, this match does go 6 or so minutes, and I love this match, because it's, like, it's the classic Jarrett eats shit for nearly the entirety of the 6 minutes, which he doesn't usually do. He usually has to get his heat, and he has to do his crowd brawling, but, like, from the jump, Lethal powerbombs Jarrett out of the corner, runs wild. Lethal gets a near fall on an elbow. Jarrett tries to powder out, but Lethal follows him out, throws him back in, gets a near fall on a crossbody. Jeff Jarrett briefly turns the tide, but then Lethal hits a dive, and it's only after Steiner walks out and distracts Lethal that Jarrett finally gets the heat. But like, then you come back from the break and you're still like going crazy. Lethal reverses a figure 4 into his own, but Steiner pulls Jarrett to the ropes. Lethal takes out Steiner with a dive, gets a big near fall on a diving headbutt as Jeff Jarrett does his signature single arm in the air kick out. Steiner hits Lethal with a pipe, and Jarrett falls with the stroke off the ropes for the win. Like, it's 6 minutes and Lethal gets like 5 minutes of it. It is unnaturally generous of Jeff Jarrett.
He must just like this guy. Or he values, like, the idea of being the underhanded champion who can't get a clean when he does. the idea of like just beating.
Yeah, because like he doesn't do these kind of matches that often, and I think they're more in his skill set, because the kind of match he usually does is the kind of match where like he's on top and somebody's fighting from underneath. Like think about like how he'd wrestle AJ, for example. Whereas this kind of match where he's doing like the Ric Flair territory match, where like guy takes him right up to the limit, he's showing ass the whole time, and he barely escapes with the belt, is much closer to what you should want out of this kind of Jeff Jarrett NWA title reign versus the kind of prestigious NWA best wrestler champion kind of thing.
Yeah, this is a better role for him, like, just, like, obviously, you know?
And you are right that, like, he very clearly likes Jay Lethal.
Yeah, he sees something in there.
As illustrated by them being in a stable in 2024.
And, you know, the Ric Flair last match pairing.
Yeah, it's fun how this is kind of the genesis of that relationship. Like, obviously they both have worked together on, like, in the same company before this, but, like, Jarrett giving Lethal this kind of TV main event is very much a sign of what he does think of Lethal. Steiner locks in the Steiner recliner after the match, but Sting returns to make the save. JB runs up to Christian, going into Cornette's office after Steiner interferes in the match with Lethal. Christian wants to be in the corner of Sting at Hard Justice, just in case he interferes there to even the odds.
Even those damn odds.
And you trust Christian, right?
Immediately, I'm like, this motherfucker is the most untrustworthy person in the world.
No, why would you not trust Christian? He has a track record of trustiness. Trustiness?
He would never betray a friend.
Never. Sting would never be betrayed either. Everyone loves Sting, and
Exactly.
Christian doesn't do betraying.
Yeah. I have a question, and this
Shoot.
will spoil this. So, Sting, Christian, you're familiar with him. He will in fact turn on Sting.
What?
At this pay-per-view event. In the character of Christian Cage, do you think he has already made this decision? Or do you think it is like he had the guitar in hand, he saw Sting going for it, and he was like, you know, flick of the moment, I'm gonna lay this guy out.
I believe, now I haven't, we talked about this last time, but I haven't rewatched these episodes since they aired, so I don't remember the minutiae of the story. But I believe the story they tell is that Christian decided in the match. I think the thing they do is like, I did all these things. I ran off Steiner, I gave you a belt shot, and you still couldn't get it done, so fuck you, I'm hitting you with a guitar.
Do you believe him at this point?
That he's like a nice guy on Sting's side? Nah.
So you think it was all a plan ahead of time, and then he perhaps did those things in the moment to sort of as justification for what he would do.
And like, he's been leaning heel since Slammiversary. Like, it's not like this is the first time he's been doing this, you know? And Sting is even like, you're beginning to be a lot like Jeff Jarrett. And Christian's like, wait a minute, you can't say that about me. So, yeah, he's been conspiring against Sting for a while.
So you don't believe him and his apology next week?
No, especially because, like, this is, to be fair, it's been the story they've told all year. Like, even going back to the Sting and Christian against Monty and Jarrett match, the story of that match was, can Christian trust Sting? So, like, they have been kind of at odds, like, from the jump.
Okay.
So yeah, July 27th Impact, Christian does come to the ring. After Sting became #1 contender, Christian finally realized something. He came back to make TNA the greatest wrestling company in the world, and the only way to do that is to get rid of Jarrett, even though when he came back, Christian just won the belt the month later, so, you know, he should have been happy. He should have just left in February. I guess he did leave, he left in January.
I don't know.
You see, that was the problem.
Jarrett got the belt back.
But no, Sting showed up in January, then left. Then he wasn't there in February when Christian won the belt. So when he came back in March, he just thought Jarrett was still champion.
Yeah, that's the problem. He just wasn't watching the product.
No. So Christian was too busy being selfish to realize that there is the noble goal of removing Jeff Jarrett. So Christian asked Cornette if he could have Sting's back at the pay-per-view, and the only person who could answer that question is Sting himself.
It's also very fitting.
Who else would answer that question?
Yeah, like, you know, that is his choice.
Oh, not just, I'm going to be there and you can't do anything about it?
Yeah, like, or even like Cornette being like, I'm not gonna sign off on it, ask him.
Yeah. It's like, Steiner will be there, but like Sting has to say yes. I don't know. I don't care. Sting appears in the rafters, says TNA is the best wrestling company in the world, and says he'll give Christian his answer in due time, but he's focused on removing Jarrett.
So again, kind of a dick move by Sting here, right? If we're analyzing each individual part, like Sting could have just been like, "Yeah, man." Like, it's not like he makes a big hoo-ha out of it. It's just like next week they go, Sting said, "Yeah."
Yeah, because like it's, if you're Christian and you are in fact of noble intent, you just came out here. You apologized, you said the dude was right, and you said, I will help you, because Steiner will be at the pay-per-view, and Sting is like, we'll find out next week.
Yeah, but then like he doesn't even do like a big thing about it and be like, yeah, Christian, you're right. He just like at some point he told Mike tonight, yeah, tell Christian I said yeah. So you know, kind of a dick move himself.
So you can't trust this Sting character either. Sting lost some points in the locker room when he refused to wear an eye patch at the TV tapings last week, the day after Jeff Jarrett threw gasoline in his face on the pay-per-view. Sting's reason? It would look silly. Sting has earned a rep over time over the years and reaffirmed it in TNA of being difficult to work with when it comes to details of storylines and angles presented to him, yet he's not known at all as a strong idea man for himself.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, Dave has more color here that like he doesn't want to do anything that feels like hokey wrestling, and like the exact explanation for why he didn't want to do it is his son got gasoline in his eye at one point and was fine a few hours later, so it wasn't realistic.
I mean, yeah, fair. I don't know why you would wear an eye patch for gasoline.
I would have to question the Stinger's parenting if his son is getting gasoline in his eyes, but his point stands.
He threw it in his eyes. He's like, I have to practice a spot real quick. Come here.
Yeah, he went there the day before the show. It's like, would this actually hurt? They want me to do this. I need to know, is it realistic?
I'm using real gasoline.
Cry me a river because of the gasoline in your eyes.
Yeah, okay.
There's a feature on Jarrett in the show. He complains that TNA's listening to its fans, says he had nothing to do with Larry and Earl's actions at Slammiversary, and he'll take a polygraph test to prove it. Says Cornette, Sting, and Christian are colluding to take him out of TNA, but he'll have Steiner to watch his back at the pay-per-view.
That's cute.
I like the sound bite of like TNA's doing the worst thing of all time, listening to its fans.
But yeah, like again, like it's good because they're framing it as like this is the heel's opinion.
It's a fun soundbite that come from Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
As you said, following week on Impact, JB just kicks off the show and is like, Sting accepted.
it's so anticlimactic.
Jarrett comes in and complains. Slick Johnson comes in and informs them that there's a mandatory Cornette meeting tonight, and he especially wants to talk to Steiner. They threaten Slick because they want to know where Cornette and Christian are, so then they go on the hunt for Christian.
Wait, okay. Wait, there's definitely a joke in that. Crusades, something like that.
Okay.
They're hunting for a Christian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was so highbrow. It went right over my head, you see.
There's something there. Just pretend I said it and it was funny.
Jarrett and Steiner attack
Classic.
Lethal backstage, demanding Christian's location. JV informs Jarrett that Christian isn't even here yet. Jarrett doesn't believe him, so they're going to make Christian come to them.
Dope.
Jarrett demands Christian come out later in the show. Larry Zbyszko comes out wearing a hairpiece. He's just gotten off the phone with Cornette, and if people don't follow the following orders, they'll be fired. Steiner has to be at the company meeting later tonight, and Jarrett must leave the building immediately, or he'll be fired.
Again, like, listen, I appreciate that, but I don't know the business sense of a Jim Cornette to be like, I'm going to just fire our champion after we just had this tumultuous title situation.
Or is it a secret plan all along?
God. Is everything a secret plan in this company?
Jeff Jarrett seems to think so. That man is telling me that everything is a conspiracy, so maybe Jim Cornette couldn't find probable cause to get rid of Jarrett based on the Slammiversary main event. But here he is given a clear set of instructions, and then he disobeys them and nothing happens, actually. So, well...
So, all in all, I don't know where we stand.
AMW talked Jarrett out of the building because he's real mad. Mike Tenay sits down with Sting. He's happy with Cornette so far. He's on a quest to take out Jarrett, but the world title is
I
secondary.
like that he's just like, I got no problems with Cornette.
Yeah, things have gone pretty well with him so far, actually, yeah. There's not enough room for both Sting and Jeff Jarrett in TNA. So at the classic Jim Cornette company meeting, which we will come back to multiple times, he's in the ring. He doesn't want to take up a bunch of TV time, unlike some other bosses on TV. He dismisses he goes through a bunch of match announcements that we'll talk about as we go through those programs, and then dismisses everybody except Steiner and Christian. If they want to get involved, then so be it. So he books Steiner versus Christian as the TV main event next week. They're incentivized to take each other out ahead of Hard Justice. That's his pitch. It's like, you want to get involved? You want to make sure Steiner doesn't interfere with Hard Justice? We'll take him out next week. You don't even have to wait to Hard Justice. Steiner says Christian should go back to Mexico North and then apologizes to Mexicans.
For comparing them to Canada.
Yeah, the worst thing he could possibly say to them.
2006.
Christian is going to hand him his ass next week. Then a fan in a mask, which they cut to during an X Division 4-way, 6-way. There's a multi-man match where during, I think, PD's entrance or Lethal's entrance,
5-way.
you can see. You counted the X Division wrestlers. Thanks, Lee.
No, I remember.
But yeah, there's a man in a Sting mask during Lethal's entrance that they conspicuously frame in the shot, and later in the show it turns out it is in fact Jeff Jarrett in disguise.
I do enjoy that he was like, I'm gonna check out some X Division. Of his favorite wrestler, Jay Lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense.
Sanjay in the match too, scouting his future stable.
Oh my god, where's Satnam?
He was sitting in the crowd next to him, also
God.
wearing a Sting mask. Yeah, they attack Christian, and then they beat up Christian, and then Jarrett does the ha 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 and points at his head because he's so smart and his plan came together.
I really like the Cornette segment as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
I just think Cornette is a good speaker, and like I like him just being like a boss that's like, all these guys fucking hate each other. Let's book matches.
Yeah, I do like that. It's not like, oh, no fighting or blah blah. It's just like, you hate each other, match. You hate each other, match. You hate each other, match. You two want to get involved, match.
Yeah, I enjoyed the segment as a whole. I thought it was like a good main event segment. It does continue the tradition of like TNA main events being big in-ring promo segments.
Who needs wrestling? I think this is the show where LAX defeated Chase and Rance and Jarrell Clark in a squash. The newly franchised Naturals beat AMW in like 2 minutes, and then the X Division match went like 4 minutes. Like this was the show that was like, oh, no wrestling this week. All right, but yeah, and because like the idea was Cornette was gone for 2 weeks. We were talking about like his weird schedule in the last show where he has like a bunch of Ring of Honor dates to conflict and like convention dates to conflict. So he missed the first TV taping of the month, which is the reason he had to come out on the third show of the month to be like, lay down the law.
I liked his justification for it, though. He's like, I'm doing work.
I'm busy. I don't want to be on TV.
What do you guys want from me?
I'm still making the matches.
Yeah.
August 10th Impact, there's a bunch of features. It was the ones replayed during the fire, but like recounting the story of Jarrett and Sting and everything that happened that took us to this point. And then the TV main event, Scott Steiner versus Christian Cage.
So they did a thing this month where they kept like booking big pay-per-view quality main events.
Yes.
But like every time you booked it, you're like, there's gonna be some bullshit.
It creates, I think, a reoccurring theme that anytime you hear Mike Tenay and Don West say the words pay-per-view quality for a television match, that television match is not going to have a finish.
Yeah, which honestly will make it pay-per-view quality in a couple months.
Because they do the same with the Rhino and Joe match, don't they? Where they're like, this is a big pay-per-view quality main event. No finish.
Yeah.
So for this one, Cornette's on commentary. Tenay also puts over Cornette for not being on TV all the time, as he is on commentary in his third segment on this show. Christian put his feet in the ropes going for a pin, Liam. How do you feel about that?
That's somewhat heelish, but you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Doesn't cause you to trust him less?
I already don't trust him.
Steiner hits a big top rope Samoan drop. Jarrett comes out and the match is thrown out. Jarrett and Steiner beat up Christian, and Jarrett puts Christian in the Scorpion Deathlock. Then the lights go out. They come back on. Sting is suddenly in the ring. He suddenly has Jarrett in the Scorpion Deathlock. Clears the ring. Christian hands the NWA title to Sting as they shake hands.
It's a good segment. I like the light shenanigans.
Yeah, that's one of those things because like there is maybe an argument. It's like that's too close to magic. You can't have magic.
No, that's just paying off the guys.
Yeah, this thing just talks to the lighting crew, and he's very fast.
Yeah.
It's a great visual. Yeah, lights go down. Christian is in the Deathlock. Lights come up. Sting is there with Jarrett in the Deathlock. It's a good bit.
It is a good.
Hard Justice opens with a video that is like light and dark, evil, good, seduced by darkness. Christian? Foreshadowing? It also has a Barry Scott doing some like chanting. It's really cool. We have 2 backstage interviews, one with Steiner. He's like, Sting could have picked anybody. Could have picked the Ultimate Warrior. Could have picked Lex Luger. Could have picked Goldberg. But he chose Christian. And we all know Canadian white trash is much worse than American white trash. So Christian is the lowest form of Homo sapien.
Sick.
So we now know Christian is worse than Mexicans and American white trash.
I think all Canadians are worse than Mexican.
Yeah.
Is the implication, not my actual thoughts. I think everyone's equul. Maybe that makes me controversial.
At least he's not like he's the lowest form of Homo sapien. At least he's still admitting he is the same species. Not some kind of Neanderthal, perhaps.
Some missing link.
Not a different wrestler.
Shut up.
JV has Christian. Christian suggests Jarrett set the building on fire to get out of his title match.
That's good.
He then mocks Steiner, and he'll make sure Sting wins tonight. Feature on Sting and Jarrett. And then our main event for the NWA World title. Jeff Jarrett defeats Sting to retain the belt after, shock of all shocks, Liam, Christian Cage turned on Sting.
I can't believe it.
There was no way of seeing it coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone was surprised. See, like, a lot of the times I get angry at someone turning if they've, like, been helping the whole time. Like, you know, like, the worst of it is, like, the classic, like, tag thing.
Yeah.
where like, you know, they team up for the whole match working together and then like last second swivel the hips and like lay someone out. And you're like, well then why did you do the whole fucking match? But I don't know, like we've laid out 2 scenarios, one in which he was like sort of building up plausible deniability and one where he like made the choice during the match. So I'm like fine with it.
How do you feel about the fact that this is not leading to Sting versus Christian?
That seems silly.
This is leading back into Jarrett versus Sting.
That seems silly.
Like this, I've always said, if I could transport back into TNA history and be given total control, if you were like, Garrett, you can go and change the past in one way, it's just like, no Russo here, Sting, you do this exactly as you do, and then Bound for Glory is Joe beats Jarrett, and then Sting and Christian.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense based on the directions coming out of this, instead of this is just a road bump to get Sting as far as Bound for Glory, where there he can beat Jarrett.
Alright, well, I'll see how it plays out, I guess.
Would you like to talk about Scott Steiner's t-shirt?
So, many may be familiar with the classic Got Milk.
Yep.
Scott Steiner has his own twist on it here. The front of it just says Got Ecstasy.
It does.
And, like, the thing about it is you may think, well, it's Scott Steiner, maybe he just picked up, like, this shirt in Florida somewhere, you know? And I was like, hell yeah, brother, I love ecstasy. But then you have a look at the back of the shirt where it says Big Papa Pump, and you're like, oh, it's merch. So they're selling a shirt that says Got Ecstasy on it.
It does.
I believe the understanding here is that like the ecstasy is in a sexual nature and not in the drug sense. Still a wild shirt to have as official merch.
All right, I'm gonna pitch an alternative. On the front, Got Ecstasy. On the back, Cuntaholic. Perfect, right? I think Liam's gone. I think he's never coming back.
Shut the fuck up.
I tried to Google to find info about this shirt.
Yeah.
Because, like, there is a logo on the back that I couldn't make out. I don't think it's a TNA official TNA merchandise. Every story, when I search the word Scott Steiner Got Ecstasy, is Scott Steiner talking about how he wouldn't fail a drug test because he wants Triple H to take it with him. So, you know what?
That's awesome.
There's no further information about the Scott Steiner Got Ecstasy t-shirt.
Coming soon to the merch store.
So the match starts, and would you believe they brawl into the crowd? Sting.
I do believe that.
Which are you more shocked by? The Christian turn or this match having crowd brawling?
Both.
Sting hits Jarrett with a fan, as in the thing that goes whoosh that makes you windy, as opposed to a person. That's a great description of a fan. Sting goes up top, but Steiner hits him in the knee with a chair as Sting buckles to the floor, or to the mat, which was a great looking spot. Christian got belly to bellied on the floor. Jarrett works a figure 4 for a while. Steiner and Christian get into some shenanigans on the floor that ends with Sting hitting Jarrett with the NWA title for a near fall. All these shenanigans causes Rudy to eject Christian, and then Steiner is super happy and gloating, but he also gets ejected. Sting accidentally connects with Rudy Charles with a Stinger Splash. Steiner comes back, and so does Christian. Christian stops Jarrett from using the guitar. Sting goes up top for some kind of dive, but as he's midair, Christian nails him with the guitar, allowing Jarrett to retain the title. Jarrett sells shock at what Christian did, so you know it's not collusion of some kind, as Christian smirks atop the ramp, and Don West is outraged.
I mean, it's like, I get it.
I thought Don was really good. Don sold the moment really well.
I don't know, like, I am just happy that we're gonna get heel Christian. Like, this weird sort of in-between guys.
How would you rank the babyface run in general?
It's fine. You had to do it this way, I think, early on.
Yeah, but do you think it's like an admission of failure that you're turning him heel within a year?
Yes and no. I think yes in that he probably should have just been like the biggest babyface in the company. But no, in that, like, he's just so much better in the role.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think it would have happened naturally regardless, because he is kind of like a smarmy dickhead even as a babyface.
And, like, his entire WWE run, he was pretty much a heel. I don't think he was a babyface at all during that run, was he?
Yeah, pretty much. He had some, like, face stints that were, like, basically just designed for heel turns again.
because like all of Edge and Christian was a heel. He was heel when they broke up. I think like some of the Jericho stuff, as you said, I think he thought like some of that stuff was like babyface.
That started as like but again, he was like a smarmy dickhead face.
And the end game was for him to turn on Jericho. So
yeah.
And then he was a heel after that with Tomko. So like nearly his entire career he was a heel. He's always been a better heel. I think his best babyface stuff is like when he came back, like ECW Ace. He was actually quite good as a babyface there, weirdly.
Yeah.
Where he was just like the guy having good matches with like Zeke and Yoshitatsu on TV.
He was kind of just being like his TNA babyface character.
But yeah, every best run of Christian's career, like the Randy stuff, the current stuff, the run we're about to get, the like Peeps and with Tomko, all of his, the Edge and Christian stuff, of course, all of it was a heel. So like he's just a better heel.
Yeah. Do
you have any thoughts about Sting and Jarrett as a wrestling match?
Like, it was fine. I really don't have a problem with it.
It was exactly what you'd expected, especially with the match was... I have less of a problem with the fact that, like, the match was all about Steiner and Christian, because, like, the build was all about Steiner and Christian.
Yeah.
Like, if you bought this pay-per-view thinking, I'm going to get a clean Jarrett and Sting match, you deluded yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
The highlight of the month, I think, is one of the other heavyweight programs, which is Monty Brown, Rhino, and Samoa Joe.
Yeah, probably. The highlight of the month is probably just EY, but yeah.
So July 20th Impact, Rhino defeats Robert Adams.
This whole time, like, every time I looked at his name in the sheet, I just saw Robert Anthony.
Who's Robert Anthony?
Old Ego?
No. Ethan Page?
No. He's not, sorry, he's not Old Ego. Old Ego is the page. He's just Ego.
So he's like half ego? He has a percentage of ego?
Listen, I don't know, man. CZW guy.
I don't know him.
Big ass fan.
I really am. Clothesline, Gore. Rhino wins as TNA mentions that Bound for Glory will be in Detroit, Rhino's hometown. Rhino grabs a mic. Rhino says when he threw out an extreme challenge, that wasn't what he was looking for. He didn't want a nerd like Robert Adams. Joe comes out. He has that big ass bruise on his forehead from Steiner at the pay-per-view. Joe wants a good old-fashioned brawl and he wants it next week on Impact. Rhino says let's do it right fucking now, except they bleep the fucking, except they don't bleep the fucking, they miss the bleep on the fucking and you can hear the fuck. And they're pulled apart by security. I kind of appreciate it because like Joe comes out and he's like, I just talked to Cornette and we're going to wrestle next week.
Yeah.
Which explains why Joe's not a coward for not just fighting Rhino now and security gets to break it up. I like that small little touch.
Yeah.
So next week, July 27th, JB has Monty Brown. JB wants to know Monty's thoughts on Joe versus Rhino in the main event.
JB, a little instigator. Being like, hey, this thing has nothing to do with you, but what do you think about it?
I kind of like that. Like Christian calls JB out on that a bunch as well. It's like, look at you stirring the shit. I can't go anywhere without you showing up asking me some of your dumbass questions.
Exactly. Christian Wright again.
Monty is mad that he's not in the main event. This is where he coins the term hippofant, which he does explain, half hippo, half elephant. Rhinos and hippofants do not deserve to be on the Serengeti. They will feel the pounce, period.
I feel like all three of those animals probably could be.
Is this like a 52 weeks thing where you immediately questioned yourself about whether or not these animals are on the Serengeti?
I don't know. But like, maybe?
I would think. I've watched enough media. I haven't been to Africa. I don't know what's on the Serengeti. But I would guess hippos, elephants, and rhinos are creatures that are on the Serengeti.
But like, I just don't know the specific region, you know?
Maybe a giraffe or two.
That's not the specific problem I'm encountering.
Gazelle.
It's a big place. Maybe they're only in certain parts, you know?
It's like the Safari Zone.
Yeah.
Different patches of grass have different Pokemon.
Yeah.
You might find a Rhyhorn. You might find a... There's a Pokemon based on an elephant, isn't there?
Yeah, there's the, like, rock guy.
Oh, yeah, that I don't remember the name of, but with the snout. Yeah.
Donphan.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Donphan's a good Pokemon.
Donphan is top 3.
I'm not sure, is it just because he debuted in the Pokemon
in,
movie?
like, a cool way, yeah.
And it was one of, like, the first Gen 2 Pokemon you actually saw, and it was like, what the fuck is that? That's not a regular Pokemon.
Well, like, my long-time listeners know, favorite Pokemon all time, Rhyhorn. You know what's real close to Rhyhorn?
What?
Donphan.
Oh, Donphan. Weren't you saying Mimikyu is, like, right up there now, though?
Yeah, Mimikyu's my new guy.
Is replacing Donphan?
That's my top 3, those 3.
Okay. Solid top 3.
Yeah.
Main event of that episode, Rhino versus Samoa Joe. Some might say a pay-per-view quality contest. Mike Tenay and Don West bill it as a pay-per-view quality main event. Ends in a no contest.
It's so funny.
You will not be the end of it.
Cool.
They do a prolonged standoff to Let's Go Rhino, Let's Go Joe chants. Monty comes out to watch from ringside. Crowd do a Rhino's going to gore you chant to the tune of Joe's going to kill you.
These fans, they think they're funny.
I think they have a pretty good track record of being funny this month, so I'll give it to them.
Full Cell Arena ass.
Joe takes Monty out with the dive. Rhino belly to bellies Joe on the ramp, and Joe leaves out like an expression of sound that I can only describe as 100% sincere pain.
Yeah.
There's like there's like, that sucked, didn't it?
It's like when Hangman took the knee breaker.
Mm.
He's like,
Or the Jay White bump on the steps as well when they like zoom in on his face, and that was like oh fuck, that was a bad idea. Rhino sets up a table over the tunnel. Joe gets Monty in the coquina clutch, but Rhino gores them both through the table down the tunnel. I love tunnel gores. They're cool. I said I love tunnel gores on Twitter, and then someone replied to me being like, they're not good, blah blah. It's like, why would you reply that?
like, what's the point?
Why would you take away my joy at tunnel gores? Why would you try to do that to me?
Yeah.
Cruel. August 3rd Impact, JB has Joe. He thinks Monty is jealous of Joe's success. Just like Monty's football career, he got the big spot and lost. There's been one man undefeated for 14 months, and he's going to add Rhino and Monty to his undefeated streak.
I like that, like this, it feels kind of real.
That a little bit like Joe did take Monty's spot.
Yeah, you know, and that like he was successful.
Because a year ago, well, maybe more than a year ago at this point, probably closer to like a year and a half ago, like the hot up and coming main event guy that everyone thought should be champion was Monty Brown. And for a lot of reasons not related to Monty's particular performance, I think, but for a lot of reasons that didn't work out for Monty. And Joe is like undefeated cool guy, everyone who thinks should be world champion now. And also Rhino is there.
Yeah, someone who did win.
Yeah, the only guy who could actually win that belt, and then immediately lost it. Main event of that show, Cornette books Monty versus Joe versus Rhino in a Falls Count Anywhere match for Hard Justice. Impact August 10th opens with Rhino. He comes to the ring. He's got Monty and Joe at the pay-per-view. It's Falls Count Anywhere, so he walks around the Impact Zone starting to illustrate the various things he can do in various places. He points out that he could even gore people into Little Mexico, and there's not a thing Conan can do about it.
Yeah.
He begins to go backstage. Monty jumps him. As Monty is throwing him into the rail, a man with a child just walks out of frame before he is absolutely trampled in the Serengeti by Monty Brown and Rhino. And he's not like rushing, he's just like, ooh.
Ooh, better get my child, my progeny out of the way.
My like 5-year-old girl away from being pounced, period. Monty says he's used to running through people like Joe and Rhino on a daily basis. He starts going pounce, but before he could say period, Joe's music hits. Brawls with Monty, Rhino comes back in, three-way brawl as security separate them. She takes us to the pay-per-view. Monty does his backstage promo, and then we get Rhino does a backstage promo too, and Rhino's backstage promos are awesome. He's real fired up.
Rhino is a really good promo.
He starts talking about how while people were running around in a panic, Rhino was running around looking for Monty and Joe for a fight. He'll bring the fight for the people, and as the fire rains down from above, he'll cut them in half with a gore. And then we do get the Falls Count Anywhere match between Samoa Joe, Monty Brown, and Rhino.
It's real fun.
It is.
They just do a bunch of shit, put people through shit, brawl around. But like, it's three really cool guys that can make that super interesting. Also nice to see Joe in this environment.
It's like a big, dumb, silly, goofy plunder brawl that goes 13 minutes and they just do shit. Because like, we talked about, they cut the tag team title match from the pay-per-view. And by all accounts, they didn't actually have to do too much more tinkering to get the time to work out. Like, there's some time trimmed off a couple matches. And this feels like one that almost benefited from maybe having 2 or 3 minutes cut. Because, like, them just going and going and going added to the sense of the match. Rather than, like, if they had 2 more minutes, they might have lost some steam.
Yeah. I don't know, yeah, it was kind of just like the perfect storm.
Rhino hits Monty with a slingshot crossbody, but then Joe wipes him out with an awesome-looking elbow suicida. Joe punts a trash can into Monty's face.
Classic Joe bit.
And then falls with the boot on the rail. The punt was really good. He should do that more often. Everyone should do that more often.
He does the punt. That's a classic Joe move.
They brawl into the crowd, which Jarrett must have been furious about, and really do a number on like the Impact Zone wall. They like throw each other into it like 7 different times until it completely falls apart. Monty lunges over the rail with a crossbody onto Joe. Monty teases powerbombing Joe on steps, foreshadowing.
Joe like hears a ringing in his ear and just tells him not to.
But in 2 years, you should love some steps, Joe.
It is not your time.
The steps are like, not our steps. Steps in Chicago. Monty butterfly suplexes Rhino on the ramp. Joe sunset flip powerbombs Rhino onto a chair. Rhino looks to gore Monty off the stage, but Monty sidesteps him, and Rhino gores through a table and the stage after missing. And then Joe Joe's Monty off the ramp through a table below on the floor for the win. And then grabs a microphone and he's like, I came here for a fight, and whether the son of the bitch burns down or not, god damn well I got one.
I like that everyone else got a promo, so Joe's like, I need one.
Yeah. I wonder was that improvised?
It felt improvised.
Yeah, it felt like a man like feeled himself in the moment being like, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, there was all the talk about, like, you know, Joe being sidetracked and Joe not feeling happy about, like, not being pushed into the main event spot. But I think they've, like, this is where Joe should be, in there with guys like Monty and Rhino.
This should be the TNA Never title.
It should be just big beefy men having 11-minute matches on every pay-per-view. Get Abyss in there.
Whoa.
With Monty Brown not signing a new contract and Rhino being booked for a match with Christian Cage at No Surrender.
Hey, whoa, spoiler.
The logical decision was to have Brown do the job. When Monty got there and found out, he quit the promotion. After being talked with and pleaded with by Joe and Terry Taylor, he agreed to do the match. He went out and probably delivered his best performance of the year, if not his entire career.
That's so...
For a dude with one foot out the door who quit the company earlier in the day, he really worked his ass off in the match.
It was probably, like, spite, the most, like, powerful motivator in the WWE business. Ugh, what's happening to me?
Who did you said Luke Harper on the watch along.
Yeah.
Now you're like WWE business.
Well, it's because like on the like other monitor in like a Subway Surfers-esque to keep my attention thing going, I just had like Roman Reigns IC title matches.
Yeah, sure. My favorite Reign.
And it was him and Joe a bunch, so it was appropriate. But now I was like, WWE imagery is just stuck in my head.
It's like you're the Winter Soldier being activated by a Roman Reigns Intercontinental Championship match.
It's true. But yeah, whatever I was saying, it was spite, powerful motivator.
And also, like, he's putting himself in the shop window. Even if he's not staying, he's like, look how good I am to the other guys. The next day at TV, both Brown and Ron Killings went to Terry Taylor and asked for their release. Monty is gone out of his contract the next month. Like, he is desperate to get out of there as fast as possible. Because he should have won the belt 18 months ago and has languished.
Yeah, but like, why is he pissy now? He should have been pissy 18 months ago.
He wants to get out of doing jobs.
I guess he's like probably decided he's leaving now at this point. He's like, quicker I get out of here, quicker I can get there.
I understand why Ron wants to leave, to be fair.
I mean, like, he's just not doing it.
I don't think he's on TV at all this month.
Yeah. And again, in 2 years, he'll be doing the same thing as Monty, so and much more successfully.
Taylor was trying to talk both into saying, and at this point, nothing is decided. But Brown is a free agent to go soon either way. When Killings asked to be released, Taylor brought up that Monty had just asked earlier in the day. Killings noted that the two of them had something in common. We will simply leave that right there.
What could that be? Both guys should have won the title a lot earlier.
Well, Ron won the title really fast, so that doesn't work.
I don't know what it could be then.
Nothing in common.
Both charismatic individuals.
They are, yeah. Both jacked.
Both jacked, motherfucker. I don't know.
There was no way of knowing.
Probably institutional racism.
What? One of the other really fun heavyweight programs. Like, it feels really bad to pivot like that. But nonetheless, it's Abyss versus Brother Runt.
Now, is this heavyweight program?
Where else do you put it?
Miscellaneous.
So we'll move Gale and Sorelda up then. This is miscellaneous.
No, they should also be miscellaneous.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We'll move them to here, to this section of the show. They get ahead of the X Division and Tag Division now.
Good.
July 20th Impact, Team 3D are in backstage with Brother Runt. And they're like, we're not blaming you for us losing to the James Gang and Abyss at the pay-per-view.
But...
They seem to be, kind of, but nonetheless. They're like, we need to leave and regroup. We came here with the goal of winning the NWA World Tag Team titles, and we got sidetracked with the James Gang, and then Styles and Daniel suddenly waltzed in and won the belts. What happened there? So we're gonna leave Runt. We're gonna leave you here. You gotta hold it down. You gotta behave yourself. Then they walk out of the room, and Brother Runt turns to the screen and gives a mischievous smirk. Following week on Impact, Abyss and Brother Runt brawl out of the tunnel.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that Vine? I age myself for a moment. Where it's the like kid's birthday party and the woman's like, "What do you have there?" And he just says, "A knife," and keeps running.
Yes.
Same energy from Brother Runt.
Yeah, he does have a knife, and he wants to stab Abyss with it.
Yeah.
Raven is watching on from the crowd. Abyss kicks a chair into Runt's head. It's like Samoa Joe. And Black Hole slams him onto a chair before security save Runt. Later in the show, JB has Runt. His arm is bleeding. He says in every locker room he's ever been in, he's gone straight for the biggest guy. He's like, you want me to beat you up, JB? And JB's like, oh, leave me alone. And says he's Abyss's worst nightmare and issues an open challenge to Abyss.
I mean, it's a match I'm excited about.
It's the perfect combination. It's just a dude who's willing to die with a big man who'll throw him around.
Who's willing to kill.
August 3rd Impact, the Cornette segment, he books Abyss versus Runt for the pay-per-view. And then the go-home show, Runt Runt is seen throughout the show in multiple matches. In the rafters with a sign calling out Abyss. He's in the crowd with a sign calling out Abyss. Abyss faces Shark Boy. Runt comes out. He sets up a ladder on the stage and climbs up onto the ramp. Black hole slam on Shark Boy for the win. Runt is now atop the stage. Abyss wanders up. He's like, hey, what the hell, man? As Runt hits an awesome looking crossbody off the stage.
Yeah.
He like turns in the air and like gets like momentum so that it doesn't look like a small man, which is probably like, it's the issue. He does a double stomp in the pay-per-view, which looks fine, but like part of your brain is like, he's tiny, it wouldn't hurt. Whereas when he does the crossbody off the stage, he like angles himself so that he kind of just clocks Abyss in the head with momentum. That looks really good.
It's funny, like, you ever had like a kid jump on you?
No.
Like a kid, like you're laying down, like a kid will like jump and double stomp you?
No.
You think it won't hurt, it hurts.
Yeah, feet do hurt.
Yeah, so like, it still hurts.
Yeah, hits the crossbody off the stage, wails on Abyss, hits an acid drop on Abyss as Abyss bails. She takes us to the pay-per-view. JB has James Mitchell and Abyss backstage. Runt appears to be taking advice from Raven, is what James Mitchell tells us, and because of that, he's doomed. Raven is filling Runt's head with stories like Jack and the Beanstalk and David versus Goliath, but they're fairy tales, and unlike fairy tales, you won't have a happy ending here. And then Abyss screams like 4 times.
That's good, he got his promo in too.
I love Abyss's scream. I also love Abyss in the background of James Mitchell promos.
Yeah. He just...
He's always like doing things and he's twitching and he's like angry and he's like looking at his hands. He's doing monster things. I appreciate it.
Do you think he's happy that he doesn't have to cut promo?
I think so. Even though like it turns out he's actually a pretty awesome promo in his own right.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to doing like the stuff with Mick Foley and doing like the Joseph Park stuff, he's like a really charismatic guy. But I think here where he doesn't have the experience doing that, I think he's perfectly fine, especially when you have James Mitchell there to do it for you.
Yeah.
I think like it's one of those things. Like I know if I were a wrestler and like even if I just had like a 2-minute pre-tape to do the same day I have a match, like that would cause like a little bit of like my brain is at least distracted thinking like, oh, I have to do that 2-minute promo, so I have to get that, you know. Whereas Abyss can be just like, Mitchell's gonna talk, I'm gonna grunt, and I can focus on my match.
Yeah, I don't know.
Abyss faces Brother Runt. It's like 6 minutes, and I think it's another case where I think it actually benefits from maybe, I don't know whether this match had time cut, but it's short enough that you would assume that maybe like you would assume these guys would probably have gotten about 10 were it not for the fire.
Yeah.
So Runt comes out with a mohawk and a tie-dye TNA shirt.
Odd look. That's probably a reference, like everything. Probably cosplay gear.
I'm gonna cosplay as it for Halloween. Abyss teases press slamming Runt into the crowd. Runt escapes. Abyss gets him back up and press slams him into the crowd. As some conveniently large, beefy men happen to catch him this time. Thankfully, I think the company learned their lesson after he nearly died on the last pay-per-view.
They
They're
just put plants in.
Let's have some normal people catch him as opposed to like actual fans. Runt hits a big crossbody off the top of the floor. Abyss throws Runt headfirst into a chair in the corner. Runt hits the acid drop, but Abyss kicks out. Runt moves out of the way of a charge, but Slick gets bumped. This allows Abyss to get some thumbtacks in the ring. He grinds Runt's head into the thumbtacks.
That's so awesome. That's so sick.
Just like, grrr.
We will never get John Moxley and Abyss.
Oh, yeah, if you could transport like 2024 Mox back into like 2005, 2006 to have an Abyss match, it'd be so good. Abyss would be willing to die. But yeah, he curb stomps Runt into the tax. This actually fires Runt up, but then Abyss just press slams him into the tax. Black hole slam into the tax for the win. As Raven once again watches on.
Raven, get over it. Move on.
From wrestling.
No.
Just like,
I mean, maybe for your own good.
It is funny how fast and quickly he was demoted to nothing, but listen, it is what it is. This time last year, he was world champion. World champion.
Of the world.
This paper, no, it was in the July pay-per-view. He was actually wrestling Abyss, wasn't it? This was the tag with Sabu the year before was the August match, wasn't it?
Oh, whatever.
You should know these things now, Liam. You've hosted the TNA podcast.
Oh, it all blurs.
The other thing in miscellaneous is Gail Kim and Sorelda continuing their feud.
Woo!
There is one segment that builds this up.
Yeah, then it's just AMW whining.
Yeah, so on the first impact of the pay-per-view cycle, July 20th, JB has AMW and Gale. They're mad because JB introduces them as the former NWA World Tag Team Champions. It's like, hey, how dare you? Storm says it would have been 7 if somebody didn't hit him with a chair. They bicker, and then Gale is like, cut your shit. I am focused on Sorelda. I'm sick of Sorelda interfering and jumping people with their back turned. Because who could possibly interfere in wrestling matches? Not me. Then she challenges Sorelda to a match at Hard Justice.
Good stuff. And then James Storm does a little in the back.
I didn't see that. Thank
Yeah.
you, James. You would like a cat fight?
That's what the implication is. Sure.
He does not want a respectful women's contest.
I don't know if anyone believes in those at this point.
Well, this is the first singles match between two women in TNA since 2003.
Trinity and Alex.
Like, that would have been one. There might have been like a Tracy thing in 2004, but yeah, it's been a while.
For something like that was kind of not common, but was always sort of prevalent for the first couple.
Because like they did have women, like as you said, they did have Trinity, they did have Mickey James, and they did have Tracy as like
I don't know who Mickey James.
sorry, Alexis Laree,
Thank you.
as women who would wrestle and occasionally have bleach threatened to be thrown down their throat, but mostly wrestle. And like Alexis was like, she main evented a show. Like, it wasn't a Clockwork Orange with the Gathering, but she did main event a show. So there was some effort to put some women's wrestling on these shows. But then Desire as well. Can't leave out Desire. But then it just kind of disappeared in 2005
Goldilocks.
completely. She never wrestled.
Doesn't matter. Had more TV time than those other women combined.
She is currently probably the one with the most TV time in TNA history.
Yep.
And like, Gail probably won't catch her until like 2008.
Yeah, but she will.
Gail is definitively that person over the course of TNA history.
Maybe like now, because like they get like 20-minute segments as opposed to like 8-minute matches.
I do wonder how that evens out. But like, Gail is still on TV, not regularly, but like often enough as well now.
Yeah.
She'll pop up. The match. Gail comes out to her own theme song for the first time.
It's fine.
It gets a better intro when she's like a singles wrestler. But this is actually the theme song she uses when she becomes champion and everything. So this is her song.
Is it?
Well, like, she gets the puppet on the string one when she comes back in 2011.
That's the one that I like.
Whereas this is like her kind of classic babyface song, which she has until she leaves for WWE in 2008.
Boo! Traitor.
Mike and Dawn are exceptionally creepy about Gail's outfit.
Yeah, I'm convinced that 2006 men have never interacted with a woman.
These men are married.
No, I don't believe it.
You wouldn't. You really wouldn't. And like, Dawn even does the like, oh, you know, you hate how she acts, but you see her in an outfit like that and you want to root for her. It's like, Dawn!
You hate when she leaves, but you love to see her walk away.
That is essentially it.
Wolf noises, a woo, hubbada hubbada hubbada, smacking the commentary table.
They have a match. It's fine. Like, Gail is a good enough worker to carry a 4-minute match with Seralda. I think they had an explosion match before this as well, so that like
A little tune-up.
yeah, work out the kinks. Make sure you know what you're doing for your 4-minute match. It's funny that like, you know, usually big woman dominates small woman, but no, here it's for the most part Gail is like crafty and getting shit in, and Seralda has to sell. Then she gets a little comeback before Gail gets a tarantula and then wins with a blockbuster, which I guess Gail's finish would be the air raid crash when she actually wrestles, but I guess she shouldn't really do that to Seralda. She had not yet invented the eat defeat, which would have been a perfect move to defeat Seralda with.
But I didn't watch it. I left the room. To be fair, I thought I was gonna have more time.
You did just go to pee, and when you came back, Scott Steiner was on the screen.
I was like, really? Okay.
The match was over very fast.
Yeah.
And this is one of those matches where like it got 4 minutes, and like that was getting 4 minutes no matter what fire happened tonight.
Yeah. That's why I didn't get cut.
I do appreciate that they didn't cut it.
If it had more time, they probably would have been their first choice for a cut.
Yeah, whereas because the tag is like 4 teams, it was meant to be AMW, The Natural, Shazarian, and Team 3D. So 4 teams with entrances. That's probably like a 12 to 15 minute segment minimum. So you're saving 3 or 4 times the time versus cutting Gail and Seralda.
Are we not doing the Robert Roode?
Oh yeah, that's a heavyweight division thing too. So yeah, there's a couple of Rude vignettes. There's 3 of them through the show, I believe.
Yeah.
So the pitch of the character now is like, Rude is out of Team Canada.
Yes.
And he is the hottest free agent in wrestling. He is no longer under the managerial services of Scott D'Amore. So everybody wants Bobby Roode.
Yep.
So July 20th Impact, a feature on Rude about how good he is. He's born to be a champion. He was a team player in Team Canada, but now he's out for himself and he'll take out anybody in his way. The following week, you get another feature, this time with like Mike Tenay, Scott D'Amore, Jerry Lynn, Don West talking him up as how he's like the hottest free agent in wrestling. And next week, he'll begin to interview managers. And then the next week, it has like sound bites from James Mitchell, Simon Diamond, Shane Douglas, to being like, oh, any manager would want him. We really want him as part of our group because he's the hottest free agent in wrestling.
I would like some, like, give me some classic 80s WWF skits.
Oh, of him, like, shooting perfect basketballs and stuff.
No, like, of Shane Douglas taking him out to a restaurant, trying to schmooze him. You know, James Mitchell taking him to hell. You know, like, just things of, like, managers, like, trying to persuade him to join their stable.
You'll be pleased to know you get some of those with some fun cameos.
Fucking perfect.
A couple of people who aren't current TNA managers.
That's good. That's exactly what I wanted from this, so I'm glad they're doing it.
And it's like, can Bobby Roode live up to that hype? Not necessarily, but like, they're trying.
But also the thing is, does he wear a suit good?
Yes.
That's half the battle.
That's the Nick Aldis effect, some say.
Yeah, you got a good manager and a handsome man who can wear a suit, and you can at least pretend he's the star until one day he eventually becomes something resembling.
That brings us over to the tag division, starting with the NWA World Tag Team title feud, which is the Latin American Exchange challenging AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels.
So, it's nice to see LAX do things.
Yeah, we were talking about this on the watch along, but like, they're the first cool act in TNA history.
Yeah. Like, there's been funny acts, there's been acts that have had cool elements. Like, there's, like, AJ is a good act, right? He's not cool.
No.
Like, he does cool shit, but he's not cool.
Not at all.
LAX are fucking cool.
Even Joe, who is probably the closest to being cool, is still like kind of borderline doing a thing that's not just cool. Whereas like LAX's music kit, and you see
LAX
the aesthetic.
Feels like modern. It feels like ahead of its time a little. Like it feels different in a way that like Joe did kind of feel like that when he debuted. He felt like something from outside of this show was on the show, but like LAX have like taken that to the next level.
That's actually a really good way of putting it. Like, there's a lot of things you watch on this show that are just like, that's a thing on TNA Impact.
Yeah, that fits on TNA Impact.
And when LAX show up, you're like, oh, holy shit, that's different from what's on TNA Impact.
Yeah.
So, first impact of the pay-per-view cycle, Styles and Daniels come to the ring. Daniels says it seems like other teams have a problem with them having the belts. They proved Team 3D skepticism wrong by winning the titles, and now they have a stack of signed contracts for every single team in TNA, including Christian and Sting, funnily enough. So that they can give out a title. If anybody wants a title shot, come and get it. They'll be defending champions. Conan cuts them off and says, unlike what they just said, they're ducking him on LAX. AJ's like, shut up, there's a contract for you too.
Yo, we were ready for this if you just waited.
We said all, because yeah, they were going through the teams. They were like Frankie Kazarian and Michael Shane and Team 3D, and then Conan cut them off. It's like, you were next, you stupid idiot. Conan says that they're lying. Conan wants Daniels to hand deliver him the contract. The crowd chanted, "You can't read" at Conan, which feels a little racist. Conan then does a bit where he drops his pen to lure Styles and Daniels into a sense of false security,
But they don't fall for it, and they just get beat up anyway.
Yeah, LAX just jumped them. Conan drops Daniels with a belt shot. Homicide kills AJ with the first gringo killer in TNA history.
God. Okay, so you're a TNA guy.
Yes.
And so obviously I think Gringo Killer has more of an affinity to you, right? Cop Killer's cooler, right?
They can't, well, I was gonna say, they can't say Cop Killer on TV, which they can't, but it's very funny that like, no, Gringo Killer's fine.
Yeah, but like, I get they can't do it, but you can sit here, hand on your heart, a child of Christ, and say that Cop Killer is the cooler name.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course.
I really want Homicide AJ.
I don't know if we get it.
Like we got Homicide Daniels, which was a fine placation of it all. I mean, sure it happened in ROH at least.
Surely they've had a match somewhere.
Yeah, ROH, IWC, FIP, Jersey All Pro, Pro Wrestling Explosion, but never in TNA.
Which is funny, because like when you said it, like none popped into my head, but like there could have been just like a 5-minute match in like 2008 or something that I wasn't thinking of.
No, but in 2008 we do get AJ and Tomko versus Hernandez and Homicide versus Kaz and Super Eric. Ooh, we should check out this 3-way. AJ, Daniels, Homicide, IWC.
I hope like that's a nice thing about how much of the wrestling is just available, but it also makes you upset when something isn't.
Yeah.
Like when you find something on Cage Match and like 80% of the time you should be able to track it down, but then it's one of the 20% of the time it's like, fuck, that's just nowhere.
Yeah, it should be around there somewhere, hopefully. But I don't know. It is just nice to see Homicide doing things, because he kind of was just hanging around. And, like, him getting involved in a proper story is a blessing.
Yeah, he kind of drops Styles on his head with the Gringo Killer, then Styles, like, slumps up onto his neck. It looks really good. Daniels is bleeding from the belt shot as Conan signs the contract in Daniels' blood.
That's dope.
It automatically takes the feud up, like, 2 notches. The following week, July 27th, there's a feature on LAX. They've stolen their land. They've stolen their territory. They've tried to enslave their people and humiliate them. Now they're representing their people in the US, and they're going to start taking things. Say AJ and Daniels have been coddled and catered to, but they're going to take the titles back to their people. 5150 is the police code for mentally insane, and there's nothing Styles and Daniels can do.
God, that's so cool.
And this is the month where they debut the like LAX 5150 shirt, which is up there as like an iconic TNA shirt.
What would our number be?
For us, let's look at police codes.
What's the police code for public nuisance?
Public nuisance. Harassing a British podcaster. What's the police code for that?
I think, like, historically you're allowed to.
507 is public nuisance.
507 ain't nothing to mess with.
All right, there's too many. Okay, there's like 100. 136 is holding of hostages.
We don't do that. I guess our listeners?
We do hold them hostage for hours at a time. 142 is an unlawful assembly.
That could be good.
We could have...
That's really funny if we make the 5150 shirt, but it's just for unlawful assembly.
Yeah, that's our podcast. It is an unlawful assembly. 374B, illegal dumping.
Let's get Shannon? I still can't pronounce his name.
Shannon.
Let's get him to make one of, like, a perfect replica of the LAX shirt, but with a really, like, minor police code.
Yeah, 470, forgery.
No, I like public assembly.
Yeah, public assembly is quite good. 142, ain't nothing to mess with. Unlawful assembly.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, I like 133, which is possibly dangerous person.
I like that one.
127, proceed with caution.
Okay.
128, no siren, no flashing.
Okay.
4, disregard.
Ooh. Police code for driving with headlights without headlights. I just want something really silly.
Oh, 594, Liam. Malicious mischief.
Wow. That's pretty good. Apparently it's a code 2071. So we could do it like it's a 4-letter code.
That does work. Where's that from? I don't think that's American.
Australia, baby.
Ah, that's important.
Fail to have headlights, taillights, and number plate.
Hell yes.
2071.
Do you think if you got a police officer and were like, yo, police officer 137, would they be able to be like, oh, riot, of course?
I think maybe American police officer. God, that's so funny. I really want to get one that just says like 2071 with bullet holes in it.
It's nothing to mess with. LAX face Jason Rance and Jarrell Clark on the August 3rd Impact. Conan boots Mike and Dawn away from the announce desk and takes over. He demands the production assistant bring him water and cheese snacks.
That's awesome, actually.
They showed a recent TNA highlight reel at some kind of event he mentions, and LAX wasn't in it, and he's mad.
Again, fitting.
Border toss to Clark, Gringo Killer to Rance. Best 1-2 punch of finishers.
Yeah, they have the coolest move.
Yeah, they just come out there, the coolest wrestlers with the coolest entrance and the coolest t-shirt and the coolest promos doing the coolest moves.
They're cool.
Because, like, Dave even mentions it in The Observer at some point this month. They're like, they gotta be careful. Those boys are baby faces.
Yeah.
Styles and Daniels appear on the screen after they win.
It's fortunately, like, the only thing that, like, makes, like, they're so cool, but people are still so racist. So, they don't have to worry about being turned babyface by being cool. Their racism outweighs, like, the coolness.
Especially because, like, Styles and Daniels are so dorky in this feud.
Yeah. I think Daniels is kind of cool.
But, like, Styles is such a geek. But,
He's
like,
such a geek.
The racism does overcome it, sadly.
Yeah.
But for the story, it works. Ugh. AJ's in a neck brace because he took the Gringo Killer. Daniels has a bandage on his head because he was bleeding. Daniels challenges Homicide to a match next week, and he's going to go 187 Homicide next week.
Ooh. We talked about this on the watch along, but every time AJ opens his mouth, I'm just fearful he's going to say something racist.
Yeah, the idea of AJ doing a feud entirely based on race and him having to cut promos is terrifying.
You're like, oh, just don't say anything again, please.
Just let Daniels talk, please. Conan calls Daniels a shellless turtle.
I mean, kind of accurate.
Got his ass. Go Home Impact, August 10th. Homicide faces Christopher Daniels.
It's fun.
It is. It's fun to see him wrestle. Like, he had the match against Sanjay, and now he's having a match against Daniels, and it's a good match.
It's fun.
Mike and Don worry that Conan will oust them again, but he doesn't.
I like that they're kind of protective of the Gringo Killer.
Well, like, it's on, like, the Canadian Destroyer tier, basically. Like, when it happened to AJ, they're like, it took him out, and they're like, holy shit, that's the Gringo Killer. That's super dangerous. And, like, as you said, they, like, protect it, and AJ's out for a week, and he's wearing a neck brace. Like, they're actually trying to put it over as a death move, and, like, one of the most important. They put it over more than the border toss, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Daniels runs wild. Homicide teases using a chair to create a distraction and takes over. Daniels locks in the Koji clutch, but Conan distracts the ref and then doesn't see Homicide tap to the Koji clutch. Hernandez comes in, hits a Cracker Jack, allowing Homicide to score the win. They jump Daniels after the match and begin setting up a Gringo Killer, but AJ runs out with a chair and makes the save, then throws off his neck brace. Then later in the show, you are shown the massacre of the match. Brought to you by Dimension Films' Pulse, in theaters tomorrow.
I guess we're watching Pulse.
The move is Hernandez hitting the Cracker Jack.
Pulse is a 2006 American techno horror film directed by Jim Sunzero from
Never heard of him.
Screenplay co-written by Wes Craven,
Oh.
starring Kristen Bell, Ian Somerhalder, and Christina Milan.
That's like that's not bad.
It is an English language adaptation of a Kurosawa movie.
Oh, okay.
It had 2 straight to DVD sequels.
TNA respects the culture.
Okay. Reception.
What's the Rotten Tomatoes number?
11%.
Well, you can't win them all.
Average rating of 3.7.
Not a good movie. Wes Craven, what happened, man?
He didn't, like, he wasn't involved.
He wrote the screenplay.
Yeah, and then he, like, bounced.
Okay. What else did Jim Sonzero make?
Apparently, well, it was slightly profitable. It didn't, like, do well in film, but, like, the DVD did okay.
Would you like to know Jim Sonzero's other credits?
Sure.
He co-directed Mariah Carey's Can't Let It Go.
Based.
He was the cutscene director for Killzone 3 and Resident Evil 5.
Oh, no!
So, the famous, beloved Resident Evil, I believe.
Yeah, the Resident Evil that everyone loves.
The one that didn't at all kill the franchise, he directed the cutscenes of.
Cool. Is that all he did?
I believe this is his only feature film.
That's crazy. No, okay, wait. He did something he was on Saturday Night Live for a thing. Some sort of production role. He directed 6 things.
What else he got?
The Pugilist.
I love that one.
The Pugilist.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to be a boxing documentary.
I wonder what this dude's up to.
That was his last thing, and that was 2012. Okay, so he was he was a crew member on Saturday Night Live for a year in '89.
So according to Jim's LinkedIn, he is the owner of Sonzero Films, which he has been since March 2010, and that is all he has done.
Cool. Well, maybe we should give Pulse a chance, huh?
It was the Massacre of the Month. Massacre of the Match. Fuck, I got it wrong. I didn't get the branding right. I'm too used to the Morphoplex move the match. Don't know what to do with these massacres.
I know one massacre that we will talk about.
The pay-per-view?
Yeah.
Cool. That brings us to the pay-per-view. JB has LAX before the match. He says you can stop a revolutionary, but you can't stop a revolution. Which is actually probably not what he should say. Like, that's a really good line, but what that says is like, oh, we're stoppable. Styles and Daniels have their white boy privileges, but they've had to fight and struggle for everything, and tonight they take the tag titles.
Wow, white privilege, 2006. They are ahead of their time.
He doesn't say it in those words, but that is basically what it's like. Yo, you were handed everything as opposed to...
Not incorrect with AJ.
Well, yeah, he was the golden boy. And then everyone that ever feuded with him called him the golden boy.
Yeah.
Styles and Daniels defeat LAX to retain the NWA World Tag Team titles. Styles and Homicide get a fun reaction because Styles goes after Homicide, obviously, for being killed with the Gringo Killer. Yeah. Homicide spikes AJ with a cutter in the ropes that was meant to be a swinging neckbreaker, but it looks so much awesome because he just dragged him down head first. He wipes out AJ with the tope con hilo. Hernandez hits his big Supermax dive for the first time.
Yeah, he does. They're so cool.
They're the coolest guys in the world. Styles hits a springboard shooting star afterward, but like, who gives a fuck?
It's crazy when like the springboard shooter isn't the coolest dive.
Yeah, you get big boy Hernandez doing his big boy dive. Fuck you, Undertaker. You got nothing on Hernandez.
True. It already is in my brain.
LAX hit the Steiner Bulldog on Daniels, but AJ makes the save. Conan tries to interfere, but Styles and Daniels escape the border toss and Gringo Killer, which they tried to hit in combination, which was like, I hope they do that at some point. It would be the coolest thing in the world. Connect connect with the high-low on Hernandez to win and retain the NWA World Tag Team titles. Hernandez signed a contract the following week at TV, so which you might be like, LAX probably should have won here, and maybe they should have, but Hernandez wasn't signed yet. So.
Yeah, but I'm okay to see some more. Like, let's just keep doing it.
And you will get it for the rest of the summer.
Yay.
This match, really good. Their stipulation matches are probably better and more famous, as we'll get matches at Bound for Glory and No Surrender as well.
Another cage.
That's Bound for Glory.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is really good. It's Styles and Daniels against LAX.
LAX are here and they're rolling and they're here to take the AMW top spot.
They are I even already they are the better team this year than America's Most Wanted, and there's no world in which America's Most Wanted are going to take that from them. You might make a case for Styles and Daniels, but it's LAX's this year. There's no hope anybody's winning tag team, the America's Most Wanted Tag Team of the Year award, other than LAX.
Yeah.
The other tag team feud is a feud that doesn't make a pay-per-view match, but it still builds to it, kind of.
Yeah.
There's other stuff going. There's tag teams.
Yeah, it's just there's a bunch of contenders. They're gonna have a big match, but they don't have the match. James Gang and AMW have some like back and forth where they pick partners. It's not particularly interesting or good, so I don't feel like we need to dive into it too much. BG James is homophobic the whole time to JB.
No, we need to go through in detail because I need to tell you about Matt Bentley is now Maverick Matt.
No, you just did. And the coolest thing about it is that the Naturals get good gear.
Do they?
Yeah, at the end they have like cool gear.
Oh, is that like the matching bikers? No, that's Shazarian have the matching bikers.
No, but so do Naturals.
Okay.
They get like they get like the franchise gear.
So real fast then. First Impact of the month. Newly franchised Naturals defeat Shazarian. Matt Bentley is back. He is called Maverick Matt. They have a new song that Matt wrote and recorded himself called Less Than Zero.
Why would you say that about yourself?
That's what I was thinking. Is that like a shot at the booking about how like Matt Bentley feels that he is less than zero at the moment?
I just probably thought it was some cool shit.
He is right that he's less than zero.
Do you think Kaz was on the song? He plays music.
Yeah, I assume he performed some part of it. Chase dumps Frankie out to the floor and the Naturals beat Matt with the dropkick powerbomb. Franchise comes out looking pretty happy at first, but then his mood changes. He slaps them and gives out to them. He's like, your shoulder should never touch the mat.
To be fair, like, the story is here that, like, they won, but they got the shit kicked out of them the whole time by a way more impressive team.
Yeah, which is the same as the Diamonds in the Rough match, where David Young outshined them. He was pissed. July 27th, Impact. James Gang arrived with Eric Young. There's a table saw, and EY's like, look out for that table saw. JB is like, this isn't the plan, because the EY is like, it has a plan with JB the week before, which we'll talk about when we get to the EY stuff. But he's like, yeah, the plan wasn't for the James Gang. And then BG says that the plan reeked of makeup because JB is gay. They have a match tonight against AMW and a partner of their choosing, so they have to choose a partner too. BG is like, you're not good, but you're a good segment, so be our partner.
I like that BG's like, hey, don't worry about getting fired. Everyone gets fired. We get fired from everywhere.
And that does not, in fact, reinsure Eric Young.
No.
James Gang and Eric Young defeat America's Most Wanted and their partner, A1. EY is now billed from an undisclosed location.
I think you're still on the records.
No, but then he's from an undisclosed location, Liam, so you can't mail him the firing papers.
That's fair.
BG says EY has nice tights, but they're pink, so I believe he was mocking them again because gay. Kip has 3 words for you. Don't fire Eric. The story of this match is that EY and A1 are hesitant to fight, but then EY rolls up A1 like a bit of an asshole and beats him. Following week, you will be pleased to know, Liam, the main reason we have to talk about this is the final Naturals versus America's Most Wanted match.
Thank God.
This is August 3rd. They have one more match, 2-on-2, that's not a house show. It's in 2016 on a charity event, which is actually Andy Douglas's last match.
Gotta track it down.
It's on YouTube. I've watched it before.
Is it fine?
It's fine. It's a nice bit of nostalgia, especially because like AMW haven't teamed that much since they broke up.
Yeah.
So I think that was like the first time AMW had teamed in like a decade. So like just the novelty of saying Harrison Storm team. And then obviously they've done some more stuff in recent years, particularly the return to TNA, where they hit one last death sentence and I cried. But I actually cried. They hit a death sentence and I wept. But yeah, this is your final. You know, it's not, you know, we usually do remember whens for when people leave. But I think this is worth a remember when. Remember when all of the Naturals wrestled AMW, Liam?
I do remember those matches.
Remember the one good match they had?
Yeah.
And then the like 17 other matches that weren't very good?
Yeah.
But the cage match is pretty good.
Yeah.
Not as good as the best AMW cage matches,
Yeah.
but still pretty good.
Yeah.
Miscommunication between AMW lets Chase roll up Storm. Steiner and Jarrett come out and beat up the Naturals with AMW.
The Naturals really should just be the number one contenders. they beat everyone.
They have beat the entire division.
So it's like, I don't know, they should just be number one contenders. Or if like you really want to stretch it, it should just be them and James Gang, because I guess like the James Gang haven't lost.
Later in the show, Jim Cornette and his company meeting books AMW versus James Gang versus Shazarian versus the Naturals in a match that does not happen. That takes us over to the X Division, starting with the X Division title program, which can generously be described as a program.
I mean, it is a bunch of matches.
A bunch of things happen.
Kinda? Would you even describe them as things happening?
Because as I'm scrolling, I don't think there's a thing happening until the third Impact of the month. So you know what? You might. No. There's the 4-way. Okay, 3 things happened.
And they're all matches.
July 27th Impact. PD Williams defeats Sharkboy Sanjay Dutt and Johnny Devine.
Yep.
PD has a new generic theme song. He is no longer Canadian in any way.
He has abandoned his Canadian ship.
Except his finish, which is the Canadian Destroyer.
It should just be the Destroyer.
I did like a small touch that as PD went for the Canadian Destroyer, Johnny Devine like fled for the hills and tagged out, because they do tags in this multi-man match for some reason. I don't know.
Also, Johnny Devine knows. He was in Team Canada.
PD pins Sharky with the Destroyer. The next week, we get a feature on Senshi. He runs down all of the people in the top contenders match.
He sure does run them down.
Yeah, there's 5 of them, I heard. They're branding this as a new era of the X Division. I'm branding it as the flop era of the X Division. Like the same thing happened in like 2003, where like you had the X Division came out real hot with like low-key Jerry Lynn and AJ Styles. And then you had like the Michael Shane, Kazarian, Chris Sabin era, which were like, they're young guys who aren't really there yet, but they're trying their best. And then it came back with Styles and Daniels and Joe, and now we're back to like PD and Lethal and Sanjay and Shelley and Kazarian.
Yeah. Like, it's funny, like, these are people who are kind of involved in, like, the mid-era, too.
Yeah, but it is kind of funny that, like, Frankie is no further along. He's actually, frankly, further behind than he was in 2003, 2004, which is kind of a shame.
I mean, so is Sabin, to be honest.
Yeah, at least, like, Sabin, they're trying to heat up with the Nash stuff, theoretically.
But it's like, the Sabin thing, like, with Jerry Lynn, where he's like, you can do it, you gotta put it together. And it's like, this dude was ex-champ.
Let me tell you about Orange Cassidy. Which is very funny that they did that segment on that pay-per-view.
It's like, these are guys who have been to the top.
You don't need Jerry Lynn giving a pep talk. They're fine. To kind of underscore this being a new era, they show highlights of everybody's key move during the entrances. So they're trying to reintroduce a new era of the division, even if they're not devoting the time to any of these guys back to get them over.
You just gotta give them, like, the time and you gotta give them the time and the focus. And they're just, but they're trying to take, like, the easy way out and just be like, they're cool.
Yeah, they do moves and they're on TV. PD1. So, like, this match does have a story that plays into the title match, because this is a contenders match, which PD does win with the Destroyer on Jay Lethal. But the story of the match is Lethal, like, was running wild. He hits drop kicks on a multi-man into a multi-man leg sweep. He hits a bunch of headbutts, but then steps into a Destroyer. So Lethal ran wild. Lethal looks great, but he got pinned by PD, which sets up, in theory, it should be PD against Senshi. But the following week, Larry Z comes into and says Cornette has added Lethal to the X Division title match at Hard Justice because of how good his performance was in the match where he was pinned.
Makes so little sense, but whatever. Like, I don't know why. I guess maybe they thought like 2 heels. They need a face in there.
But yeah, I guess but just have Lethal win then, though.
But like they already want. I think maybe they thought about it too late, and they're like, oh shit, we need a face in this.
But yeah, I do like the shtick that Larry Z's new character is like very by the numbers, doing things right. Jim Cornette messenger.
Yeah, he's a stooge.
He is Jim Cornette's personal assistant. That does take us to the pay-per-view where we have an X Division title match, and it exists.
It does. It's not particularly interesting or like good. It's just sort of whatever.
Senshi hits a cartwheel dive to the floor, and Don is like, great display of his martial arts skills.
Yeah.
The dive is cool. There's so little going on in this match.
Which is crazy for like an X Division 3-way. You think they're gonna be going crazy, but
Yeah, they got 10, which is like the amount of time that you should be able to have a good sprint. And like there was nothing technically wrong with it. It's just like this division, no one cares about it right now. No one's into low-key.
And they haven't made an effort to make Senshi feel like a suitable replacement for Styles or Joe or Danny.
Especially because like what did they do with Senshi on television this month?
He said everyone else sucks.
Yeah, that's all he did. He had one vignette. He was on screen for like 45 seconds.
But I feel like you could literally just do him like Joe and have him beat people in like 2 minutes doing cool shit, and it would be like fine.
Yeah, but they're not doing that. He's not around. He's not even on the show. But yeah, Petey hits the Destroyer, but then essentially John woos Petey out of the way and steals the pin, and Petey is big mad. Senshi's contract situation is all worked out, but he's got new heat. In the three-way on the pay-per-view, Jay Lethal missed the spot, and Senshi responded by roughing him up, which I believe I identified on the actual thing, because he hits a real stiff kick, and I was like, well, you didn't have to kick him in the head. But Lethal was either knocked out or nearly knocked out. Conan and Homicide had pushed for him to be added to LAX, but were turned down flat, told that he was not going to be rewarded and put in the hot faction after this weekend. I like the idea, is like, we're not going to reward him, put him in the good thing. He's just X Division champion.
Yeah. He can do the shitty task of X Division champion.
He's not in any danger of not being pushed because they've got a program worked out for him as champion leading to Bound for Glory, which Dave presumes is Chris Sabin. The more important story in the X Division is the latest shenanigans of Big Sexy Kevin Nash.
It's just shenanigans.
We don't need a match. We don't get a match. We just get shenanigans.
Let's talk about him.
July 20th Impact, we go to Paparazzi Productions. Nash wants to get in the head of an X Division star. He wants to, like, understand the mentality of the X Division.
Of course.
Shelley has tapes from Mexico. He has tapes from Japan. He even has tapes, Liam, from Madagascar.
Wow, I hear their scene is hot.
Very. Two-sided ring. Shelley shows him the Spaceman Tornado arm drag from Mexico. Encourages Nash to take notes. And he's like, the double reverse ninja kick with an atomic hog drop.
Whoa.
Nash is aghast at the two-sided ring in Madagascar.
I mean, it sounds amazing.
Because Nash seemed to gravitate toward the Madagascar wrestlers more than the Mexico and Japan ones, Shelley is going to fly them business class.
Shut the front door.
Nash's delivery of "shut the front door" from this segment is burned into my brain.
Yeah.
Shut the front door.
That's going in the intro.
Damn right it is. The intro will just be Nash quotes at some point.
Yeah.
Nash is like, I love you. And Shelley asks him to hold him. And Nash holds him too tight and apologizes. And
I like that. Yeah, I was going to say, Shelley breaks Nash for the first time here, I think.
Yeah.
Like, Nash has broken Shelley a million times. I think this is the first time Shelley broke Nash.
Because Nash is like delivers like an okay, like giggling at Shelley's. That's too tight.
And the camera cuts as they go.
Yeah, tremendous stuff. Very fun. On the July 27th Impact, we talked about this, but Jerry Lynn is talking to Chris Sabin. Talks about how Nash is a master of psychology and politics.
Very funny for this Kevin Nash character to be referred to as a master of psychology and politics.
He is studying the tape. He is doing the old bag in a ring in a mini in a corpse bag Osama bin Laden trick, whatever his thing was.
Yeah.
He's doing all of the mind games, Liam. Psychological warfare.
It's classic.
It will be Nash versus Sabin at Hard Justice, with the winner getting an X Division title shot. This is where Lynn fires up Chris Sabin and then they scream at each other a little.
Who gives a shit? Let's get to the next bit.
Shelley has the Madagascar Pro Wrestling Superstars for Kevin Nash.
Woo!
They are Super Blue Cross number 6 and Somalian Joe.
I love Somalian Joe's 300-day run in Madagascar. That's true.
Oh god, it's great. You know, it's really influential. You know, when you watch like The Shield in WWE,
Yeah, exactly.
you'll realize they took everything from Somalian Joe.
It's true. Somalian Joe, like, he'll never be in the WON. But, like, if you really look at his career.
Yeah, him and Alex Shelley, like the two paths of influence over the rest of history. It's unbelievable.
100%. Like, if only he just had, like, you know, got that big run in one of the major American companies. It's nice to see him here in a little cameo, though.
Yeah, just like Shelley is finally getting his moment, WWE should give Somalian Joe his moment.
Yeah.
Shelley does an intricate submission, because the idea here is they're going to teach Nash some X Division holds. So Shelley does like an intricate, the Alex special number 2 or whatever he calls it.
He learned it in Mexico.
And he asks Nash to try. And Nash walks up and he clubs the back of Somalian Joe.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, Shelley's like, not quite. So Nash picks him up and offers a second club to the back. And Shelley's like, that's eerily similar to the first time.
Johnny Devine does a dive. And Shelley's like, you want to give it a shot? Nash goes up. He says, I'm going to do something a little different, though. You know, I've been practicing with my trampoline into the pool.
Yeah.
And he hits the craziest 1250.
I think it created a black hole.
Yeah.
And Somalian Joe got sucked into it. That's why we've never seen him since.
It's just not enough tape gets out from Madagascar.
Yeah, it's a travesty.
But, yeah, I don't know. I think it's only on our version that we actually get to see the move.
Deep tape library thing. I had to go digging.
Yeah, because, like, on TV, they messed up the cut. But, you know, we got our connects.
It's the best move of all time.
It's crazy. If that was an Observer category. In oh 06.
It is. It's finisher of the year. Nash should have won it. He was robbed.
In 06?
Yeah, they had a finisher of the year category then. It was
Goddamn.
probably won by the Canadian Destroyer.
You know what? They didn't see the tape. They saw the TV tape.
No, of course. Shelley finds it incredible. Nash is prepared
sure.
for the X Division. I wonder if they did these segments in 2024, it would definitely be Uganda instead, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course.
They would actually have soft ground people there. Or maybe not these days, but...
I think it's depending on the person.
Where are we at with soft ground being slowly cancelled?
I don't know. I think, like, it goes both ways depending on who you want to...
The Jim Cornette Company meeting, he books a 6-man tag team match for Impact. It was Jay Lethal, Chris Sabin, and Sanjay Dutt versus Alex Shelley, Johnny Devine, and Kevin Nash.
Nash didn't attend them.
He didn't. Very rude of him.
Because, it's Kevin Nash.
He's too busy learning the X Division holds.
Exactly. He's practicing his flips into the pool.
with AJ Styles.
Just like AJ, yeah. Vince Russo is there too.
August 10th, Impact. Chris Sabin, Jay Lethal, Sanjay Dutt defeat Kevin Nash, Alex Shelley, and Johnny Devine. Nothing match, but the story is Nash is dodging Sabin. I like that he's like something is in his eye when Sabin tags in, so he has to tag out.
I think, again, just master of politics and psychology.
He does sell for Dutt and Zaguri, which is... He gave something.
Yeah, I think he likes these people. I don't think he has a problem working them.
He has a problem losing to them.
That might be the thing.
Sabin pins Devine with the Cradle Shock, which takes us to the pay-per-view. The first segment post-fire, JB has Alex Shelley. We are informed that Kevin Nash is unable to compete tonight due to a very serious neck ailment.
Yeah.
Shelley informs us it will be number 1 on the list of top 50 sad TNA moments.
That's the DVD coming out next.
Which that list has never been made, but I am tempted for the bit to make it as a YouTube compilation where number 1 is in fact this segment.
Yeah, let's do it.
If you have suggestions for your top 50 TNA sad moments, please let me know.
You know what's funny? It's going to be like number 2, an actual like horrific thing that happened where everyone is very sad. And then like number 1 is this segment.
Yeah. JB is skeptical. He does not believe that Kevin Nash, given his track record, is in fact injured. So Alex Shelley's like, how dare you? Is he able? Can he? And Devine rolls Nash in a wheelchair, wearing a neck brace in. All Nash can do is give Shelley 100% of his moral support, and he hands dog tags to Alex Shelley.
Crazy that's just going to be a thing forever now.
Yeah, the guns with their dog tags. This is where it came from. This weird Kevin Nash segment where he didn't want to lose, so he faked an injury. Like, you might think, was this an angle all along? Like the fact that like the whole thing is JB and Mike and Don are like, he's not fucking hurt. He just doesn't want to wrestle Chris Sabin. You might read into that like, oh, that was nope. Nash just refused to. Nash just like, I'm injured. I can't wrestle.
That's so funny. But like they're all just like hyper aware of it.
Yeah, everyone knows. So it's like, oh fuck it, we'll just make it the story. So yeah, Sabin defeats Shelley instead. Shelley subs in for Nash. I like Don West because this is the first match coming back from the fire. Don West says, we're going to give this a shot here, gang. Which is such a funny way of putting, we're going to continue a show after a fire.
Yeah. Hey, they tried. It's probably like, there's a lot of like energy in the air.
Yeah, it's a perfectly decent normal match. Nothing special, like 8 minutes or whatever. It's what you would expect an 8-minute Shelley and Sabin match to be. Shelley hits the shell shock, but Sabin kicks out. Nash hands Shelley a chair as Devine, who jumped up on the apron while he was hitting the shell shock, which I think was going to the distraction too early, but nonetheless. And as you mentioned on the watch along, Nash had no faith in that shell shock because he put the chair in the ring as he was pinning him during the shell shock. Sabin dropkicks the chair into Shelley and hits the cradle shock for the win. This is important to note, Nash does not wrestle again until November 2007.
That's insane.
Over a year until Kevin Nash has another match in this company.
What does he do?
Mostly antics and skits.
You know what? Maybe it's for the best.
Kevin Nash continues to negotiate for a contract extension. His contract expires next month, so by not wrestling and not jobbing to Chris Sabin as scheduled at Hard Justice, he gains extra negotiating leverage. However, word from backstage is that Nash was telling people his neck was legitimately bothering him. He was also said to be displeased with the promoted booking of the match, those two things no way related to each other, which was for him to dominate Sabin for 8 minutes and then essentially slip on a banana peel and lose. I loved the idea that Kevin Nash was like, no, I shouldn't dominate Sabin and it shouldn't be a slip on a banana peel win. And someone in TNA was like, oh, of course, we need to do that. We can't have Sabin win a clean back and forth match. Like, the idea that it would TNA resisting the idea of Sabin winning stronger. Nash told people he wants to wrestle Sabin in a cage match next month and lose in a way that will elevate Sabin. And when the time comes to next month, I'd imagine, no, guys, maybe the month after.
The month after, I'll put him over in a cage.
Nash continues to be an advocate for Shelley, Sabin, Dutt, and the X Division in general. Nevertheless, there are a number of people in TNA skeptical of his altruistic motivations.
So Nash is the GOAT.
Kevin Nash, Dave has some more color on this, my favorite part of which is his claim was that he had forgotten he had put a set of weight plates in his son's toy box so that when he lifted it up, his neck went out and he wouldn't be able to wrestle.
I believe him.
And like there's a whole thing about how like people aren't even really mad at him. Like
they understand.
It's just like it's Nash. And like part of it is just like, and the stuff is funny and good, so let's put up with it. Oh, big sexy. Bless him. We round things out with technically an X Division program, I guess. It's Eric Young and his latest antics. An antics heavy end to the show.
Thank God. That's what makes TNA. It's an antics promotion.
It is certainly better than a Tree Life Crew end to the show.
I think that's going to be our new ender. It's just whatever antics.
July 20th Impact, JB is outside Sting's locker room. Eric Young sneaks into frame and stealths up behind JB. He's like, JB, I've been looking for you all day. I think you're avoiding me. But JB is like, no, I'm not. I'm just doing my job. He needs another great idea from JB, but before JB can give him an idea, Jeff Jarrett is attacking somebody at the desk, so we move on.
Sick.
Later in the show, JB is back outside Sting's locker room. Sting snuck out while JB was interviewing somebody else. I love that. It's like, I am posted outside Sting's locker room all night to get a comment from Sting. I have to interview AMW. I'll be right back. Oh, Sting's gone.
Yeah.
Larry Z walks up with his hairpiece. He's giving out because earlier in the show, Rhino versus Joe was booked. And he's like, you can't give that away on TV. It's ridiculous.
That's insane.
Slick walks up and laughs at his hair.
Rude.
Bobby. Slick Johnson is close to Jeff Jarrett off camera. He's practically his roadie, says one wrestler. He carries around his bag, fetches things for him, and makes him laugh with his jokes, which is why Jeff makes sure he gets TV time. He thinks he's really funny.
He's not.
He's really not.
I fucking hate him.
Just a deeply obnoxious, annoying character.
Just the worst. Every time I see him, I'm like, am I meant to like you? Because I don't.
The July 27th Impact has all the Eric Young James gang stuff that we already talked about. Yeah. Then we go to the next week where JB is awaiting the arrival of Cornette for Cornette's big meeting. Cornette comes in and he arrives with Christian, and EY goes up and he's like, have I been fired? And Cornette's like, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. But I don't have time. We'll meet next week. Christian steps out of the car, compliments Eric Young's shirt.
Okay, compliments, quotations. He's like, you make that yourself?
Yeah, it's a nice shirt. And he says he'll try and change Cornette's mind because he likes EY. And EY's like, yeah, wait a minute, change his mind.
I like Christian's just fucking with EY.
Yeah.
He has no reason to.
Well, you see, he's evil now.
It was all there. How did I not see it?
August 10th Impact. JB is outside Jim Cornette's office. Eric Young is in a tent outside the office, waiting his big meeting tonight. And he wants to know which tie he should wear.
Yeah. And JB's like, get rid of the brown one. Go with the red.
JB is with Eric Young outside the office. Larry Z comes up and makes the X Division title match that Cornette insisted. And then Cornette walks in and is like, you made that X Division title match, right? And Larry's like, yeah. He'll meet with Eric tonight. JB then mocks Larry for calling Cornette Mr. Cornette. He's like, Mr. Cornette? He's like, shut up, Borash.
God, Larry's so good.
Yeah, because Slick comes in as like, to pay or not to pay. And like, Larry's not offended. He's just like, fucking nitwit.
Go away. You're bold.
He is us. So we finally have the meeting. Eric Young offers a series of gifts to try and curry Jim Cornette's favor.
This fucking shit. This fucking smark bullshit.
So he offers him some Wendy's. He offers us some Tennessee whiskey, which upsets Jim because he's from Kentucky. And Kentucky has bourbon. Bourbon? It's because it's spelled bourbon. I'm like, bourbon? Bourbon. Also has a racket with handcrafted diamonds because tennis racket.
He also, but he's like, but I have Kentucky bourbon.
Yeah, why didn't you give it to him in the first place, Eric?
He gave him both.
Jim is mad because he can't have booze at work
Because it's chaos and he'll fucking die.
Yeah, his doctor doesn't want to eat Wendy's. He's trying to lose weight, and he's like, "This racket is dog shit. I'm sick of rackets."
Everyone keeps asking me, bring the racket. No.
And he's like, "You know what? You can face Johnny Devine at the pay-per-view, and you better not lose."
Or light the thing on fire.
Yeah, don't burn it down. And then we do get the match. Eric Young versus Johnny Devine. Eric Young has a squad. He marches out with all of them as they chant, "Don't fire Eric." Devine cuts a promo on EY saying he always chokes because he can't take the pressure.
Rude.
The fire happens, but EY wins with a wheelbarrow neckbreaker. After the match, a haggard-looking Earl Hebner strangles Slick Johnson from behind with a belt as Larry Z tries to calm him down. Earl looks like he did personally emerge from the fire.
I think he started the fire.
That would make sense. They should actually blame Earl Hebner for the fire. That would be a really good bit.
Yeah, because he's fucking psychotic.
Because he comes out with his face is covered in like debris, like it would be from like smoke exposure.
And he wasn't even in the building when the fire was happening.
He tells Larry, "If I go down, you're going down with me." And then we do get a backstage promo later in the show. JB's like, "Larry, what's the deal with that Earl Hebner guy?" And Larry's like, "I don't know. I had him thrown out." But then JB is like, "But that's Slammiversary. You hightailed it out of the building with him." Which Larry has the very credible explanation of, "The fans were throwing bottles, and it was a dangerous work environment." Slick wants to know what happened. Larry said Earl is losing his mind, and Slick should be happy that Larry stopped the choking. Slick senses a conspiracy. But then Larry's like, "You little Jiminy Cricket pest bastard, shut up." Little Jiminy Cricket pest bastard, direct quote.
It's so crazy. It's so stupid. Why are we doing any of it?
Because Slick Johnson needs to be on TV.
Because he makes Jeff Jarrett giggle.
Whereas Larry Zbyszko makes us giggle.
Yeah.
When he calls everybody stupid.
Everyone is stupid.
And that's the note we end on. That is the month that is August 2006. We'll be back soon in the Patreon feed with a new episode of Rain Takers covering Global Wars from 2014. We'll also be back with new episodes of Lucha Underground coming up too. Our next episode of the main show will be No Surrender 2006, the last month pre-Russo. So look forward to that. There's actually a lot of last month before Kurt comes in, last month of Monty, so
It's crazy that that's when Kurt decides to show up.
he's fucking sick of this Monty guy. Once he's out of there, he can come.
And like, he's like, "Oh, Russo is here? Hell yeah."
It's really annoying. So that's our next episode of the podcast. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter if he hasn't blocked you at The Gleet Muta. Subscribe to us on YouTube at TNA. You've got to be kidding
Buy
me.
merch, buy merch, buy
Follow
merch.
us on TikTok at TNA History.
Spend,
and
spend.
check out the link in the description where you can find the link to a merch where you can buy t-shirts, you can buy posters, and if you subscribe on Patreon, you can get a 10% discount as well. So that's all there, ready, waiting for you. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Buy the damn merch.
Spike TV has just become Serengeti television. Your grasp of the obvious is amazing. The quantity of speech is not always indicative of the quality of thought. Triton, have you conquered the great alpha male yet?
What's the capital of Thailand?
Why don't you indulge me with your geography, big guy? Indulge me, let me know, tell me.
Bangkok.
What a shot! Who are you, a stalker? Every time I start talking, you start busting my interviews.
Stalking you? Always. You will feel the power. Period.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me. This is a TNA history podcast where we watch TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we were talking about the month that is September 2006 leading up to No Surrender 2006. I am Garrett Kidney and I'm joined, as always, by Liam Jones.
Wake me up when this September ends.
That's a song?
Is what I was feeling watching this month of TNA history.
Is it just because there was 6 episodes of Impact?
That doesn't help.
You don't really feel the benefit of more episodes? You're not like really invested in the stories because they had more time to tell them?
You know, I don't feel the benefit of more episodes. Hey, when I talk like right here in my mic, it's really deep. Can you hear the difference?
No.
So like if I'm going from here and then I
Move around to this side.
No,
Do you hear
same
that
the whole way
different?
around.
Really?
Yeah.
To me, like,
down here, I sound like guy with a deep voice. Couldn't think of a specific reference.
Loki.
I don't want to compare myself.
No, we were scrolling Loki's Twitter right before we started, and I think you would love to compare yourself to that man.
I would like to go and say that I fundamentally disagree with the beliefs of one Loki.
The man who believes every conspiracy theory is real. Go to his Twitter. Every single one of them.
Garrett, however, co-signs all of his tweets.
I also believe every conspiracy theory is real. Moon landing? Fake. Bigfoot?
True, though.
Real.
True, though.
Climate change? An agenda pushed by the libs to sell electric cars.
And turn our kids gay.
With the electric cars?
What else are they doing?
Yeah, you're not using oil, which is manly.
Yeah, oil's the straightest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, electricity is queer.
I've been saying this for years.
What's going on with you?
I've been a movie boy.
Oh, I saw you've been watching Paddington, so let's start there.
I have watched Paddington 1 and Paddington 2.
In anticipation of Paddington 3?
Yes, when he goes back to deepest Peru.
Because, like, Paddington 1 is a nice, enjoyable romp, and then Paddington 2 is, like, the best movie of all time.
Paddington 1's, like, they kind of have to get through the whole Paddington of it and be like, why is he here? But once they, like, get through that bullshit, like, Paddington 2 can just thrive.
Paddington 2 is, like, it's one of my favorite movies. It is a 5-star movie to me.
I went 4.5.
Cowardice. Because I watched it for the first time. I watched it after midnight on New Year's Day one year. I'm like, the first thing I'm doing in my year, this year, is watching Paddington 2.
Gotta start it off right.
Start off on a note that makes me feel something, and then 2 hours later I was bawling my eyes out at the scene at the very end.
Yeah, I started to go...
When that fucking door opens, and Paddington's like, ah! I'm like, ah!
Also, just everyone's in these movies.
It's kind of like, it has that Harry Potter effect of, like, every British actor is in Paddington 2.
It was also, like, it was very, like, Grand Budapest. Like, especially the prison scenes.
Yeah, they are very wacky, very off-kilter, very not what you would expect from...
Just, like, Brighton, Wes Anderson-y, like it came straight out of a toy box.
Yeah, because, like, when you think of Paddington, you would think that there's still, like, you know, it's a very thoughtless, boring, shitty ass, you know? Not that Paddington's bad, but, you know, when we think of people adapting children's things...
Like, even the first movie was, like, kind of like Bill Murray Garfield. But, like, the second one that is, like, what if we do art house?
Yeah, what if we did, like, imaginative crazy shit with Brendan
Yeah.
Gleeson?
He's great in it, too.
He's really good.
Paddington 3 should be, like, a noir.
Well, it's out, so it's not.
Shit.
But...
Paddington 4 should be a noir.
Yeah, there you go. Paddington solving crimes.
The Maltese Bear.
Paddington hitting on, like, hard times and having to start a detective agency to get his marmalade.
Exactly.
No one's gonna feed it to him because the family is dead.
I like how much the sun aged between movie 1 and 2, because I watched them night after night.
You're like, wait a minute.
I was like, this kid has aged 7 years in 2 weeks.
And they're basically adults by Paddington 3.
That's amazing.
Which I haven't seen yet. It is out at the moment here. I know the release is staggered. I don't think it's out until 2025 in the US. I'm not sure about Australia. But I have to go see it.
In the decade of our Lord, the 2020s, we're still doing staggered releases.
It's kind of crazy, alright, isn't it? Anytime, especially when, like, a big movie does it. It's like Paddington?
I feel like Marvel just, like, stopped that shit from happening in my brain for a while.
And even, like it was very weird when Pixar still did it. When, like, Toy Story 4 or Toy Story 3, I think. Like, Toy Story 3 here came out, like, 4 months after somewhere else. It's like, Toy Story isn't coming out everywhere?
I also got sick of it because I got really used to Australia getting everything the day before America. Because they would release them all on the same date. But, like, they didn't convert it. So, like, all the Marvel stuff was coming out, like, a day before. And I got really used to that idea. And then, like, I forgot what it was. There was something that I was like, how is this shit still not out? It came out, like, 4 months after everything else.
Yeah, discriminating against you because they hate you.
It's true.
Anything else you want to talk about that you were watching?
I watched some stuff.
The pause that you're hearing is Liam opening his letterbox.
No, I already opened it. I was trying to think of, like, stuff outside of movies. I watched Moonlight, Hidden Figures, Green Book, No Hard Feelings, Groundhog Day.
Which is the best? Which is the worst?
Best is Moonlight. Worst, No Hard Feelings going out. Which is still, like, fun. It's just, like, I really appreciate Jennifer Lawrence. I think she's very talented.
Sorry, more than non-movies you want to talk about?
I don't know. Arcane, still the prettiest show that's ever existed. And damn well it should be for that fucking price.
$250 million for 2 seasons.
No wonder they're not doing a third one.
Who has that money? Is that Riot's money or is it Netflix's money?
I have to guess it's Riot's money.
And they're just like, let's just blow it. Let's just do it. Let's just spend it all.
I guess it's probably like a dual deal with Riot and Netflix, right?
Yeah, but like those kind of production costs, like that's borderline Game of Thrones money for Arcane, which is insane.
Production companies is 40G. That's the French animation studio that did it.
Shout out to them getting paid. Yeah, I guess the folks at Riot are just like, let's bankroll it. I guess it probably worked. It's probably already paid off, honestly. But
yeah, well, I remember like some of the events they did for like to promote it when the first season came out were like crazy interactive like escape room like role play events. So like they've really heavily promoted it, obviously. But yeah, apparently they want to do it. They want to keep making stuff, just like they're wrapping up with this particular story.
So they'll do.
League of Legends has like 120 fucking heroes or something. I'm sure they have other things that they can play off.
How much established lore does League have?
You're asking the wrong person.
Because I was thinking about that. It's like, how much of this is like new stuff that's all new to these characters, and how much of it is like all of this was actually written in blurbs that were released alongside these characters 15 years ago?
League heads, get in the comments.
Is League like Dark Souls, where everything is done through item descriptions?
I think they have animatics.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure.
I've never been a League guy. I was a brief League esports guy, but obviously they're not like, here's the story of League while they're in the middle of an esports game.
They should.
They should dump lore. Also,
one thing I will never appreciate, and I will fight to the death, is replacing the game voice actors with like name actors. Fuck off. Just have the voice actors let them play their fucking roles.
Yeah, but then they can't have big names attached to it.
No one cares if fucking Haley Steinfeld is voicing one of them, you know what I mean?
But you can send Haley Steinfeld on a media tour, and then she can do media.
Who gives a shit? Just fucking give it to the goddamn actors.
No one knows who any of these voice actors are. No one's gonna want to talk to them.
No one knows who half of the fucking actors are in the show anyway.
But do you like it?
No matter what I think of the story or anything involved, it is the prettiest fucking show I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
Yeah, there is like especially when you play like a very high-end video game or watch something like that where like
Dragon Age Vanguard.
Yeah, I was gonna use Call of Duty, but Dragon Age works too. Like a really high, big budget, well-made AAA game rather than the badly made AAA games you get now. When where you get the money on screen. Where like you can see the money on screen. There is a certain something satisfying about that.
Yeah, I mean like, and it's very creative and like it's interesting. It's just so damn pretty though. Like it's funny. It could have like a great story. Like I think it has a good story. It could have like a great story, and I think I'd still be like, but look how pretty it is.
Yeah. All I've been doing is watching Critical Role.
And I already know all your thoughts and opinions.
That's true. I've sent you 2 1,000-word pieces about Critical Role.
I want you to never mention it on Twitter or on or on Link to the Cast until you've completed it and you're like, all right, guys, I have 200 hours worth of opinions to talk about.
It'll just be an entire episode. That will be the episode we'll finally invite you on, so I can just dump.
Actually, it'll be 1,000 hours of opinions.
Just every thought I have about Critical Role. I've posted occasional screenshots just for gags. So that's the only hint to the world that I've watched. I've watched 52 episodes, of which are 4 hours. 200 plus hours of Critical Role at the moment. So that's basically what I've been doing for 2 weeks. I haven't done anything else. I saw Hamilton yesterday.
Talk about Hamilton to the people.
U.S. politics go crazy.
It's true. You think in like 100 years we'll be getting like the Trump Kamala Harris rap
musical.
Yeah, Lin-Manuel Miranda's like great-great-grandchild will write. No, you see, you can't write it about Trump because Trump is the president. He has to write it about like Rudy Giuliani.
Please do it. I need the Rudy Giuliani rap musical.
Yeah, Rudy Giuliani.
My name is Rudy Giuliani.
See, it works. It works. The rhyming structure. You can't say Donald Trump. You have to stretch the syllables for that one. But yeah, it's so funny just to be like the losing presidential candidate and the former like the head of the treasury had a fucking duel in which one of them was killed.
We need to bring back that.
As I was walking out, the man behind me, I was telling you this, was like, I didn't get it. Why did he die twice in a duel? And the person had to be like, that was his kid the first time. I was like, what? He was very confused. It's really good. Listen, it's become like Lin-Manuel Miranda has become a meme, and like his
because
style.
Also like everything since then has been the exact same sound.
Yeah, like he has a style and he beats it into the ground.
And he's a WWE fan. Boo!
Yeah, this man has never stated a preference for TNA, so we don't respect him. But Hamilton is undeniable. It's just undeniable as this like force of music. It's really good.
It is maybe the most 2012 thing that has ever existed.
Even though it didn't come out in 2012?
Yeah. When did it first come out?
I think it was like 15, 16, I think, wasn't it? I guess he would have been probably writing it in 2012.
Okay, well, like, give me the... Shut up. Shut the fuck up. 2015.
Yeah.
Okay, it actually is... It might even be more 2015. It is the most early 2010s thing to ever exist.
It is contemporaneous with Lucha Underground.
Okay, it is the most Obama-era shit to ever exist.
It is kind of funny how, like, Hamilton came out and then the Trump years.
I had to do the math of when Obama was still president.
Yeah, he was president until start 2017?
It's so funny, like, there is this, like, a whole genre of media that I grew up on that is, like, I look back on now and I'm like, it is very much the Obama era.
Yeah, you watch, like, Parks and Recreation, it's like, show couldn't exist outside of the Obama era.
Like Simon gave me the greatest quote, which is like, New Girl is the most Obama era show ever, and it accidentally went over into the Trump era and it ruined it.
It's like yeah, the cynicism of the Trump era does not match with the New Girl of it all.
Yeah, and so it's like, now that I look at it, it's like, there's just so many things that are like, maybe I just have nostalgia for when I was 14.
There's always a little bit of that.
But like, I give me back to the I don't know how you describe it, the white toast era. Just plain and simple. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think, like, legitimately, Trump has changed the mood of the world.
Oh, 100, like, you saw it immediately when he got in.
And not just in the form of, like, politics or the way we feel, but it has influenced
the general
kind of
state
art
of the
we're making.
world. Yeah, 100%, of course it does.
Which is the way, like, for all the things you can say about Trump, and you can say many, and all of them are true. You can. The thing I'm just sick of is, like, we're gonna have 15 fucking years by the time this guy is out of office of one man being the main character of planet Earth.
Yeah.
15 years of just every day that one dude constantly. I'm so tired.
I think I'm gonna like become a recluse.
I like legitimately. I'm like, listen. It's a position of privilege that I can do it. Don't attack me for my white Irish privilege that I can just tune out the Donald Trump of it all. But like, that was my main response. And like,
he's gonna be the rest of my 20s.
And I'm just like, no, I can't do every day. Here's the bad thing Donald Trump is doing. I can't do that for 4 more years. So I'm just going to tune it out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, America. I'm sorry to my friends in America who are gonna be fucked by this. I'm so sorry, but I just can't do it for 4 more years.
Sorry, it's just really dawned on me that the last years of my 20s are going to be dominated by this man's existence.
I'm just like, every day you have to hear about this man. I shouldn't have to hear about any man every day, not even myself. I don't want to hear about myself every day, and I have to do that. I have to put up with that. But Trump? Ugh.
The only man I want to hear about every day is Kurt Angle.
That is a smooth pivot that we will get to after we do the Patreon plugs.
Shit. And Blue Sky and merch.
You can go to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com where you can subscribe and you can get loads more content. We have over 150 pieces of exclusive audio.
Wow.
Watch-alongs of every 3-hour pay-per-view we've covered so far. Watch-alongs of a bunch of the 2-hour weekly pay-per-views. Watch-alongs of a WrestleMania at one point. We've reviewed a Chris Rock movie. We've reviewed a Randy Savage album. We have multiple sub-series. We have a series about Lucha Underground ongoing. We're Gift of the Pods, where we're talking all about the wacky adventures of Lucha Underground. We have an ongoing series about New Japan Pro Wrestling from 10 years ago, where we're talking about
Carl
like the
Urban.
Rainmaker shock onwards. So that's Rain Takers. We also have a bunch of old series covering Global Force Wrestling, Ring Ka King, covering the Monday Night Wars, covering Pro Wrestling
Abyss.
Gorilla from 2012, covering Wrestling Society X. All of that sitting there. Patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. So support the show and you get a ton more of us. More us than maybe anybody should ever want. If you would like to support the show more and get something tangible, Liam, something physical.
Something you can hold in your hands. Something that you can sleep with and imagine that we were there with you.
You can head to the links in all of our descriptions or bios or wherever the fuck you're listening to this, where you can see the link to our merch. There you can get t-shirts, you can
Get it
show
now
posters.
before tariffs make you pay more for it from our drop shipping empire.
That's actually the excuse when we hike the prices like 40%. It's like Donald Trump's tariffs are hitting us really hard, guys.
So get in quick.
You can get show posters, including this month's LAX show poster, which is fucking awesome. So all of that is at the links in our bio. If you are a patron, you can get a 10% discount on merch. We have a pinned post on Patreon that has the link as well as
That's almost the pre-tariff price.
as well as a promo code that you can use to save 10%. And as we said last time, if you'd like to do a little hack, if you subscribe at the $1 tier on Patreon and then you buy something in the merch shop, you will save more than $1. So you will actually be taking money from us, really, when you think about it.
And I'll find you and I'll kill you.
Liam will hunt you down, compliment your shirt, and then kick you in the balls.
Or any groin, to be honest.
That's true.
I don't want to specify.
Woke Liam Jones will kick anybody
Yeah.
in any groin.
Exactly, that's my wokeism at work.
So, yeah, we have launched Blue Skies for individuals. I guess we should probably launch one for the podcast, too.
We should get that before someone takes it. Can we make it so that our at Blue Sky thing is at tnachad.com? I don't know how to do it, but I want it.
I will look into it, but I will probably get confused and give up.
Ask Warren, apparently he knows.
But yeah, we're on Blue Sky too, as we're on the Twitter migration. I'm not one of those people who are like, I'm abandoning Twitter, because I'm not stupid and crazy. I'm not in denial that much, but
I'll jump fully when Rovert jumps.
yeah, when Robert moves, by all accounts, he will be the last one to move.
And allegedly, by the way, he's signed up. I don't know if it's actually him, but if that man followed me on Blue Sky, but not in the decade-long time period in which I have had interactions with him on X the Everything app,
Yep.
I'm fucking pissed. That's happened a couple of times. Don't think I've noticed this. People of Blue Sky. There are a couple of people on this Blue Sky application that have followed me there that never followed me on X the Everything app.
That would tell me that they just don't realize they don't follow you on X the Everything app.
But, like, what am I supposed to do with that information, Garrett? It says the message will go, hey, you don't follow me on X the Everything app.
Robert's a listener.
Yeah. And this is how I choose to broach the subject.
You're calling Robert out on a podcast?
First of all, I would never call Rovert out again. I don't want that smoke.
Yeah.
At first it was Jack the Jobber, now it's Rovert.
Which, very important, we do bring us back. We are fully at peace with Jack the Jobber.
Well, actually, I would like to mention that although he followed me on Twitter, he hasn't followed me on Blue Sky. And neither has Matthew. So
Starting more fights. We're at peace with Cultaholic. They even plugged the show.
That's okay. Our next series will be What Culture Watch Along.
Just to spite them.
Is that spite?
Yeah?
I don't think it is spite.
Well, it's their rival organization.
Oh shit, they're not What Culture anymore, are they?
No, Cultaholic and What Culture are very distinct different things for reasons.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
The reasonable middle ground is we'll watch Defiant Wrestling.
Is that still a thing?
No, but it was like the post What Culture Pro
Okay,
Wrestling name.
yeah, well, watch Defiant, not What Culture. Boo.
Which I only remember that because I got a YouTube recommendation for Will Ospreay versus Walter in Defiant the other day.
Well, watch Defy Wrestling from Seattle.
Yeah, I think that's the peaceful middle ground where everyone can get along and thrive.
That's what we'll watch. WWE ID competitors versus AEW Futures competitors.
It will be the best wrestling you've ever seen in your life.
What is Defy's slogan?
Defy. Just said with a different
Actually,
tone,
I think
though.
it kind of is, because isn't there like chat like Defy?
Defy. Their company is Defy, but their slogan is Defy. Gotta put some stank on it.
Kenta is still the Defy champion?
Kenta's champion of like 7 different indies.
Cool.
It's very weird to see Kenta being like the top star of the 2024 US indies.
Oh, because he's cool.
He is still cool. He is still Kenta.
Oh, yeah.
Literally, like his name is still Kenta.
Yeah. Like it's still he still has it all in capitals.
Yep. When you say
And that's-
Kenta, your brain still goes to good Kenta, no matter what happens. Which fair play to him.
Like that's a legacy, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, Blue Sky. Oh, my Blue Sky is Dixie Carter, not the Gleet Muda. Just so you know.
Yeah, which will make plugging it very annoying at the end of the show because I have to say 2 different things.
Yeah, I'll change it eventually.
When you get all the you trick all the TNA wrestlers into following Dixie Carter.
When she pays me.
This is your way to just get James Storm to interact with you.
I just want like $600.
That's a decent, reasonable fee to give it over.
USD.
That's like 7 million Australian dollars.
Exactly. I'm set for life. Oh no! Actually, the people need to know. I had TNA Wrestling.Blue Sky.
Yeah,
and was strongholded. I was forced to give it up.
Yeah, because you took it last year, and there was a certain thing happening that might make the TNA Wrestling Blue Sky a little more relevant.
Well, I didn't know that.
I had the Impact Wrestling Blue Sky.
I just thought it would be on brand for us.
Didn't think there was... Well, I did at the time. I knew there was... when Blue Sky was becoming a thing, when I was holding handles, I was like, I should probably get a Blue Sky handle. And I was like, Liam, give it up.
It's bullshit. I should have been able to keep it. And then I should have made them pay for it.
I'll send you $15.
Alright.
I'll actually do that.
Cool.
Pay you all $15 for the TNA handle. That brings us to the news, starting with one of the bigger stories in TNA history. TNA signed Kurt Angle.
So, this Kurt Angle guy.
Kurt Angle in 2006, in particular.
Yeah, by all accounts.
Yes.
Before this had happened. Kurt Angle not exactly in the best place.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in more detail, but there is a reason he left WWE.
And left is a curious term.
Yeah, was kind of fired, kind of left, kind of mostly fired. I don't know.
But I guess, so I imagine your first Kurt memory was this in TNA. Like your first TNA Kurt memory. You were like watching at the time.
I wasn't. Kurt was arguably my route in between the best of the... Because like, I started watching right after this.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I started watching TNA regularly in November 2006. So the first show I actually watched that I remember sitting as, like, watching Impact Weekly was Kurt's first match. It was the Abyss match on TV. So Kurt is, like my defining Kurt memory is right after this. With him coming, obviously I would have watched Kurt in the World Wrestling Federation, so it's not like my first introduction to Kurt in general. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, we are hitting the period where I started watching TNA on a weekly basis.
Well, let me tell you whose first knowledge to Kurt Angle was TNA.
Was it actually?
The first time I'd ever seen Kurt Angle wrestle like live on TV was TNA.
I guess, yeah, you would have been just a little too young to see him in WWE, wouldn't you?
I had seen him on DVDs.
Yeah.
But he was not on WWE TV when I was watching WWE TV.
That's, yeah, he's a TNA guy to you then.
Yeah, he is.
I don't think he is kind of a TNA guy.
He is. Well, wasn't he there longer?
I think with the second run, it might have tipped it back in favor of WWE.
Boo. So 2 years versus 8 years the first run. And then... how long was he there the second run?
Yeah, TNA was, what, just 9.5 years?
Yeah.
And then he went back to WWE for 1 year. I think he's still technically a TNA guy, if you don't count like sporadic appearances since then.
TNA.
Technically, as a full-time pro wrestler / on-screen character, I think he was in TNA longer.
So were you more in like what did you feel when you first started watching Kurt in TNA?
I was like, I know this guy from my WWE DVDs.
Nice.
I always thought he was a really good character. It was always his character work that I enjoyed because I was a kid and wrestling was dumb, but hit the music.
The thing with Kurt, where like he has like the again, like all people, the reputation of being a wrestler, and he is so much more than that. He is such a well-rounded performer.
Kurt was also like the thing I tried to use to get people to watch TNA in like grade
that's
3.
fun.
I was like, you know, Kurt's there now.
And did that work?
You know what's funny? Though I had a conversation with one of my friends, and he ended up giving me one of my other friends ended up giving me all of his brother's wrestling DVDs, which was great. But my other friend, we made a trade, and I gave him my 3-disc Best of DX, and he gave me bloodiest ECW matches, which is already a win, and the 3-disc RVD set.
You won out on that. You fleeced that person.
I fleeced that one. But I remember like being like, oh, you know, because this is when I first started watching TNA. Famously, my first TNA moment, The Abyss, Stevie Richards' Raven segment.
The Fireball.
Mm-hmm. And I was like trying to like sell people on TNA, like, oh, have you guys ever watched this? I know like wrestling was still like a thing that was cool to talk about because I was 12 or whatever. Then I had to hide it for a decade. And they were like, you know, I tried to watch TNA. It's too much talking.
Really?
Too much talking was their takeaway.
Which I guess is probably true because it was like Russo's TNA at that point. But also, it's very true of WWE at that point too.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know.
I don't know. I guess like just it's more forgiving, I guess.
Because when I was in like when I was like this period when I was starting to watch TNA, I would have been in secondary school. I would have been in my teens. I would have been like 14. So most of my friends had nearly all of my friends. I didn't have many friends that stayed wrestling fans in their teens. I had a decent few who were wrestling fans when they were kids. So only one person that I ever like come close to converting to TNA. With shout out Jack Casey, who I gave a bunch of TNA DVDs to. I'm not sure if he watched them, but he eventually returned them. So he at least had the interest to take some DVDs off me once. But that's the closest I ever got to like convincing somebody to watch TNA in my childhood.
Yeah, there was like 1 year where wrestling was cool to talk about.
Which year?
I think it was grade 3, so when I was 11. So do the math, like 2009, I guess.
Yeah, Jeff Hardy. Was it just because of Jeff Hardy?
Mate, I know because like Batista and Cena and Triple H were the fan favorites of the era for people.
And I guess that is like the first period of like the PG era, so it makes sense that suddenly that exploded into like 11-year-olds.
Yeah. And then I also had the famous like debate where like I was a kid that would like often back down in like in conversations and be like, well, I guess I'm wrong. But there's one time my friend was convinced that Kurt Angle's name was Kurt Angle.
What?
Like K-U-R Tangle.
No.
And I would not, and I fought to the death over this. I was like, his name is not Kurt Angle, you dumb fuck.
Kurt Angle. Good lord.
And he's like, yeah, because he tangles him up. I remember this conversation vividly from when I was 10.
Did you win?
I mean, of course I was right.
Maybe that guy's right. Maybe that like the Berenstein Bears thing, where in his world it was Kurt Angle.
It's not Kurt Angle. But you know what? When he said, you know, it's the tangle lock. I was like, that actually does kind of make sense.
Because he tangles his ankle.
He tangles him up.
I remember growing up, my dad didn't believe Kurt Angle was actually an Olympic gold medalist.
He's like, it's a gimmick.
Yeah, he's like, that wrestling shit's fake. He's not an Olympic gold medalist. So we found like an encyclopedia that had like the Olympic winners. It went back to 1996. I was like, he's right there. He's actually an Olympic gold medalist.
Did he concede it?
He did. And that was back in the day when you couldn't just fucking Wikipedia it. You had to find a source for that shit. You couldn't just be like, look, the internet says it's true. You had to be like, I opened a CD-ROM encyclopedia that had the Olympic results on it, and I showed it to my dad to prove I was right.
Do you remember like parent faves?
Not really. Like my because my dad he went to like a kind of a World of Sports show once. He told me about this randomly. It's like, oh, I went to like a show that came to Cork, and like it had like Big Daddy on it. So like he see like a show.
This is almost bar for bar the exact same as my grandfather being like, oh yeah, I went to a show in Mildura once and Andre was on it.
So he wasn't much of a fan. Like, he would do a bit where every time we would be watching it, he would walk past the room and just call it rubbish and move on.
My grandfather did the same thing, but then like famously, my grandmother would sell him out and tell me about how like when I wasn't there, he'd watch like Raw, and like his two guys were Sheamus and John Cena.
Yeah, that's a good two. So Kurt Angle coming to TNA.
It's very exciting.
TNA's website issued the following statement on September
1 warning.
It is a good warning for once as opposed to a bad one. It was a message from TNA president Dixie Carter to the TNA fans. This is a Dixie quote, so you do have to read it.
In the course of history,
oh no, Mauro.
There are defining moments that change the fabric of a company forever. I'm just Jim Cornette now, that's all I can do. These are moments that are spoken about for years, not days, and serve as benchmarks in the annals of company's growth. And on occasion, these moments transcend the individual company and rewrite the history of the industry. This Sunday at No Surrender pay-per-view, an announcement will be made that will do just that. You will not want to miss the No Surrender pay-per-view.
So how do you feel about the level of hype of that announcement?
I mean, I like, I almost prefer that they didn't, like, advertise it super heavy. Like, and also they're probably still working out details, you know?
Which is funny, like this statement was put on the website. The pay-per-view, let me get the date, I think it's the 24th? 24th is the pay-per-view. And never once on the TNA Wrestling television show Impact did they mention this.
But, like, I get it, because by all accounts, like, 4 people knew.
Yeah, they wanted to keep a tight lid. The more you teased it, the more people would probably have to come into it. But, like, there's a quote at this point that I included. Like, Dave Meltzer called this at one point the best held secret in his time in professional wrestling. Which, like, think of the ground that covers. That, like,
you know who knew about it?
Who?
Dixie Carter, Jeff Jarrett, Super Dragon.
Why did Super Dragon tried to book him, didn't he?
He tried to book Kurt versus Danielson and had to be told by TNA that they couldn't do it.
Before he was actually
announced.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So they made this announcement. Dixie Carter has kept a tight lid on the actual announcement, and who actually knows other than Jeff Jarrett isn't clear. What is clear from the TNA website announcement is that something big will be revealed at No Surrender. The 3 main guesses among various sources is that TNA has signed Bill Goldberg, TNA has signed Kurt Angle, or TNA will be expanding to moving to a new primetime slot, or both.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, or well, half of the other one, because they were expanding, or they were moving to a primetime slot, but not expanding. Jim Cornette introduced at the end of TNA's No Surrender pay-per-view a video which featured Kurt Angle. He was said he was headed to TNA. That revealed the secret that TNA has been teasing for nearly a week through its website, on the pay-per-view pre-game show and during the pay-per-view itself. It is funny, you get in the pay-per-view itself, and then all of a sudden it's like, Mike is telling us big announcement, Jim Cornette is telling us big announcement. It's like, oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Dixie Carter said the surprise would change the course of the industry, and the signing of Angle does have that potential. Initial concerns centered around why TNA signed Angle when WWE had apparently determined he was too physically and emotionally at risk to employ anymore.
Okay, well, first of all, it's like, we know why. It's like, the why isn't the question there. It is the should.
Yeah, like, this is the company that had Jeff Hardy around for a year and a half when they probably shouldn't have, but his name is Jeff Hardy. And it's the exact same thing here. It's like, whatever you say about Kurt's physical, mental, emotional well-being, he's Kurt Angle.
John Cena could be smoking crack in the middle of the ring and they should still sign him.
Yep. After his hands frequently going numb during matches the past couple of years due to his neck problems, accumulated stress from life on the road and marital issues leading to erratic behavior, and a heavy usage of pain pills, WWE cut all ties with them, presumably only after failed attempts to get him to seek help for his issues. We'll talk about this more in a second, about exactly why he was available. We'll focus on the TNA stuff at first. Angle came to Nashville on the 20th of September, filmed secret vignettes in a local warehouse, and TNA did not even allow its regular television crew to film it, using a different crew, making them sign confidentiality papers and filming at midnight. The only thing that did get out is they hired several local independent wrestlers to set up a ring, paid them well, and made them sign confidentiality agreements, but none of them saw Angle, and they left confused, believing that nobody ever got into the ring they set up. Angle wrote a 6-page handwritten thank you letter to Dixie Carter that day, which apparently she was touched by, which Dave had this. I don't know where he got it from.
Probably from Kurt Angle.
Or Dixie. Angle's statement, handwritten on a hotel notepad in Nashville this past week after shooting his vignette, reads as follows. Being with TNA feels like I have finally found my home. I had fun in WWE at certain times, but I was never really happy. Now being part of TNA, I know I have a purpose. I feel like I am part of history, part of a company that is not only on the rise, not only going to be the #1 watched wrestling show in the world within a short period of time, but TNA gives me an opportunity to spread my wings. The company has no limits to where it can go. The sky is the limit, and the main reason is because they brought the real back into wrestling, and that is the perfect fit for the greatest wrestler in the US Olympic history. I have room to grow here and to help TNA grow. Working for these caring and very giving employers of TNA makes me feel like I have a purpose and that sky is the limit. I don't feel trapped or held back like I did the first 6 years of my tenure with the other company. They held me back. Now our wonderful audience will see the real Kurt Angle doing what I love to do, real wrestling. And that's what puts a smile on my face each time I come to work. I even smile when I think about it. TNA will be the most watched television show on cable television. It's only a matter of time. Now I get the opportunity and privilege of being part of it. Thank you, TNA, for saving my career, my life, and my desire to do what I love. I will be here in some capacity for the rest of my life. That's real. Huh? That's damn real. He gave it 10 years. Like, he gave it a fair whack.
Yeah.
If he said that, then he's gone and if he's like Christian, if he had like a Christian run, it's like I would be like, fuck you. But he gave it a fair whack.
Yeah. It's a great attitude to go into a company with.
If you are Dixie Carter and you do read that, you are like, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Like if I'm Tony Khan, like, I want Miro to send me this shit the day that he shows up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're like, you are in, you want to take this to the next level, this is a meaningful thing to you, you're not just cashing a paycheck because you got fired by the other place.
Yeah, sounds perfect.
Dixie Carter said this week that TNA is a family organization that puts the health of its workers first. That will be tested if it appears Angle needs help or treatment, but he's booked for a major pay-per-view match. TNA sources say it's obvious the company is taking a risk, but they are taking Angle at his word that he's fine and plan to take steps to get medical clearance from doctors before he participates. It's possible TNA already had a physician of their own choosing evaluate him because the situation is sensitive and because his signing was kept secret until Sunday. Few details are known at this point. TNA sources say that Angle does plan to make himself available to the media very soon to address many of the questions fans and media have about his health and whether by supporting TNA they are guilty of taking part in putting him in a dangerous position. The circle of people who knew about Angle ahead of time consisted of Dixie Carter, Jeff Jarrett, Dave Sahadi, Sting, TNA's CFO, a couple of Spike TV officials, and maybe talent director Terry Taylor, but Taylor was not the one that did negotiations. Apparently this was negotiated directly with Dixie herself. TNA has what is described as an exclusive relationship with Angle, with the caveat, I believe, that he is able to do MMA if he wants to. Because that was like the big thing at the time, that like there was a lot of speculation that Kurt would go to the UFC.
He would have died.
He would have died. Like I'll talk about this in a sec, but like one of the reactions from within WWE is that while they would prefer not to see him with the competition, they would also prefer him in TNA than going to UFC.
Yeah. I mean, like, 1999 Kurt Angle? Sure. But, like, Kurt Angle now? No. He would die.
No. Yeah, like, keeping Terry Taylor out of negotiations was, like, that was how concerned Dixie was with keeping this secret. TNA has not released details of his contract other than indications he is part of its long-term plans. Many booking ideas are being bandied about within the company, hoping that Angle is able to perform reliably and safely for months, if not years to come. Which he broadly was. There are periods where Kurt's pretty rough.
Yeah, there's a whole different name for those periods.
But even during some of those periods, he's still the best wrestler in the world.
Yeah, like, that's the craziest thing is, like, even on, like, autopilot, the man is, like, one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, like that, and I don't think his entire career in TNA is on autopilot. I don't think the entire thing is like a drug-addled haze, but There are certainly periods of it that you can see, like you look into the man's eyes at times, and you're like, oh shit, oh no. But then there are others where it's like, he's Kurt Angle. He's just Kurt Angle. His enthusiasm at the product and the company has led to a morale boost, albeit guarded, among wrestlers and management. Angle watched No Surrender from home, but was on phone with Dixie Carter several times during the show, commenting on what he was seeing. I'm sure he loved the laxative angle.
Finally, they put the real back in real wrestling.
Yeah, Petey Williams is shitting his pants. His public statements released through TNA indicate he's gung-ho about trying to take TNA not just to the next level. Oh, so TNA probably released that full statement. Okay, that makes sense. And to help it become the top-rated wrestling show on cable. Angle clearly feels abandoned or wronged by WWE. Whether that's irrational based on the circumstances does not matter when it comes to his motivation to help TNA improve its stature and profile. Sting met Kurt Angle for the first time last week when TNA filmed the Kurt Angle video in an empty warehouse with a wrestling ring setup. Sting was among the roughly half-dozen people who knew of Angle's pending arrival because he was also there to film footage of his costume. He underwent a makeover, but how extreme isn't being revealed by anybody at this point, because the idea is that like Sting is disappearing to train for Bound for Glory. We'll talk about that when we get to the stories on the show. Dave Sahadi, who was responsible for much of TNA's highly praised video production work, filmed the Angle vignettes.
Dave Sahadi, the GOAT.
Yeah, it's a very simple vignette. It is like literally Kurt Angle is appearing on screen doing like dropping to a knee and other such wrestling motions. As Barry Scott's like, he is the Olympic gold medalist. He is the world champion. Kurt Angle is coming to TNA. And then you just get Kurt with the it's real, it's damn real. Simple video, dropped at the end. It was fun that you didn't know that it was on the show.
No, because like I try to be like as in the dark as possible.
Like I don't want to know this shit, you know.
Which was fun because like they were teasing at the end of the show. They made another announcement that we'll talk about in a second as well. But like, when they got there, it's like, does Liam know that this is Kurt? And then Kurt appeared on the screen. You're like, oh, Liam didn't know it was Kurt. That's fun.
Yeah, I don't know when, you know.
You can hear Liam's organic reaction to it on the watch along. Mike Tenay pushed in a production meeting the afternoon of the pay-per-view to find out more about the surprise announcement so he wouldn't be at risk of hurting his credibility by overhyping it. He was not given any hints and was told to do as he was asked and pushed the surprise as an industry-changing announcement. He was among several people who are usually plugged into what's going on who are upset or hurt that they weren't trusted. A number of wrestlers were also offended they weren't told, but once the secret was revealed on the video screen, they got over it pretty quickly and were excited about the potential mixed with concern over his health. Most of us assumed it was the time slot change, said one TNA wrestler, so we weren't all that concerned during the show, figuring it wouldn't change our lives much. We were as surprised as anybody when that video aired.
That's good.
I think Mike Tenay does have like a little bit of a right to be like it is his job like to maintain that credibility. So I think it's fair that he is like, guys, I should know this. It's important for me to know this. But they at least in this instance didn't betray him. They didn't have him like August 1st warning it, being like, this is a thing that will change the face of wrestling and it be something shit. So at least like they didn't bury Mike that way.
It should have been Rampage.
In 2006?
Yeah.
Hell yes. Rampage and Joe. At Raw the next night in Oklahoma City, it was the only thing people were talking about. From backstage, it was said that not one person acted upset, betrayed, or angry about Angle going to TNA. Even Office people made no negative comments about Angle going into the competition. Nobody was aware of his letter that was negative about the company at the time. So this was before the letter being like, I hated it there, they will be back, came out. So everyone was just hoping Angle would recognize his condition, and some were saying they hope he realizes the reality of the situation and environment he was getting into. If anything, the prevailing belief was tempered relief because it was almost universally felt that this was better for him in the long run than going to UFC. And of course, like, there is a fundamental difference between working WWE at this point, which is television every single week and multiple house shows at the weekend, versus TNA, where Kurt would be at best working 5 dates a month.
Where he's wrestling 2.
And because it's a certain person's television these days, the TV matches aren't exactly going to be the most exacting on Kurt's body.
Yeah.
But also, like, the flip side that Dave mentions at one point, because, like, this is now the company hung on Kurt Angle, Kurt might feel the extra expectation that, like, he has to give those Kurt Angle performances more than he might have in WWE, where, like, the spread of that weight is across multiple shoulders rather than just Kurt's.
Yeah. He is the top guy.
Yeah, he's the guy. Like when you build the guy coming in as like a thing that will change the industry forever, which it didn't. But I get why they hyped it that way. That's fine. That does put pressure on Kurt to change the industry forever.
Yeah.
So you might be asking yourself, fair listener, why exactly was Kurt Angle available?
Exactly. He's a pretty big star. How could WWE let this happen?
Yeah, one of WWE's top stars for the last 6 years on TV, but 8 years from when they signed him. Why is he gone? Why is he available? I don't know. WWE broke off ties earlier in September with Kurt Angle and granted him an unconditional release. They immediately announced the decision on WWE.com. Angle instantly became a free agent, able to sign with TNA, UFC, New Japan, 01, K1, and NASCAR if he wanted. I don't know why PW Torch listed all of those, but sure.
I guess they were all options.
The string of events that led up to the severing of ties on Friday is a complex web of problems in Angle's life, both personal and professional, which manifested into a situation WWE wanted no part of. WWE said that they would welcome him back, and they genuinely would, but only if he makes changes in his life and gets help for his abundance of problems. WWE's public comment on the situation initially was, due to personal issues, Kurt Angle has been granted an early release from his contract. WWE looks forward to establishing a new relationship with Kurt in the near future. The story then highlighted his great accomplishments in WWE. The next day, Angle granted WWE.com an interview saying, "My body is so beat up and run down, I can't even think straight," said Angle. "I need my body to re-heal and rehab. I have done this for too long without a break. I haven't been able to really enjoy my life. I haven't seen my family. I have had problems with medication. I'm just fried physically and mentally." Angle's business manager Dave Hawk was quoted in the story also. "Kurt's in a tremendous amount of pain," he said. "He's used prescription medication to deal with it. Kurt has come to the conclusion that unless he can get in the ring without the use of pain medication, that he doesn't need to be in there. He realizes he was just endangering himself and his opponents." Angle said he can't even think about returning until he heals up physically and mentally. Vince says, "When I'm ready, if I'm ever ready, to come back and just sign on the dotted line." Angle said, "I'll tell you, if I do return, I'm going to go back to my roots, training on the mat like my amateur days. Longevity is the key." Vince McMahon commented on the situation on Monday. He said, "It's unfortunate that Kurt was released, and it's really unfortunate for WWE fans who for a while won't see Angle in action. Angle is a consummate professional. Obviously, he's a great athlete, and he's the only Olympic gold medalist in WWE history. Not to have Kurt with us is really unfortunate all the way around, but circumstances were such that Kurt should have been and was granted his release." He goes on to talk about Kurt dealing with the pain, and so, like, you might think, Liam, hearing all of that it was WWE's thoughtful and generous concern about Kurt that caused him to be released.
That's the message I'm receiving from this PR.
Oh, this PR, you say? It's kind of crazy, this PR rollout that firmly affixes any responsibility to Kurt and has Kurt and his manager quoted being like, "This is all me, I'm a mess, WWE is fine, nothing to do with WWE, don't think about it, don't think about the wellness policy, don't think about Eddie Guerrero."
And when it comes down to it, it's like, how did Kurt hurt himself so much again? Well, what was he doing? Where?
Who allowed this man to constantly come back from, like, injuries before he should have?
Kurt. He made that call.
Yeah, he overruled Vince. He got in the office and is like, "Vince, I'm coming.
I have all the power."
Yeah, it's such, like, a transparent, like, PR rollout that they're, like... it's really weird to see. Like, this is the kind of thing they probably want... Because, like, when Sasha and Naomi left, like, it was a PR hit job, you know? It was like they have taken food off the tables of the WWE wrestlers, and they've taken entertainment away from the WWE fans, and they betrayed the WWE universe. Like, it was discrediting them. Where this one, like, they got Kurt in, and it's just like, "Kurt, you're going to say this is all you, nothing to do with us, and we are thoughtful and kind for firing you." And, like, I don't fully blame WWE for doing that. They're protecting themselves from liability. That's what companies do. It's what companies will always do. But it's just really weird to look back on and be like, oh, they're thoughtful and concerning here, Liam. Thoughtful and concerning.
It also just feels like it's such a... It's, like, so weird and, like, something you would never see now. Like, to have, like, Kurt talk about it post-release, to have his manager talk about it, and to have, like, obviously Vince, but, like, to have WWE leadership also be quoted all in a story that they released is like so, like that's never gonna happen again. Because when people leave, they either get buried or like they're never mentioned ever again.
Yeah, it's silence. That's usually what you get. Well, like Kurt's release, and you'll get Dave, or you'll get Wade, or you'll get Mike Johnson, or these days Sean Ross Sapp. They'll give you like the details about why this happened, and maybe some people speaking off the record on it. But yeah, to get like Kurt and his manager and Vince in a piece released on WWE.com going through all of this is very unusual. And like the thing that makes it stranger is like the defining message here is that like Kurt is stepping away, but he will come back. There is an open door for him to come back. If he solves his problems, he's still in the WWE family, and then he fucks off to TNA that month.
Yeah, it's wild.
Which is, I think, what made people like not really consider that it would be Kurt.
It's great build for his debut.
Yeah, because like Kurt Angle being released and TNA hyping a major announcement shortly after, people should have really put two and two together. And like obviously they did, because one of the things they speculated was that it would be Kurt. But I think part of what made people think it wouldn't be is like all of this PR rollout. That it was just like, you know, Kurt will be back. He loves WWE. WWE loves him. They're so great together. It's just this little separation for a little while. And then Kurt goes to TNA for 10 years.
Yeah.
Kurt Angle posted a message to his fans on his personal website stating that he was eager to return to WWE someday and perform for his fans again. He didn't acknowledge the severity of his issues, only noting that he wanted to spend more time with the family he loves. He thanked the fans for their support. He said he wants to be the greatest ever and contended that he has an edge over the greats because he's more intense than all of them, which I love that. Guys, I'm the best. Listen, I'm the best. That's really important for you to know right now.
Yeah, like, these are all the questions that people must be asking me right now.
I'm the greatest wrestler. He wrote, injuries have always been a natural part of the business in my life, but where I have failed is not taking the time off to recover. When I'm off the mental stress, sitting back becomes worse than the physical pain. Something that tells my inner soul to go back regardless of condition. That's wrestlers for you. Like, no matter what the logic or the reason, if you're hurt, you can't do it. Like, their brains, or Kurt's phrase, their inner soul tells them to go back and work. It's just how they're wired. Back to Kurt. The funny thing is, this obsession is what the industry loves, but this obsession can also be my destruction.
He's so aware that this is the worst thing for him.
Yeah, it's the toxic relationship wrestlers have with this industry. Like they can't, like, it is. Like Kurt is a person who dealt with addiction issues, you know. That's part of the thing we're talking about here, is that he has to deal with pain medication to just get through all this. But like, I feel like there is a certain addictive nature to pro wrestling itself, to like that pop and that reaction and that thing.
Right, yeah, it's live performance.
And like, these people can't let it go. Like, they can't, for either health reasons, in this case of Kurt here, or like just like coming out of retirement constantly, like if you're a Ric Flair or whoever, because you want that. Well, maybe Flair's financial reasons, but like people constantly wanting that one last run and that one last moment and that one more pop, and they're willing to do increasingly bad things for themselves physically, mentally, emotionally to get it. Kurt concludes, fans, thank you for all the memories. It was quite a ride. I would not trade any of it for the world. As I sit here a bit teary-eyed, I do want you all to know I will be fine. I will finally get to spend some real quality time with my family, time that is much, much overdue. My plan and goal is to become stronger mentally, physically, and spiritually. I, Kurt Angle, will be back. That's a promise, and that's damn true. Not real, though. Vince, if you happen to read this, I want again to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are a great man. When we get together, the next cup of coffee is on me. Perhaps PW Torch says, most concerning, though, was the line early on that said, I know in my heart that I have not reached my peak. So, like, there was a lot of concern that TNA was enabling Kurt Angle.
Well, they are.
Which they are.
Well, the reason they have that concern is because they are.
This man is a physical and emotional wreck, so much so that WWE have to cut ties with them because he is a legal liability, and TNA come along and be like, hey buddy, you want to come along? You want to wrestle? You want to wrestle? You want to do some wrestling? And Kurt's like, I do, but I can't. But then they're like, you want to wrestle?
Yeah, you only have to wrestle like once a month. And he's like,
We can at least sit here, 18 years after this happened, and tell you it more or less worked out okay.
But it was a hell of a risk.
It was. And one maybe they didn't, and maybe one that was irresponsible of them to take. I think even more on, like, Jeff Hardy was a thing where, like, he might show up a little fucked up, or he might no show, but, like, wrestling was not, like, a fundamental risk to Jeff Hardy's life. Whereas it really feels like at this point in Kurt Angle's life and career, him still wrestling was a fundamental risk to his life. So the idea of you enabling him to continue to wrestle was potentially, like, negligent about this man's life. Not just, you know, will he show up for the show, or will he be able to deliver on the level that you would hope a Kurt Angle or Jeff Hardy would be able to deliver. It's like, you might kill him by doing this.
Yeah.
So, like, that being, like, the thought and the concern, entirely fair, but it more or less worked out.
Yeah. So, good work.
Kurt seems to be in an okay place these days. You never know in, like, the private life. It was the thing when Scott Hall passed away where, like, there was the story a few months later that, like, no one wanted to say that he relapsed, but it turned out he had relapsed.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's one of those things where you never know, but it seems like he's doing well for himself.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kurt Angle. He's in TNA now, so we'll be talking about him for a while.
I'm very excited to at least watch Kurt Angle.
Vince Russo!
From the highs to the lows.
Had sworn off professional wrestling. Those who knew better, though, thought he'd be back. Not because Russo was lying, but because they know how tough it is to walk away forever, even if you intend to, especially when you have connections who still believe in you.
Why do they still believe in you?
Who knows? TNA rehired Russo last week, right before No Surrender, to lead a three-man booking team along with current booking team members.
Why is he leading it?
Jeff Jarrett and Touch Mantell.
Oh, it's the worst three.
There is some, like, Dave has a different perspective that's kind of like it's still a little bit by committee, whereas PW Torch lean a little more like it is Russo's vision.
It is the worst three,
It
to
is.
ever book it.
It is. It's the worst three. You got rid of the good people. Ousted from the committee by TNA President Dixie Carter were Scott D'Amore, Mike Tenay, and Jeremy Borash. None of whom, surprisingly, were happy about it.
Like, the three worst booking runs. Like, the only thing worse would be if they replaced Jarrett with Dusty.
Yeah. All the bad creatives.
Like, it is the three of the four worst booking errors in this company's history are now in charge. Like, and arguably Dutch is the worst of the three. Like, that's the craziest bit.
Yeah, because, like you only have to go back and watch, or listen, I guess, to our coverage of 2004, when it was, like, Russo was only kind of vaguely involved and he was gone by, like, October. And then it was, for the most part, a Jeff Jarrett, Dutch Mantell booked show that had some Russo fiddling here and there in the edges. And it was fucking dire. It was dreadful.
It's the worst three. Why are we doing this?
It was like the most soul-crushing version of wrestling you've ever watched, where nothing happened, but also it was the period where TNA had the most content they've ever had, because they had Impact and the 2-hour weekly pay-per-views every week. So it was like 3 hours of nothing every single goddamn week.
Why are we doing this?
And that's our booking committee.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Kurt Angle, Vince Russo. All three, D'Amore, Tenay, and Borash, remain with TNA, with Borash and D'Amore working behind the scenes for now, and Tenay remaining as an announcer. In recent years, Russo became a born-again Christian. Russo had vowed not to return to pro wrestling. In fact, at the end of the Ultimate Insiders DVD interview with Russo and Ed Ferrara, Russo said he wouldn't do it over again if he had the chance, and was through with wrestling for good. He said he hated pro wrestling for what it did to his life. So why did he feel that way, and why is he changing his mind? Sources say Russo is not short on cash, so it's not a money thing. It's said to be more the case of Russo having achieved the most success in his life in pro wrestling, and once he distanced himself from the hard feelings and resentment that stemmed from failed booking reigns, he got the itch to return and try and build on a successful note to end his career.
You know, if we...
He's going through many emotions here.
I mean, we just have to live through it. There's no solution here.
Like, my big problem is that, like, the creative at the moment is not infallible.
No. But, like, it's fine.
It's not like it's the best show of all time. It has problems, some of which are long-term problems that they haven't fixed. We'll talk about ratings again in a minute, because fucking we have to. But in terms of like the actual art of the television show, it has issues, but is mostly fine. My biggest problem with them replacing the three they replaced with Russo is you're basically saying the version of the show we have now, we just want a more extreme version of. Because, like, this show is not fundamentally different from a Vince Russo vision of wrestling. It's not like it's so ideologically opposed to Vince Russo's vision. There's very little wrestling on it. It's all about angles. It's all about promos. It's all about stories. And then you get a 2-minute match. So, like, the actual show as it is under this booking committee is very Russo adjacent already. So if you're like, this isn't working, if that is your belief, if your belief is the version or the vision of wrestling you have right now is ineffective for what you want to achieve, why are you hiring the guy who will just give you a more extreme version of that, instead of trying to find somebody who will give you something at least fundamentally different from what you have?
Because he's the fucking biggest carny ever and can convince people this is what they want.
Yeah, there's apparently a bunch of people. Terry Taylor is a big Russo guy, apparently, so there's apparently a bunch of people pushing for him. I'm sure Jarrett doesn't mind, because they're buddies. And I think Jarrett probably knows that he has more of a way of getting like his vision of wrestling through Russo than he probably does through like Mike Tenay.
Yeah.
He'll probably be like, that's bullshit and terrible, why are we doing this? Because by all accounts, we'll talk about that in a second, because Dave goes through like the dynamics of the existing committee, which I think are kind of interesting. But like, it's the frustrating thing to me about like, I don't know, the last 25 years of wrestling, that like, you tried Russo, he had booked this company before. So like, it's not like he didn't have a chance. So here you are, you're wanting to make a change. We can disagree or agree about whether or not that change needs to be made, alright. But it's the same old people. It's the same people over and over again.
It's always the same people.
It's like, we'll give Russo a go. Russo doesn't work, we'll give Eric Bischoff a go. Eric Bischoff doesn't work, we'll give Bruce Pritchard a go. Bruce Pritchard doesn't work, we'll give like Dave Lagana and John Gaborick a go. They don't work, let's go to other people that worked in other companies. There's no like, let's find a new, different, exciting vision of wrestling.
And you know what the thing is? The only time in like the last decade where it has worked, okay, last 2 decades, right?
Yep.
The 2 places that worked and grew in that time, New Japan and All Elite Wrestling.
What's the uniting factor between those two, Liam?
Both were bookers getting the chance for the first time.
And God, did they bring new ideas and a different vision to wrestling?
And it worked.
But what if Liam, you know, they could have done the new thing. Fine, new people? No. What if they hired like, I don't know,
Paul Heyman?
Yes. One of the same fucking 4 people we've been cycling through for 25 goddamn years.
Like, you know, like, okay, even at the most jaded person ever, right? Like, objectively, like, the Tony booking thing worked for at least 2 years, right?
Yep.
Even the most jaded person in the world, the New Japan thing worked for a minimum 7 years.
Yep.
So it's like, there's clearly value in putting new people in that position. Or giving them their shot at the top, you know? Like, cause like, I'm sure Gary was involved in things back and forth, but like, giving him a shot to like, just go for it and have his vision be the company.
Even if you wanted to extend that to Triple H.
Yeah. Which are like, people like now, right? Bad Man Gone.
We're still doing the same old shit. It's still the same people over and over again. Instead of just being like, let's do something new. Let's do something exciting. It's so frustrating. It's really frustrating to watch this. As I said, like, you can debate about whether this change needed to be made, which I don't think it really did. You can debate that to the moon, but like, Russo is the worst. He's the worst. What are you doing? And he's going to give you the same thing, just badder. He's going to give you a more incoherent, worse version of the thing you're doing right now. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Because TNA has been building toward Bound for Glory for more than a month and considers it their biggest annual pay-per-view, there is little flexibility to shake everything up. So until that pay-per-view takes place, Russo will be working within the booking plans that had already been written. After Bound for Glory, though, it's expected Jarrett and Mantell will defer to Russo per Dixie Carter's wishes and let his vision take over. At that point, all bets are off.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the fucking chaos. We're going prime time, baby. Let's just fucking go. Let's go fucking nuts with it.
You notice the shift pretty quick as well.
I'm ready for the Fire Russo chance.
Well, there was a "This is stupid" chant on the pay-per-view.
Yeah, but they don't know yet.
Russo wants to make his mark and realizes that there is pressure from above to take TNA in a new direction that will lead to better ratings and better pay-per-view buy rates. Which, like, you just got Kurt Angle. You'll get it by default. It's so annoying to me.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not the case that Russo will change things. You just signed Kurt Angle. Multiple sources indicate that frustration among at least a half dozen wrestlers had grown to the point that there was going to be a major rebellion against the status quo that could have a drastic effect on TNA's business.
Who the fuck was whining?
Every time I say it, I read a quote like this, BG James.
But it's like, who gives a shit if BG James fucking walks?
Apparently Dixie.
That's so stupid.
Some of those frustrated wrestlers are fans of Russo, so their concerns have been assuaged for the time being. A lot of
fans of Russo's go fuck yourself.
A lot was going to happen, says one source. So much talent was frustrated, it was ready to explode. It wouldn't have been pretty. Also ominous is the fact that he has not been watching regularly the past few years, and that means he doesn't have his finger on the pulse of what TNA's target market has been exposed to. Without that knowledge, it's difficult to figure out what those fans he's trying to reach are most eager to see. One of the little things dropped in is like, oh, he's also a fan of Samoa Joe, which he's fucking not.
Yeah, he's a fan of Samoa Joe, but he's gonna be like, how can I make this into some real wrestling?
It's the same thing. If you listen to our friends at Days of Thunder, who have covered Russo's arrival to WCW recently, it was kind of the same thing where, like, the stuff Russo was, like, leaking into the media is, like, I love, like, Buff Bagwell and Billy Kidman and Shane Douglas and whoever. Like, he was listing off Rey Mysterio, you know, the kind of younger, underserved guys who, in theory, should be pushed.
Yeah, but it's like, if you love him so much, why are they still underpushed?
And then, yeah, he gets there. And even if he's doing stuff with them, the stuff is garbage, and he doesn't help them at all.
Probably thinks he's doing well.
So Dave offers more, like, insight onto how, like, the existing committee worked, which I think is kind of interesting. Russo is one of 3 on the committee. The negative of the 5-man committee is that it was nobody's pure view. You got more ideas, but a lot of it came down to voting. Generally, Jarrett was steering the direction, as he will be now. Anything he wanted, he was going to get automatic approval of Mantell and Borash, and it wasn't like it was a lot of 3-2 votes as much as everybody contributing ideas, with Jarrett usually making the final choices. It will be the same thing here. For the most part, the TV ended up based around Jarrett, and if that changes, it's going to be Jarrett making the call, not Russo.
Whatever, man.
The 2 big changes made in the pay-per-view by the new committee was changing the planned Chris Sabin title win over Loki. That match should be saved in a time capsule for wrestling fans 100 years from now to see as a definition of a finish ruining a good match, says Dave. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
The blow-up doll finish?
Yeah, but, like, a really good match?
Yeah.
The whole fucking thing was shenanigans. What are you talking about?
They also changed plans for LAX to keep the tag titles, putting them back on Styles and Daniels to keep the program going to meet in a steel cage match next month. The old direction was to try and rebuild the weekend the X division, with Styles and Daniels going back to it as big stars for the proposed 2-hour television show, figuring that they'd have the time for long weekly matches to showcase wrestling. And LAX was going to face the Naturals, who Dave says has no chance of getting over. I'm fine with them. I don't agree with putting Styles and Daniels back in the tag division. They should be moving up, not back down. But yeah, interesting that those are the kind of 2 changes that were made to No Surrender anyway.
This is stupid. Why are we still here?
You're really well, actually, you're viewing from different versions of It's All Over. You're like, it's all over, I'm going to embrace it, versus defeated, it's all over.
I'm going through like all the stages of grief
that TNA fans would have felt at this moment in 2006.
Yeah.
Jim Cornette has made no secret of the fact that he has no respect for Vince Russo, based largely on Russo mocking
Hell
Jim Ross
yeah,
at the Oklahoma
our
City
savior,
Nitro.
Jim. I'm sorry for any bad things I ever said about you.
Dave, when this is announced, Dave is like, why not try Cornette?
Exactly, he's right there.
Even Dave is like, your best success story is Samoa Joe, who was booked well by Gabe Sapolsky, so why not try Gabe?
Again, he's right.
But no, Russo.
I mean, they never would, but, like, he's right.
And in Cornette's world, when he doesn't like you, that means if he sees you, he wants to fight you, which seems extreme, but fine.
That's awesome. I mean, bad. Ooh.
It's just who he is, and even his friends just laugh about his hot-headed nature. He despises Russo so much that he even has told people that during negotiations with TNA management, either when he first arrived or recently when he signed long-term, that he would not work with Russo should he return. Which is interesting that all the way back in June, he's like, you guys thinking about Russo? You guys thinking about that? Huh? Cornette suspected he might because of Russo's past stints as TNA booker and his friendship with Jeff Jarrett. So when news hit that Russo had been rehired, immediately many people began wondering what that meant for Cornette. For one, Cornette is not jealous of Russo being hired. He does not have interest at this time, despite his history as a lead booker and being on the booking committee for WCW, WWF, Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and OVW. He is said to be learning to enjoy life without the stress of the responsibility of booking a weekly TV show and managing wrestlers and their egos. However, at a convention appearance last weekend, when asked about Russo, he made it clear he expected TNA management to keep he and Russo apart and not expect him to work in any way.
That rules.
That means Jarrett and Dutch Mantel likely being the messengers from the booking committee in giving Cornette his instructions. Cornette and Russo coexisted at Sunday's pay-per-view at No Surrender and the TV taping following, but nobody saw them come within earshot of each other. Regarding the booking committee, one wrestler was overheard saying, "The monster still lives. They cut off both the arms and one of his legs," Scott D'Amore, JB, and Mike Tenay, but the left his other leg and his head attached in terms of Dutch and Jarrett. Which, yeah, that's the other thing. If you are, again, going to be like, this creative is bad and it needs to change, full change. New team. New vision. None of this, like, half-measure bullshit where we're like a little of old, a little of new. Like, be bold about it. Don't be fucking cowards.
Yeah.
So, in a third of very major stories this month, Kurt Angle coming to TNA, Vince Russo returning to TNA. Almost lost in it was the announcement that TNA at No Surrender announced that TNA Impact will be moving to its primetime spot on Thursday, November 16th. The new time slot would kick off with a 2-hour special from 9 to 11, then settle into a weekly 1-hour format from 9 to 10. TNA has long desired a weekly night time slot similar to Raw and SmackDown. If TNA experiences rating success in the new time slot and with Angle as a headline act and Russo booking, a jump to 2 hours is almost assured in 2007. There is, of course, fucking endless ratings discussion this month. Every single week it's like, UFC lead-in didn't increase Impact ratings even though it didn't for the entire time they've been here. We haven't learned a single thing. It's fluctuating from a 0.7 to a 0.9. Oh,
I don't want to do ratings talk. It's so useless.
It does put into context just how fundamentally useless it is. Like, how fundamentally, like, inane these talking points are. That you are, like, parsing the difference between a 0.7 and a 0.9. Like, the sky is falling. That, like, this is a disaster. It's a terrible rating. They have 1 million people watching on Spike TV. It's like, I can't interact with it.
Here we are, interacting with it.
I have to once again tie it to the Russo story, though. I have to call these fucking shitehawks out for fundamentally changing wrestling. Like, that's what they did here. Like, they covered this stuff to death so that everybody was fucking hand-wringing for 6 months straight about television ratings instead of being happy that you're on national television with 1 million people watching with your television partner moving you to fucking prime time. So they're perfectly happy with it while you're all fucking stabbing each other and melting down, and all the media can do is be like, it's a 0.7 this week. That's a disaster.
Whoa.
And this is the final result. You get Vince Russo. You get the fucking brochachos. That's what you get when you do this. Like, you get people desperately pandering to an audience that's not theirs in an imaginary world that they can turn them into fans of theirs instead of just staying with the thing they watch. Because they're not going to watch AEW if it's more like WWE. Because guess what? They like WWE. And they get WWE from WWE.
You tell them, King.
You have to give them something different. You have to give them an alternative. And then there'll be people who will be like, well, that alternative doesn't appeal to a casual fan. To which I will say, fuck off. Because you build the audience you build. If you put on a product that is built on something different from WWE, you will attract an audience that then likes and expects something different from WWE. That's the way it works. Fucking nonsense bullshit. I hate it. I hate
saying nonsense bullshit.
I said nonsense, but sure. I did not accuse any wrestling media of being a nonce.
Yet.
Just of being like just desperate take merchants who
I mean, yeah, it's insane. It's insane, stupid bullshit. But here we are again. Here we will be for the rest of our lives.
We'll do an AEW retrospective podcast, and I'll do the same rant when I'm 50.
Yeah, we will. I'm just accepting it now.
The AAA organization in Mexico is trying to set up a TNA versus AAA program for a big stadium show on September 18th in Naucalpan? Nailed it.
Yeah, This is pretty much on the money.
The show ended up drawing 17,000 fans, with some footage being shot for TNA TV. My first note when I looked at this card is seeing in the opening match Laredo Kid.
Different Laredo Kid.
Is it a different Laredo Kid?
I think so.
I don't think it is. Wikipedia does or Cage Match doesn't have it as a different Laredo Kid.
Oh, okay. I thought there was 2 Laredo Kids, but I'm not the most reliable narrator on that aspect either.
But like they have Laredo Wrestling as from 2003, so he was around. It's just crazy to me to think that this dude's been around since he was like in his mid-teens. Just kicking about, like yeah, literally being a child. So they had like a mini tournament. So like they had like a team TNA, which was AJ Styles, Homicide, Loki, and Samoa Joe. Just like the most badass team TNA you could possibly have. So there was like a tournament with some bullshit. Abyss, Jeff Jarrett, and Conan also were in the main event. But yeah, a big AAA show drew 17,000 fans.
Sweet.
It's pretty neat.
It is pretty sweet.
I would go down to Mexico and do some TV in front of giant crowds.
Can we watch that show?
I've no idea. It might be available somewhere. I know the history of Mexican wrestling being available to watch is a difficult task, but which is a shame. Ron Killings was looking to get out of his new 3-year contract and sign with the MTV startup instead. Because he was so disgruntled with his push.
That's so funny.
But after some indications were given to him that release might be an option, TNA's holding to him to his contract. He seemed less upset at recent shows than he had just a month ago. I think he had resigned himself to it.
He's like, hey, Russo's back.
He's my guy. He'll push me.
Yeah, well, I guess like the one of the bigger run pushes was under Russo.
Yeah, like Russo was around when he won the belt both times, so
maybe he is secretly like, okay,
maybe there's something here for me, even though there is not. It's not a boon for Ron Killings. There is talk about Monty this month as well. Like there seem to be some indications that like they were closer to re-signing him, or like more optimistic about re-signing him at one point during the month, but obviously that did not happen. We will be talking about the end of Monty Brown when we get to the shows themselves, and for a nice little to mark the occasion, we'll also make the intro exclusively, other than Chris Rock and Mike Tenay, Monty Brown quotes.
Pounds.
Team 3D is said to be close to signing a new deal. They're set to return at or in the build-up to Bound for Glory. Jim Cornette is pushing for Matt Morgan to be brought in, but people in Power and TNA aren't sure he's such a good fit with the roster at this point. They're like, oh, he's a bit shit.
But we'll keep him for a decade.
Well, yeah, they wait another 7 months to sign him or whatever, sometime next year. From the "we'll see it when we believe it" department, numerous indications from sources point towards Jeff Jarrett's role with TNA being significantly different in 2007 compared to the last few years. Although Jarrett has stepped back a couple of times before, it's usually strategically been during TNA's lower profile stints without TV, or more recently when Christian became champion. With the signing of Kurt Angle and perhaps more significantly the sagging Impact ratings. Yeah, but listen, I can't help myself but rant about ratings. But you are like, ratings bad, so we're gonna keep the guy who made himself world champion during all those ratings bad periods on the booking committee. What are you doing? Dixie is apparently...
I don't know what we're doing anymore, man.
I promised I wouldn't get angry, but I'm like, fucking, I'm so, this change, this moment is like the one in TNA history that makes me most mad. Because like the potential of adding Angle to this company as it was is really interesting, and then you fucking undercut it all with Russo.
Nah, it's fine. This is good stuff.
Dixie Carter has apparently concluded that for TNA to grow, it's worth rolling the dice by pushing others in place of Jeff Jarrett. Maybe you should have tried that in like 2003. Whether Angle was signed or not, wheels were in motion to move Jarrett out of pay-per-view main events. Jarrett, perhaps surprisingly to outsiders, doesn't seem to be squeezing with all his might onto the top spot anymore. A number of colleagues believe he has been waiting, even hoping, for someone to come along and relieve him of the pressures. But he's loyal enough to Dixie Carter that he hasn't wanted to step back if he felt like he was the best man for the job. With Russo booking, who Jarrett has confidence in, and Angle arriving, who is without a question a bigger name, better draw, better wrestler, and better interview than Jarrett, his need to remain on top of pay-per-views and heading the booking committee is without question less necessary than it was 2 weeks ago. One Jarrett critic said, Jarrett, for all his faults, never pushed himself without also believing it was best for the company.
Yeah, I'm sure he always believed it.
I think he's been wrong, but I don't think he was intentionally hurting the company ever. Which, yeah, as you said, I agree with.
Yeah, I think for sure that man believed it.
I think the history of wrestling is paved, but people who think they're being pushed is good for the company and thus pushing themselves. That is simply the way it works. They delude themselves into thinking they're the only people for the job and they can't trust anybody else with the job, and therefore they must be pushed, and it is right for them to be pushed.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole thing was like, oh, you know, he's loyal to Dixie, that he's like, he didn't want to step away from the main event spot. He wanted to support Dixie by being in the main event spot.
I agree.
I guess he got 4 years of it.
Listen, he's made a hell of a run for himself. The detriment of me and you specifically.
This month especially, every time he talks this month, I'm like, fuck off. I want to die. Stop talking. The people who tried to, like, retcon Jeff Jarrett in the last 3 years, I will not forgive, and I will not stand for. You are 17, and you were not around for this. You did not have to suffer this, and just because he has some good matches in AEW does not mean this did not happen. WWE is opposing Christian's application for a trademark on the moniker Captain Charisma. Christian filed it after leaving WWE. WWE contracts with all wrestlers state that any ring name or nickname that is used first in the promotion that then they then have the intellectual property to in perpetuity, because he's going to have to find an example that he used that nickname before coming to WWE, and he may not be able to do that. So if you're ever wondering why Christian went from Captain Charisma to the Instant Classic, this is why.
I like the Instant Classic.
More than Captain Charisma?
Captain Charisma has alliteration.
You can throw up the double C's.
I do love the double C's.
Which still stand for Christian Cage. You can still do the double C's, but
yeah, that's why he gets away with it.
As of August 19, these are the total sales for TNA DVDs at retail outlets. This includes most major chains, but not Walmart, where TNA products do very well. So, funnily enough, the best-selling DVD is the Best of the X Division Volume 1.
They should probably push those guys.
You should maybe learn something from your best-selling DVD being the Best of the X Division Volume 1?
Nah.
Well, how about this, Liam? Second to best-selling DVD, the Best of AJ Styles.
What I'm seeing here is that Jeff Jarrett should be getting pushed.
Oh, interesting. A good perspective. Third is Best of Jeff Hardy, then Best of Bloody Sprawls, and a bunch of pay-per-views. And then you have Best of Raven.
Technically, Best of Bloody Sprawls could be a Jeff Jarrett one. Final Resolution could be a Jeff Jarrett one. So the rest of them are all Jeff Jarrett ones.
He is in the main event of all of the shows that are listed here. Fuck, he is in the main event of all the DVDs. I have to check the lineup of Best of the Bloody Sprawls Volume 1. He is probably in some of them. And there has been talk about putting Elix Skipper, Monty Brown, and Ron Killings together as a group called BT. It's not a Russo idea, but a Terry Taylor idea.
What does the T stand for in this case?
Well, BT is Black Entertainment Television.
Yeah, but I guess okay. Like I knew what it meant, but I'm saying like, what is the like?
What's the wrestling equivalent here?
Yeah.
Black entertaining. Nothing. I got nothing.
I like how Dave has to clarify it's not Russo doing it.
It's just the guy who wants Russo to be brought back that's doing it.
But he's like, oh, it's a controversial, like, stupid idea. Let's say that it's Russo. Like, everyone's gonna think it's Russo. I have to specify that it's not.
And that is the news. Tell me, Liam, after that, 90 minutes on the news, how are you feeling?
I was really excited for the first third.
Yeah.
Then I felt a deep depression in my soul. But then, much like Kurt Angle, my soul told me to get the F up and let's get going, you know?
Yeah!
And now I'm ready for Vince Russo television. Let's skip the next month. Let's just go straight into it.
Let's just skip No Surrender.
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid you have to talk all about No Surrender.
Which technically is a Vince Russo pay-per-view. He was Booker.
Yeah, well, there you go. I could tell.
You really can. It's not a hard shivot. It's not a hard
Shivot?
pivot. I combined shift and pivot into shivot.
I think you combine shit and pivot.
It's not a hard pivot, but there is a noticeable pivot.
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
That brings us to broad topics, starting with no world title program this month. We get Jeff Jarrett versus Samoa Joe instead.
A fine substitute.
Some would argue better.
Well, maybe without the stipulation.
So, we'll bury Jeff Jarrett at the start, I guess.
Yeah,
Jeff
sure.
Jarrett puts over Samoa Joe this month.
He sure does do that.
In a non-title match.
Where the entire point of the match is that many other people are beating the shit out of Jeff Jarrett.
At no point is it that Joe is the dominating force that kills Jeff Jarrett. It is all about 18 men are needed to help Samoa Joe beat Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a burial in a put over necessarily. Because I don't think Jarrett like looks particularly like he is outsmarting or even like beating Joe during the match. It just feels like a way of putting Joe over without putting Joe over. It's a way of putting Joe over without losing while still losing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it just takes the wind out of the sails more than more than it coming across bad. It's just like, it's more like, okay, that happened.
It in no way harms Joe, but ultimately also in no way helps him.
Yeah. He doesn't even like get like the boost of being like, he beat Jarrett. It just kind of feels like nothing.
And it's kind of meant to be like a catharsis, because we'll get into it. The idea is it's fans' revenge. It's all after all the misdeeds of Jeff Jarrett, we're meant to get revenge, and it doesn't really feel like that.
They should have beat the shit out of him more.
Yeah, you like the honest revenge should have been just like Joe making Jarrett bleed buckets.
Yeah.
That is more satisfying to me than a random fan hitting him with a strap.
The stipulation should have been if Jarrett lost, all the fans got to take one swing.
They got to kick him in the balls once.
I meant with the strap, but yeah.
18 people walking up, one after another, kicking Jeff Jarrett in the balls. So, August 17th, Impact opens with what is meant to be the Jeff Jarrett Championship celebration after he retained the NWA World title against Sting, following Christian Cage's betrayal at Hard Justice. But that's interrupted by a Styles and Daniels segment that we'll talk about when we're talking about Styles and Daniels. In the middle of that segment, Jarrett strolls out, and he's mad because everybody is ruining his celebration. So he walks around the ring, he sets off to confetti that was at ringside while everyone is brawling, he starts drinking the champagne, and then he poses. Before the lights go out, Sting arrives with a baseball bat. Jarrett looks concerned. Sting starts popping some balloons with his bat.
What a bastard.
Which is probably harder than it seems, because like balloons don't, like some balloons will break instantly on impact, but some might like squirm out of the way.
Yeah.
Or like the wind of swinging the bat at it might actually move it.
Jarrett is extremely funny here.
Yeah.
And like once again proving that he was a mid-card goof comedy heel that just went too far.
Yeah, the comedy bit of him just walking around, like setting off the confetti, drinking, being like, "You're ruining my celebration."
Like, he legitimately has, like, good comedic wrestling instincts.
Sting said Jarrett didn't beat him at the pay-per-view, Christian did. Sting demands a rematch at Bound for Glory. Jarrett's like, why the fuck would I do that? What's in it for me?
Things like, I'll do anything in the whole world for it. My favorite thing about this is, like, Sting's like, you didn't beat me, Christian Cage did, so I want to fight you.
That is the sole acknowledgement this month by Sting that Christian betrayed him.
Well, to be fair, Sting's not really here the rest of the month.
He doesn't care, though. He's like, fine. I have a path still to get this title, so I guess I don't give a fuck.
I'll send my good pal Rhino to sort it out.
Best friend Rhino, I heard. JB, later in the show, is outside Jarrett's locker room. Eric Young emerges. They want to know what each other is doing there, because like JB's like, why are you in his locker room? And then EY's like, but what are you doing here? Jarrett emerges, tells EY to get out of here. While it may have it meant his locker room, EY's like, when he said get out of here, did he mean like, get out of TNA?
It's a hell of a leap. The most remarkable part of all this is that we're going to get another Jarrett EY month, and that's good stuff.
It's funny how, like, Planet Jarrett isn't a thing anymore. AMW have nothing to do with Jeff Jarrett anymore, but Eric Young still does.
I think Eric Young is just, like, nebulous. And everywhere all at once.
I do love the idea that of all the shit he gives him, of all the paranoia he has, the one thing Jarrett can never shake is any random offhand comment Eric Young ever says to him.
Yeah. He has like a fundamental belief in Eric Young's words that I do not understand.
EY does ponder if Jeff Jarrett is capable of firing him.
In shoot, yes.
He is.
In the canon universe of TNA, maybe? He probably pulls some strings.
With his old pal Larry Z, who he has once colluded with, now proven later in this month.
We will see how it develops.
Later in that show, the main event is Samoa Joe versus Ron Killings. There's a little feature before the match. There is kind of it's not a push for Ron because he loses all his matches, but he has 2 TV main events against stars this month, so it does seem there's a little bit of hey, look, you're wrestling Joe, you're wrestling Christian, don't be mad. Yes, you're losing, and yes, those matches mean nothing, but you're wrestling stars on TV.
I feel like when they have these big strings of TV that are 6 weeks, they feel like they need to have something on the shows. If it's for this 6 weeks, it's there's either a star main event or Abyss is gonna do some plunder.
Yeah. So simple match, Ron and Joe. Fun combination of people, just Ron and Joe. But nothing special. It's a pretty standard TV main event. Solid enough. Ron hits a big flip dive on the rail side to send us the break. I've always loved because usually people do it on the announce table side where there's tons of space. So anytime somebody does a dive on the rail side, I admire them for nearly killing their shins and or feet and or any part of their body. Truth goes up top. Joe kicks his legs out, falls with a muscle buster for the win. JB, backstage, is with Jarrett, pondering Sting's challenge earlier in the night. Jarrett thought, there's no way I'd accept. I just beat him. There's nothing in it for me. But then I had a notion.
I had the extremely obvious notion.
In response to Sting saying, I'm willing to give anything, I had the extremely obvious notion that I will answer your challenge with a challenge. I will give Sting the match, but only if it's title versus career at Bound for Glory. He gives Sting 1 week to deliver him a fully executed contract. If he loses, TNA contract must be terminated, his merchandise must be burned, and they have to ship away his face paint and bat.
I like that he's I want no trace. I don't even want the company to make money off him anymore.
It's like he was never here.
I just went and searched because I was curious, but R-Truth and Samoa Joe did have a TV match 12 years later, almost to the date.
That's wacky.
Because they had a match end of July 2018.
On SmackDown?
Yeah.
Who won?
Honestly, this match looks better. Because they're just going for it.
It's weird to think Ron was even in a position to have match. They don't book him in matches against guys like Joe.
It's just a squash. Samoa Joe wins with the Coquina clutch.
Damn, he beat him with the Muscle Buster in 2006.
The Muscle Buster was banned in WWE.
Oh yeah, it was banned after the Tyson Kidd incident though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that was early on. That was NXT.
Was that early?
Yeah, it was an NXT house show or whatever.
It's always weird to me when they ban moves like that. This dude has been doing that move for fucking 20 years.
Yeah, and the problem was that you gave Tyson Kidd no notice that he had to go wrestle, and then he had to go do it without stretching or warm or anything.
It's it went wrong in the way wrestling usually goes wrong. It's not the move. It's so rarely the move.
Yeah, but they have to save face.
August 24th Impact, we had a recap of the Jarrett versus Sting stuff. We're going to roll in all the Earl, Larry, and EY stuff into this, because it all kind of ties together.
Also, there's no point not to tie it all in.
Or talk about it by itself, yeah.
Yeah, so it's you might as well just wrap it all into one thing.
There was a recap of the Earl and Larry story. If you don't remember, Earl Hebner has returned looking destitute and homeless and accusing Larry Zbyszko of hanging him out to dry and being making him the fall man for everything that happened at Slammiversary, while Larry only got a modest demotion.
A modest demotion is very funny descriptor though.
Yeah, he was used to be the head of TNA's championship committee, and now he's
a guy who has some power.
Yeah, it's pretty nebulous what he is doing, but he's below Jim Cornette. He's a man below Jim Cornette. This feature includes B-roll of Earl Hebner sleeping next to a trash can.
How did they get that footage?
Yeah, it's kind of rude that a cameraman walked up, filmed him sleeping there, and didn't help him.
I like to imagine they didn't even know it was Earl.
It's just, what's this dude doing here? Homelessman.mp4 in the TNA video library.
Exactly. And they're oh shit.
JB has Larry Z. Larry says Earl lost his job and then lost his mind and because gas is $9 a gallon, Larry tells us. I'm not sure what the connective tissue there is, but he can't afford gas.
Well, he has no money.
JB brings up the Slammiversary conspiracy. Larry denies any involvement, and Jarrett would volunteer for a polygraph to prove it. Cornette needs to answer for why Earl was fired. Larry says Slick should be fired because he hates Slick, and don't we all hate Slick?
I concur.
EY pops up, hearing all of this fired talk.
Hey, you guys talking about being fired?
I do love that he's like the Joe Hendry, but for the word fired.
They should do a twist on this angle where like Eric Young really wants to get fired but can't.
He realizes there's like a clause in his contract that gives him $1 million payout if he's fired. And he's like, fuck, I really want to get fired. And he keeps like bumbling his way into doing good things.
That'd be a good bit. Please fire Eric.
That'd be a better t-shirt, unless you're named Eric. Larry's annoyed and says EY has a match next week, and if he loses, he might be out of here. And EY simply says, his hair is so majestic. Is he mad at me? Because Larry's still wearing a wig.
It's majestic.
We have a feature on Sting. He accepts Jarrett's offer and says, if this is the end of me, so be it. He's going to go away for a while. Jeff can't even comprehend where he's going to go as they show like photos of the different eras of Sting. Sting signs the contract, and Sting will disappear into training until Bound for Glory.
I have no clue what change is going to be. Like, is this just like he just comes back where he has like little red bits in his paint now?
Sure is.
What a difference. What a metamorphosis we're witnessing for Sting.
He does come back in really good shape.
Alright. Maybe he was just working out real hard for 5 weeks.
Like that is the thing that like if you're going to disappear, if this is going to be the gimmick, like obviously you should come back somewhat transformed instead of like
yeah, you're getting on the gas.
Yeah, red tinted gear. But at least he does come back looking like in world champion main event shape.
I appreciate him having that amount of respect for it all, I guess.
We're not at t-shirt Sting yet.
T-shirt Sting rules.
We come back to Mike Tenay, who has the contract that Sting has signed. The contract has been signed by Steve Borden, aka Sting. Jarrett comes out, he grabs the contract, and he says, we're going to execute it next week, alright? We're going to have a public execution of this contract by Jarrett next week.
This screams as if Jeff Jarrett only learnt that you execute a contract this week. And he's like, whoa, I got some wordplay for this.
As in, like, in the booking committee?
Yeah.
He's sitting there in that meeting. It's like, so we have to have, Sting and Jarrett execute the contract. And then Jarrett's like, execute, you say?
What is that? Wait, what do you mean by that?
It's like, you sign it, you execute a contract. Execute, you say? The Pokemon.
Oh boy, do I have an idea.
Next show, August 31st, Eric Young wrestles Shark Boy.
Shark Boy just, like, sporadically appears, huh?
Yeah, just doing jobs. Occasionally teaming with Norman Smiley.
Doing jobs.
EY bites Shark Boy's ass after Shark Boy fails to bite EY's ass, which a Shark Boy does sell because he respects his own gimmick.
Also would hurt.
Yeah, I guess this is the instance where, unlike Shark Boy, who has a thing covering his mouth, EY is actually biting Shark Boy's ass, I guess. Larry Z appears at ringside. EY wins with the wheelbarrow neckbreaker. Earl Hebner tries to attack Slick Johnson, who was the referee of this match, after the match, as Larry Z calms him down. He says he's not taking a bullet for Larry, he's not taking the fall for Jarrett, and he's going to tell the world.
Who gives a shit about any of this?
This thing happened at this point 3 months ago.
But, like, it's just, who cares? Like, who cares? Who cares about referee stories?
You don't want referees held accountable?
It just makes no sense.
We have a feature on Jarrett and Sting. Jarrett comes to the ring with a firing squad and a noose in the ring, as well as a tombstone that says R.I.P. Sting.
They really love hanging this month.
Yeah, that's another thing they feel like they discovered.
I feel like they bought, like, the noose. And they're like, well, we gotta use it.
We gotta hang some stuff off of it.
Otherwise, like, what's the point?
It cost us, like, $800. We gotta justify this.
Exactly.
How much does a noose go for?
I don't know.
I guess you also have to have the mechanisms to hang the noose. I've never been an executioner, I don't know.
I feel like in another world, that'd be me.
Jarrett shouts that there's nothing the crowd can do about him being champion, so a man throws a bottle at him. Jarrett then has security eject him. This man ended up being one of the ringside guys in the fans' revenge match, so it was a plant. But Jarrett says capital punishment is alive and well on Planet Jarrett. He rambles for a while about the ways in which he could kill Sting. He executes the contract. A man in the crowd has Jarrett is greater than smart internet fans as a sign. Proof that any sign and or tweet and or anything that ever includes the greater than or less than sign is obnoxious and annoying, and I hate it.
It will be officially title versus career at Bound for Glory. The man keeps going on and on about nothing because he loves nothing more than going on and on about absolutely nothing at all. So we've been mentioning for a few months now, I'm not sure how many times we mentioned it, but we mentioned it at least a couple times, that on the announce desk, anytime they cut to Mike Tenay and Don West, there is a big red phone. This big red phone has never rung. It has never been rung. It has never been acknowledged by Mike or Don. There is simply a big red phone sitting in the middle of the desk.
I like to think of it, it's like some sort of TNA hotline.
But surely they would acknowledge it. It's just been there. And I was like, what's the deal with the phone?
I don't know.
After like 5 months, we finally have a payoff. The phone finally rings. Jarrett is rambling forever. The phone rings, and it is James E. Cornette, and he would like to speak to Jeff Jarrett. So they transfer the phone line into the house speakers so that everybody can hear. Cornette's on the phone and he wants to talk to Jarrett. He's sick of Jarrett, so he says Jarrett will face a polygraph test next week. If he passes, then he will get the same opportunity that Sting has to take until Bound for Glory off so that he can come into Bound for Glory like in peak condition. Which, as like booker of the show or whatever, as authority figure of the show, the idea that your two top stars aren't going to be on the show for like 6 weeks seems like a bad idea.
For the guy that's like, big ratings, big blah 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 blah, 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 blah. Like, that's his whole thing.
Yeah, all I want is TV ratings, pay-per-view buys, and good matches, but not my two biggest stars on my show for a month.
I don't know.
But if Jarrett's caught in a single lie, the fans will have an opportunity to punish Jarrett personally.
You can argue that he's probably just really confident that he's going to get caught in a single lie.
Yeah, there's no way Jeff Jarrett has been innocent and pure through this whole process.
It would have been a really great bit if Jarrett just was completely innocent of everything.
And like legit.
Yeah.
It turned out to be like the kind of passive, soft collusion and corruption where Larry Z kind of did it to curry favor with Jarrett without Jarrett's knowing.
Yeah, like it's like, you know how like Domino, like her power is just everything, it like works out for her?
Yeah.
It's like Jarrett actually didn't like do anything and everything just worked out perfectly for him.
Jeff Jarrett just like, the worst you can say is he made some suggestions to Larry Z. He said like, Larry Z, make sure this works out, because he did. There was some of those segments where he was like, Larry Z, this will be hell to pay. Like, that's the worst you can catch him on, like making vague threats.
That would have been a good bit.
So September 7th Impact, it's all about the lie detector test. JB has Jarrett. Jarrett will be taking the polygraph later tonight. Eric Young sneaks into frame. He has now dyed his hair darker. So we have no more blonde Eric Young.
It's really bad.
It doesn't look great, does it?
I don't know why they did it.
It's weird because like his natural hair color is brown, because he does have brown hair later in his career and it looks fine.
Yeah, they went like super dark with it.
Yeah, it's like weirdly dyed kind of black, and it doesn't look very good at all. I wonder, is it just because like he's standing next to Jarrett and they don't want like two blonde people?
I don't know. Maybe they think like the dyed blonde is like too heelish.
EY informs Jarrett that his Uncle Leo up in Canada has never failed a polygraph test.
He's also never taken one.
That is a question Jarrett does not ask. I too, Garrett Kidney, have never failed a polygraph test.
I can also say that.
They're setting up the polygraph for later tonight. Then we come to the segment. Jarrett is starting the polygraph from Dr. Tim Redmond. And I was wondering, is that a reference? So I googled Dr. Tim Redmond, and there is a Dr. Tim Redmond in Grey's Anatomy, which started airing in 2005. So that's what I can only assume it's a reference to.
That's very funny.
EY says this is all about nerves, and he knows a thing or two about nerves. So Jarrett's like sipping a drink, he's smoking. The idea is like trying to calm the nerves. They say like, you know, he had like pegs on his toes and all that shit. You know, the fake polygraph tricks and tips. JB is like, is this a good idea? And then Jarrett's like, JB, have you ever passed the polygraph test on like Uncle Leo? And JB's like, no. So it's like, you shut up.
He brings a valid point.
The doctor tries to ask like baseline questions like what's his name, and EY keeps interrupting him and telling Jarrett to plead the 5th commandment. Which is probably thou shalt not kill? I don't know. You went to Jesus school, you should know the commandments.
Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land that your Lord, your God, is giving you.
That's 5?
Yeah. Honor thy father and mother.
That's what he's pleading. He loves Jerry Jarrett. He wants to respect Jerry.
Hellenistic Jews, Greek Orthodox, and Protestants example. But as I was in a Lutheran school, the 5th commandment is thou shalt not kill.
Oh, I was right.
That it is more accurately translated as "Thou shalt not murder."
Some killing is fine.
Yeah, in self-defense, thou must kill.
Later in the show, JB informs us the polygraph has been concluded. Jarrett walks out, says he's innocent, and he's taking EY out tonight. You have a job for life, and Uncle Leo should be proud of his nephew.
But I really thought they were going to do the segment, like, in the ring with the guy, like, giving the thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, I guess it probably would have been a pain to set it up, and maybe they thought it would have been, like, a conceptually harder segment to sell to a live audience.
It's really good that my sick seems to be exclusively my throat in this talking podcast.
You don't need the throat that much, you're fine. I'm not sure how much of Liam being ill I will edit it out, but I think it's worth noting we recorded the news and this part 8 hours apart, so if Liam sounds much sicker than he did during the news, it's not because this podcast is slowly killing him.
I bring the boom.
So yeah, he's like, oh, we're going to bring you out tonight, your Uncle Leo should be proud. Now he gets to go away and get spooky like Sting. And then the polygraph man just walks out and shakes his head.
What does he mean by that shake of the head?
Could mean anything.
Also, why is the polygraph man invested?
He's a TNA fan. He's sick of this title reign as much as we are.
Or maybe he's just like, he's dishonoring my profession by blatantly cheating in front of me.
I will say, those men seemed really annoying if you're a polygraph test administrator.
But like, I guess legally he's allowed to try and cheat. Because, like, it's not an actual court-ordered thing.
No, there is no science. Well, there's not no science to it, but the science behind it is extremely faulty.
But it's like, I guess, like, Cornette could have just walked in the room and been like, hey, stop cheating in front of me and on the show in front of everyone. To take your pegs off.
So, main event segment, Cornette comes to the ring. He books Christian versus Rhino for no surrender, but we'll talk about that in a minute. EY comes out with Jarrett and gets jumped by the pyro. Because Jarrett gets more pyro than EY does, so it's much scarier to him. Cornette points out that the polygraph test is not admissible in court and can be beaten. So why we're doing this, who knows? So he has a series of questions. The first of which, was there collusion with Christian Cage at Hard Justice? Jeff Jarrett said no. Polygraph says true. No collusion.
Well, that's what Christian said.
Yeah, so Christian did make that decision in the match. Christian's not a liar either. Question number 2. Was there collusion with Earl Hebner at Slammiversary? Answer is no. Polygraph says true. No collusion again. Mike and Don are very skeptical of this one.
I was skeptical of this one.
And the third and final question. All of this, just ask 3 questions, by the way. But third and final question. Has he conspired at any point with Larry Zbyszko to influence match outcomes and keep the title? Jarrett answered no, and it turns out he's a damn liar. So this is, technically, I think, the payoff to Raven losing the NWA World title 12 months ago.
But even then it could not be, because the phrasing was influence match outcomes to keep the title, and he won the title in that match.
Yeah. And it says at any point, so it could have been one of the other times he colluded with Larry Z to keep the title.
So every title defense.
But I do think this is kind of intended to be the proof that finally he did in fact collude with Larry to get that title shot against Raven and fuck everybody
in a
over.
thing that like 3 people remember.
That was even technically, well, it was at the start of the Spike run, but it happened before Spike. Jarrett chases EY out of the ring because he's mad that their tactics didn't work. Cornette books a fans' revenge match at the pay-per-view, where there will be 18 lumberjacks with straps, all of whom will be fans. Jarrett's opponent in that match will be Samoa Joe.
It really feels like Joe's just here because he's like scary. Like, there's not like any build to Joe being the guy here. Like, Cornette's just picking a guy that he thinks will kick Jarrett's ass.
Because it's really interesting that, like, they consciously didn't turn Joe babyface with the Sting angle in May. Like, they consciously did the angle where Steiner and Jarrett attack Sting after the match, and Joe walks away. So they kept Joe kind of heel after that, and then booked him as a babyface afterwards.
Yeah.
Because, like, he's a babyface in the Steiner match. He's, I guess, kind of nebulous in the Monty and Rhino stuff. He's just Samoa Joe. And, like, obviously here he is transparently a babyface.
Yeah.
So it's weird that they kind of refused to do the turn and then just kind of did it anyway. But yeah, Cornette leaves the fans and chanting, Joe's going to kill you. And Jarrett is very mad, both at the fans' revenge and at Eric Young and at Wrestling Samoa Joe.
I wouldn't like to wrestle Samoa Joe, so that's fair.
He would beat the shit out of me.
September 14th, Impact. Larry is shouting at Eric Young. Yeah, Jarrett walks in wearing a backwards cap. He's very mad at Eric Young for giving him all that bad advice. He's sending, once again, he's not like, I'm cutting you loose, I'm done with you. Instead, he's sending Eric Young on another mission. This time, to find Sting, find what he's up to, and get a scouting report. So this man has not learned one thing whatsoever about sending people to secretly record Sting.
I was gonna say, here's a guy who has, like, proof of being good at this.
But you see, Sting knows that guy's coming. Eric Young will be disarming.
But then Eric Young goes and gets Shelly anyway.
Yes, he does. Because EY only knows one guy who can do this. And then Jarrett is like, Larry, I don't know what stroke you've got left around here, but whatever you've got, use it to get me out of the fans' revenge match.
So now they're openly colluding.
Yeah, you've been caught. Why not?
They're like, yeah, they already got us.
Why that doesn't lead to Larry being fired? No idea.
He said he's gonna have a closed-door meeting with him.
Later in the show, Eric Young does grab Alex Shelley to go on a filming expedition.
The next match.
We do also get a feature requesting that fans submit their videos about their hatred of Jeff Jarrett, and this one has some comments from fans that were filmed like at the Impact Zone quite clearly, including a child who says he's like, "I'm gonna punch Jeff Jarrett,"
which is awesome. Get him in the match.
All the kids should get to beat up Jeff Jarrett and also kick him in the balls. That's canon. So Cornette is in the ring for what they call the very first town hall meeting in TNA history, even though he's done a segment like this 3 times. I think the thing they mean that by is the ring is surrounded by fans, so I think that's what they mean by like town hall.
Yeah.
So here he requests submissions from Jarrett haters to whip him at the pay-per-view. Cornette says last week exonerated Earl Hebner because he's easily swayed and just fell in with the wrong crowd, so he's reinstated.
Which again, I even if you believe that, like, he's a referee. That's like a very negative aspect for him to have as an official.
Yeah, it's like he's like, listen, it wasn't conscious corruption. It was just he's very easily manipulated. So yeah, he can still be a referee. I would honestly prefer people that are consciously corrupt rather than like can be maliciously influenced.
Like, even if it's not malicious, it's still like very bad.
Larry, however, has not been cleared. As you said, there's going to be a closed-door meeting with Larry in the near future. The special guest of the meeting is Samoa Joe. Joe has been tasked with making Jarrett pay for his crimes against the fans. Larry Z's music hits. And I was like, whose music is that? And it turns out it's Larry Z's. And I don't think I've ever heard it before. And Larry Z wrestled like a month ago, but I don't think this is the song he came out to.
I would never be able to remember.
Larry's mad, thinks he's like, I was doing a great job and then you came along and ruined everything. I demand you take Jeff Jarrett out of this match. It's ridiculous, it's terrible, it's the worst. Larry refuses to leave the ring, so Joe whips him a little bit. Jarrett appears, and then Jarrett starts whipping a female fan as Mike Tenay screams multiple times at the top of his lungs, "That's a woman!"
Mike Tenay would be fine if he was whipping a male fan.
Yeah, it's like, listen, fair. Man-on-man violence, but woman? That's a woman, Liam.
That's a woman.
That's a woman.
That's a woman.
Warrior.
That's a warrior.
September 14th Impact starts with Jarrett in the ring. There's so many Jarrett promos this month, and I want to die on all of them.
Like, they're all kind of okay.
This time, he's welcoming us to Jarrett SVU, which stands for Special Victims Unit, like the television show. Starring Marissa Cargate and Chris Maloney. You a big Law & Order fan?
Sure.
Have you ever watched the Law & Order?
This is the one that goes dun dun.
Yep.
Yeah, I like the dun dun. Yeah, that.
Good theme song.
Yeah, good theme song.
Law & Order SVU also has one of those unique things at the moment where it is the longest running continuous drama show or whatever on television at the moment.
Eat shit Monday Night Raw.
Yeah. Jarrett then outlines all the various ways in which he has been a victim. After whining for a while, he's looking for his first victim of his new era of new Jeff Jarrett ass-kicking, I guess, which is Samoa Joe. Joe's music hits, they brawl for a while. Jarrett then attacks a fan and straps him. They brawl through the crowd.
Jarrett's really making it worse for himself by continuously beating fans.
The funny thing is, if you think back, the angle to get him out of the King of the Mountain match at Slammiversary 2005, where Raven won the belt, was that Jarrett, during the pre-show, attacked a fan.
Yeah, and now he's... Well, I guess the idea is, like, maybe this is him trying to get out of the Joe match with a suspension of some sort. But,
if fans can attack him, he should be able to attack fans. I think it's only fair.
That is the universal law of entertainment.
They brawl through the crowd for a while. Joe whips Jarrett a little bit, but then Jarrett finds his guitar behind the ring post, swings it back, knocks Joe over with the guitar. Well, hits him with it. Knocks him over with it is a funny way of putting that. Joe blades as Jarrett chokes him with the guitar.
One of Jarrett's best bits is like hiding guitars like John Wick hides weapons. Like just having guitars taped around the building.
Yeah. The match where he had them like hidden under stairs and hidden under the ring. Remember that one?
Yeah.
This is September 21st Impact, by the way. I said 14th earlier. This is the go home show. So they show us short clips of a bunch of the Jeff Jarrett hater videos. A bunch of the I hate Jeff Jarrett videos.
You tell a wrestling fan to cut a damn promo and it's the same thing every time.
It is like, I'm going to make you pay it. No surrender, Jeff Jarrett. They all
Listen here, Jeff Jarrett. You've been fucking up. I can't swear. That would have been better.
Yeah. Some of them get a little kinky.
One of them particularly.
Yeah, there's two women who have like straps. Like, I'd love to strap you, Jeff Jarrett.
My favorite guy is the guy who like does his own editing.
Oh yeah, some of them do have actual editing done with like effects and B-roll. It's very impressive. And then there's the weird guy who's like wearing some kind of like butler suit and white gloves.
Yeah, because he's bringing class to this whipping.
If you would like to see all these for yourself, I put them together into a little comp in the show notes. So if you go to the September 21st Impact, you should be able to find them there. There's a link to all of those in the show notes, so you can watch them all for yourself. They are, as you said, exactly what you would expect if you asked wrestling fans to do promos like this in 2006, or probably any time ever.
Yeah, and I do ask anyone listening to please cut your own I hate Jeff Jarrett promo and add us on X, the Everything app, or Blue Sky.
Yeah, please share your I hate Jeff Jarrett promos.
In the exact same style, preferably.
Eric Young faces Norman Smiley. We're repeating bits from earlier in the year here, because Eric Young has a tape down his trunks once again.
I mean, it's, like, fun. Like, they do some wacky comedy, baby.
Yeah, it's nice to see Norman get to do some actual wrestling. He doesn't get to do much of it.
He only got to do about 2 minutes of it, to be fair.
But there's like some nice in and out of holds here. He doesn't just get squashed. He just gets to do some holds and then get squashed. The tape does pop out at one point after EY kicks out of a butterfly suplex, but EY wins with the wheelbar neckbreaker and then marches the tape to the back. He finds Jeremy Borash, and he's like, JB, I got this tape, and I need it to get to Jeff Jarrett. And JB's like, I can help that for you by airing it on the television show.
And Eric Young's like, JB, don't fuck me here, okay?
Yeah. Because Jeff Jarrett left the building after he had attacked Joe earlier in the show. And then he's like, I really need this to get to Jarrett. And JB's like, I can do that for you. And the next segment is like, I gave it to the truck. We're going to play it. So JB goes to the truck. He gives them the tape. They play it. It's a montage of Eric Young trying to find Sting.
Yeah.
He has a series of signs, one of which says, Sting, it's me, stop. To which Shelley quips from off camera, you know what I did? I just went to his house. Which is really funny. EY is doing like man on the street bits with fans. And he's like, do you know Sting? And the fan is like, Sting from the Police? And then EY is like, Sting got arrested? EY has an assortment of other signs, but he is not a particularly good detective or private eye, and he cannot find Sting. And then the kind of go home angle for all of this. So Joe got bloodied after he got hit with a guitar. So
It's like fucking sick. It's like we did 6 weeks of fucking shite. And then we just decide, hey Joe, make it into a wrestling match again.
So JB is with Joe. Joe's like still bleeding. He talks about how this started as vengeance for the fans. Now it's vengeance for him. And for every drop of his blood spilled, he'll spill buckets of Jarrett's. Joe is gonna kill him. Joe is gonna kill him. Joe is gonna kill him. He has bled, but Jarrett will die.
It's so fucking sick.
The show accidentally trips and falls into being a pro wrestling show for a moment, and it's awesome.
That's how it always goes. It always like accidentally does a wrestling.
Yeah. And this is one of those promos from a guy like Joe that if you sat there and watched this, you know, you produced this month of TV, you saw this promo in the edit, and you're thinking about what direction should we go? How is it not, fuck, that's the guy. That's so the guy.
Yeah.
Drives me crazy. Then No Surrender. Mike Tenay here mentions that we will have an announcement that will rewrite the history of pro wrestling, so that's the first we hear about the Kurt announcement. Eric Young defeats A1 in, I knew you said E1,
EY defeats A1 in the opening contest of No Surrender, a match that comes from nowhere.
I think it's just... Don't they do Eric, you better win this thing again? Or was that last pay-per-view as well? It's the same thing every time. I know they did it on TV, but I thought they did it again on pay-per-view.
No, because that was the Norman Smiley match, is the one that Larry was like, you're in a match next week, I think. Or the Shark Boy match, one or the other.
I think it was the Shark Boy match.
Either way, EY won both. This is a match. Eric Young comes out with his crew, chanting "Don't fire Eric" with signs.
I assumed it was the crew that was going to beat the shit out of Jarrett later, and I was like, Eric!
He's on their side,
This is your guy.
Betrayal of Jeff Jarrett. A1 cuts him off with a power slam. EY hits an elbow. A1 tries to put his feet in the ropes. Slick catches it. EY repositions an A1 tombstone into a wheelbarrow neckbreaker for the win.
It was really impressive.
Yeah. A1's a big guy.
They did like the ROH tombstone position switch too.
Did Undertaker technically steal that from indie wrestling?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I don't know. He probably did it really early. But like, as far as like the cool ones, which is like the cartwheel.
They show a montage of fans doing like tests of strength and practice whipping a dummy hanging Jeff Jarrett.
It's a good bit.
To determine who would be the fans, to determine where are they good enough to whip him. JB has Cornette. Cornette is hyped about tonight's big announcement. The announcement will be made by a wrestler not even on tonight's card. So Jeff Jarrett gets, Jeff Jarrett was coming into the show, Liam, and he didn't have a thing to be conspiratorial about, to cut a promo being like, who's it going to be? He didn't really have that this month, and they finally given it to him here. So his one story continues.
Thank God.
Later in the show, JB has Jarrett. Jarrett is wearing like 5 shirts to add layers, so when the strap, it doesn't really hurt. He's paranoid about the announcement. He's like, what a cheap, carny trick. We all know the announcement. It's been leaked. It's about Spike TV in prime time. And you're going to charge $29.95 for that? Ugh. Worried about the thing Cornette said about the wrestler not being on tonight's card. And he's like, Sting's not on tonight's card. It's going to be Sting, isn't it? It's Sting. I'm sick of that Sting guy.
He's really preoccupied with Sting constantly. This man needs to develop a healthy relationship.
Yeah, move on. Sting's not even around here. He doesn't go here at the moment.
He's not thinking of you.
He's off like lifting heavy things.
Heavy stings.
EY walks up. Jarrett tells him to go away. EY wants to help, so Jarrett's like, fine. Check every door, every building, every part of the building. Find me Sting. We only get one segment of EY searching for Sting, and he's like, this is Sting's car. I swear it's Sting's car. And it turns out LAX are trying to steal the car, and they scare Eric away.
No. It doesn't actually. It doesn't reveal that Alex tried to steal the car. EY just goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were trying to steal this car."
You raise a good point.
Eric Young's just racist.
Yes, he is. Conan does a promo of the tag title match. Package on Fans Revenge. As Fans Revenge starts, as Jarrett's doing his entrance, he's doing the big dramatic build-up backstage.
Wee whoop, wee whoop.
You have the slow, dramatic version, instrumental version of Jarrett's theme. EY walks up and he's like, I searched everywhere, Sting's not here. And Jarrett's like, hey, did you search the rafters? And EY's like, no. He was scared because there was a fire there last month.
Yeah.
So Jarrett sends him off to search the rafters, and that is the last we see of EY. So maybe he did die in a fire in the rafters. So then we get the match. Samoa Joe versus Jeff Jarrett in a Fans Revenge match with 18 fans around ringside with straps. They were mostly, I believe, plants from a local wrestling school or wrestling indie in Florida. I think there was some shoot fans in there, because there was at one point one guy who enthusiastically ran the entire circle of the ring attempting to get his shots in on Jarrett, and I can't imagine that was anything but a fan.
Yeah. I've always heard, I always heard of those people in there.
Because there is the lady he strapped on Impact and the dude who threw the bottle are both there. So there is plants. It's not but I think it's a mix. I do think it's a mix.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the match? You like the match?
Yeah, it's fine. It's not some big in-ring epic. It is just a gimmick. It is a match that shouldn't be a main event of a pay-per-view, but for what it is, it's fine.
Yeah, it's a good TV attraction, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't even mind on the mid-card of a pay-per-view, but just, yeah.
Because there is a note that at one point, Styles and Daniels versus LAX was slotted for the main event.
Yeah, I would have done it that way.
And I wonder, is the thing that changed that signing Kurt?
Yeah, but like you could have sort of just done that after the tag.
Well, I guess you could have had Jim Cornette go out there to make the announcement, and Jarrett interrupts him. So like Jarrett could have just come out.
And Jarrett got like Ida survived 20 people promo.
So yeah, the story of this main event, Jarrett has all those t-shirts, so he can't get whipped properly. And Samoa Joe slowly removes the t-shirts, and he gets whipped more. Joe ties Jarrett to the ropes as all the fans come in and take their shot. Referees get rid of him. Joe gets Jarrett in the coquina clutch at one point, and Jarrett reaches the ropes, which felt kind of wrong to me. The idea that Joe is not just eating him alive.
That's the thing, like, it's just a match. Like, the story should be like any moment that Jarrett isn't in the ring, he's getting destroyed.
Mm.
And then, like, his only respite is to, like, make it to the floor where he then gets whipped.
Yeah. Whereas there's like a period where he gets a heat segment on Joe for a while, and like, no one wants that.
Yeah.
So Joe pushes the referee, which allows Jarrett to hit a stroke onto the guitar, but Joe kicks out, which is, I think, the first time he's ever done that.
Yeah. I don't recall it.
Maybe not the first, but he doesn't do it very often. And you would think, like, that's his finish and that's his signature weapon. Those are two things he should probably combine more often.
It's probably hard to do.
Joe pins Jarrett with the Muscle Buster. Joe takes the NWA World title off the belt and leaves with it. I think you would kind of miss if you weren't watching closely. Like, you would notice, but like it's not the point of the end of the show because Cornette comes out so fast. It's kind of like a quick beat that happens rather than like, I feel like Joe taking the title and leaving should be a bigger part of that, but I guess they were running out of time or whatever, and they had an announcement to make. So Cornette comes out, announces that his announcement is that TNA will move to prime time on Thursday starting November 16th. Crowd go crazy, and Jarrett's like, oh, that's fine. And it's like, you think that's the announcement? That's just an announcement. That's my announcement. Here's the announcement.
Goldberg.
You do hear a small smattering of Goldberg chants in response to thinking that's the big announcement.
And they think they're so fucking cool. And they start seeing a bald man on the TV and they still don't. Like, they're like, aha, it is Goldberg.
They see the silhouette of a bald man and it's like, oh, it's Goldberg. But before it is revealed to be Kurt Angle.
And then everyone goes fucking nutto.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, there's clips of both the Impact Zone, which is like mobile phone footage from 2006. And like part of it is like the audio is crazy, so like any noise causes it to spike. But the combination of that technology and the noise the crowd were making at the announcement of Kurt, awesome. And then there's also some footage of Mike and Don responding, because they go off the air with the video. They show the video and they're off the air, but there is some footage I think it was in like a documentary at one point TNA put out, of like Mike and Don immediately following that, just responding to it, because as we talked about, Mike TNA did not know. So like the reveal, Mike TNA goes full Mickey Mouse. I actually might put the audio of it here, just so people can hear it. But Mike TNA goes like the highest pitch I have ever heard that man go in response to this news.
Oh my God!
You've got to be kidding me!
Holy Christ!
That's freaking unbelievable, folks!
I don't believe it! Kurt Angle's coming to TNA!
No
God!
freaking way!
Oh God!
Listen to this crowd! Kurt Angle! Yeah!
He's very much into it. And, I mean, it shows, like, even the people who didn't know were, like, clearly, like, this is a big deal.
Because, like, Christian, you know, good get, really important to TNA at the time, was a WWE mid-carder.
It's Christian.
Sting, good get, real star, main event guy, back end of his career.
Also main event guy 5 years ago.
Yeah, so you get Christian, who is like cool to get, but he's not a top guy. And Sting is cool to get, but he's clearly on the downside of his career. Whereas Kurt's like the combination of cool to get, top guy, might fall apart at any given moment. Let's ignore that
But like top guy still on TV now.
Yeah, guy in his prime, at his peak, arguably. Maybe not physically, but certainly as a name. And yeah, that's fans' revenge.
And we've also done the whole Kurt thing already.
Yeah, we talked about the video when we talked about him coming to TNA. That takes us over to the next heavyweight program, which is Christian versus Rhino, coming off the back of Christian screwing Sting. That may not make sense, but we'll talk about it.
Well, Rhino and Sting are just best buds.
They're best of friends. They've been established as... I guess Rhino was on the Lethal Lockdown team, so there's not no connection.
I like the... this is kind of like going into the promo that we're about to talk about, but it's like, Rhino's like, Christian, I just don't believe that you do this. And then it's like, have you watched a single second of Christian's career? All he does is betray the people closest to him.
It's his favorite thing to do.
It's like if there's one guy in pro wrestling that you talk about betraying your friends, it's Christian's like number one.
He does it over and over again.
And it works out every time for him?
Yeah. So they do recap the Christian turn. Then they show a segment from after Hard Justice that didn't air in the pay-per-view where Rhino confronted Christian after the match. Christian's like, trust me, I did it for you, I did it for everybody, you just gotta believe me.
And they're like, why, Christian, why?
Yeah, Christian's not in the building on week 1, but we do have a feature from him. He says that people are saying they could see it from a mile away, like it was a master plan.
Which, again, we could. You just, even if you weren't planning on it, you did everything to make you feel like you were planning on it.
He says it was actually a game time decision. He neutralized Steiner, he hit Jarrett with a chair, he gave a belt to Sting, and Sting still couldn't get the job done. What did Sting want him to do? Put the face paint on and wrestle the match for him himself? And then he quips, at least then he would have won.
Christian's such a good, heel.
The transformation in the man overnight with the heel turn is really night and day. Again, not that the babyface run was terrible, but this man is so much more comfortable as just a smarmy heel.
Yeah.
He says he talks about how he was jealous because he came in as the big acquisition, and then right after he came in, Sting showed up to take his spotlight. Sting had so many chances and couldn't get the job done. Then pivots to talk about Rhino, who is his brother, and when he sits down and talks to Rhino, Rhino will understand. Sting's like, I couldn't be here this week because I wanted to let cooler heads prevail, but I'll be there live in the Impact Zone next week. And he also points out he never got his rematch against Jarrett. He wasn't even pinned in King of the Mountain. So he's been screwed, and he's taken it's a new era of TNA. It's the Christian Cage era. So following week, we get another recap of the turn, and then Christian comes out. He's sitting on a chair in the middle of the ring in a spotlight. Christian is here, like he promised, unlike that liar Sting, who said he'd win the NWA title and fails. Talks about how Sting is a man of God, but the only God is Christian Cage. And Don is like, what a sacrilegious statement. Big opposer of blasphemy.
His name is Christian, to be fair.
Yeah, he is a man of faith.
Have I ever told you the story about how I tried to relate to one of my Christian teachers growing up with Christian the wrestler?
No.
Oh, God. Yeah, I was just like, hey, I like wrestling. He's like, yeah, cool, whatever, idiot. Basically, and I was like, hey, is there a called Christian? And he's like, is that part of his thing? And I was like, no, not really.
He had some crosses for a while in his gear. That's about it.
Yeah, he had operatic singing.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt very embarrassed immediately after saying it.
Did you say it in front of a group?
No, it's 1-on-1.
Okay, that's not as bad.
I would never talk about wrestling to the group.
That's fair. Rhino confronts Christian about what he did at Hard Justice. Christian is like, I know that you and Sting, you go way back. When you broke your neck, and Sting was at the hospital when you got out of surgery. I was like, no wait, that was me. And I know I called you every week when you were recovering like a cripple. He says to him. When Rhino was overseas, his wife called and threatened to take his child and leave him. Christian was the one that was there for him. But if Sting's relationship is that important to him, fine.
I kind of think Christian's right.
He's a little bit right.
And also, I know it's wrestling history just gets forgotten very quickly. But Rhino, you are the guy that would whose whole thing was pile driving women.
Yeah.
Where is your you don't get to be the morality police for Christian.
No. And what Christian did wasn't even that bad. He just screwed a guy.
Yeah, in pro wrestling, that's what you do every third person.
You just hit him with one guitar.
Exactly. It's perfectly acceptable.
Christian is like, fine. You want to deal with it? Deal with it. Here's a chair. Do it. Hit me. You want to flush 10 years of friendship down the drain? You do it. Fine. It's like, are you really that mad about Sting? Or are you mad that I have a bigger house and a better car and I became a bigger star?
I was like, that kind of... I really like this whole segment. For them having to make, them having to justify that... Or, continue the story on without Sting, to immediately pivot to, something super personal was, a good way of making you forget that they're, not doing the Sting thing.
Yeah, because, while if you sat down and thought about it, it's a good point that, it doesn't make sense that the follow-up to Christian screwing Sting is not Christian versus Sting. But if you actually watch the show, it doesn't really feel that way. You do kind of get drawn into this story because, as you said, it's a personal thing. It's a proper beef.
Yeah.
Rhino throws the chair down and says, Christian's like, well, it looks like I'm the only one with a set of balls. But then Rhino responds that he doesn't need a chair to kick Christian's ass.
I was going to say he doesn't need balls.
Listen, some people don't, and that's fine.
A lot of people don't.
Rhino goes to town on Christian. Rhino goes for a gore, but Christian throws the chair into his face. Rhino is bleeding as Christian hits him with the chair again. Christian goes to leave, but gets another chair and comes back, and then kills Rhino with a one-man concerto as Rhino's bleeding all over the place. Good angle. Good Christian promo. Rhino, like, they justified the pivot to Rhino about as well as you could, and, like, good blade job. Good heat.
It is good heat.
The following week, we have a recap of the attack last week. JB asks Christian about his motives. He's like, I'm in the business of teaching lessons. First Sting, and now Rhino. Ron Killings walks up, talks about how he took opportunity and didn't complain about it, even though his first TNA character was literally, he complained his way into getting a world title shot and then won.
Like, all the time. Like, it was his main thing.
He was literally accusing everybody of being racist.
Like, he was right, but, like, it was still, like, he was right, but, like, you still were complaining. Justifiable complaints.
So yeah, Ron should be on Christian's side. But yeah, he's like, I wasn't moaning about getting opportunities. Says Christian isn't man enough to face him. Christian calls him a poser. Ron says imitate. He doesn't imitate. He demonstrates. And then they brawl a little, and they will wrestle next week or the later night. Next week.
It does, like, scream as if they're like, let's just give Ron little things. We have nothing else for him, but let's just give him little bibs and bobs.
We need to find ways to make him not deeply unhappy.
Yeah.
September 7th Impact. Christian Cage defeats Ron Killings.
He sure does.
Similar enough to the Joe match, in which, like, nothing special, but it's like a decent, solid heavyweight main event style match. Truth hits a slingshot crossbody to send us out to break. They plugged the TNA Knockouts DVD, and Don says the words, "It's worth the buy if you know what I mean." I don't want to know what you mean, Don.
And I don't know what you mean.
Christian hits a spear for a near fall. Ref gets bumped, allowing Truth to get like a weird visual pin where he briefly got off the pin as Andrew Thomas staggered around. But low blow unprettier for the win. Christian grabs some chairs for a concerto, but then Rhino returns, makes the save. Rhino says Christian ran out of the ring like a little girl. Christian ended 10 years of friendship the other week and challenges Christian to a match at No Surrender, which Jim Cornette then makes official later in the show.
Perfect.
September 14th, we get a feature on the history between Rhino and Christian with some footage of them on the indies and messing around on the road together, which is, I'm so glad they do have that, because it's one of those things that just adds the layer of reality to it, that these two were in fact friends. You see all this old like VHS camcorder footage of them on the road together when they were younger. It just adds that extra layer.
It adds depth.
It's the kind of great thing where it's like, it's the right kind of reality being injected into wrestling. You don't have to fake it. You are like, these two were friends, and now it is a betrayal. Christian was the first person other than Rhino to hold it, and his wife to hold Rhino's daughter. Christian wants to help Rhino grow through tough love, because they have like talking head spots in this as well. The next week, go home show, Ronti and Mino. Monty and Rhino start the show with promos about a Falls Count Anywhere match they're having later tonight. Christian approaches Monty and says they have to talk some serious business.
It's raining.
Men?
Hallelujah. It's not raining. I imagined the rain sound.
Are you going crazy?
I don't know what's happening.
This is like the appendix episode.
This might be worse.
There is like a canonical through line of "you've got to be kidding me" content of Liam is slowly dying as it happens.
Yeah.
Later in that show, Monty Brown versus Rhino in a Falls Count Anywhere match goes to a no contest.
Okay.
They show a bunch of highlights of the Falls Count Anywhere match from Hard Justice here. Monty sidesteps a gore as Rhino puts himself through a table. Rhino sets up a gore later in the match, but Christian runs out. The bell just starts ringing as the Falls Count Anywhere match is thrown out because one of the competitors brawls to the back.
The falls counted too hard.
And as they cut away, that's it for the alpha male Monty Brown.
That's insane.
This is the last time we ever see Monty in TNA.
I guess it makes sense that, like, Rhino and Monty are the final thing together, because they've kind of been linked.
Yeah, like the Pounce and the Gore, that kind of thing. And they've been feuding for most of the summer.
So, like, you know, it's fitting.
Yeah, I guess because there was those notes that, like, they were a little more optimistic about keeping him. at one point this month.
Yeah.
They may not have felt the need to like completely write him out, and then he just didn't resign and he was gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, these guys brawl to the back. Christian concertos Rhino against the wall backstage, and we just never see or hear from Monty Brown again.
Garrett.
Yeah, Liam.
Do you remember when Monty Brown was on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 3?
Yeah, like people forget. Obviously, the listeners of our show might not, but people forget Monty was there for a brief period in 2002 as a very green wrestler who did, even like relative to his experience level in 2004, 2005, was not ready for that spot.
Do you remember when he wrestled Elix Skipper, Ron Killings, and Sonny Siaki? Just people of the era.
He had like that, was it Falls Count Anywhere or Stip match against Skipper, wasn't it?
They teamed once and then they feuded.
Mm.
Do you remember when Monty Brown wasn't anywhere in 2003?
Yeah, he disappeared for about a year and a half there.
Do you remember Monty Brown and the Sabu?
Yeah, do you remember when he returned? Do you remember what the return angle was?
I don't.
It was at the end of an ICP match.
Oh, shit.
Where there's like the dark, I think it was the Dark Carnival match, and then Monty came out and pounced somebody.
And then he wrestled Sabu a bunch.
Yeah, it was funny because I did the every Monty Brown pounce video.
Yeah.
So it was funny to see the people in that who got pounced a lot. And like on that list were like Sabu, Christian, Sonny Siaki ate a fuckload of pounces.
Yeah, he wrestled him a lot, that's why.
Yeah, Raven took a bunch as well.
Do you remember Victory Road 2004?
The first Monsters Ball.
With Abyss and Raven.
That match rocks. My defining memory of that match is Dixie Carter in the crowd going crazy at the Abyss thumbtack bump.
Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Monty Brown versus Kevin Nash versus DDP?
Yeah, that was
leading, of course, to Monty Brown winning the NWA World Championship.
Yeah, everyone loves it when he did the babyface turn and everyone was super into him, and then he beat the big stars like Nash and DDP, and then all of a sudden he won the NWA title, right? Liam, he won it. He won the belt.
He did not do that.
Damn.
I think more importantly, do you remember Monty Brown versus Triton?
Triton? Triton did in fact return to his home planet.
When we needed him most, he was not there.
And then later in that show, they did the fucking heel turn with Monty, where he realigned himself with Jarrett.
And just a bunch of shit.
Yeah, it really is after that just a bunch of shit, isn't it?
It's like, you know, he's in a King of the Mountain. He has some tag stuff.
Teams with Kip James an irrational number of times.
And then he does like, he's in like, just matches. He just is in matches. Monty and Jeff, that was like a fun match.
Hardy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. Jeff was kind of crazy.
Then he wrestled Christian. And then we get to this year, which is really shows how well it went for him after that title challenge.
Yeah, the rest of 2005 was rough. And then it looked like they might be like, you know, he was in the tag against Sting and Christian.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, maybe Monty. And then he gets the Challenger of the Month spot against Christian.
And then he wasn't on Against All Odds.
Yeah. It's kind of done after the Challenger of the Month against Christian, isn't it?
Yeah, he wasn't on Lockdown. He wasn't on Sacrifice.
Wasn't on Slam. He lost the King of the Mountain qualifier.
And then, like, in between like those two pay-per-views too, he wasn't on TV.
I think he was getting surgery at one point in there. I think it wasn't. He was getting his knee scoped at one point after the loss.
And then, do you remember like the 7 Monty Brown rehabilitation attempts that were just him beating guys again on TV
to build him up to lose to Rhino?
And it's like it just lost its luster.
Yeah.
And then he kind of went out with a bang with the 3-way with Rhino and Joe,
which was probably his best match.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Because those squashes were really the sign that it was like, it was all over.
They went back to the well again.
Like, if you go back and watch the squashes at the start of the Spike TV era, like those squashes in October 2005, they're awesome. They have all like the Monty Brown energy to them. And then you watch the ones in the middle of 2006, which is only like 8 months later, and you're like, oh, it's all gone. It's just all gone. And I think like my big headline takeaway from like watching now Monty Brown's TNA career start to finish for this podcast is he just should have been a babyface. Like, that's the be all and end all. Like, when he turned a babyface and he was opposing Jarrett, and when he had that awesome squash against Team Canada, like, this dude was super charismatic. He had a finish that people would pop for. He should have been a babyface. He should have tried to Bill Goldberg him, but they didn't. They kept him as a heel. Even when he caught on as a babyface, they turned him heel. Then they did nothing with him. And I legitimately think the reason he stayed a heel for as much as he did is Jeff Jarrett saw Monty Brown babyface as a threat to his top spot.
Definitely, like, in that time period, for sure.
Like, that is the only explanation for it. Like, he saw the crowd were behind him, the crowd were hot, and that's a threat to his position. So how do you negate that threat? You turn him heel, and as a character, make him a subservient lackey to you.
I was gonna say, exactly. You do that. You make the whole point of it that he is, like, lesser than you because he is in your group.
And that's a shame. That's a bummer. Because
Yeah.
Monty Brown was a man who was on television for 2 years. Fair enough, he had the ECW run after that, but no one really remembers that or cares about it. Like, this is a guy who was on television for 2 years, from, like, March of 2004 until September of 2006. And that is a run that still stands in people's minds all this time later.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing that really makes them a standout. Like, there's a lot of people who have had short runs through their career that, like, in the moment, people are like, maybe they should have been pushed more, but people just forget about. But people still, to this day, are like, fuck, Monty Brown should have been a bigger deal.
It is one of the biggest cases of booking malpractice that we've seen from this company so far.
And it is the thing that drives me crazy. Like, we've covered all this, but, like, the idea that, like, there was nobody that could beat Jarrett. There's just, like, that's the talking point.
Yeah, he had to be the world champ. There was no one on his level.
And then you watch Monty at his peak, like, pouncing people out of their boots and getting awesome reactions and cutting awesome promos and being awesome and looking like $1 million and having, like, mainstream crossover potential as a former NFL player who competed in the Super Bowl. Like, that ticks all the fucking boxes. Weirdly, the one it doesn't tick is work rate, which is the one they always dismiss if somebody does have it, which is so annoying.
And then they use that as, like, their justification over and over and over again.
But yeah, what could have been, what should have been, sadly wasn't. And the deflating thing, watching it back, you kind of touched on it, like the it's all over element of it, as you got into 2006, and you were just like, it's done. It's done for the alpha male.
It is.
But to tie this back to Rhino and Christian concertos Rhino against the wall at the end of this segment. JB catches up with Christian as Christian is leaving the building. He's like, there's 1,000 people I'd like to hit with a chair like this, but Rhino needs some tough love. And then he's like, Rhino's not on my level, and then tells Queer Eye to get lost because JB is gay, I guess.
Yeah, classic meme.
JB being gay. No surrender! JB has Rhino. Doctors have stated that after that concerto against the wall on Impact, Rhino should not compete. But Rhino's like, fuck the doctors, I'm here, but I hate Christian, I want to kill him. JB has Christian later in the show. JB's like, there's some rumors, Christian, that Sting's on his way here, and does that affect you? And Christian's like, nope, I'm the biggest star in the company, and I'm going to be, this has never been about Rhino, it's never been about Sting, it's all about me.
I like, again, like, we're doing a little reference to Sting, but we're not going to pay that off anytime.
Ever. There is some Sting Christian stuff at the end of the year. They're like tangentially involved with each other, but there's never like the this is why I'm wrestling you is because you screwed me back then. Then we have the match: Christian Cage versus Rhino. This is one I think I was talking about in the watch along. I think it suffers from it not being a stipulation match here, and I understand like in terms of story and escalation why it's not. Like you need to do the singles to build to the stip match, but it feels like the build they've had kind of warrants them starting at a stip. So the idea of them just kind of doing a match, and they do it with decent intensity, but it just feels like there should be more like violence here based on what they've done to each other in the build up.
Yeah, but like again, I guess that's like they're gonna run back at Bound for Glory.
Yep, they're coming back with a stip, and then they do a cage match
because like too. I like this match. I think it's fun. My biggest takeaway from it was like I kind of felt like Rhino winning here would have been perfect. Just because like Christian, he's so full of himself. He made the reason to turn on Sting. He like it's all about him, and then like for him to immediately reach a roadblock and like kind of send him spiraling even further down into it, I think would have been fine. And because he's like fresh off the heel turn, I don't think it really like affects him to lose either.
Yeah,
because it's not like he's losing to someone like lower than him. It's like someone comparable, and I think I like the story element more of like Christian being like, yeah, like tasting like that other, like just further disappointment, like, and then just having to go like crazier with it, I think would have been fine. But like, I also get like them not wanting to immediately sort of discredit it, but I just feel like it would have been fine, and the match felt like it was building to literally that.
And they might have felt hamstrung as well by, it's not a thing they ever really emphasize, but like Christian hasn't been pinned in TNA yet. So that's a thing that they might be like, maybe we want Rhino to win, but it's not the right time to pin Christian for the first time.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that like hovers for a long time. That's never like, you know, the Joe undefeated streak style, but
yeah,
I think he goes without being pinned longer than Joe. So the match, Rhino dumps Christian out to the floor with a back body drop, and Christian takes one of his wild, wacky bumps that's crazier than it ever should be. We have some crowd brawling. Christian drops a Rhino with an Impaler DDT on the ramp. I really like that Christian does all of Edge's moves.
It's good.
He does the spear, he does the Edge-O-Matic, he does the Impaler DDT.
He's been doing them for 10 years, you know?
He's been doing, like, the Edge-O-Matic, like, that's the, like, grab him by the chin and drop him down move. But, like, the Impaler and the spear, I think, are TNA additions.
Yeah, but then, like, he will just keep them forever. I like that he's just like, he's my friend, I can do his moves.
Yeah, I'm in a different company, it's not mean anymore.
Oh, it's still mean.
He got a near fall and a frog splash. Rhino gets busted open. Christian ducks a short arm clothesline and Rhino hits Andrew Thomas instead. Christian immediately gets a visual pin on an Edge-O-Matic of all things. Then goes out to get some chairs, but then Rhino gores him, but there's no ref.
How dare you bury the Edge-O-Matic?
That's not a pin move.
How dare you?
Rhino goes for a concerto, but Andrew Thomas revives long enough to pull the chair out of Rhino's hands, but then disappears long enough again for Christian to hit a low blow and Unprettier for the win, as the trainer attends to Rhino, and Christian ekes out his victory.
I'm looking forward to them coming back to this.
Yeah, or maybe end on like a DQ, but like one of those wild DQs because Rhino just keeps beating the shit out of him. He loses because he kicks too much ass.
Yeah.
But yeah, good feud. Good start to Christian's heel run. As I said, breath of fresh air compared to the babyface stuff, honestly.
It just suits him more.
He has that face. He has, not the Vince he has that face, because Vince hates his face. But he has he has that smug, shit-eating face, and it makes everything he does so much better.
Yeah.
Next up, the continued adventures of Brother Runt and Abyss, after they had a match at Victory Road, or Hard Justice, that Abyss won. August 24th Impact, JB has Brother Runt. He says Abyss made the classic mistake of letting him live to fight another day.
They were also all involved in that opening thing on the first.
Oh yes, the schmoz after the Jared celebration was interrupted. They were some of the people to run out, you're right.
Yeah.
So Abyss made the mistake of letting him live to fight another day, and so he challenges Abyss to a match of 10,000 thumbtacks next week. He then headbutts the production truck a couple of times and leaves, and then Raven is sitting at the top of the truck, kind of cackling maniacally.
You think if you're Raven, you're like, God, I have been relegated to, like, the plunder division.
His TNA career is a bit of a roller coaster, isn't it?
Yeah.
He was always going to be the one that suffered most from getting actual stars.
Yeah.
Because Raven was very much, you're our top guy because we don't have a guy who is actually a main eventer in the other companies.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second, like, Christian and Sting and now Angle coming in, Raven was always just going to fall and fall and fall.
But you think you could at least do stuff with those guys?
Yeah. And Raven has always been, like, a really reliable guy, because, like, even after he lost to Jarrett in 2003, the next year of him was, like, him having really reliably good mid-card programs.
Yeah.
So you think they could slot him back into that spot, but maybe they're kind of done with him too, maybe. It feels like it. It feels like he's kind of still around out of a little bit of loyalty to what he meant to the company when they were, like, in needier times, but they know they're never doing anything with him. Abyss, later in that show, for the 5th and final time, Liam, wrestles Cassidy Riley.
I can't believe it. Why did they never commit to just Cassidy Riley being a Raven offshoot guy?
Yeah, they did it for like 2 months as like an actual angle and then just kind of dropped it.
And like, I think he was like kind of doing well in that role.
Yeah, it gave him something. Because like, as a guy, because like Bats is gone now, Jarrell Clark is gone, a lot of the jobbers are gone. We have no Buck Quatermain or Lex Lovett. Cassidy Riley's like the last man standing here as like total job guy. And he found a little thing that gave a little personality and then they just kind of dropped it.
Again, probably just goes with the, we don't actually want to push Raven in any real capacity.
Riley has some like Lundrick pants at this point.
I thought they were pretty good.
They were quite nice. James Mitchell is on commentary and he suggests that Raven has telepathically hypnotized Brother Runt.
And perhaps Cassidy Riley.
Abyss throws Riley with an overhead German where Riley does like an extra rotation and it looks crazy.
He's fighting for that job.
Mitchell drops some thumbtacks all over the announce table to set up the match of 10,000 tacks. He's like, look, thumbtacks. Abyss wins with a black hole slam. Abyss pours the tacks out in the middle of the ring. He then poses with a bunch of them and then punches them with his fucking hand, his bare hand. And I feel like he intended to only punch them once. If you look, I think he was like, I'll give it one big punch and I'll come up with some tacks in my hand. But when he does, he realizes there's not enough tacks in his hand for it to be a good visual. So then he does like 3 more straight punches to shoot thumbtacks, which you know because when he pulls his hand back up, they do a close-up of his hand where you can see the thumbtacks stuck in them.
It looks awful.
It looks so sore to just like bum to thumbtacks with your fucking bare ass hands. It's awesome though. It's so badass.
It's insane.
It's the kind of thing that is too cool for this feud.
But, you know, it's also Raven. Sorry, it's Abyss. That's what he does.
Like, this is a thing where if you're like a main event program, this is a really cool thing to sell the violence of the big stipulation match you have coming up. But he's doing this to set up like a throwaway TV match against Brother Runt next week. Shoot punching thumbtacks with his bare hand. Looks really cool though. He's so cool. He's the coolest wrestler. So he makes a couple of one-off appearances in 2013 on one night only shows. But this is the end of Cassidy Riley as a full-time TNA performer.
I don't have much remember when left in me.
Remember when he did 5 squash matches against Abyss on TV?
Remember the Hot Shots?
Yeah, they did the Hot Shots for a little while, the precursor to the Naturals. No Andy Douglas yet. That's about it. There's nothing else. That's all he did.
We had some cool gear.
He got squashed a lot on TV. 5 times by Abyss. 5 Abyss
And
Cassidy
he's
Riley matches.
kind of a Raven guy almost.
Yeah, there was that thing for a while that they did and then didn't do. But that's Cassidy Riley. One of the I think we're in a period where a lot of like the still hanging around OGs are starting to fall away. Because I think like Skipper is about to leave for a while. He comes back in 2007 though. David Young is about to leave for more or less good. I think he has a couple more matches. We're losing Monty. We're losing Cassidy Riley. Talked about how a lot like the kind of low-key job guys are disappearing or fading away. And it does feel like a shift into a new era of TNA. All those like hang around guys from like the early Impact TV days and maybe some of the leftover guys from the Asylum are just slipping on away.
Yeah. But like it's natural.
Speaking of, they're 2 people who are about to slip away.
It's the Naturals who are also leaving.
It is a transitionary period. So even with the change of Booker to Russo, there's some people who have been just like hanging around who their time is up.
Yeah.
We had a teaser for the match of 10,000 Tacks to close that show. Abyss is shown. There's like the classic like coming up tonight segments where usually it's just somebody posing, you know, or just like being pumped up or whatever. This one was Abyss like pouring thumbtacks over the camera lens. It was really cool. It's one of those things that's just like a little bit of creativity and something that's usually pretty rote and by the numbers. And like I always appreciate that. It's like, oh, they put some effort into that thing instead of just being like coming up later, Abyss, and Abyss is just standing there.
It's probably difficult with like that stuff. Like you probably like I just gotta shoot so much shit. We're in a big tape. We got like 2 taping days, and I've got to shoot all this fucking B-roll. Just Abyss do a grrr.
Yep. Yeah, and then you leave. Joe come up, go grr. You leave.
Yeah.
Raven come up, go grr.
Jarrett come up and go ha 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 ha, and rub your hands together.
And job done. In and out. We have our transition things. So we had a feature on the match of 10,000 Tacks, narrated by James Mitchell. And then Abyss defeated Brother Runt in a match of 10,000 Tacks. They showed the replay of him punching the tacks, which I did appreciate.
This match was like nothing. And quite frankly, it pissed me off.
Even like the stipulation, it's the match of 10,000 tacks. So that makes you think loads of thumbtacks.
Yeah, like there's gonna be like one of those big like things in the middle of the ring.
Like a pit of tacks.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like they use those like in those matches.
Like the Mimosa Mayhem, but for tacks.
No, not that big, but like there's like a cardboard thing with like an outline around it, and then like they can fill it all up with tacks in the middle, and then someone takes a big bump in the tacks thing.
Which there was those kind of sheet things that they use for like the table bump, but
like more, like giant.
Like my thing was like, oh, it'll be like a tax are legal match.
Yeah.
Whereas in practice, it was the first person to put their opponents in tax wins.
But like, yeah, it should have been. They should have had like that, but then like they can just do stuff over and over and over and over again.
But yeah, just one bump and it's over. One thumbtack spot and the match is over. That's not 10,000 tacks. That's like 17 tacks. Let's be real.
Like they had the big thing, but like you should be able to just throw him in over and over and over again.
Yeah, the big thing wasn't even the match or like in the match. It was after the match.
Yeah.
So this match has kind of 2 acts. Before the break, they set up 2 tables below the ramp with like coverings of thumbtacks, like
and those are cool.
A sheet of thumbtacks that they put on the tables, and then they come back from break, and Abyss just puts Runt in tacks and wins.
Yeah.
He's like because Runt goes for an acid drop, Abyss just drops him in the tacks, and the match is over.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. The actual content of the match is like 4 minutes.
But we get the bump at least.
Yeah. So after the match, Abyss drags Runt up to the stage because he wants to drop him through his little contraption, his tables, and his tacks. Raven shows up and interferes, stops Runt from being thrown off, and then Raven knee lifts Abyss off the stage through 2 tables, both of which have like a bed of thumbtacks on them. So that you at least get a cool enough bump.
It could have been more tax, to be honest.
Yeah, it was more of a table bump than a tack bump, really.
And then, like, Raven has, like, gross green eyes.
Yeah, he has those contacts in that make him look weird.
They're really gross.
Not a fan?
I don't like them. They look like his eyes are about to explode.
Yeah. They're really, like, vivid as well. Like, they look like...
Yeah.
It is off-putting.
They look like they've been blown up.
And then, very funnily, this segment ends with just men walking down the ramp with guns. To transition into the public execution bit, but
yeah,
it's just like men marching down the ramp with like AK-47s after this
I
match.
didn't talk about it before, but like as a man from a country where guns are banned, to just see shoot weapons in a public space is fucking insane.
Yeah, anytime I'm the same. Like I remember I went to Paris to Disney World or Euro Disney in Paris. And just standing outside the gates of Euro Disney is just men with like large guns. And like, as also a person from a country that does not have guns, just seeing guns is so weird. It's so weird. Just that, like, there it is. There's a gun.
It's fucking insane.
Like, I've never seen a gun in this country in my life. I am 32 years old. I've never seen a gun in Ireland. Ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as you said, just like lads walking down with fucking rifles.
Yeah.
It'd just be a normal part of a wrestling television show. Following week, September 7th, Raven has a feature about how in the 90s he started his own personal family, and the favorite was the litter, which was Runt, which is why he's called Brother Runt, I guess. He'll face Abyss in Hangman's Horror next week, which he does. Hangman's Horror, if you remember, you have to strap dog collars around your opponent's neck, throw them over the ropes to win. There has only been one Hangman's Horror match before in TNA history. It was the Raven and Sanjay Dutt match back in 2004 during the Sabu feud. They also did the Blood Gallows of Retribution match, which I think had similar-ish rules, if I remember. The one with Vampiro.
Yeah. There's so many, like, Raven gimmick stuff.
Yeah, because it was like, this was almost presented as like Raven's signature match. It's like, no, we have one of those.
And it's like he's had about 8 of them.
Yeah. I liked Blood Gallows of Retribution. That was a dumb name.
But like the Clockwork Orange House of Fun, you know? Like that's like actually his main match.
Yeah, that is like his established gimmick match.
I mean, you're gonna get another Clockwork Orange House of Fun match ever.
We got one last year in TNA.
Yeah, but I mean like from Raven.
No, probably not.
What the fuck?
I did like the touch that they brought Raven in for commentary for the one last year.
Yeah. But like, I don't know. Is 2006 our last time, you know? I want more.
I think there's some in 2007.
Woo! We're back, baby!
If I remember, there is at least one on TV.
Yeah, love to bring that up for TV.
Raven ties up Abyss from 2 sides and starts hitting with a trash can because there's dog collars from the like 4 corners of the ring. Mitchell interferes, distracts Raven. Abyss hangs him to win. Again, totally throwaway match on TV here. It's just one of those things that like devalues the very idea of doing this kind of match on TV because even if people tune in for it, it's like it was nothing.
Yeah.
Abyss hangs him.
Like all of the Abyss stuff was like cool in theory, but didn't deliver at all.
Because it was never like it was just 4 minutes. Like there's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
It's nothing Abyss and Raven did wrong. But if you're doing a match where like you have to hang people, you can't do that in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Runt attacks Abyss with a chair after the match and goes to help Raven, but then Runt drops Raven on the floor with an acid drop.
That's cool. I don't get what Raven and Runt's problem is with each other.
Neither do I, because they don't really expand
like,
on
they were
this.
kind of like teaming up against Abyss over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And then like now they're like throwing hands.
Because like the suggestion is that like Raven is manipulating Runt into doing these things and picking a fight with Abyss. That's like the story. How Runt dropping Raven plays into that, I'm not particularly sure. Because I feel like that should be the moment where he realizes he's being like manipulated into fighting for Raven's amusement.
The thing is, I also don't think he is being manipulated.
No.
Like, you could argue, like, yeah, if Raven was just chilling back the whole time, but like, he saved him.
Yeah, he came to his aid to stop him from being thrown through that tack table contraption.
Like, if Raven just came out and like was watching as he got thrown through it, yes, like that's the story. But that's not the story because he came out and tried to kill Abyss.
I don't think they've thought much about this, to be honest.
Yeah, they're just like, these three people are gonna have a plunder match.
That is legitimately it. It's like, how do we get this to a 3-way? And the only way is if Runt does something to Raven. So that's how we do it. And that's as far as they thought.
I don't know. You could have done like the accidental thing, I guess.
Mm.
And like Raven is the kind of guy to hold a grudge, so
He is deluded and crazy. Go home show during the Eric Young Norman Smiley match. It's announced that Abyss, Raven, and Runt will have a 3-way at the pay-per-view, which they do, and it's a ton of fun.
yeah. Like we can lament about the plunder usage, and like it was still not as bad as like we have been, where like it lost all meaning.
Yeah, where Raven was like bleeding buckets every single goddamn week.
Yeah, but you know, like when they go to pay-per-view and Abyss has his plunder match that he does every fucking pay-per-view, it's always good.
And this is like, they actually got time to work, so they could do some silly stuff. And they had an awesome butt rock promo before. The feature beforehand was a lot of fun.
Was it the Linkin Park one?
Yeah, that's for Ultimate X. In this match, Abyss hit his seated senton on Raven, which he never hits. He always gets like crotched with a chair.
He does the asshole bump.
He drops his ass on somebody for the first, maybe not the first time, but he never hits that. He's always like foiled. Abyss press slams Run from the ring, not into the crowd this time, but onto Raven, much to my relief. Raven pulls out a helmet and puts on the helmet and starts charging head first at people with the helmet. Raven drop toe holds Runt down the tunnel, which is a fun spot. He just disappears out of sight. Raven sets up Abyss on a table on the top of the ramp, but then Runt re-emerges to hit a double stomp off the stage onto Abyss onto the table, which does not break. Runt just slides fucking off of Abyss. Like, he hits him and just goes woo and slides off, crashes and burns as Abyss and the table just fall over. And
so stupid.
Don West attempts to rationalize it, that Abyss's gear is very leathery and slippery. Therefore, Runt slipped off. And I rationalize it as Abyss is the wettest man in existence.
Yeah, if they had have respected the wet law that we established.
And this
would have been the perfect moment for the full circle.
For years, I've been asking the question, why is Abyss so wet? And we have finally found out. It is a defensive mechanism.
It is like a tortoise's shell.
Yes, it is. Raven brings Runt up to the camera perch, hangs him from it, and then knocks him off it through a table stack. Abyss hits Raven with a black hole slam for the win. It's like silly, pointless plunder, but they do some silly, fun stuff, and it's kind of wacky, so thumbs up.
Thumbs up from me as well.
Because like a problem with the plunder you see a lot is it is literally just like, oh, trash can spot and chair spot and the same thing you've ever seen. And there's some fun stuff here, like the camera perch stuff and the drop to hold down the ramp and Runt eating shit trying to do a double stomp off the stage. That gave it at least some juice.
And to go back to our point about Raven, like, and how nothing is ever going to happen for him anymore. Like, again, there's no reason for Abyss to pin Raven in this 3-way. But it's like, here's Raven taking the pin.
Yeah, you gotta protect a Runt.
But I think it's less like you gotta protect Radamar. It's like, who gives a shit?
The final kind of heavyweight thing this month, Bobby Roode is continuing his search for a new manager.
He sure fucking is.
So we had all those features last month about how like Bobby Roode is free of Team Canada now. He's the hottest free agent in wrestling. Everyone wants to sign him and he wants to hear the pitches. He wants to hear from everyone in TNA about why they should manage him. So on the August 17th Impact, he interviews the managers of TNA right now, which is
current standings.
Simon Diamond, Franchise, and James Mitchell. He is not pleased with these people.
I desperately want James Mitchell.
Mitchell made the best pitch.
He did, but I like the idea of like Bobby Roode, money, evil. Evil capitalism, demon.
With Abyss just there too.
Yeah.
I do like the idea. They do, like, it's a thing AEW been doing a little lately with like the Don Callis trade stuff. But I like the idea of managers being like managers and like acting as talent agents. And like going, like seeing a free agent and wanting to go out and get them instead of like the way it usually is, which is like a manager has their one guy they stick to. But like they all pitch Bobby. Bobby's like, I want a title shot now. I want to know how much money I'll make now. None of you are good enough. So the August 31st Impact, Bobby decides that those guys were nerds. They were geeks, didn't like them. We have to go outside of
TNA. We have to find other managers. So he's going outside the box, and they showed 2 photos of men on the screen, which I screenshotted and reversed image searched so I would know who these people are. But it is Pat Riley, who's like a basketball coach man, and Joe Torre.
Also president and owner of Miami Heat.
Sure, he has that going for him too now. And also Joe Torre, who is a baseball coach man.
What do you mean now? From 1995?
Oh, not anymore?
Like from 1995. It's not a recent addition.
Well, I didn't dive deep into the careers of Pat Riley and Joe Torre. I just wanted to know who they were.
That's a 3-time NBA Coach of the Year, goddammit.
Still don't know who he is. I'm sorry.
Seems like he should be seems like Bobby Roode should probably take that deal.
Yeah. I found that, like, it was interesting. I wondered, did they hope they could get like some random, like, outside of the box kind of like sporting coach to sell this as, because they get some fun people that we'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, if they got somebody from the sporting world to maybe add another layer, or that Chicago White Sox coach who was problematic and did ankles.
The exact same thing. Yeah,
but they didn't. But they showed those men on screen. September 7th Impact, Bobby Roode has his first pitch. He receives a pitch from Bobby Heenan. Good place to start.
That's fun.
Bobby talks about how he managed Rick Rude, he managed Big John Studd, he managed Andre the Giant, he managed Ric Flair. All the men he's managed to become champions. He gives and then he's like, I have this real estate company. If you want to invest on the ground floor, here's a little cash for you and your wife to go for dinner. Then Rude says he's not married. So Bobby's like, you can give me the $10 back next time you see me.
No, that's like, go have dinner, here's $10.
And then he tells them the money is Canadian, which is a nice gesture, but they don't accept that in Orlando, Bobby. He can't buy dinner with it.
Not legal tender.
Also, currency conversion wise, he probably wants it to be USD. I think this might be the last television appearance for Heenan anywhere.
I wonder.
When does he do like the WWE Hall of Fame stuff? I think that might have been earlier this year.
I have no clue.
Where he did some like Hall of Fame inductions. But like his last commentary appearance was the calling the Turning Point match last year. I believe this is the last appearance of him on television in any capacity.
Still immensely funny.
Oh no, he was on TV, WWE in 2007. So one of the very last appearances of Bobby Heenan on television here. And yeah, still, like, obviously he is having comprehensive health issues at this point. You can see it. You can see his health deteriorating. But it's fun to see him. It's fun to just see Bobby Heenan on TV. One of the best to ever do it in any capacity. In color commentary, as a manager, people have spent their entire life trying to imitate his color commentary. One of the best to ever do it. The next week, Bobby Roode gets pitch number 2 from Colonel Robert Parker of WCW fame.
I would have said yes to Sherry.
And then also 2018 MLW fame. Robert Parker popped up.
Of course, yes.
Everyone remembers that. Promises Rude 24 karat gold, and then Rude considers it. And then his final pitch, as you mentioned, is sensational Sherry Martel is the final person. And she's like, behind every man is a strong, successful woman. Savage, DiBiase, HBK, we're all champs, and I can do that for you too. And then Rude invites her out for dinner.
If this isn't a compilation on the TNA YouTube, it should be.
It would be too short, really, for a compilation, but it's a fun thing. It's a fun little angle. Like you were suggesting, weren't you, last month, that like the thing they should do is get some classic managers to pitch on Rude, and here you go. And a good bunch of people to get. Obviously, Robert Parker is more of a niche pull, but like Sherry Martel and Bobby Heenan are two of like the iconic managers or rallies of their era. So, and we will find out who Rude decides on as we go into next month, because he does not make a final decision yet.
I like how he doesn't know like who he's meeting with.
Yeah, he just opens the door. It's like, whoa!
It's very funny to be like, I don't know who I'm meeting with. That's why he needs a manager. He clearly can't set up his own shit.
Yeah, he doesn't have somebody like telling him where to go and booking cars for him. He just strolls up, sees a limo in the Impact Zone every week, and it's like, who's it this week?
Apparently that was Sherry's last wrestling appearance.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh yeah, because like the Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty, Kurt Angle thing would have been 2005, wouldn't it? Where she did an angle as part of that. But yeah, so one of those small bits of TNA history, the final Sherry Martel appearance in TNA in wrestling history.
I don't know, obviously, like, it'd be impossible to, like, work it out, but, like, Sherry would have been perfect.
Yeah, she would have been really good. She would have been really good for that spot.
Yeah.
We will lump all the X Division kind of together because it's a jackass and
a useless division for bullshit.
That is true. It is a product promotion division this month.
Maybe Russo is back already.
There is a lot of stuff about this that you're like, I wonder how much influence Russo had on some of these TVs.
And some of it I'm going to defend.
Yep.
And then, like, they make it impossible.
That is Russo for you. Even the things where you want to give him like credit and benefit of the doubt, he just pulls the rug out from under you at any moment.
100%.
August 17th, Impact, we have a 6-man tag team match. It is Chris Sabin, Jay Lethal, and Sanjay Dutt versus Alex Shelley, Giant Divine. And I wrote Sanjay Dutt, but I guess it was somebody else. But I don't remember who because I didn't write it down.
Was it Petey?
Probably Petey. I would have it here in the... Yeah, Petey. Petey is the other man.
I think I remember Petey because he has like the black gear now.
Yep. And I checked the sheet. The sheet has Petey. I correctly put it in the sheet.
Look at me remembering.
You love your TNA. You play like you don't, but you love your TNA. Dutt, Lethal, and Sabin hit a trio of dives. There's one of the Earl Hebner segments where he's attacking Slick Johnson with his belt in here too. It still looks like he like emerged from a shift in the mines. His face covered in soot and like burn. I think he's still in the fire. Back from break, and Andrew Thomas has taken over as a ref because Slick has been taken away by Earl. Dutt gets the hot tag. Sabin and Lethal do the row your boat thing as Dutt gets a near fall and a rana on Shelley in the middle of the boat. Not like a literal boat. You know the thing where they grab the legs and go row, row, row with the legs. Sabin will face Senshi for the title because he beat Shelley at the pay-per-view, even though he was meant to face Nash at the pay-per-view, and Nash pulled out of the match because he faked an injury, and everyone knew he faked an injury, so they just said he faked an injury. But nonetheless, because Sabin beat Shelley, he will get the shot at Senshi at No Surrender. They isolate Divine. Sabin pins him with a springboard leg drop. Good little match. I enjoyed it for what it was. It was frankly one of the better TV matches this month because it got a little time and had some good energy to it, but nothing special at all. The August 31st Impact, Chris Sabin and Jay Lethal face Senshi and Petey William.
Warrior.
Here, Mike Tenay mentions that Conan and Moody Jack are pushing their political agenda, and it's hurting TNA's bottom line, and they're under investigation.
Oh, the sponsors are complaining.
That actually should have been it. It's like they're really jeopardizing our Jackass sponsorship.
I don't know if they could legally do that.
The Jackass would be fine. I think Jackass would be fine, like, involving themselves in an angle like that. Though I think of all the brands to be like, they're getting a little, like, snooty about the content of our show. Jackass might not be the one that works.
God, I wish they could have got a Jackass, like, person to show up.
Yeah, like, if you're going to invest that much in the Jackass story as being, like, the story of the X Division, you damn well better get Steve or Johnny Knoxville on your show, you know?
Yeah, but, like, they're doing Raw.
They're not that famous in 2006.
They literally did Raw in 2006, didn't they?
Well, they did it as, like, during the guest host era, didn't they?
The Umaga thing was like 06, wasn't it?
Maybe they did. Maybe TNA got the sloppy seconds.
What was it, yeah? It was 2006, October.
It was right after this?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a dagger to the heart.
So, look at you, huh?
That would be so galling to be like, we devoted, you know, a month of our, like, premier division, our trademark
Spike
division.
TV.
We sullied it with your Jackass bullshit, and the month later you sent the stars to WTV. Oh no.
And then they're gonna go work a match with Umaga.
Sabin goes for a baseball slide as Senshi hits a rolling liger kick and then just kind of boops Senshi with his foot instead because he mistimed it. It was funny. Petey goes for the destroyer on Sabin, but Sabin does the counter, which will pop me every time, and I love it every time. It's the longest term story in this company. Sabin has the counter to the Canadian destroyer.
They're gonna wrestle once and they're not gonna do it, and it's gonna be heartbreaking.
Literally, I'll fall on the floor and be devastated. Or because they wrestle in like 2013, like they'll do it then, and I will lose my fucking mind.
Well, we'll have to see. Will it be depression or will it be excitement?
Sabin hits the future shock as Senshi just stares him down instead of saving Petey because they weren't getting along in the three-way match at Hard Justice, and they still aren't getting along here. So the next week, September 7th, which the thing that makes me think there was some kind of creative pivot for the second set of TV tapings this month is that it was taped as blocks of 3 and 3, and all the Jackass stuff comes in that second block of 3.
Well, they probably just got the deal then, right?
Yeah, but the way it's all done, it just feels so Russo.
And to have like them all these baby faces be like, "Oh, shut up, Jerry, you old bitch. I'm gonna watch Johnny Knoxville," you know?
They become like obnoxious heels.
Like the guys who were like ride or die for Jerry like months beforehand.
And stop being
like,
an old man.
Like, oh, you have to fight Kevin Nash is disrespecting the division, and they're like, hell yeah, Jerry, let's fucking go. And then it's like 4 weeks later, they're like, shut up, you old nerd.
We need to watch our TV shows and play our video games.
But like honestly, like despite it being like dorky, it's like it does feel like Motor City Machine Guns Chris Sabin to me, so I'm cool with it.
This is his heel turn. Like, he is a heel after this. It's a really weird heel turn.
Because like his heel turn is I'm gonna play video games.
It is like a double turn with Senshi this month, but it's a very strange way to do it.
Again, coming off of X Division Defender Chris Sabin.
The whole idea, yeah, that he was supposed to conquer Nash and go on to triumphantly gain the X Division title again, and he turns heel immediately. The X Division are backstage. They're watching Jackass #2.
Hell yeah.
Jerry Lynn comes in.
The best Jackass.
Is that your favorite?
Yeah.
I've never seen a full Jackass movie.
What the? You need to Jackass-a-thon.
I probably do. I've watched like bits and pieces and obviously like compilations and some of the TV show because it was popular while I was growing up, but I've never actually sat down and watched a Jackass movie.
Jackass 1 through 4.
Those are the good ones?
Yeah, they're the only ones, so yes.
Rank them. Or do they all kind of blend?
2, 4, 1, 3.
So they kind of turned it around come 4?
I mean, like, they're all good. It's just like 4 is a remarkable, like, how did they still do it, you know?
Yeah, maybe they shouldn't be. Jerry Lynn comes in, and he's chastising Sabin, Lethal, and Dutt for watching the movie. Sabin is like, I'm getting my ideas from it. Lynn gives up and leaves, and then they watch a bull gore Knoxville and laugh.
There's just like a group of stoners now.
That is kind of it. That is the vibe.
How old was Chris Sabin at this time?
Probably like late 20s.
He's 82. So what's...
That would make him 24, mid-20s.
Yeah, okay. It's a perfect age for it.
I was a little disappointed that they showed the clip of Johnny Knoxville being gored a couple times and no one made a gore reference.
Yeah, if Shelly was there. That's a Shelly bit 100%.
Yeah. Rhino's on your show. Crossover. That should have been the crossover. He goes to
Johnny
TNA.
Knoxville getting gored.
Yeah, and he starts getting gored by Rhino instead.
No, they should have done like a 1-for-1 recreation of the skit.
Yes.
But have Rhino be there instead, beating him up.
Be really good. See, they should have brought us here. We would have fixed it.
We are creative. Someone sign us. We'll save your company.
September 14th Impact. Chris Sabin faces Alex Shelley.
It's fine.
Again, they get no time. It's one of the like these matches.
We should stop like having any opinions. Just like we're gonna talk about the matches. We're not gonna give you any opinions unless it's something worth talking about.
If you look at my notes here, there is not a single thing about a move that happened in the match other than the finish.
Yeah.
Because, like, who cares? Like, it's the same thing as Abyss and Raven. It's like, nothing about the quality of this match is these men's fault. They were sent out there for 4 minutes to wrestle before they did an angle. The match doesn't matter. So, Tenay speculates about where Johnny Devine is and where the camera might be, because Devine doesn't come out with Shelley here. They showed a replay of the X Division watching Jackass #2 last week. We also have like Jackass #2 sponsorship around like the side of the ring and on the apron and on the like the outskirts of the ring. It's on the ring mat but on the sides. Senshi watches on from the top of the ramp. Dutt and Lethal emerge from the tunnel with Johnny Devine on a shopping cart. Inspired by the Jackass they watched, they run Johnny Devine down the ramp in the shopping cart as fast as they can.
That's crazy.
They send him crashing into the ring post at full speed, which crotches Shelley up top and allows Sabin to pin Shelley with a cradle.
It's a good finish, to be fair.
Yeah, credit to Devine, who takes that full force bump. Like, they run that shopping cart down that ramp as fast as they can, and that collides with the ring post, and there's only one place Johnny Devine is going, and he sends himself flying. So fair play to him. He has committed to the Jackass of it all. X Division champion Senshi was not able to wrestle at the Impact taping on September 4th, which was taping the back 3 episodes of this pay-per-view cycle. TNAWrestling.com reported that Senshi wore a neck brace at the taping after being diagnosed with a grade 2 whiplash. That level of whiplash indicates decreased range of motion in the neck with slight physical damage or tenderness. It hurts like hell, he told TNA's website. My range of motion is very limited. Senshi is expected to defend the X Division title against Chris Sabin at No Surrender. Jeremy Borash came up with the idea of having Jay Lethal, Chris Sabin, and Sanjay Dutt watch the Jackass movie footage backstage and use Jackass tactics against Johnny Devine. Although X Division wrestlers take heat for their matches being undisciplined high spot fests, what the fuck else are they meant to do in 4 minutes, by the way? Fuck off. Head Booker DeMore preaches that the rules are different for the X Division guys and their role is primarily to provide thrilling mid-card action rather than tell realistic stories in their matches like the heavyweights are supposed to. I would argue the heavyweights aren't doing that either.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, what criticism can you give any of the TV stuff right now?
They don't exist. They're matches that barely exist. If they ever get any time, they're pretty good normally. They're good wrestlers. It is Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin and Petey Williams and Jay Lethal and Loki and Sanjay Dutt. They're all really good. No one has any doubt about that, but Not given any chance. We had a series of vignettes through this month hyping that a star will be born at Bound for Glory.
That's right. Lady Gaga.
This is her moment? This is where she came from?
She'll be here.
A star with 2 R's will be born at Bound for Glory in Detroit.
A-Star. Austin Star.
Is that who it is?
Could it be?
My God. My favorite character.
Have I cracked the code?
You're like the Chris Jericho.
that Jim Ross thing.
What?
The video where it's like, who is it? Who is it? Goldberg! Goldberg! Oh, you son of a bitch. Is it? Steve Austin. It's Steve Austin. He's here. I'm delirious.
No, he's a wrestler. He's not around.
It's delirious. It's delirious is here.
That is Austin Aries. He'll be returning at Bound for Glory.
For some reason, they changed his fucking name.
September 21st, Jay Lethal faces Petey Williams.
Okay.
They show replays of the Destroyer during Petey's entrance, and Dawn mentions it's like an optical illusion.
Okay.
Which it is. That's wrestling, Dawn.
It's all an optical illusion.
They also replayed the Divine Carts incident, so at least I do like TNA are really good for that.
The incident.
Like, very rarely will a thing that happen on the show that where, like, if someone takes a bump like that, they will show it the next week. If Abyss punches some thumbtacks, if Divine takes a bump into the post, like, they will get more mileage out of that than just a one-off thing. PD goes for the Destroyer. Dutt and Sabin walk out. Lethal gets a bowling ball. He bowls the ball into PD's groin because PD's seated in the corner because jackass, and then Lethal gets the pin. Senshi is interviewed by JB later in the show. He is not amused by these jackass antics. Sabin, Lethal, Dutt walk up. They're like, we're just trying to have fun, man. Lighten up. Sabin then does a bad Senshi impression that Dutt laughs way too much at. And as we have illustrated, Senshi is the easiest wrestler to imitate in the world. You just have to say, Warrior.
Warrior. Well, he hasn't done the Nash promo yet.
No, that's end of the year. Yeah, Warrior.
Then it becomes the easiest impression of all time.
Sabin says he enjoyed him in Bloodsport though and walks away.
So Sabin, Lethal, and Dutt are all heels now.
Lethal and Dutt aren't.
It makes no sense. They're all assholes.
To the same level. Sabin is the only one that turns. Lethal and Dutt stay babyface.
It makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. It makes no sense at all. Pay-per-view. Petey Williams versus Jay Lethal.
So we get 2 jackass matches here.
Yeah.
And what I would say is, I am fine with doing a sponsored, like, comedy, match like Lethal and Petey is. That's okay. But you don't need to drag it into the other match as well, when you've also done it 3 times on TV.
Yeah, you've really driven the point home at this point.
Yeah.
Also, the cart bit was the best one they've done.
Yeah.
That felt most like an actual jackass stunt.
Yeah. If they were doing an actual jackass stunt, they would have legitimately put laxatives in Petey Williams' water.
Maybe they did. Maybe he did shit his pants. It's not at work, brother. So yeah, that takes us to the pay-per-view, in which Jay Lethal faces Petey Williams again, in a completely unadvertised, thrown out there for no reason match, just to do more jackass spots.
Like, again, it's not like it matters. Just do it all in them fucking... I guess Senshi's probably like, I don't want to do the poop match.
Yes, Senshi has standards. He'll do the blow-up doll match, but not the poop doll match. Petey comes out, he's drinking from a bottle of water. Which I guess, it's not completely, because he does occasionally come up with water to throw over his hair. So it's not a thing they did entirely contrived for this. I'll give them that. Lethal misses his entrance, because he, Sabin, and Dutt are busy backstage playing Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run.
Starring Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
It is a video game starring The Rock, which they tried to turn into a movie starring The Rock, which sat in developmental hell until it was never made.
Spy Hunter. He hunts spies? Or is he a spy who hunts?
I believe the Nowhere to Run part suggests he is a spy being hunted.
But then he'd be spy hunted.
That's true. It is the sequel to Spy Hunter, though, so it might be the classic, like, oh, you've gone rogue.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
We did talk deeper about the Spy Hunter universe on the watch-along, if you'd like to hear more of that.
I don't know if it's a direct sequel, because, like, it is a nuke main character.
Because they got The Rock.
And there is a Spy Hunter 2.
Oh, so there's, like, Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run, and then Spy Hunter 2?
I think so.
So this is like a spin-off?
Not necessarily in that order.
Jerry Lynn comes up, and he's mad. Dutt reveals, it's fine, man, I have some laxatives. We got this covered. Sabin ignores Jerry, turns back to Spy Hunter. PD, we cut back to the ring. He eyes the bottle he's been drinking out of suspiciously after Sanjay's mention of laxatives. Jay Lethal finally comes out. He's putting his kick pads on as he's coming down the ramp. So the story of this match is PD Williams shitting his pants.
Yeah.
Literally, not figuratively. He doesn't shit his pants in the ring. It's not like shitting the bed kind of thing.
Should have committed to it and actually shit his pants in the ring and wear his white gear.
Yeah, the fact that he's wearing the black gear is a poor choice. They should have stained up the white gear or gotten like whatever the poop equivalent of a squib is.
Yeah.
That they set off in his gear.
A shid.
Yeah. So every time PD takes over and does something, he makes a little I need to poop face and squirms. Dutt comes out, points at the laxatives, and then Lethal starts working over the bowels. It is perhaps the only match in wrestling history that has bowel work.
I do appreciate bowel work.
He is like punching PD's belly and he's giving like little jabs in his lower stomach and he's doing like atomic drops to try and get him to shit his pants. Lethal then starts making like PU faces because presumably PD has to some extent shit his pants.
Shit his pants.
PD can't commit to a destroyer because his bowels have been worked over too much, and Lethal rolls him up for the win. Then PD sprints to the back so he can take a shit. And TNA tastefully closes the segment, saying it gives an all-new meaning to Jackass number 2. Which was the best line in the whole thing.
It is. It kind of justifies the whole thing.
Yeah, it ties it all together. I don't know. Who cares? Because the X Division is kind of already dead.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like the division is thriving here in 2006 and this ruined it. It was already on its last legs, arguably. So much so that they were thinking of bringing Styles and Daniels back to save it. But, yeah, it's not what I want from my X Division. But I can't get mad at it all these years later. I don't know. Who cares?
Anyway, let's get to another annoying match.
Yep, so we had a recap of the antics and Senshi not approving of all this Jackass nonsense. And then we have an X Division title match, Senshi versus Chris Sabin. And listen, I watched this match back mostly while taking notes, and it was a little better than I gave it credit for in the watch along because it starts really rough, where the crowd does not give a fuck about these guys at all because Senshi is barely on TV and Sabin is doing this weird ass.
And then it ends rough.
Yeah, and then it sends like Sabin is doing this weird ass heel turn that the crowd don't really know how to respond to. But like they do work pretty hard, and they do get the crowd somewhat with them toward the end. Until, of course, the finish fucks them over. So, like, any hard work they did to earn the crowd response is immediately undone by the finish. Like, there's a couple cool stuff. Like, there's a big hesitation dropkick. There's a cool Warrior's Way where Sabin is, like, draped in the middle of the ropes. So, essentially hits it while Sabin is in the ropes. That was pretty cool. But then we go to the finish. Dutt and Lethal run out to booze. They're booed as they run out, which... Sabin's meant to be a heel at this point. Maybe not quite at this point, but this is meant to be a heel turn for Sabin. It's not for Lethal and Dutt. They're still baby faces.
This makes no fucking sense.
No, it doesn't. But they didn't think that much about it. Lethal has a blow-up doll dressed like Chris Sabin.
Yoshihiko makes their debut in TNA.
So Senshi is up top as this happens. About to go for the Warrior's Way.
He still jumps.
Lethal replaces Sabin on the mat with the blow-up doll dressed like Sabin. And as you said, Senshi still leaves the ropes.
Okay, there's two things wrong with this. A, he still jumps, whatever, okay? But then he purposely doesn't double stomp it. And I'm like, just double stomp it.
It would be funnier if he just exploded it with a double stomp. But yeah, he kind of pulls out of the double stomp and just kind of lands. But then the blow-up doll ends up costing Sabin because Senshi throws the blow-up doll at Sabin. And then John woos both of them for the pin.
Which is almost the best part. Crowd hates this, by the way.
The crowd do chant, "This is stupid." Which is the first time this crowd has ever turned on something.
Well, no, they did the Jarrett stuff.
But, like, you can make an argument that that's the reaction Jarrett is meant to be getting. You can rationalize it. I think they mean it, the crowd. They're like, fuck you, we don't want to see you. But if you're Jarrett, you can be like, I'm getting heat, brother, you know?
Yeah.
This is a flat-out, fundamental, like, no. No. We don't want to see this. No. But you are right. Like, the crowd is the first time they did kind of revolt against the show. Or Jarrett. But, like, yeah, it's really weird. Like, because, like, the crowd is, like, fully editorializing. It's like, this is stupid. They're chanting, "This is stupid" at your show. How do you not learn from that? I don't understand that. I really don't. How you can, like, sit there as, like, if you're owner, if you're Dixie, and you see your audience chant, "This is stupid" at your television show, and you're not like, maybe this is wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure Russo spun a yarn. Or was like, that was the finish before I got here, bro. Even though we know it wasn't, because Sabin was meant to go over here, and that's one of the things they changed. So they can't even be like, that was the finish. Or maybe the blow-up doll was meant to lead to them losing. I don't know.
Who knows anymore?
That's the X Division. It's dead. It's dead.
It's dead. It's so over.
It has never been more over for the X Division. Because even in the like doldrums of the 2003 push, or like the post Styles Lynn Loki era, they were at least trying. They were like, you know, giving them like matches and shit, and trying to be like, this is the new year of the X Division. This is just, it's over. It's dead. The X Division's done. That takes us over to the tag team division, which we'll end on a good note. So we'll do the Gauntlet Battle Royal shit first. So there's a few stuff that leads us here. There was meant to be a number one contenders match on the pay-per-view. There was meant to be the four-way that was dumped for the fire. It was meant to be the Naturals versus AMW versus Caesarian versus the James Gang. For some reason, on the August 17th Impact, that's now a four-way singles match between Chase Stevens, Chris Harris, Kazarian, and BG James. Why the partners were gotten rid of, who knows. But it's a four-way singles match for tag team number one contendership. Harris sends Storm to the back during their entrance. Like, the story is like none of the partners are actually at ringside, but Harris is the only one who like consciously sends his partner back. He's like, no, go, you have to leave. Storm comes out and tries to hit BG with a beer bottle. It fails, but Harris is mad that Storm even tried. As Chase Stevens throws Storm out of the ring, then he drops handcuffs. Chase hits Harris with the handcuffs, making the newly franchised Naturals number one contenders. Franchise comes out. He's very happy. AMW bicker. They argue. They shove each other as Gale looks to de-escalate, but Storm flips Harris the bird. The next week, Shane Douglas is in the ring. He's like, I told you so. I told you I would bring the Naturals back to the position of being number one contenders. A fan has a very nice Natural sign. I appreciate the fans. Some of them are really trying with these signs.
They do put the effort in. You gotta respect it.
He wants to know if the fans are ready for them to become tag champs, and the fans are as enthusiastic as you can get for the Naturals,
I guess.
It's like, he's really trying to pump them up, and they are like, they do give him something, but it is very much like, he has to get that out of them. Alex Shelley and Johnny Devine defeat the newly franchised Naturals. They once again here show Conan and Moody Jack, and again Mike and Don are like, they're pushing our agenda. Devine and Shelley get a quick pin on Stevens for the win. Franchise comes out and he's really mad because his boys, he was really excited. They were all ready, and now they've dropped a tag team match to one of the lowest ranked teams in the division.
It's so funny that like they're like, yeah, we're gonna do it, and then they lose to like the jobbiest jobbers.
The only thing worse could be like Shark Boy and Norman.
Like the diamonds in the rough.
That's fair. There are multiple jobbery teams in this company at the moment.
Yeah.
Franchise comes back out. He's really mad, and he says, you don't deserve a title shot. You're not championship material. Your title shot is done. You're going right back to the bottom. Next segment, JB has AMW. JB is like, hey guys, the magic is kind of gone. Which he's not wrong in multiple regards.
Just in the company.
Yeah, the life has kind of seeped out over the summer a little bit, hasn't it? Which is the reason, again, like, to the booking change. I'm like, not fundamentally opposed to new bookers, but you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way.
You're backing it up and reversing it.
Instead of being like, we need to move this forward into something better, you're moving it back into worse. It's annoying. Harris stops Storm from drinking. Harris is like, we're as close as brothers, but like all brothers, we fight. If we want to end this thing, Storm, you can do it right now. I don't want any bullshit. I don't want any of the bickering. If we want it to be over, it can be over. Storm is like, I'm also frustrated. Harris tells Storm to tell him right now if they want to do this thing or not. Storm walks away.
And walks right back.
With a beer to share with his pal, Wildcat Chris Harris. So they're back on the same page, question mark?
Yeah.
September 7th Impact, AMW and Shazarian defeat the James Gang, and I wrote the James Gang again, but it's the Naturals? God damn it. My notes are clearly deteriorating. There's too many matches this month. It's the James Gang and Shark Boy and Norman, rather than the James Gang. This is what you get when you get me to do notes for 6 Impacts. They slowly deteriorate over time. They slowly fall apart. I don't know what's happening. I realize we probably need a new name for Shazarian. They are Maverick, Matt, and Kazarian. Cat, sure. Cat. AMW and Cat defeat the James Gang, Shark Boy, and Norman Smiley. Nothing match. Shark Boy, Norman Smiley, and Shazarian are already in the ring, so like it doesn't even matter. The AMW, it's really weird. Like they did the thing where AMW and James Gang were the ones that got entrances, even though they're on opposing sides of the match, but their partners were already in the ring. So it's one of those weird mismatch kind of things. Brawl before the James Gang can get their catchphrases out, so we don't even tie for that, which is probably a blessing. They announce here there will be a triple chance tag team battle royal at No Surrender because Shane Douglas has relinquished the Naturals tag team title match. Last call on Smiley, allowing Harris to get the win. Storm is kind of mad that Harris got the pin off of his super kick. Harris flipped off Storm and left, so they're not on the same page.
Damn, they were on the same page for about 2 minutes.
TNA talks to Douglas and the Naturals. Talks about all the things he's put the Naturals through, and then Shane Douglas is like, either at No Surrender you'll be victorious, or you'll lose, and I'll end this experiment on the spot. The Naturals are mad about this. They say they've done everything he's asked, and he retorts, except win.
That they did win.
But then they lost once.
But like, they still were number 1 contenders even though they lost. They could have won the titles. This is all your fault.
September 21st, JB has franchise in the Naturals. Once again reiterates if they don't win at the pay-per-view, he's done with them. Which does take us to the Triple Chance Tag Team Battle Royal at the pay-per-view, in which we have the Naturals defeating the James Gang, AMW, Paparazzi Productions, Sharkboy Norman Smiley, Cat, Ron Killings and Lance Hoyt, who are in our team apparently, and the Diamonds in the Rough.
This is bullshit. The third chance battle royal my ass. This is the first chance of some people.
Yeah, it's the first time these two men have ever teamed. The rules is everybody's in the ring. Your team is eliminated when both members of your team are thrown out. So if the first person is thrown out, they stay at ringside until the second person is thrown out, and then they're eliminated. When we get down to the final 2 teams, it becomes a regular tag team match where then pinfall or submission crowns new number 1 contenders.
I like it.
You like the Triple Chance?
Yeah.
You prefer a battle royal where both men have to go out?
I do, but also I like battle royals that end in regular matches.
Yeah, it's a TNA special, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't be bothered to go elimination by elimination here, because it doesn't matter. So, the headline points, Chase Stevens at one point looks to go for a lion salt, a springboard moonsault, but mid-spring, James Storm launches Chase Stevens from the spring on the top rope, over the rail, into the front row, where he lands on like 3 or 4 people. It's a crazy bump to take for this kind of match.
I don't know, I think they're probably just like TV time is TV time at this point.
Take everything you can get.
Yeah.
Because the Naturals are, in theory, being pushed. So I guess you might as well try. Stevens sells an injury for the rest of the match. He's obviously eliminated, but Andy Douglas is still in the match. But Stevens is on the floor the entire time, selling like an ankle injury. We do have a 3 Live Crew callback spot with Ron and BG, but then Shelley just throws them both out. We get a little bit of 2LK family drama. They do the dance and then they start punching each other.
Alone.
It never dies. It will carry on forever. Shazarian and Paparazzi Production argue a bunch because Divine eliminates Kazarian despite being eliminated himself. This causes a bunch of referees to leave with them to separate them. Kip James eliminates Harris, but the remaining referee didn't see it because he was checking on Chase Stevens on the floor. Harris then comes back in, throws out Kip, so despite being eliminated, Kip is actually the one eliminated, so it comes down to everyone's favorite combination as the final 2 of the match. It's AMW and the Naturals.
One last time.
Inescapable. No matter what you do. We hover back to it. This was terrible, the actual match portion.
It went so long.
They beat the hell out of Andy Douglas for ages to seemingly set up like hot tag to Chase. Chase overcomes the odds despite the injury to win. And that's not really what they did. They beat the hell out of Andy Douglas for ages. The James Gang came back out to like shout at AMW, which allowed Andy to get the tag to Chase, and then Chase rolled up Harris for the win.
Yes.
Or Storm, sorry. Storm was the one that got pinned. And that's it. It wasn't like this big dramatic moment of the babyfaces fighting back against injury and overcoming the odds. It was a James Gang distraction and a bad finish. The franchise is happy though. He's proud of them because they won.
Me too.
And that makes them number 1 contenders for the NWA World Tag Team title.
Again. We just gotta keep fucking doing this.
They gotta work their way there every time.
Can't wait for next Impact where Shane Douglas makes them not the number 1 contenders again.
He's like, you said something weird to me. Done. And we round the things out with the NWA World Tag Team title program. So the first Impact of the month opens. As we were talking about, it was meant to be Jeff Jarrett's championship celebration, but LAX break it by attacking Styles and Daniels. Daniels is busted open. Conan attacks him as he asks how it feels to taste his own blood. Hernandez press slams AJ from the floor to the ramp. Homicide squeezes the blood out of Daniel's head. Daniels kicks a chair into Hernandez's head but fires up, but then Homicide chokes him with a hanger. Hernandez breaks a champagne bottle over AJ's head, and AJ's fucking bleeding from that.
It's so stupid that, like, in 6 weeks of this fucking show where, like, shit is so dumb half the time.
Yeah.
They're like, let's have some real wrestling.
Like, this is a fucking awesome angle. Where, like, LAX lost at the pay-per-view, so you need them to get their heat back, and they get it by just fucking decimating Styles and Daniels.
I wish they, like, almost just wouldn't do this. Like, I think I would just prefer if they, like, were just dumb the whole time.
getting the little hint, the little tease of what this show could be is like more agonizing than not having it at all.
Yeah, I would rather just not have it.
Where AJ, like AJ and Daniels are gushing, like AJ's bleeding like hell, and LAX are like the coolest, most badass ass kickers there has ever been in this company, and it sets up a really hot match on TV, and it's like it's wrestling, man, it's fucking pro wrestling, and yeah, as you said, it is the exception on this show, very much not the rule.
I just, you know.
I do know, I really do. I've watched this company for a long time. JB is backstage later in the show with a bloody incapacitated AJ and a fired up Daniels. Like they just have they start this segment on a shot of AJ just sitting there doing his 1,000-yard stare, bleeding everywhere before they like pan up to Daniels to do his promo. It's awesome. Yeah. Daniels says they had their shot at Styles and Daniels, and Styles and Daniels beat LAX. Daniels is like, if you wanted a rematch, you could have had one, but they won't stop until LAX are dead. He challenges LAX to another match, and Conan gets on the mic in the building and says, we accept, but we want it under our rules. We want it to be a border brawl.
Cool.
Which takes us to the main event of the next week's Impact on August 24th, as AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels lose the NWA World Tag Team titles to the Latin American Exchange in a border brawl.
Weird choice, but okay.
To do it on TV?
Yeah.
I guess the idea, I don't know what the idea was.
The idea is maybe that we're going to put Styles and Daniels back in the X Division, I guess.
Yeah, so like you have them win their specialty match, I guess, to then set up Styles and Daniels challenging them in their specialty match. That's like the story of this. And I guess because LAX were meant to win that and just move on, it makes it a little weirder that Styles and Daniels just end up winning the tag titles back again at the pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
But I suppose as setting up a blow-off in Ultimate X, it makes sense in the story they were initially telling before the creative changed. Styles and Daniels come dressed as they are. They jumpstart the match. Daniels dives over the broadcast table onto Hernandez. Daniels looks to dive off a chair, but Hernandez just catches him and drops him head first on the chair, drawing blood again.
This is a blood feud.
It is. It's funny to see, like, the TNA is not a bloody product. At least at this period in time. Moment. Like, there is periods in 2003 where there is endless blood. But, like, Spike era TNA is not a particularly bloody company.
Yeah.
So to get, like, both this and the Rhino angle on TV is, like, all of a sudden a real injection of blood where there hasn't been previously.
Yeah.
Styles takes a neck snap on the rope and then crashes off the apron with a thud. And that AJ way, they're like, what are you doing, man? Hernandez gets a table. AJ's bleeding again as Homicide throws a chair at him. AJ just kind of recklessly hurls himself at Hernandez over the top, which is awesome. Daniel sets up Angel's Wings off the top, but Conan slapjacks him, which is a little awkward because Conan was standing on the apron a little too long, setting it before he interfered. It kind of telegraphed it. It wasn't like seamless, but it was fine. Homicide Gringo cutters Daniels off the top through a table to win the belts. LAX are your new TNA World Tag Team Champions.
They won the border brawl.
They are the champions of the border.
Hell yeah.
I respect my border.
Then we go to next week, August 31st, where they cut a big baby face promo.
They sure do. So they kick off Impact. They come to the ring after winning the World Tag Team titles. They dedicate the titles to the more than 50 million Latinos legally or illegally in America, to their mothers that had to suffer racial abuse in America, and to those that came before them like Pedro Morales, Mil Mascares, Carlos Caron, Tito Santana, all the Guerreros, including Eddie, who of course gets the biggest pop. But Conan says he doesn't need their applause because he hates gringos.
Awesome.
I liked him setting that up, like, because he probably knew mentioning Eddie would get a pop, because obviously this is after Eddie had passed and everything.
Yeah.
So he's just like, to turn that back in the crowd, it's like, I don't need the applause of you white people. Styles and Daniels appear on the screen, said they made the mistake of playing by LAX's rules, but they've exercised the rematch clause, but this time it'll be in their kind of match. For the first time, for the World Tag Team titles, it'll be Ultimate X.
Fun. Good. I like it.
Is this the promo where Conan calls America a white supremacist nation, or is that another one?
I thought it was the other one.
There's a few where he does like full like America sucks, but yeah, there's one of them where it's like the defining feature of American culture, white supremacy.
Yeah, I think that was the hanging one.
Oh yeah, that's later. We'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, lots of Conan wrestling fans are racist promos this month, and I'm a big fan of him.
And it's like, it's so scary accurate.
Yeah, he's dead right.
For like 2024, looking at this, like,
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, this was a big political hot button issue. Like, the border and immigration was the big issue heading into what would be, like, the 2008 presidential election with Obama versus McCain. And, yeah, nothing has changed. If anything, it's gotten worse.
Much worse.
September 7th Impact, we open with a squash as LAX beat Kirby Mack and TJ Mack.
The Max. Return to the Max.
This, some would argue, is the Mac Militant.
And they die. They die.
They get massacred. So the Ultimate X is set up above the ring. The ring is sponsored by Jackass #2. So it's not just for the X Division stuff. It's set up for the ring for the entire back half of this month. Gringo Killer, which TNA calls the Cop Killer.
Fucking awesome.
Which I think he did by accident, but it's a taped show, so
Yeah.
if it was, it should have been taken out.
It sounded like he did it by accident and then he tried to like scramble to cover for it. But like, you're right, just edit it.
Yeah, you could have taken it out, but yeah, it sounds like he was like, which it tells you he watches his Ring of Honor tapes, by the way, that he's like, it's the Cop Killer, which they now call the Border, or the Gringo Killer. But it is the thing I've been asking for, which is like, Border Toss, Gringo Killer, back to back. It's so cool.
Border tossing them over the other guy is the best.
And he went like full sandwich border toss on this as well.
I feel like doing an LAX squash in a lot of ways is like when you go back and you watch like a 90s Steiner squash and you're like, these boys, you just feel bad for them.
Yeah. Conan grabs the mic after the match. He shows the poster for No Surrender, which he points out has Styles and Daniels and AMW on it. And he's like, this means LAX, they didn't even expect us to be here. They didn't put us on the poster. They were holding us down. But we took it by force. Styles will be going back to dark matches, and Daniels should join the Blue Man Group in Las Vegas.
Hey, Blue Man Group's still running.
I don't know why he says Las Vegas in particular, given, famously, the Impact Zone is right next to where the Blue Man Group perform in Universal Studios.
Maybe because he's a heel.
He has to send him all the way to Vegas. I guess Daniels is from the West Coast. It makes sense. It would be a longer travel for him to be in the Orlando Blue Man Group.
Of course.
The Ultimate structure is above the ring for this. Styles and Daniels clear them off, and then Daniels hangs the title from Ultimate X, and the crowd chant, "You can't get it" at LAX. This is the show where we did have the Ultimate X feature about the history of Ultimate X, set to an instrumental version of Linkin Park's What I've Done.
What I've done. Except without that bit.
Yeah, no lyrics. I wonder is like I don't know how that happens. You know?
It has to be either cheaper or like Spike randomly had like the rights to it or some shit.
Or is it like a weird thing where Linkin Park actually sampled like an instrumental for that song, so you can use the instrumental of the song, but obviously you can't use the song? Because let it be noted, this is before the first Transformers movie came out, so I think this meme should come from TNA.
What I've done samples Get Me Back on Time Engine number 9.
So maybe that is just a library track that TNA are like, fuck yeah, we can use that?
I want to listen to it. Let me listen to it. No.
Nothing like the same?
No.
Ah, well, TNA it was probably like a Dale Oliver special. It's like, that song rocks, let's rip it off. September 14th Impact, we had a package on Styles and Daniels versus LAX, and then an opening contest, which is AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels versus Cat. They show some highlights from the Styles, Bentley, Kazarian Ultimate X number 4, so that's a nice thing to tie together in the wrestling. To the two of the original men in Ultimate X, you know, Kazarian and Bentley were two of the three with Sabin, so that, which it didn't actually mention, I don't think, but I think it was I think that was the intent behind booking this. Heat on Daniels, hot tag to Styles, high-low connects on Bentley. This is one of the best TV matches of the month, and I think I gave it like 2 3/4. But it was like one of the very few TV matches this month that felt like it had just a normal TV match structure to it.
Yeah.
Where they actually got 6 minutes, which means they could just do Heat, come back, hit a few spots, win with the BME Frog Splash on Kaz. And like that, just getting like normal TV match structure and length felt like it stood out above everything else. Which tells you where we are on this show.
Yeah.
Later in the show, JB has LAX. Some ladies are dancing and shaking their booties. Next week, they start celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. And now it's personal with Styles and Daniels. And they promise violence like we've never seen before. Go Home Show, feature on Styles and Daniels versus LAX. Which takes us to the main event Go Home segment. Which I did appreciate that they got the final segment on the Go Home Show. Which doesn't usually happen for the tag division.
Well, again, like if there was like talk about making them the main event, you know.
It does make sense. Yeah, it does add up. And I think Kurt is the thing that changed that.
Also, it's a big set piece, you know.
So LAX are in the ring with a mariachi band to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month.
What heels?
How dare they celebrate their culture on my show, Liam Jones. There are piñatas that look just like the Fortnite piñatas.
Racist? Is it okay?
Is that where they got it from?
Yeah, I think so.
So they have Uncle Sam hanging in the middle of the ring.
It's fucking cool. I want that in my bedroom.
The visual of like the symbol of America hanging from the ring as they celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month is so sick.
It's so sick.
It's so funny that there's probably people out there that are actually mad about it.
Yeah, because they do stuff later in the year where they like go like even further, where they're like going to burn an American flag on TV.
That's awesome. Like, why can't like they just let that like shit go? You know, just be like, it's for art.
And also, it's the argument always made against them, which they'll never understand because they're arguing in bad faith anyway. But like, the ultimate sign of the symbol is the ability to destroy the symbol.
Damn bars.
So yeah, Uncle Sam is hanging. LAX promised they're going to bring a level of violence so bad that Ultimate X will be rechristened the Ultimate LAX match.
Good bit.
Conan points out the white supremacy of America, but Latinos are taking over. This is where TNA gives out about Conan and his personal political agenda. It's like, no, he's dead right, Mike.
And also, yeah, it is a personal political agenda based on reality.
These are an oppressed people.
We're so woke. Look at us go.
Discriminated against. Conan starts whipping the hanging Uncle Sam over the lies and exploitation of America.
It's fucking insane. How did this get on television on Spike TV?
Could you imagine the complaints if a wrestling company did this now?
They would be over.
Remember when Hangman and Cole accidentally like invoked Jesus Christ on like Easter?
Yeah, because they had like the crown
of barbed wire, and like people made a deal about that. Whereas here it's like they are hanging and whipping a symbol of America while talking about how America is a white supremacist nation.
We should have posted that clip when the election happened. Would have done #numbers.
Styles and Daniels eventually run out and crash the party. Hernandez press slams Daniels to the floor, then powerbombs AJ. They attach AJ to the harness and then hang him. They hang him from Ultimate X and whip him with a kendo stick and beat their asses as LAX stands tall. And that's our go-home segment. We open the pay-per-view with a feature, like what the classic TNA cold open, where the theme is like presidents promising things set to Conan calling America a bunch of bullshit.
How do they keep doing this?
So there's specifically a part where Conan talks about the great American lie, which is directly juxtaposed with an actual George Bush clip saying combat operations in Iraq were over.
It's insane. It's insane. Like, no wrestling company has done shit like this, you know? And they probably didn't even know what they were doing, you know?
Yeah, like the culture war wasn't really a thing at that point.
Yeah. I also need to mention that like the theme for like No Surrender was Fighter by Candle Fuse. Which is a fucking banger of a song.
Great song. We heard it, if you remember, for the 4 years of TNA history package at Slammiversary as well. It was played there too. Great song. It's been burned in my brain for 18 years.
It's a great song.
It's on Spotify if you want to go listen to it. So yeah, the broad theme of this package was like political figures encouraging peace, and then Conan being like, we're gonna do a murder.
That's so fucking cool.
We had the segment with LAX supposedly being accused of robbing a car by our king.
Again, proving their point.
Don West had AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels in an earlier Today segment where they were in the empty arena below the Ultimate X. They talked about how LAX can use any gang tactics they want, but Ultimate X is their world. Daniels accuses Conan of spewing racist propaganda.
Yeah, anti-white propaganda.
Daniels said if Eddie Guerrero stood here today between Conan and something Conan wanted, Conan would cut his throat too, which felt a little raw for a dude who died last year.
But I guess like if Conan's cool with it.
He pointed out that Conan doesn't care about Latinos, he cares about himself. Which should be what the angle is.
Yeah. Now that's the only way you can have like the white guys be baby faces. Is to be like, you're spewing all this because like to push your own success and nothing more.
The way you phrase that, I think, is a really important distinction between like how Mike Tenay phrases it versus how it should be phrased. Because Mike Tenay talks about how they're pushing their political agenda, which is, yes, treat Latinos equally. That's not crazy, Mike.
What a crazy agenda.
As opposed to the way you phrased it, where he is pushing their success, which I think is a really important thing that they kind of forget to frame it as.
Well, because they don't think about it that deeply.
And they also don't feel the need to rationalize it because they're foreigners.
Because, Latino bad.
They don't need to like think about how does this not make them baby faces, because in 2006, it doesn't.
Yeah, because like us in 2024, of course we're viewing it in this like way. But like no one was questioning it Well, a very few people were probably questioning it. You know what I mean? Like I guess the biggest problem with it, not the biggest problem with it, but the thing that like makes it even more apparent is like just how cool LAX are while they're doing it. It's like even if like some people are like, oh yeah, whatever, blah blah blah, they're doing this, doing that. Like they are objectively cooler too the entire time, which doesn't help.
Yep. We have a feature on Styles and Daniels versus LAX, once again set to an instrumental version of Linkin Park's What I've Done. And then, in Ultimate X, AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels defeat LAX to regain the NWA World Tag Team titles.
Why? Why are we fucking jumping these belts back and forth?
To get to another match next month.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's okay. Like, as rationales go, you could come up with another way to have Styles and Daniels get a rematch, but fair enough, you know?
God, the LAX Team 3D feud's gonna suck ass.
Yeah, they have a real stinker.
Electric Cage?
Yep.
Is that one? Yeah.
So, Homicide slingshot Styles into Hernandez belly to belly. Looks awesome. Homicide hits a tope con hilo where he goes all the way over the rail into the crowd. It looks awesome. AJ Styles immediately follows that with a Fosbury flop. LAX try to use the ladder, but Styles Daniels stop them. Crotch Hernandez on the ladder and get rid of it.
That's illegal.
It's the one rule. I'm so mad that like the Hardys once won Ultimate X with a ladder. It's like, you're babyface. It's fine. LAX are cheating here. Like that's the heat that they're using a ladder. The Hardys are babyfaces. Hernandez cracker jacks Daniels off the top. Also looks awesome. Homicide cutter Styles off the cables. Also looks awesome. Styles does like the best. Like Styles' 1,000 yard stare is like best of all time.
Yeah.
No one's ever done it better. When he takes a big move and just has that glassy-eyed look into the distance, never been anybody better.
Yeah.
Hernandez goes to climb, but then Styles like teeters him into a splash on Homicide, so that's your one kind of spot of the big man trying to climb Ultimate X. Conan sets up a table on the floor. Daniels hits a BME, but instead of AJ doing the frog splash like they usually do, he hits a spiral tap instead.
And it's maybe the best spiral tap they've ever done.
He comes down with such an oomph onto Hernandez's gut.
It's wild.
AJ hits a Styles Clash on Homicide off the apron through a table.
This is a stupid fucking finish. I'm like, insane.
So Daniels is trying to climb Ultimate X, but Conan is like guarding the center of the ring with a kendo stick. So if Daniels approached, Conan would hit him with a kendo stick. So instead, Daniels climbs the truss all the way to the top, stands on the truss, and leaps from the truss straight to the center of Ultimate X over Conan in the ring so he can't get to him. Conan does at one point try to throw the kendo stick at him while he's taking the belt down, which I did appreciate. So he leaps from the truss to the center, pulls the belt down. Styles and Daniels win Ultimate X. They're tag team champions once again. Celebrate in the crowd. Crowd go crazy. The crowd start bowing to them at one point. And yeah, awesome finish. Awesome visual. The leap of faith from that truss to the center of Ultimate X. I really hope they tested whether or not that would actually hold.
I hope they didn't. I hope they just went for it.
Yeah, because like we were talking on Watch Along that they have like a center cable that they don't normally have in Ultimate X. I think expressly to like add extra enforcement. Like they have a cable coming from the top of the building to the top of Ultimate X to add, I think, a little bit of extra support there to take the weight off a man jumping full force from a distance into the middle and hoping the thing doesn't collapse. Awesome finish, awesome match, awesome wrestlers, awesome tag teams. I'm happy to do it again for another month.
Yeah, I'll take it again. And also if we get more insane LAX segments.
Yeah, awesome Conan racism promos and just beating the shit out of the white boys.
Can't wait for Russo to ruin this somehow.
I'm sure he will. I don't remember what the build is to Bound for Glory, so that'll be fresh in my mind. I don't remember what they do. That is the month. That is September 2006. We will be back with our next episode on Bound for Glory 2006 and Kurt Angle's first month in his actual debut. So that should be fun in our next episode. You can look forward to that. Our next Patreon shows will be covering Lucha Underground and Rain Takers. So those will be coming in the next couple of weeks to you before we get to Bound for Glory. You can go buy our merch. Go to the merch store, link in our bios, descriptions. If you're a patron, get 10% off. Where with the code that's in our pin post on Patreon as well, which you can save more money if you subscribe than if you subscribe to $1 tier. Just saying. Or just subscribe to Patreon in general if you'd like more content. That's there. Patreon.com/kiddingme, TNAchat.com. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA3Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney, also on Blue Sky. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Glute Muda or on Blue Sky at Dixie Carter. You can subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me or on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do damn thing, wow.